You sure you're calling the right girl, Jameson?
We'll soon find out, Harlow. She ought to answer in a minute.
Hello?
Are you Marlene Adrian, the actress?
Well, I'd like people to think I'm an actress.
Fine. I'm going to send you $500.
What?
That's what I'm going to send you right now. And I'll send you another $500 when you finish a little job for me.
A job?
It's nothing very difficult. Just find Boston Blackie and tell him you want him to meet you tonight at 111 Cedar Street. You don't meet him there, of course, but you tell him that that's where you're going to be killed.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Yeah? Inspector Faraday. This little weasel says he wants to talk to you.
Yeah, Rollins? What about?
I'll tell you myself, Inspector, only I gotta get paid. I got information.
Yeah, and I got a headache. Come on, stool pigeon, talk.
The door, Inspector, it's drafty in here.
Okay, Rollins, close the door. From the outside.
Sure.
Okay, you. What do you want to tell me?
Well, what's it worth if I put the finger in the hold-up gang you're looking for, huh?
You know where they're hiding out?
No, but I know where you can find a blonde girl who's been driving the getaway car.
Where?
My memory gets all of a sudden bad. Do I get paid, Faraday?
Come on, where is she?
You won't tell where you got the dope, will you, Inspector?
Look, I like to forget guys like you as fast as I can. Now tell me where that blonde is.
Sure.
Come on, get out of here.
Sure, Inspector. She's at 111 Cedar Street.
We got the house surrounded, Inspector Faraday.
Okay, Rollins. Let's have that microphone. Maybe we can talk that blonde out of there instead of blast her out.
I hope so. Give it to him, good Inspector, and the boys will keep their eyes open plenty. Here's the mic.
All right, in there. You in 111 Cedar Street. Come on out, or we'll blow you out. We know you're in there. You get 10 seconds to come out with your hands up or be carried out, feet first. You got 10 seconds, that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Inspector, somebody just stepped out the front door.
Yeah?
But it's a man. Keep your guns ready, boys. This may be a trick. What do we do now, Inspector?
Come on, let's go get him.
He doesn't have his hands up, and I don't think he's got a gun. Inspector, look who it is.
Hi, Faraday.
Blackie, you.
Faraday, me.
Hey, what are you doing in that?
Don't you get any wrong ideas, Rollins. Leave all that to Faraday. He's better at it.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Doing here? Nothing much, Faraday. Just looking around in this house to see if I can find out who killed the girl in there.
Killed a girl.
Blonde, Faraday. Lovely, too.
Come on, Rollins. You go in the house and have a look around.
Okay.
Blackie, you're coming with me.
Where, to headquarters? Look, I'll give you all my answers right here. A lovely blonde met me in a drugstore early this evening and told me to meet her here because she was going to be killed.
So you met her here, and
I
you...
didn't kill that girl in there, Faraday. She was dead when I got here. Excuse me a minute.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Just to this mailbox, Inspector.
Hey, what are you doing?
What do you usually do when you go to a mailbox? Mail a letter. Any law against it?
There ought to be a law against everything you do. Well, Rollins?
Inspector Faraday, Blackie wasn't joking. There is a body in there. It's a girl. She's been shot.
All right, Blackie, you're coming with me.
Yes, I know, Faraday. To headquarters.
To headquarters, nothing. To jail.
I don't know what Faraday wants to see you about, Blackie. All he said was to take you out of your cell and bring you to his office.
So early in the morning? Oh, they don't even let me sleep late in jail. Does Faraday get in here this early every day, Rollins?
Yeah. I don't know when he finds time to sleep.
When he's working on a case, that's all he does do. I'll go in myself, Rollins. Thanks for the escort.
So long, Blackie.
Good morning, Inspector Faraday.
Come in, sit down, and shut up, Blackie.
Okay, I will. And, how's this, Inspector?
Oh, great. Blackie, I kept you in jail last night because I didn't believe your story about the girl who was supposed to have called you up to meet her at the Cedar Street house. Do you know who that dead girl was?
No, only that she wasn't the girl who met me and invited me there.
I know that, too. I'll tell you how in a minute. Now, look, Blackie. The dead girl was a dame named Marion Williams. She was one of a hold-up mob that's been pestering us for weeks. She's been described a dozen times by victims.
That's probably the reason she was bumped. Reasonable?
Well, sure. Now that I believe your story, it is.
Why the sudden change of mind, Inspector? Next thing you know, you'll be believing in elves and fairies.
Yeah, I know. Now, wait a minute. Miss Adrian.
I'm here, Inspector.
Well, the little lady who invited me to a murder and then forgot to be present. Nice to see you again.
I explained everything to Inspector Faraday, Blackie. I didn't know what this was all about until I heard about the murder on the radio.
Well, now that you know what it's all about, tell me.
I don't really know anything. I was paid to meet you and arrange for you to go to Cedar Street. They told me it was a joke they were playing on you.
Some joke. It almost laughed me into a murder rap. Look, lady, who paid you to develop this great sense of humor?
I don't know. I never saw the man. He sent me the money and talked with me on the telephone. That's all I know.
It isn't much, believe me. But Faraday, you still have an ace in the hole in this case, you know. Me.
You've been in jail since the murder.
Don't remind me. Only a mere jail can't stop me from working for you, pal. We don't need this young lady here, do we?
You can go, miss.
Oh, thank you very much. Blackie, please believe I meant no harm.
Okay, if it'll make you feel better, I believe. Goodbye.
Bye.
Now, what's this all about, Blackie? What kind of a lead could you get on the William girl's murder while you were still in jail?
Well, remember that letter I mailed just before you brought me in here last night?
Yeah?
Well, it wasn't only a letter. It was an envelope with a note and a locket in it. I sent it to Mary Wesley.
Why?
Because inside that locket was a man's picture, and he might be the killer.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
Miss Wesley's here to see Blackie. Okay to let her in?
Yeah, let her come in.
Okay.
Well, Faraday, here's where I solve your case, sitting right here.
Good morning, Blackie. How are you?
I'm going to be fine, Mary, as soon as you tell me what you know.
Yeah, Miss Wesley. Tell us all Blackie knows, too. I've got a minute to spare.
Blackie, I couldn't find out a thing.
What? Didn't you get that locket with a picture in it in the mail?
Yes, darling, I did, and the note telling me to try to find out who the man was.
Well?
I couldn't. I didn't know where to start.
So you were going to solve this case for me, huh, Blackie?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
Well, that's all right, Mary. Do you have the locket with you?
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Thanks. I wonder whose picture this is. If I could find out, I could probably deliver a murderer, or at least a suspect to you, Faraday.
Give me that thing. Thanks. Now get out of here, both of you.
All right, come on, Mary.
I'm coming.
So long, Inspector, and thanks for the hospitality.
Don't mention it.
You're ashamed of me, aren't you, Blackie?
Not at all, Mary.
But that locket was your only clue. Now the inspector has it.
So what? I'm sorry you couldn't locate our man, but even you can't do the impossible. Come on. Let's go solve this case.
How can we? We can't possibly find that man in this city if we don't know anything about him. And now we don't even have the picture that was in the locket.
Oh, but we do, Mary. I gave Faraday the locket, but I kept the picture.
Here's the bank, Jameson.
We'll wait here in the car before we go in, Harlow.
Okay. Say, where'd you lift this car?
What do you think?
From the boyfriend?
Of course. After what we had to do to our young lady last night, it was the natural car to steal.
Everything's great, huh?
Perfect.
Well, this is it. Let's go.
Right. Leave the motor running. Come on.
Got the tear gas?
I never forget anything. Close the car door and come on.
Sure.
Now, stay a little to one side of me as we go into the bank.
Don't worry, I know what to do.
Good. Well, here goes.
Yeah.
Here's the cashier we'll talk to. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
By the way, cashier, what's your name?
It's on the window plate in front of you. Thompson, Joe Thompson.
All right, Joe. Don't do anything we'll be sorry for.
Huh?
This is a stick-up.
Huh?
Now, don't touch the floor button. Don't move.
But...
All right, everybody, stand where you are. This is a hold-up. Don't move and you won't get hurt. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. Now, Joe, press the button that opens the gate and let my friend through the vault.
You said not to
Press
move.
the button that opens the gate or I'll press this trigger.
All right.
Okay, the gate's open now. Go get the money.
Sure thing.
And hurry up. Joe looks nervous.
Don't worry. This'll take only a couple of seconds.
Keep your eyes forward, Joe. It won't do you any good to watch him take the money. He'll take it anyway.
I know.
Hurry it up in there.
Just about finished.
Joe, I said not to move.
I didn't move, not a finger.
All right. I have the money. Release the tear gas. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Get out from behind that gate first.
All set.
Head for the door as soon as I release the gas. Goodbye, Joe. Thanks for being such a nice boy. Sure. Okay.
Hey, that's the alarm.
I know, and this is the guy that turned it on. Now you made me do something I'm sorry for.
Come on. Hurry up. Let's get faster.
Come on, let's go. Hurry. All right. Let's get going.
Come on, make it happy.
Okay. You in?
Yeah.
Okay. You get a lot of money, Harlow?
Yeah, Jameson, about 50,000.
Good. Well, we're sitting pretty. Last night we eliminated the one identifiable member of our organization, our lady friend. We've just stolen $50,000. We're in the clear, and the only one with any trouble is Boston Blackie.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie is told by a girl to meet her at 111 Cedar Street, for she fears she is going to be killed. So Blackie goes to that address and finds a girl there, dead. But it is not the same girl. At the same time, Faraday gets a tip to go to 111 Cedar Street and finds Blackie with the body. Blackie is jailed, but not until after he has mailed Mary Wesley a locket and picture found on the dead girl. But Mary can do nothing with the clue. Next morning, Faraday releases Blackie, and later that afternoon, two unknown hold-up men rob a bank of $50,000 and kill the bank cashier. It is now several hours later, and Blackie and Mary return to 111 Cedar Street in a search for the girl's killer.
Oh, Blackie, it'll be just our luck that the landlady isn't here.
Then we'll just have to wait for her, Mary. They said at her house that she was down here to clean up the place.
You know, if somebody's been killed in my house, I'd want to close it up, not clean it up.
She is here. Let's hope she can identify the picture.
No.
Well? Oh, what you want?
You own this house?
Yep.
We're investigating the death of the girl who was killed here last night.
I don't know anything about it.
May we come in?
I guess so. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know anything at all about the dead girl?
No, nothing.
Look at the picture I have here. Ever see this fellow coming in to see her?
I never saw anybody coming to see her. I don't live here. She did.
She also died here. That's what we're investigating.
Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
Well, just a minute. When this girl took the room, she gave you references, didn't she?
That's a good question, Mary.
I'm a good girl.
Yeah, She gave references.
Do you remember what they were?
No. But I can look them up
When?
now. Got my rent book with me. This is collection day. Well, let's see.
Let's hear.
She gave 3 references. The bank, her father, Jim Williams, and a fellow named Art Harper, a writer.
Never mind the bank. Do you have the addresses of the other 2 references?
Yeah, her old man lives on a farm out on Route 6. Guy Harper lives at 29 Oak Lane.
Thanks very much.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to see the father, Mary, and see what we can find out if we find him in. Nice farm you have here, Mr. Williams.
Yes, it's lovely.
Yes, it is, Miss Wesley. I wish my daughter had thought so.
Yes, I know what you mean. Say, those are nice-looking cows grazing over there. What kind are they, Jersey?
Yes, but you don't have to spare my feelings, Blackie. I know you want to ask me if there was any reason my daughter was killed.
Yes, I do. Do you know anyone who might have killed her?
One of her friends, I suppose. Oh, they were a bad lot. She was a good girl till she got mixed up with them, and then she was just as bad as they were.
Did you know any of them, Mr. Williams?
No, I didn't.
I see. Well, I found this picture in a locket belonging to your daughter. Do you know whose picture it is?
Let me see. No, I never saw him. I'm sorry I can't help you out.
I am, too. Well, goodbye. Come on, Mary.
Goodbye, sir, and goodbye, Miss Wesley.
Goodbye, Mr. Williams. Blackie, do you think...
Let's go out to the car, Mary. That poor man's pretty broken up about his daughter's death. I don't think we ought to talk here.
Oh, of course not. Anyway, what's there to talk about?
Not much. We're running down a dead-end street.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll open the door for you.
Thanks.
I'll tell you what let's do.
What?
I'll go see Art Harper, that writer who gave the dead girl a reference. You can call my pal Shorty and ask him to contact some of the boys he used to play with before he went straight.
Okay, what's he to find out?
Well, we know this much. The dead girl was a member of a hold-up gang. Maybe the same gang that held up the bank this afternoon.
What makes you think so?
Well, the technique was the same, according to the papers. The job they just pulled was a big one, and the girl had already been identified from being seen on other jobs.
Yeah.
They may have wanted to get rid of her before they pulled the big one.
Oh, and Shorty can tell us who they are, maybe.
Maybe, or something about their hideout, say. And that's all we need to break this case. You call Shorty, will you?
Oh, sure.
Good. And meanwhile, I'll visit Art Harper and see if I can make a writer talk.
Yeah?
Inspector Faraday, this is Roland.
Yeah?
The Motor Vehicle Bureau just called.
They checked the license number on that getaway car in the bank holdup?
Yeah, it belongs to Art Harper, a writer. Address 29 Oak Lane.
Good. I'm going to see him right now. You send out an alarm to pick up Boston Blackie.
What for this time, Inspector?
He gave me a locket and a picture as evidence, only he accidentally didn't give me the picture. I want that big galoot for a little larceny.
Yes?
Art Harper?
Yes?
I'm Boston Blackie. May I come in?
Sure.
Thanks. You're a writer, Mr. Harper?
Yes. Something I can do for you?
Yes, if you will. I'm looking for the fellow in this picture. I think he might be... Hey, you're the fellow in this picture.
Yes, I am. Where did you get that?
Off a dead body.
Dead body? You mean Marion's?
Yes, Marion Williams. You knew she was dead?
Yes, I read about it. She ran around in bad company. That's why we broke up.
Before you broke up, did you see anyone with her at 111 Cedar Street?
No. When I was going with her, she was living with her father out in the country. Wonderful old fellow. It was all broken up when she left the farm.
Oh, I see. Then you...
Excuse me.
You expecting company?
No. Are you?
No, but I'll tell you the one person it isn't. Inspector Faraday. I kept your picture so I'd get to you, and he couldn't.
Oh, I see. Come in.
I'd like to see... Blackie!
Faraday? Well, I never thought I'd see you here.
Blackie, I don't know how you got here ahead of me, and I don't care. All I want you to do is keep quiet.
Faraday, you're either smarter than I think or luckier. I had this fellow Harper's picture. I practically broke my neck to find him, and you walk in.
This is the guy whose picture was in Marion Williams' locket? Well, then, Harper, I'm arresting you for the murder of a bank cashier and that holdup this afternoon.
That's preposterous.
Sure, I know. I also know it was your car that was used in the getaway.
All right. Certainly my picture was in Marion's locket. Why shouldn't it be? I used to go with her, and my car might have been used in a bank holdup. I reported it stolen yesterday.
Oh, you did? How nice and convenient. That's an old gag, Harper. I've got this whole thing figured. You knocked off the blonde who used to drive for you on stick-ups. You forgot your picture was in her locket and reported your car stolen as an alibi.
But I tell you,
Faraday, even you ought to see that Harper's being framed.
Framed? How?
That gang stole Harper's car, knowing he would also be blamed for killing the girl when we found out the two of them used to go together. First, they framed me by having some blonde give me a wacky story, and just in case that didn't work, they fixed one against Harper, too.
Well, maybe so. But I'm holding him just the same. Come on, Harper.
Sure. I have nothing to lose.
No, you don't, Harper, but I do. I've got to lose you, Faraday.
Blackie, put away that gun.
Oh, no. I heard your police alarm for me on my car radio. I've got to get away to make sure a couple of killers don't. Don't bother about making coffee, Mary. Just sit down here and tell me about your talk with Shorty.
It was no good. Blackie, he tried, but he couldn't find out anything.
Oh, fine. That means it's impossible to locate them.
What did you find out?
That Art Harper is the man in the picture, but he wasn't any help either.
Golly, we aren't doing so well, are we?
No, not very. What's making it so tough is that nobody has ever seen any of the dead girl's friends. Even Mr. Williams never saw his daughter's best friend.
You mean Art Harper?
Yeah. And Harper hadn't seen any of Marion's other friends either. The only person he ever saw was Mr. Hey, wait a minute. Mr. Williams said he never saw Harper, but Harper claims he's seen Mr. Williams.
Oh, Blackie, how can that be?
But can't, unless either Williams or Harper is lying. Mary, I think if we find out some simple thing, we'll know where to look for Marion's murderers.
You mean just one simple thing?
Yes. First of all, that farmhouse would make a swell hideout, right?
Of course. But what is the simple thing?
Second, it's possible that whoever killed Marion also killed her dad and that we talked to one of the gang and not to her father.
Certainly that's possible, but I still...
You still don't know what the simple thing is, huh?
No. Except that I'm beginning to feel like one.
Well, look, Mary. When I asked the man we thought was Marion's dad if his cows were jerseys, he said yes, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I was just making conversation, and I don't know one cow from another.
Is there a difference?
There always has been. Now, listen. Supposing those cows weren't jerseys at all, but Guernseys or Holsteins or something. Then we'd know the man we talked to wasn't a farmer, right?
Right. And Marion's dad was a farmer.
Come on over to this bookcase with me. I've got an encyclopedia over here somewhere.
Oh, of course, I remember. The one you won in the radio contest. It's here on the bottom shelf. Good use for it. I'll get it. Here you are.
Now, we'll look at cows. Let's see, ABC. Here we are, C's. Colleges, colts, commissaries. Here we are, cows.
What does it say about them?
Well, it lists about 10 types. The Jersey's the one I'm interested in. Here we are.
What's it?
Jersey cows. Always brown, never any other color. Although it is possible that white markings ought to be found.
Blackie, Farmer Williams' cows were black with white spots.
Well, look up here, Mary. Under Holsteins. Holsteins are always white with black patches. Well, the man we spoke to said his cows were Jerseys when they were Holsteins.
Blackie, you know what? We never saw Farmer Williams. We were talking to an imposter.
We were talking to a murderer, Mary. I never knew it. Only I'm going to be talking to him again very soon and show him how a cow convinced me he was a dumb ox. Now, Mr. Williams, do you mind if I don't call you Mr. Williams?
Why, Blackie, I don't understand.
You understand about guns, don't you? Enough to know that this is one?
Oh. So that's how it is, hmm?
I don't know your name, but I know who you are. You killed Marion Williams and probably her father, too. You robbed that bank and killed the cashier. But I don't think you did it alone.
No?
No. I know you didn't rob the bank alone. Witnesses say you had a partner. Now, where is he?
Right behind you, Blackie.
Yeah, and with a gun in your back. Drop yours, Blackie.
Thanks, Harlow.
It's okay.
Sorry, Blackie, but we'll have to kill you like we did old man Williams. You don't leave us any alternative.
Give me time, and I could think of a dozen, only I don't think you're going to kill me. Not with the house surrounded by police.
I won't fall for that old one, Blackie.
You don't think I was crazy enough to come out here alone, do you?
You're Boston Blackie. It wouldn't surprise me.
Now, look, you.
Stay where you are, Blackie.
Don't worry.
And Harlow, stay behind Blackie with that gun.
Sure, I'm right behind him, Jameson.
Good, Harlow, because I'm right behind you.
What?
Got your gun?
Faraday, did you have to wait so long?
I wanted to make sure you had the right guys before I came in. But I heard enough.
What's this?
Take them away, boys.
Okay. Wait a minute now. Take your hands off of me.
Well, Blackie, you sure needed me this time. I really played Santa Claus for you.
Santa Claus, huh? Well, Faraday, I will say you got here in the nick of time.
Lefty, come here, will you?
Sure, boss. What's up?
I'm shifting the batting order for today's game.
Yeah?
I'm going to have Roos lead off, Duncan batting second, and I'm moving you up to third.
Huh.
Mike Allen will bat fourth in your old spot.
All right with me, boss. Just stick me anywhere in the lineup where I get a chance to poke a couple. I'm happy.
Right. Now, Lefty, you're team captain. Write out that new batting order and give it to the umps, will you?
Sure, boss.
And tell Mike that he's batting fourth. Oh, by the way, where is he? He's around for batting practice.
Well, he's still around. Oh, he's over there in the corner making a phone call. I'll go tell him.
Tell him I won't hate him if he puts a couple out of the park, Lefty.
Okay, but I got an idea he knows that. How's the arm, Joe?
Oh, it's coming around. Steve's been working on it.
Good.
Hello?
Having
Hello?
trouble, Mike?
Bad connection. I think it's okay now. Hello? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you now.
Okay. Is Blackie home?
No, he's not. This is Shorty. Who's this?
This is Mike Allen. Look, tell Boston Blackie I've got to talk to him. I'll call him right after the game today.
And now, back to our story. And in a few moments, we'll meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
This is Clem McCarthy, continuing with the last half of the first inning, folks. No score as yet. No score, and 2 out, and Roos is at second. Mike Allen is up. Here comes
Shorty,
the pitch.
do we
It's
have
a
to
strike.
listen to
Foul.
that?
I just want to hear what Mike Allen does.
Winds up.
Gosh,
Foul.
well, he just before
Strike
game time, and I talked to him personally.
Okay.
Bradley sneaks a look at second.
What about
Moves close to the bag.
I don't know, Mr.
Now
Wesley.
he's facing the plate. Here comes the pitch. Allen swings. It's a line drive over the third baseman's head. Roos
did it.
coming in. He
Hooray.
scores, standing up. Allen's heading for second. McGuire fires the ball. Allen slides, and he's safe.
We're in.
But wait a minute, folks. Wait a minute. Allen isn't getting up. He may have twisted his ankle. Harry, hand me those field glasses, please. Thank you. Folks, Mike Allen didn't twist his ankle. He's bleeding from a hole in the top of his head.
What?
But here it looks like he's been shot, and it looks as if he's dead.
Holy mackerel.
Okay, now, you ball players, all of you, line up against those dressing room lockers. Now, where's the manager? Which one of you is the manager of this club?
I am Inspector Faraday. I'm Mac Allen.
Okay, you. One of your ball players was shot with a rifle a little while ago out in the ballpark. Now, who could have killed him?
I don't know, Inspector Faraday.
You don't know, I don't know. Who does know? Any of you guys got any ideas? Well, how about you? Who are you first?
I'm Lefty Jones, Inspector. I'm captain of the team. All I can tell you is there never was a cleaner ball player in the business than Mike. Or a cleaner living guy either. Everybody liked him. Isn't that right, Mac?
Oh, fine. Well, he was killed, so somebody didn't like him. Now, we know it wasn't any of you guys. From the angle of the bullet, we know the shot came from the center field stands. But from who in the stands? There were thousands of people out there.
Look, Inspector, Mike was my friend. Whoever did kill Mike better hope that you find him before I do, because it'd be a pleasure to bounce a bat off his head. We don't know anything.
You told my assistant an hour ago that you remember Mike calling Boston Blackie before the game.
Yes, but Blackie wasn't home, and I don't know what he wanted to talk to him about.
Well, I got men out looking for Blackie. Now, let's get down to facts. You, Donlin.
Yes, sir.
You got any reason to believe Mike Allen was mixed up with anything crooked?
Mike? Not him. Lefty told you he was the cleanest ball player in the league. And he was.
Well,
All right, you get in there, Blackie. Come on inside. Here he is, Inspector. Boston Blackie. I found him snooping around out in the grounds.
Oh, yeah? Okay, you guys. Sit around on those benches over there and relax.
Take it easy.
Well, Blackie. So Mike Allen made a phone call to you before the game, huh? What did he want?
I don't know. I wasn't home before the game.
Where were you?
Out?
You're going to be a whole lot more out before I get through with you. Where were you when Allen was shot?
Still in the same place, Faraday. Out.
Out where?
No place in particular, just out.
Rollins, grab his arms.
Yes, sir.
Now, maybe we'll get somewhere.
Just a minute, Rollins. You haven't got this arm very tight here.
No?
Here, try a better grip.
How's that?
Oh, good and tight. Okay. That'll do it. What now, Inspector?
Now I search you, that's what. Let's see your coat pockets. Mm-hmm. Change. Paper clip. What's that for, Blackie?
To clip papers, Faraday. See, you learn something every day.
And this. What's this, a hat check? No, it's a rain check for a ball game. For this ball game, too. What do you know about that? So you were in the stands watching the ball game this afternoon, huh?
Guilty as charged. What's the penalty for that?
I'll penalty you. I'll find a reason for you to kill Allen. I'll prove you had the opportunity.
Faraday. Dear friend Faraday, in reply to your most recent and most ridiculous suspicions, may I say that A, I did not kill Mike Allen. B, I came to the park here today to see a ball game. And C, I am going to help you find Allen's killer.
Oh, yeah? Well, D, E, and F, you're going to keep out of my way, and you're not leaving town. You get that? Now, what's that?
A very pretty what's that, I'd say.
Lefty, where are you?
Here I am, honey, right here. What's the matter?
Oh, Lefty, thank goodness you're all right. I heard over the radio that a ball player was killed. I thought...
Just what did you think, lady?
Who are you?
He's Inspector Faraday of the police, and if you stay here one more minute, he'll make you a suspect.
This is my wife, Inspector. Darling, it was Mike who was shot.
Mike? Oh, no.
Well, Mike will be glad to hear that.
Mike dead? Oh, Lefty, I can't believe it.
It's true, dear. I know it's hard to realize.
Okay. Now, where were we?
You, my dear Inspector, were in a blizzard, as usual. Now, I have a request to make. May I go?
Why not? I can always lay my hands on you when I want you. I've got all these ball players to question. Only keep away from this ballpark. You hear, Blackie? Keep away.
Okay, pal. I'll run home now, but you'll need an awfully big scorebook to keep the errors you make before you finally strike out on this case.
All right, Blackie. Now that I've ripped my only pair of nylons climbing over a fence to get in here, tell me what we're doing in a ballpark at 10 o'clock in the evening.
We're going to see a ball game, darling.
At this time?
It's a night game.
Oh. Without any lights?
Sure, the fireflies are playing the mosquitoes.
Oh, Blackie, please.
Please you, or please what?
Please tell me what we're doing here. You told me you'd tell me why we were here when we got here. All right, we're here. Now, why?
I also told you that I didn't want you to come. Why don't you remember that, Mary?
Oh, my memory's a convenient kind. Besides, if I didn't come, who'd hold your flashlight?
I would.
Then I'm glad I came. I don't trust you with a flashlight. You'd probably trip over something and break your neck.
Who, me? I never tripped over anything in my...
What were you saying? Oh.
Whoever left a pitcher's box in the middle of a baseball
That
diamond?
was very, very careless of him. Come on, Blackie, tell me what we're doing here.
All right. We're on the way to second base. That's it, right over there.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. And now tell me what's second base.
It's what Mike Allen was sliding into when the shot caught him in the top of the head.
Darling, we know that. Why come out here?
I want to try something. Here we are, Mary. Now, as I remember the game this afternoon, Mike Allen got up to the plate, wiggling his bat and moving around. He wasn't much of a target until after he hit the ball and slid into second base. Here. Then for a moment, he was still.
Go ahead.
That was the moment the murderer was waiting for. He fired the shot that killed Mike. Faraday figured the angle of the bullet indicated the gun was fired from the grandstand. I want to see if he's right.
Okay, but what do I do all this time?
Well, you're the second baseman.
Oh, goody.
You stand right there. That's right. Now, I'm going to be Mike sliding in. I'll start the slide from about here. And here I come.
Oh, Blackie. You'll ruin your suit.
Oh, not to mention what I did to my stomach in Faraday's theory. Oh. Mary,
All
listen.
right.
There are two kinds of slides. One is the fall away, where the runner comes into the base feet first.
All right, I'm listening.
The other is where he comes sliding in on his stomach.
Just like you did.
Yeah. And here's the big difference. In the fall away, the top of the slider's head is out toward the stands. In the stomach slide, the top of his... It's toward... Yeah, let's see. It's toward the scoreboard. Mary, Faraday figured that Allen used the fall-away slide. That's natural. Most ball players do.
Well, didn't Alan?
No, he came in on his stomach. I saw the game today. Faraday figured the shot came from the stands. Actually, it came from behind the scoreboard. Let's take a look at that score. Here are the steps leading up to the back of the scoreboard, Mary. That's what we want to see. Come on.
Listen, darling, we walked up here awful fast. Just wait till I get my breath back.
Fine beauty you are. You take your own breath away.
Fine friend you are. Get me out to a ball field and don't even throw me a ball to catch.
You've got enough trouble catching your own breath. Here's the door.
Whoa, it's open. Now you can't show off and pick the lock. Okay, at least I get some compensation from that.
Oh, it shouldn't be open. Well, come on inside and let's have that flashlight.
Right? Here it is, and here I am.
The way I figure this, Mary, the murderer hid up here until he could get a good shot at Mike Allen. When Allen slid, he shot.
But wasn't there a boy up here? A boy who puts the balls and strikes and outs and everything up?
There should have been. Yes. Yes, there was a boy here, Mary. There he is over there in the corner. The murderer probably knocked him out, but he hit too hard.
Oh, Blackie, he's dead. No wonder the door wasn't locked.
No sign of who the murderer might have been.
Blackie, let's get out of here. If Faraday ever finds you here with that body, he'll never let you out of jail.
I know, but what would Faraday be doing here?
What would Faraday be doing up here? I'd be following you, Blackie.
You could get a bloodhound to do that. He'd do it faster and look better than you do.
Ah. I thought I told you to stay away from here, Blackie.
Yes, I suppose you did. But you didn't tell Miss Wesley to stay away, and I couldn't let her come out here unescorted, could I?
Inspector, do you know that at first he wanted to let me come out here alone? The cad.
Miss Wesley, don't I have enough trouble with Blackie?
Aren't you sure, Inspector?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. And I'm also sure that you had something to do with the murder of Mike Allen. That ought to prove to you, Blackie, you're not so smart, and I'm not so dumb.
Now back to Boston Blackie. After Mike Allen, baseball star, is mysteriously shot while sliding into second base, it is learned from Lefty Jones, another ball player, and his wife, that Mike had the cleanest record of any man in the major leagues. Boston Blackie, Inspector Faraday's perennial suspect, has figured out that the shot that killed Allen came from behind the baseball scoreboard. And he's investigating the scoreboard when Faraday surprises him. To complicate matters, the scoreboard boy has been found murdered. As we return to our story, it is a few minutes later, and Blackie, Mary Wesley, and Faraday are still up behind the scoreboard.
That's all I've got to tell you, pal. You were following me, so you know I didn't kill this boy here. All I've done so far is show you where the shot that killed Allen came from.
Blackie, why is it you always show me something you think I don't know?
Why, Inspector? Because I always have one less suspect to look for than you do. You waste too much time on me.
Blackie, I'd like to go home, please.
What are you asking him for? I'm the one who decides where you're going to go.
Well, where am I going to go, Inspector?
Home. Take her home, Blackie. And believe me, if you don't stay out of this case from here in, it'll be bad news for you.
Believe me, Inspector, if I do stay out of this case, that'll be good news for the murderer.
It don't look like much of a hotel to me, Blackie.
You've got to take what you can get nowadays, Shorty. Besides, baseball players travel a lot, and they're used to once-over-lightly accommodations. Let's go in. Push the revolving door, Shorty. I want to know what it's like to be a parasite.
Okay, boss. Don't look like much of a lobby either. Nobody around.
Except the porter. Oh, boy.
Yes, there's something I can do for you?
Yeah, where is everybody? How do I find out a certain room number?
Well, if I want any information around here, I'd go ask the clerk.
There he is. The desk is over there in the corner, Blackie.
You're so right, Shorty. Thanks, boy.
That's all right, boss. Neat, fleet, and all.
What is there about me that attracts characters, Shorty?
Meaning me, boss?
Let's just say including you. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I'd like some information, please.
Yes, sir.
Would you tell me what room Lefty Jones is in, please?
I'll have to announce you, sir, and the Jones phone is busy. Would you mind waiting?
Not at all. By the way, do many of the ball players stop here?
No, sir, not many. Only Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Mr. and Mrs. Jones. What position does she play?
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, ain't you, boss?
Very. Say, that was a terrible thing out at the ballpark today, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was. Mr. Allen used to come here to visit the Joneses very often.
He was a great ball player. Ever see him play?
No. My work here is pretty confining, and I never did have much of an interest in baseball. Oh, the Jones wire is free. Who shall I say is calling?
Boston Blackie.
Just a moment, please. Hello? Oh, Mrs. Jones, this is Mr. French at the desk. There's a Mr. Boston Blackie to see you. Very well. You may go right up. The elevator is over there. It's self-service, room 328.
Room 328, he said. That's right here, boss.
Among my many assets is the fact that I can read numbers too, Shorty, but thanks anyhow. Hold it a moment.
Come in.
Hello. I met you, or rather saw you yesterday, Mrs. Jones.
Yes, I did see you yesterday, Blackie.
Thanks for remembering. This is my friend Shorty.
How do you
do, ma'am?
My husband isn't home. Is there anything I can do for you?
That's a leading question, Mrs. Jones, but all I want is some information. What do you know about Mike Allen's death?
Only that the police thought you might have killed him.
That's all?
That's all. And now, would you mind...
Thank you. I'm sorry I bothered you. We'll be leaving now. Oh, by the way, this is rather a remote neighborhood. Will I have any trouble getting a cab?
I'll have the clerk call one for you.
Thanks.
Yes?
Joe, my
Doris.
friends...
I've got to talk to you.
Not now.
But I tell you I must. Doris,
Would you mind calling a cab for my friends now, please?
Of course. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You'll have Ernest the porter get you one, Blackie.
Thank you. I'm sorry I bothered you, Mrs. Jones. Oh, there's one more thing. Should Inspector Faraday get in touch with you, please don't mention my visit here, will you?
Of course not. Goodbye, Blackie. I'm sorry I was rude when you first came in.
Forget it. Come on, Shorty. Put down that magazine. Let's go.
Huh? Oh, okay, boss. Only the pictures were getting awful pretty.
Goodbye, Miss Jones. Thank you again. And you won't forget I was here in case Inspector Faraday asks you.
I won't. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Frenchie. Frenchie.
Yes? What is it?
Those two men leaving here. Stop them. And call the police immediately.
Ground floor. All out, Blackie.
Right, Shorty. Say, what did you think of Mrs. Jones?
The gal we just left upstairs? Well, if you ask me,
Stay where you are.
Hey, boss, the clerk.
I don't mind the clerk so much as that gun he's
Don't
holding.
move,
It bothers
either.
me.
The police will be here in a minute.
Hey, boss, the way his hand is twitching makes me nervous.
How nervous, Shorty? Nervous enough, maybe, for you to faint?
I got it, boss.
Hey, get off of me. Get away from me.
Mighty nice fainting, Shorty. Gives me time for this.
Oh!
That clip did it. He's out now, Shorty. Let's you and I get out, too.
And what, Mr. Boston Blackie, were the results of your visit with Mrs. Jones?
I'm not sure, Mary, but I've got an idea. Let's have that telephone.
Voici. That's French for here it is.
Grazie. That's Italian for thanks.
Mm-hmm.
You can't out-language me, lady.
Silly of me to try, wasn't it?
Mary, you couldn't be silly trying anything.
Why, thank you.
Quiet now.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello. This here's Ernest, the porter, Mr. French. I think you want to talk to me.
What are you talking about, Ernest?
Mr. French, I was at the ball game today. Got there early on account of you gotta get there early to get seats in the bleachers, you know. And I saw you sneaking in the back of the scoreboard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. In an hour, I'll be in a room at 700 West 124th Street. It might be a good idea for you to come up and discuss this matter, don't you think? Goodbye.
Darling, would you mind telling me what was the big idea of the minstrel routine?
Well, first of all, nobody seems to have a reason for killing Mike Allen, but the batting order of yesterday's ball game was switched at the last minute, with Mike batting in Lefty Jones' spot. Now, suppose somebody didn't know it was switched and knew only that Jones usually batted in the fourth slot.
Well, then that somebody wouldn't know much about baseball. All lineups are subject to change without notice.
That's right. And the hotel clerk I just talked to doesn't know baseball at all. It was too far from the scoreboard to see a player's face, and maybe he intended to kill Jones, who usually batted fourth.
Yes, but why would he want to kill Jones?
I heard the talk between him and Mrs. Jones. Why, that gal has him doing handsprings. Maybe he figured with Jones out of the way, he could get her to marry him. If I'm right, he'll come up to meet me, and I'll put the heat on him and turn him over to Faraday on ice. Thanks for letting me use your room, Shorty. When you hear a knock on the door, it'll be the room clerk, French, so scram out the fire escape, right?
Well, suppose there's no knock on the door, boss.
Then French is probably innocent. Only I wouldn't want to think that. There he is, Shorty.
Just a minute, boss.
Get out the window, Shorty.
Okay, boss, I'll be seeing you.
Just a minute. Is that you, boss?
It's not me, boss. No, it's me, Faraday, and I'm... Blackie, what are you doing here?
I could ask you that question with better reason, believe me.
I get it, Blackie. Now you're adding blackmail to your other activities. You called French and gave him some story about seeing him go behind the scoreboard yesterday, huh?
And he called you and told you that, huh?
Of course. Only he said the hotel porter called him. Now, what's that all about?
That was me playing hotel porter, Faraday. I think I've got something.
Yeah, and I've got you, which is nothing.
Listen. I think French shot Mike Allen, thinking he was killing Lefty Jones, and that he still thinks the porter did see him at the ballpark. Look, he could never stop me from telling what I knew if I were the porter and did see him, could he?
So?
So he told the story to you, knowing if he did, that no matter what I said from there on, he'd be in the clear. Faraday, I hate to ask for favors, but, well, this time I'm going to.
This time you've got to ask for favors. I got a gun in my pocket I'll use in a minute if you get tough.
Here's your gun. I took that out of your pocket right after you came in here.
What?
Here, take it. It's heavy. Now, listen to me, Faraday. Give me one more chance to prove that French is the man we want. One chance in 1 hour. What can you lose?
One wonderful case against you. All right, go ahead, Blackie. Only you better make it good.
Thanks, Faraday. Be in the hotel lobby talking to French in an hour when a certain phone call will show you what a phony he is.
It's just like I told you, Mr. French. When we got up to that room on 124th Street, there was nobody there.
Well, I knew there was some kind of mistake somewhere, Inspector.
Yeah. Well, I'll just hang around here and grab a smoke for a minute, and then I'll go
Oh, excuse me, Inspector. Hello? Victor Hotel?
You called the cops. That wasn't smart, boss.
Oh, well, just a minute. I'll see.
Oh, somebody there?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I get it, boss. Okay. Just don't try the same trick again. You got 30 minutes to show up here so we can talk business.
I see.
That's all.
Certainly. I'll be glad to. Goodbye. The room shortage is getting worse all the time, Inspector.
Yeah, we even noticed that down at the jail. Well, I'll be seeing you, French. I'm going home.
Goodbye, Inspector. I'm going off duty soon, but I can't go home. I've got to go see a friend of mine.
Come on in, boss. I seen you coming down the street, so I know it's you this time.
Ernest? Where are you? Turn on the light.
We don't need no light, boss. It's busted in the first place, and besides, I can feel money. I don't have to see the color of it.
You can feel money, eh? Maybe you can feel this, too.
I wouldn't shoot no more if I was you, Mr. Friend.
What?
Somebody's likely to get hurt.
Where are you?
Somebody named you.
Where are you, you blackmailing?
Right here. Only I'm moving around a little. I'm the restless type.
I'm getting out of here.
That's going to be a little tough. The door is kind of locked a bit.
What do you want? What is it?
For one thing, I don't want to be a porter no more. And a little dough would fix that. I want to get paid for spying on you and Mrs. Jones.
So you used to watch us, huh?
Sure. And I seen you at the ballpark, too. Like I said. Chances are the scoreboard boy saw you, too, so you had to kill him. That's worth $1,000, ain't it, boss?
All right. You know what you're talking about. Come here and get your money.
Okay. Here I come.
And there you go.
I forgot to say I was coming, but I was ducking, too. You try and duck this. Throw the light on, Faraday.
Nice punch, Blackie.
You've heard enough. I wonder what there was about that guy's chin that attracted my fist. Well, Mary, it's a wonderful afternoon. Where would you like to go?
Where would you like to take me?
To a ball game.
Who's being murdered? Who's playing today?
The Dodgers.
Oh, let's go. But I wish you'd tell me first what poor Mike Allen might have called you about the day he was killed.
Well, I'd asked him for an autographed baseball for your nephew, Mary.
Oh, no.
He probably just wanted to tell me that he had it. You know, it's a curious thing, Mary. French had never been to a baseball game until the day he went and killed Allen and the scoreboard boy.
What's curious about that?
That the first time he sees the national pastime, it's his last time.
Your move, Harry. Okay, Bill, let's see you get away from my king after this move.
Think you got me, huh?
Why not? This is why not. Why,
Don't
you...
get sore, Harry. This is only a checker game.
Not the way you play it.
Well, you still got a chance, king or no king.
Yeah, maybe.
If you don't make any more dumb moves, you have.
I could answer that, but there's no use partners being sore at each other over a little game of...
Just a minute. Phil Morton's garage. Oh, yeah? What kind? Okay, go buy it from the owner right away.
What was that, Bill? Good news?
Great. That car cracked up at Hanley Bridge just a little while ago.
Oh, that's swell. What make?
1942 Buick convertible coupe.
1942 convertible coupe, huh?
Yeah, Buick. I'll send Tom out to steal one just like it.
Now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Yes, darling?
Thanks for the use of your car, Mary, but you don't have another one I can borrow while mine's in the garage, do you?
Why? What's wrong with my car, Blackie?
Nothing much. I parked it out in front of the courthouse a few minutes ago. When I went back to get it, it was stolen.
Stolen?
Stolen, unless it's part homing pigeon and left for its garage by itself.
Oh, dear.
Well, don't worry about it, Mary. It's insured, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, I'm not worried about that part of it. I'll probably get it back anyway. But it certainly spoils my trip.
Well, no, it doesn't. My car will be fixed in a day or so. You can borrow that.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. Could I?
It's the least I can do for you.
Okay, now I feel better. Oh, will you do me another favor, though?
Sure.
Remember the route you marked for me on that road map?
Yes.
Well, it was in my car, so I'll need another one.
I'll pick one up today.
Thanks, darling.
Look, Mary, I want to get the police on this right away. Better give me some identifying details about that car of yours.
Oh, yeah, sure. What do you need to know?
Oh, engine number and so forth. All I know now is that it's a 1942 Buick convertible. Hello, Faraday.
Goodbye, Blackie.
I'll say goodbye in a minute, Inspector. First, I want you to do something for me.
What is this? Be kind to Boston Blackie week?
That's next week. Right now, this is Do Something for Mary Wesley hour. Mary car's been stolen.
You come to me about a stolen car?
Yes, I know stolen cars are out of your department, but I thought you could use your influence to get some fast action in finding it. You do have influence around here, don't you?
I don't think so. At least not enough to keep you out of my office.
Well, that's because I have a certain amount of influence myself. Oh, come on, Faraday, be a sport. If you won't do this for me, do it for Mary.
Oh, all right. As long as it's for her. What kind of a car is it?
1942 Buick convertible.
Engine number?
Let me see. 2936741.
41. Uh-huh. Anything else?
Nothing of importance the thieves can't get rid of. A pair of ladies' gloves, flashlight, the usual junk. But don't bother about those things.
I won't.
Oh, there's a slight dent and a rather long scratch on the right rear fender.
Dent and scratch on rear fender. Right. Okay, Blackie. I'll do what I can. But I want you to understand something.
I know what it is, Faraday. You aren't doing this for me, you're doing it for Mary. Well, I'm sure she appreciates it.
How's it coming, Tom?
Okay, Mr. Morton. Pete and I are putting the motor from the wrecked car into the stolen car right now. Lower it easy, Pete.
Okay, Tom. Okay.
Hey, I know this car. Where'd you pick it up?
In front of the courthouse a little while ago, Mr. Morton.
Any trouble?
Not a bit. Hold it, Pete.
Okay.
Engine's in place now. Now, a couple of minutes more. I have another job all done. Thanks, Pete. You can go back upstairs now. I'll take it from here.
Okay, Tom. You can call me if you need me.
Yeah.
I gotta laugh.
Yeah, Mr. Morton? Why?
Why? You know who this stolen car belongs to?
Nah.
To Mary Wesley. She parks it right here in my garage.
Yeah? Well, I wouldn't know about that. I work down here in the basement most of the time.
What are you griping about? This is where you do your best work. Got everything cleaned out of her car?
Yeah. We'll get rid of everything. Don't worry.
Good. Be sure you get rid of the motor out of Miss Wesley's car. We don't want that laying around.
Don't worry, I said.
Somebody upstairs wants to get their car out, I guess. Pete must be busy. Hold the hammer, Tom.
Okay. I'm through anyway.
Yeah?
Mr. Morton?
Yeah, Pete.
The lady up here wants to see you. Miss
Wesley. She wants to talk to you.
Oh. Tell her I'm not here.
Okay.
No, wait. I'll send Tom up to talk to her.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Mr. Morton?
The Wesley dame is upstairs. You go talk to her, will you?
Talk to her? What'll I say?
Nothing. Just hear what she has to say.
Okay.
You got the motor from the wrecked car in, so this Wesley gal's car will run?
It's all set to travel, Mr. Morton.
Okay, go up and see what the Wesley dame wants. Yeah. If she wants me, I'm not here.
Okay, boss. I'll remember. I'm smart that way. Hi, Pete. Where's this Miss Wesley?
Over there by the gas pumps, Tom.
Thanks. I'm Tom, the mechanic. You want something, Miss Wesley?
Yes, I do.
What she wants is a car.
I can talk for myself, Blackie. Thank you. Tom, do you have a car I can rent? Mine's been stolen.
Ah, that's too bad, miss, but we don't have a thing.
Well, it was a nice try, Mary. Maybe my garage will let us have one.
No, Blackie. We'll just wait till yours is ready.
I'm sorry I can't help you, miss. Is that all you wanted?
Yes, thanks.
Oh, hope you get your car back, miss.
Thanks. So do I. Come on, Blackie.
Let's hop in a cab and go down to my garage. Maybe they...
Say, Pete.
Yeah, Tom?
Did you get that new grease gun from Barney's?
No, not yet.
You better run over there and get it right away. I'm going to need it.
Okay, but who'll watch things up here?
I'm through downstairs. I'll take over.
Right. Be back in half an hour.
Okay. I'm going downstairs to see the boss a minute. You still down here, Mr. Morton?
Sure. What did the Wesley dame want, Tom?
Oh, to rent a car.
Isn't that a hot one? With her own car right down here.
Yeah. But let her try to claim this is hers now, with that new motor in it.
Yeah, let her try. Here's your dough, Tom. $25.
Look, Mr. Morton, I've been wanting to talk to you.
Huh?
This job's getting to be worth more than $25 a car.
Who thinks so?
I do.
I don't.
I think I ought to get $100 a job from now on. Or maybe I might do some talking someplace.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll start by taking $100 for this one. It's not too much. You and your partner, Harry, make almost $1,000 clear.
Where's
every...
Pete? Upstairs?
I sent Pete to Barney's for a grease gun. Oh, don't get me off the $100. I want it. It's as simple as that, see?
No, it isn't, Tom. It's as simple as this. Here's one for luck, John.
Used cars.
Harry, this is Bill Morton. I got another car ready for you.
The one you picked up today?
Yeah, the engine from the wrecked car is in it. In good shape, too. We ought to get $900 to $1,000 for this one.
Good. I'll send for it right away.
Swell. And by the way, Harry, we'll need a new mechanic.
No mechanic? Why? What's the matter with Tom?
Tom? Oh, he don't work here anymore.
Hasn't there been any trace of my car at all, Blackie?
Not a sign of it, Mary. If Faraday would have called me. Now relax and enjoy this country road.
Oh, dear. I do hate to take your car when I go away. What'll you do for one?
Well, whoever stole your car has been pretty successful in keeping it hidden for a whole day. Maybe I'll steal one, too.
Oh, Blackie.
Don't worry, Mary.
Blackie, look!
At what?
That car that just passed us, that's my car.
It's a Buick convertible, all right. Sure it's yours?
Yes. Look, the plates are different, but there's a dent and a scratch on the right rear fender.
You're right, Mary. There is.
Well, what'll we do?
Catch that guy and make him pull over.
Oh, careful, Blackie. He may not want to play.
This is going to happen so fast he won't have time to play.
Oh, watch it.
Pull over there, you. Pull over.
Blackie, look out.
Look out, nothing. I'm cutting him off. Stopping now, brother. You stay here, Mary. That driver may get tough about this.
Blackie, he's running away.
This ought to stop him.
Oh, Blackie, don't you kill him.
I was just firing into the air, but it didn't stop him anyway.
Oh, let him go, darling. All I want is my car, and I have that now.
Well, let's take a look at it to make sure.
All right. Hey, it's my car, all right. Look, same upholstery inside and everything.
It's amazing. We don't usually have this much luck. Well, it's all yours again, so hop in, drive it back to town.
What do you know? I think I'd rather not, though.
Why?
Well, I don't know. But the man we caught driving it might still be around.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Well, if it'll ease your mind, I suggest you take my car and I'll drive yours.
I get it, Blackie. Auto suggestion.
Hey, you.
You speaking to me, officer?
Yeah. Where'd you get the... Well, if it isn't Boston Blackie.
And if it isn't Officer Smith. Don't tell me I went through a red light back there.
Nope.
Well, if I did, I'll stop on a green one to make up for it.
You're sitting in a bad car to make jokes, Blackie.
Oh, the car's all right. It's only my jokes that are bad.
There's nothing wrong with the car, Blackie. It's just what it was used for last night.
Huh? What?
1942 Buick convertible with these license plates was seen out in the country at 9 o'clock last night. And the driver dumped a dead body out of it.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. A 1942 Buick convertible is wrecked, and Mary Wesley's car, also a 1942 Buick convertible, is stolen. The thieves buy the wrecked car, lift out its engine, and put it in Mary's car, thereby removing from Mary's car one of its surest means of identification, the engine number. Tom, the mechanic who switches the engines from the wrecked to the stolen cars, threatens to go to the police if he's not given more money. So Bill Morton, his boss, shoots and kills him. The next day, Blackie spots Mary's car and forces it to the curb. The driver flees, but Blackie drives Mary's car back to town, where a policeman informs him that a dead body had been dumped from that car the night previous. As we return to our story, Blackie has been taken to Inspector Faraday's office.
So you killed a guy, huh, Blackie? And stole a car, huh? And drove out in the country, huh? And dumped the body, huh? And you thought you could get away with it.
You forgot the last huh, Faraday.
Huh? All right, huh? Now, look, you. You came in here yesterday and asked me to find a stolen car for you. Mary Wesley's car. That wasn't stolen, was it? You had it.
I didn't have it, Faraday. Not until just now. I caught a guy driving it, forced him to the side of the road, and took the car away from him.
A great story. Where's the driver you took the car away from?
Well, he got away.
Yeah.
I was only interested in getting Mary's car back. I wasn't interested in chasing...
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
I checked the motor numbers in that car Blackie was driving.
And they were the engine numbers of Mary's car, right?
No, Blackie. Wrong. They weren't.
What?
So, Blackie, you're driving a stolen car, huh?
No, Faraday. So help me, that's Mary's car I'm driving. She identified it herself.
Well, maybe she needs glasses. Or she's been around you so long, maybe she needs brains. The telephone. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Callahan in the stolen car department.
Don't bother me.
Look, Inspector, you asked us to find a 1942 Buick convertible stolen from a Miss Mary Wesley.
Well?
We just got a call from Leonard Wells that somebody stole a car from him about an hour ago. And it was a 1942 Buick convertible.
I know the answer to that one, Callahan. I've got the guy who lifted it. I'll handle this.
Hey, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Blackie, what's the matter with you? The car you're driving belongs to a Leonard Wells, not a Mary Wesley.
What? Faraday, there's something wrong here.
I'll say there's something wrong here.
I just said that. Look, give me a couple of hours and let me find out what this is all about.
Nothing doing.
Oh, come on, Inspector. Be a sport.
No.
Why not? Aren't you the athletic type?
I'm the type who can't stand jokes like that. But I'll give you 2 hours. And if you haven't cleared yourself in that time, you'll get 2 years.
Yes?
Are you Leonard Wells?
Yes?
Your car was stolen today, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Gave me quite a scare, too. Somebody cut me off. I thought it was a stick-up, so I ran.
I'd like to talk to you about that. May I come in?
Sure.
Thanks. That was your car, Mr. Wells?
It was.
Do you have proof it was yours?
Well, I bought it.
Where?
Harry's used cars.
When?
Yesterday?
You have a bill of sale?
Sure.
Where is the bill of sale?
Right here.
Mm-hmm. Engine, license number matches the car was driving, all right.
Why should they?
Good question, Mr. Wells. Now I'm going out and look for an answer to match. Are you the owner of this car lot?
Yeah, I'm Harry. Got the best used cars in town right here.
I don't doubt it. Can you give me a little information?
Sure. Be glad to give you anything you want, mister.
Did you sell a car to Leonard Wells today?
Yeah, sure did. Fine car, too. One of the best I've had in a long time. A 1942 Buick convertible. He recommend me to you?
Yes, in a way. Where'd you get the car, Harry?
I bought it, mister. A fellow by the name of Jack Brown. Banged it up at Hanley Bridge night before last. I bought it from him.
Jack Brown, huh? Thanks.
Oh, think nothing of it, mister. Think nothing of it.
Yes, this is my car, all right, Blackie. The one I cracked up at Hanley Bridge night before last. Lucky my wife and I weren't killed. They sure did a good job of fixing it up.
Are you sure this is your car, Mr. Brown?
It's gotta be, hasn't it? Same make. The engine, the license numbers match the numbers in my bill of sale. What's it doing outside a police station?
It was stolen.
Stolen? You mean after I sold it to a fellow from Harry's used cars?
I guess so. When did you sell it?
About a half hour after I wrecked it. He offered me $50 for it, and I took it. Wish I hadn't sold that wreck now. I didn't know it'd be as easy to fix as this.
I wish you hadn't sold it either, Brown. For whoever fixed this car of yours fixed me, too.
Look, Blackie, you got 10 minutes of your 2 hours to go. Now, why do you bother going to the morgue?
Because, Faraday, I followed every other lead and got nowhere. Maybe seeing the body that was dumped out of the car you say I stole will do me some good.
Why don't you give up?
I wouldn't give you that much pleasure. Where's the body?
On that table over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Okay. But you still have only 10 minutes. No, 9 minutes. Get out of that car stealing rap.
I know.
Here, I'll pull the sheet back. There.
Mm-hmm. How long has he been dead?
Since about 6 o'clock last night. Now will you give up?
Later, Faraday. I still have 9... Hey, I've seen this fellow before.
Eh?
Mary and I talked to him yesterday in Bill Morton's garage.
So what?
So this. Jack Brown said his car was a total wreck after he crashed into Hanley Bridge.
Yeah?
But now his car's in fine shape. That means a lot of garage work was done on it, right?
You mean the car we caught you driving was smashed up only night before last?
Yes. And what I mean smashed. And the garage where it was repaired could have been Bill Morton's garage. And this fella here could have been the mechanic who did the work on it.
Could have been. What good is that?
Faraday, I've got the whole thing. Somebody bought Jack Brown's wreck, stole Mary's car because they were both the same make and model, and switched the engine numbers.
I'm sorry, Blackie. I thought of a possible switch in engine numbers, too. We have ways of telling if an engine number has been changed. These weren't.
Oh. Hey, maybe the motor in Mary's car is the motor in the car that was wrecked.
Say, that could be.
The motors could have been transferred, and maybe it was this guy who made the switch.
Well, maybe. But that doesn't tell us who killed him.
His boss might have done it.
Why?
Even you should be able to figure that out. If I could only find out where he was killed.
I'll tell you one thing. Maybe he was a mechanic, but he wasn't killed in any garage. He had his street clothes on, and there wasn't a spot of grease on him anywhere.
Not on his clothes, Faraday. But look at his hands. They're covered with grease.
What does that prove?
It proves he was killed while he was still at the garage. All auto mechanics wash their hands with special soap before leaving work.
Hey, that's right, Blackie, they do. Somebody wanted to make it seem like he was killed outside and probably switched his overalls for an ordinary suit. Must have forgotten about the grease, though, huh?
Well, the grease on this fellow's hands may keep a killer from slipping through our fingers. You Bill Morton?
Yeah?
I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm, doing a little investigating into the death of a mechanic who used to work here.
You mean Tom? Tom's dead?
Very.
Oh, say, that's too bad. I wondered why he didn't come to work today.
He couldn't very well. You know much about him?
No, he was a good worker. One of the best repairmen I ever had. Worked downstairs in a shop.
Oh, Tom worked downstairs, huh?
Yeah.
Mind if I go down there and have a look around?
Oh, come on, I'll take you down.
Thanks.
Watch your steps. They're kind of weak, some of them.
Thank you.
Kind of dark here when no one's working. Wait, I'll turn on a light. There.
Say, some shop you have down here.
We like it. We can do most anything to a car when we got a good mechanic like Tom was. Sure hate losing him.
I saw Tom here yesterday. Where did you see him last?
Down here. He went out that door there. That was the last I saw him.
Too bad. Kind of messed up place down here.
Well, this is a garage, you know. We don't often have visitors. Now, if we'd known you were coming.
Forget it. Oh, say, here's a road map somebody's thrown away. I need one of these. May I have it?
I'll get you a brand new one upstairs.
No, this is all right. In fact, this is a new one, too. Let's see if it has the right territory inside.
You planning on taking a trip?
A friend of mine is.
Uh-huh.
This is what I want. Everything I want.
Good.
Mr. Morton.
Yeah?
Tom's body was dumped out of a car on a country road last night. Where were you then?
Me? I was here all night.
Tom's body was dumped out of a car about 9 o'clock. You were here then, too?
Yeah, I was here from about 5 o'clock in the afternoon until about 5 o'clock the next morning. One of my nightmen was off sick.
Thanks, Mr. Morton. Thanks a lot.
What are you doing pulling a gun on me?
Accusing you of Tom's murder, that's all.
You're crazy. I just told you I was here when Tom's body was dumped in the country. I can prove that.
I know you were here, Mr. Morton, which means that somebody else dumped his body for you. But you killed him.
What makes you think so?
You told me so.
I told you?
Yes, when you admitted that you were here from 5 last night until 5 this morning. Because Tom was shot and killed in this garage at 6 o'clock last night. You remembered to change his clothes after you shot him, but you forgot to wash his hands.
Well, you...
Too bad, Morton. If Tom's hands had been washed, maybe we'd never be able to guess that your hands weren't clean.
Oh, what a lovely day for driving the country, Blackie.
I'm surprised you wanted to go with me, Mary. Aren't you leaving on your trip tomorrow?
I am. And it'll be such a relief to go in my own car. Oh, by the way, you will get me a new road map like you did before, won't you?
I certainly will not.
Blackie.
I don't have to, Mary. I've already done it. Here.
Oh, you. Thanks. When'd you get it?
A few hours ago.
Where?
In Bill Morton's garage.
Darling, do you mean that you had time to catch Bill Morton, get him to confess, and to name that Harry person as his accomplice, and still get me a map?
Versatile fellow, huh?
To say the least.
Speedy, that's me.
Well, let's see if you had time to mark the route for me like you did last time.
No, I didn't.
Well, you did so. It's marked.
You know when I marked that map, Mary?
When?
Last week.
Last week? Oh, Blackie, the marked road map was in my car when it was stolen.
I know. And it was in an ash can in Bill Morton's garage when I went to see him. That's the map you lost, Mary.
Then that's how you knew my car had been in Bill's garage and that he was involved in this.
Yes, and isn't it a bit of an irony, Mary, that when I marked out the route for your trip, I also marked the route for Bill Morton's trip. The last one he'll ever take.
Operator, get me the police.
One moment, please.
22nd Precinct, Sergeant Mulvaney speaking.
Sergeant Mulvaney, this is Dr. Lester Allen.
Yes, Doc, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm in a house at 1110 Dale Avenue. There's been a murder here.
A murder? Well, don't touch anything, don't move anything. We'll be right over.
All right, Sergeant.
Who's the victim, Doctor?
The victim was a patient of mine, Miss Frances Fielding. I'm a psychiatrist,
Do
Sergeant.
you know how she was killed or who killed her?
She was shot. It looks like murder because when I found her just now, the gun was much too far from her body for this to be suicide.
Well, just sit tight, Doc. We'll be right over.
Sergeant, I wonder...
Yeah, Doc?
Oh, nothing. I suppose it's much too irregular.
I think I know what you're getting at, Doc. You know a couple of newspaper men will come along with us. You don't want the publicity.
No. Frankly, I don't.
Well, I tell you what, Dr. Allen. I know who you are, all right. Go back to your office and stay there. We'll be up to talk to you later. Might have to ask you a few questions.
Of course, Sergeant. I'm sure I can answer them to your complete satisfaction.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Here's your apartment, Mary. Hold the meter, driver. Young lady's getting out here, but I'm going on.
Okay.
Blackie, look across the street.
Hey, looks like a sighting of some kind, Mary. Wonder what it is.
It is not for us.
I know, not... Hey, that police car over there, the one in front. That's Inspector Faraday's.
Oh, now I know what kind of excitement it is.
And that is for us. Come on. Here, driver, keep the change.
Thanks.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, golly, do we have to, Blackie?
Does water have to run downhill?
That was a foolish answer.
That's what a foolish question deserves, they tell me.
Okay, darling. There's Inspector Faraday coming out to his car.
Good. Now we won't have to waste time finding him. Hello, Faraday.
Who's that?
Who would you expect to turn up about this time?
Blackie, I might have known it was you.
Hello, Inspector Faraday. What are you doing in my neighborhood?
Hello, Miss Wesley. What's murder doing in your neighborhood?
Murder, Faraday?
Yeah, in that house there. Girl by the name of Frances Fielding.
Now, don't look at me, Faraday. Mary and I were at the Mercedes restaurant tonight, and I have a dozen witnesses to prove it.
The girl was killed about 8 o'clock. I suppose you were at the Mercedes then?
Yes, we were.
See anybody around here before you went to eat?
I didn't.
I didn't either. Oh, wait. I met Dr. Allen here. In fact, he went right into this house. He was going in to see a patient, he said. Remember, Mary?
Hey, that's right.
Dr. Allen, huh?
Dr. Lester Allen, the psychiatrist.
I think I'll go over and have a talk with him.
Faraday, you don't think that...
I do think, Blackie. That's something you don't give me credit for. That's something that's going to get you in trouble someday.
Someday.
I'll see you later, Blackie. Much later, I hope.
But, Faraday, you aren't going to pin this on Dr. Allen, are you?
Not unless he did it.
Well, he didn't. I've known him for years.
Well, then, maybe that's why he did it. Knowing you has made him tired of going straight. I like that.
Do you, Inspector? Well, Dr. Allen's a nice guy. If you're going to see him, I'm going with you. How do you like that?
Dr. Allen, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Of course, Inspector Faraday.
Give him routine answers, Doctor. He won't know the difference.
Quiet, Blackie. Dr. Allen, when was the last time you saw Frances Fielding alive?
This afternoon, here in my office.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Alive? Yes. I talked to her on the phone later. She called me. Told me she was terribly upset.
About what?
Well, she came to see me this afternoon for treatment. She was suffering from a neurosis. She was afraid she was going to kill herself.
Never mind about that neurosis stuff. Now, after Miss Fielding called this evening, what did you do?
I did as she asked. I went to see her.
So you admit you were there, do you?
Well, of course I do. In fact, Blackie saw me going in to see her.
That's why you're being questioned, Doctor. I had to open my big mouth.
Well, shut it, Blackie. Dr. Allen, you mean to tell me you went to the Fielding home, found Miss Fielding dead, and left without calling the police?
Without call... Look here, Inspector, I did call the police.
You called the police? Now, please, Doctor, don't give me that.
But I did. I talked to a Sergeant Mulvaney.
Mulvaney? There's no such sergeant at headquarters, and no call ever came into headquarters. I checked that.
I don't understand. This is absolutely fantastic.
Is it? If you talked to the police, why weren't you at the scene of the murder when the police arrived?
Why? Because
Yeah.
the Sergeant Mulvaney said he knew me, and it would be all right if I waited for the police right here in my office.
You don't tell very good lies, Dr. Allen. And you don't tell them well, either. Come on. Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her. I never saw her before this afternoon.
Can you prove that, Doctor?
Well, I don't know. I might. My secretary, Miss Glenn, she might.
Get her in here, Blackie.
Sure.
You never saw Frances Fielding before this afternoon, huh?
No. My appointment book will prove it.
All right, Doctor. It isn't going to matter much, but I hope you're telling the truth for a change.
There she is.
Thanks, Blackie. Miss Glenn, when did Frances Fielding first have an appointment with Dr. Allen?
About 8 months ago, Inspector.
8 months? Miss Glenn.
8 months, huh?
That's not true, Inspector. Miss Glenn, what's the matter with you? You know I never saw that girl until she walked into my office this afternoon.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Dr. Allen. Did I say something wrong?
You said something right, Miss Glenn.
Look here, Inspector. This whole thing is absolutely... Why, my appointment book shows she was here for the first time today.
It shows you saw her for the first time 8 months ago. Or Miss Glenn wouldn't say so.
I'm afraid it does, Doctor. Here's my book. See for yourself.
I'll take that book. You answer your phone, Doctor.
Thank you. Hello.
Dr. Lester Allen?
Yes.
Can you talk?
No, I can't talk to anyone now. Call me back in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll call back in a very few minutes.
Now, listen, Inspector.
You listen, Doctor. You're not in a position to do much talking. You look like a murder suspect to me.
Faraday, you're all wrong.
Quiet, Blackie. I'm all right. The doctor's lying about the phone call to the police and about when he first met the dead girl. And I think that makes it look like maybe he killed her.
Motive, Faraday, motive. What was his motive?
I'll find one, don't worry. Don't leave town, Dr. Allen. I may want you to come down and see me sometime. Come on, Blackie. Let's go.
Wait, Blackie. I want to talk to you.
All right. See you later, Faraday.
I'm warning you, Blackie. You stay out of this.
Tell that to someone who hasn't solved most of your cases for you.
Miss Glenn, show Inspector Faraday the way out, will you?
Of course. Right this way, Inspector.
Doctor, I'm awfully sorry. In a way, I got you into this.
I'm not blaming you, Blackie. I understand all you did was say you saw me at Miss Fielding's house. What I don't... Oh. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Dr. Allen. Can you talk now?
Yes.
This is Roger Fielding, Francis Fielding's brother.
Oh. Yes. Well, just a minute.
What's the matter, Doctor?
Blackie, this is Francis Fielding's brother. Should I talk to him?
Yes, but let me listen, too. Is there an extension I can use?
Yes, right there on that table.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and talk to him now.
Yes, Mr. Fielding. What is it?
You know what it is, Doc. It's about what you did to my sister.
What I did to her?
That's right. She's dead. Don't try to tell me you didn't kill her.
What makes you think I did?
Her little diary told me so. Just let me read you what it says here on one of the pages. Kept for a year, and you're on every page. This is 7 months ago. It says, I love Lester so, and he says he loves me. But I know one of these days he'll leave me to go back to his wife. I envy Mrs. Allen so, but I won't let him go. I just won't let him go.
Look here, I didn't even know your sister 7 months
and listen
ago.
to this, Doc. This is even better. Here's what it says on a page of her diary about a month ago. She wrote, Lester's throwing me over. I just know he is. And if he does, I'll go to Mrs. Allen with the truth. I'll tell her everything. Listen, Doc.
What?
I don't know why you killed my sister, but I got a rough idea. She sort of asked for it, didn't she?
Now, look.
You look, Doc. Maybe Sis got what was coming to her, but the cops got this diary coming to them. Unless you want it. And bad.
This is blackmail.
Is that what it is? I think I'm doing you a favor. Meet me at Dobbs Hill at 10 tomorrow night. And I kind of I like to do favors.
Hello. Hello.
No use, Doctor. He hung up.
Blackie, what do you think?
Well, Faraday broke down your story about calling the police and not meeting the dead girl until this afternoon and said all he needed to arrest you was a motive. What I just heard on the phone would pass as a motive, all right.
Blackie, you know I had nothing to do with this.
No? Well, Dr. Allen, either this is first-class frame-up or you're a third-degree liar.
Golly, Blackie. The Fielding home is spooky enough upstairs. Do we have to stay down here in the basement much longer?
Only until we find telephone wires that look as if they've been tampered with.
Okay.
What will that prove, Blackie?
Well, Doctor, when you made your call to the police, you got through to the operator all right, didn't you?
Yes.
A bit before you got the police, there was a long pause, huh?
Yes, quite long. Then a Sergeant Mulvaney answered.
But there's no such person on the force. You didn't talk to the police, but maybe to someone here in the basement.
Blackie, do you
Huh?
want wires that look as if they've been cut?
Or wires with tape on them, Mary, to cover a place where they've been scraped.
Well, here are two of them.
2 is what we want. Come on, Doctor.
Aren't you glad you brought me?
These are the wires we want, all right?
Can you tell if they've been tapped?
Easily. Just look at them. The wires have been separated, the insulation scraped off, then the bare wires taped together again.
Does this really prove the doctor's story about talking to a Sergeant Mulvaney?
Yes, Mary. And here's why. Whoever tricked the doctor into thinking he was talking to the police was down here when the doctor dialed the operator.
I did get the operator then. That was legitimate.
Oh, yes. But after you got the operator, there was a long pause, you said.
Yes, there was.
Blackie, Dr. Allen was cut off during that pause.
That's right, Mary. It was the man down here who took over his call to the police, probably asked us some foolish questions, then hung up on them.
Then the man switched the doctor back in and talked to him.
Exactly. And you, Dr. Allen, thought you were talking to the police, while all the time you were talking to the man down here.
Well, who was that man, though?
Francis Feeling's killer, probably.
I think I feel better already. You believe me now, don't you?
I think so. But we'll never convince Faraday you're innocent if he sees the dead girl's diary.
I've got to keep that meeting with her brother tonight.
Yes, but in the meantime, we'd better work on another angle.
What, Blackie?
The reason for the girl's death.
What would be a good reason?
Well, money, if it's enough. But enough or not, if we could find she carried insurance payable to someone who had a chance to kill her, that would be enough for me.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Psychiatrist Lester Allen receives a phone call from his new patient, Frances Fielding, to come to her home at once. He goes there, finds her murdered, and calls police. He is told to go back to his office. Inspector Faraday finds no record of Allen's call and believes him guilty. As we return to our story, Boston Blackie, who is with Mary and Dr. Allen, calls Faraday in search of a motive for the girl's murder.
Maybe this will work. At least it's worth a try.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
Now, what do you want?
The usual, Faraday, to give you a little help.
I'd rather have the measles.
Next week, Faraday. This week, I want to give you an angle on the Fielding murder. I think it's insurance.
Blackie, I don't know how I'd get along without you.
I do. Not very well.
You know, it's amazing that you'd think of insurance at a time like this.
What's amazing about it, Faraday? If you were any kind of a cop, you'd have thought about it long ago.
I thought of it last night. Is that long enough ago for you?
Well, Faraday, you're improving. What did you find out?
None of your business.
What are you doing, Faraday? Faking? I'll bet you don't know a thing about the Fielding girl's insurance. Bet you never even thought of it.
Oh, I didn't think of it, huh? Well, a copy of the policy is right here on my desk.
I don't believe it.
You don't, huh? All right, listen to this.
I'm listening.
She had an accident policy with $5,000 for accidental death.
Mm-hmm.
She took it out 2 years ago and collected on it 5 months ago for a broken arm. And now all the money from the policy goes to her grandmother in Mexico City.
Oh, her grandmother, huh?
Yes. And if you think her grandmother killed her, think again. Because she's a 97-year-old invalid and hasn't been out of Mexico City in 30 years. Well, wise guy, don't bother me with your bright ideas.
Faraday. Faraday!
He hang up on you, Blackie?
He sure did, Mary.
Was she killed for her insurance?
No.
Oh, gee, so now what?
Now, Mary, you're going home to see a bed about some sleep, and Dr. Allen and I are going to Dobbs Hill to see a man about a diary. There's his car, parked on the other side of the road. Now, you stay down there in the back of your car.
You sure it's safe for you to go over and talk to him?
You sure this fellow's never seen you?
No, he's never seen me. At least I don't think so.
Well, I'd better go on over and talk to him before he gets suspicious. I'll try and sound as much like you as I can. Sit tight. Here I go.
All right. Good luck.
Roger Fielding?
Yeah. Dr. Allen?
Yes.
How are you, Doc?
I don't know. Let me see that diary.
Sure. Here you are. This is the original.
Thanks.
Don't bother trying to run off with it. I've got photostated copies. Get me?
I got you.
I want you to notice something, Doc. She wrote in her diary every day. Every single day.
Yes, so I see.
And every day, every single day, she wrote about Doc Allen. Nice diary, huh?
Pretty incriminating.
Pretty valuable to me. It's her handwriting, and she kept it about a year.
Hold it. I want to compare writing with the note she sent me asking for an appointment here.
All right.
Yeah. She wrote the diary, all right?
Sure she did. Now, I'm not asking much, Doc, only a little. Now.
And later?
A little more.
And after that?
Oh, whenever I get a little pushed for cash, then either you come across with the money like a nice guy, or I take this diary to the cops.
What for?
What for? It gives you a pretty good reason for killing it.
Yes, it does, Fielding. There's only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
It's a phony.
A phony, huh? Well, let me tell you something.
What?
As a doc, you're a phony, too. The next time, tell Doc Allen he better show in person. Mr. Boston Blackie.
I'm still sorry I couldn't fool that guy, Doctor.
Well, it was a nice try, Blackie. Let's go into my office. Maybe we can think of something else.
We've got to, or Inspector Faraday will come running after you
I'm not
with
running, Blackie. I'm waiting.
Hello, Faraday.
Good evening, Inspector.
I'm sure glad to see you, Doctor. I was afraid you'd skip town.
No. All I did was drive out.
For a little air, Faraday. After that conversation with you last night, he needed it.
Quiet, Blackie. Dr. Allen, I'm taking you to headquarters.
What for?
Questioning.
Faraday, you can't do that. The doctor knows less about that girl's death than you do, if that's possible.
Well, I suppose you know all about it, huh?
I know you need a motive before you can really pin this on the doctor.
Give me time. I'll find one.
I'll save you time. I've already found it. A diary written by Francis Fielding and containing plenty of motive for murder.
Where?
Blackie.
Don't get excited, either of you. The diary's a phony.
A phony? How do you know?
Blackie, you know that diary's a counterfeit? How?
How? Very simple, Doctor. Faraday, do you remember the accident policy the Fielding girl had?
Sure. She collected on it, too, for a broken right arm. It was exactly 5 months ago.
Well, guess what was in Miss Fielding's diary 5 months ago?
Blank pages. Her arm was broken.
The pages weren't blank, Faraday. Her mind was. About that broken right arm. The day-to-day account continued 6 months ago, just as if her arm was perfectly all right.
Well, that does prove the diary was a counterfeit. It was probably written just recently, perhaps in the last few weeks.
That's exactly it, Doctor. She was so anxious to phony up a long-time love affair in a diary, she forgot she couldn't write 6 months ago.
All right, Blackie. So that diary was phony. So the diary was a frame. I suppose you think everything else about this case is a frame against the doctor, too.
Yes.
Who framed him?
I think the girl did it.
And killed herself to do it? That's a good one.
That's too good, Faraday. I can't figure out that part at all. But she was part of a frame against the doctor. That much I do know.
Look, will you quit trying to do my thinking for me?
Somebody has to. You don't.
I don't, huh? Well, Dr. Allen here says he met the Fielding girl for the first time yesterday, but his own appointment book shows he's been seeing her for 8 months. Explain that.
I can't understand it.
I can. You were lying. Just as you were lying when you said you called the police.
He thought he did call them, Faraday.
What do you mean, thought he did?
Whoever killed Miss Fielding tapped the phone in her house and pretended to be the police.
Yeah? How do you know?
I did a very strange thing for me, Faraday. I investigated. And look, have you ever heard of Roger Fielding?
Roger Fielding. Roger Fielding sounds familiar.
How familiar?
I think he was arrested once. He served time, too.
What for?
I don't know, but I can find out.
Well, you find out why Roger Fielding was arrested. And if it's for what I hope it is, maybe I'll find out why you can arrest him again.
Who are you looking up in the phone book, Blackie?
Catherine Glenn, Mary, the doctor's secretary.
Why?
Well, Faraday found out that Roger Fielding used to work for the telephone company. Went to jail for stealing payphone collections. I knew he was responsible for this frame-up as soon as he flashed the phony diary, but I wanted to make sure.
Oh, I see. And when you found out he'd worked for the phone company at one time, you figured he knew how to tap the phone in his sister's house.
Right. Let me see. Yeah, the only thing I have to prove now is that Catherine Glenn was working with Fielding. And, of course, she phoned up Dr. Allen's appointment book. Ah, here's the number.
Darling, where's Dr. Allen now?
At headquarters, poor guy. Faraday wouldn't wait.
Oh. What are you going to say to Miss Glenn?
I'm going to pretend I'm Roger Fielding and see what she says to me.
Oh, again. Happy pretending.
Thanks.
Hello?
Okay. This is Roger.
Roger who?
You don't know?
I think I do, but
Look,
then...
I have to see you.
What about?
Just to check on a few things.
Such as...
You ought to know.
I ought to know who you are, but I don't.
You don't?
No. Unless you couldn't be Boston Blackie by any chance.
What happened?
Nothing. She knew who I was. I'm not very good at fooling people tonight, apparently.
Darling, you never were very good at fooling me.
I was never trying to pin a murder on you.
I have never given you the chance, though.
Well, Fielding and Miss Glenn have. And I'm going to take it, too. There's just one more thing I can do.
Hello.
Roger,
Yes?
this is Kay Glenn.
What's the idea of calling me?
Look, I'm scared.
About what?
I don't want to tell you over the phone. I better wait till I see you.
What's the matter?
I'll tell you later.
All right.
Can you come right away?
Yes.
Well, hurry before it's too late. Oh, come in, Roger.
What's up, Kay? What's the trouble?
Wait till I lock the door.
Kind of jumpy, kid. What's the matter?
Nothing. I just want to talk to you.
What about?
About how things are going.
You know the answer to that yourself. Great.
But I'm upset.
Why?
Because of Frances.
Why be upset about her?
Because... Roger, why didn't you tell me you were going to kill her? That's what I'm really upset about.
That? Well, I didn't see any point in telling you about that. Or Francis either, of course. In fact, it was sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing. I double-crossed Francis, who never even dreamed she'd be murdered when she first came along with that plan. I thought it would make a better frame against the doctor.
A better one? What was wrong with your first idea?
Nothing. I suppose we could have shaken him down for plenty with Francis's diary and the appointment book you fixed up.
Then why did you have to kill Francis?
2 reasons. It put the doc in a worse spot, and we only have to split 2 ways instead of 3, so I killed her.
Well, I want nothing to do with murder. I'm going to the police.
Oh, no, you're not. I killed Francis to make the frame against the doc a good one, and I could kill you and make it perfect. You go to the police, will you? No, you won't. You won't.
Inspector.
I'm calling a cop. I'll fix you so you don't call.
You called the wrong man, Kay. I got here first.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. He was going to choke me.
You can come out now, Faraday. The danger's over.
Very funny.
I had to slip up behind Fielding and slug him, or he'd have choked Miss Glenn here.
Yeah, I know. I heard plenty before you clipped him.
I guess you did it that, Faraday. You know, I just couldn't get along without you. What would I do for laughs?
You'd look in the mirror. Well, I got to revive this guy now and get him down to headquarters. Come on.
I suppose I'm going to headquarters, too.
Yes, Miss Glenn. But I don't think you'll get what Fielding is going to get. He did a good job working with me after Francis was killed. It was your cooperation that helped us break this case.
Oh, I did my best, Blackie. I had to. When I first got into this, there was no talk about killing Francis Fielding. I'm glad Dr. Allen's name is clear. Really, I am.
I think the police will believe you, Miss Glenn. Oh, well, for his frame-up against Lester Allen, M.D., Fielding's name from now on is M.U.D.
on, wake up, Blackie.
What's the matter, Shorty?
Nothing's the matter, Blackie. There's an insurance man here who wants to see you.
Well, tell him I don't want any.
I told him that, but he says he don't want to sell you nothing. He wants to give you something.
Yes, $10,000, Blackie.
Huh? Who are you?
He's the insurance guy, Blackie.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, Blackie, but I'm Emil Barnes, agent for the Rodley Insurance Company.
Well, that doesn't sound like any reason to wake me up. And I'm going back to sleep.
Perhaps you'll open your eyes for $10,000?
For that, I wouldn't even open one eye.
No?
No. Go away, little man. I'm sleepy.
I realize that, and I hate to be so persistent, but, Blackie, I want you to do something for me.
I want you to do something for me, too. Leave me alone.
I won't offer you money again, Blackie. Instead, I'll offer you a mystery. A mystery I'll guarantee you can't solve.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Barnes, you think there is a mystery I can't solve?
Well, solving this one calls for an expert, Blackie.
Is that so? Mm-hmm. Oh, Shorty, should I be modest or should I admit he came to the right man?
Just be yourself, boss, and solve it for him.
Thank you, Shorty. And now, Barnes, what's this mysterious mystery I can't solve?
Well, it's this, Blackie. My company carries the theft insurance for the Winthrop Jewelry Company. Now, almost every day for the last month, a diamond has been stolen from the workroom where the diamonds are set into. Rings, clips, brooches, and so forth. Mm-hmm. Now, there are 3 diamond setters in the shop, and we know one of the 3 is guilty.
Which one?
Well, that we don't know, Blackie. Nor do we know how the diamonds are stolen. You see, all 3 of the men in the shop are searched when they leave.
They're searched at the end of the day, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, what about when they go out to lunch?
They don't go out to lunch. All 3 of them bring their lunches to work and eat in the shop. They never go out during working hours, and no visitors are allowed to come in.
Hey, I know a way to stop the diamonds from disappearing. Fire all 3 diamond setters.
Well, I suggested that to Mr. Winthrop, the owner of the company, but he doesn't think that it's fair to the 2 men who are not taking diamonds.
He has a point there. Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want me to do?
Find out how the diamonds are being taken out of the shop. Now, understand, all 3 men are thoroughly searched. Not one of them has ever had a diamond on him. Yet almost every day a diamond is missing.
That's very intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
Who are these 3 men?
Well, there's Hans Van Houten. He's an expert diamond setter from Holland. He's been with the Winthrop Company for 20 years.
Uh-huh.
And then there's, young John Glass. He's Van Houten's protege. And the newest member of the trio is Jim Aldrich, a young man from Georgia.
I see. Well, I'd say you have 2 mysteries, Mr. Barnes.
Yes?
Who is taking those diamonds, and how are they being smuggled out?
Blackie, I've made plans for you to go to the shop later today as an employee of the Winthrop Company. Under another name, of course. You'll be John Jones.
You've made plans for me already, huh?
Uh-huh.
Pretty sure I'd take this case, weren't you?
Yes, I was. The method of stealing those diamonds has to be ingenious. It must interest a man like you. Well, doesn't it?
Not much, Barnes. Give me 30 seconds to get dressed, and I'll be right with you.
Here is an order for 3 2-carat diamonds to be set in a platinum ring. Jim, this job I will give to you.
Thanks, Van Houten. Soon as I'm through with this polishing machine.
Think you ought to trust him with diamonds, Van Houten?
Why not, John?
I know why he says not to trust me. Glass here thinks that I'm the guy who's stealing the diamonds.
John, you should not say such things.
Well, one of us is taking the diamonds out of here, and I know I'm not, and I don't think it's you, Mr. Van Houten, so who's left?
I'm left. But either you or your pal Van Houten can be taking them. Maybe both. How much are you selling them for, huh?
Why, you dirty...
Take your hands off of me.
Sure, I'll take my hands off you.
Boys,
please.
Boys, no fighting. It'll do no good to fight. Fighting will not bring back the stolen diamonds. Fighting will not prove who is guilty of this terrible thing. We must not fight.
I agree with you, Van Houten.
Good afternoon, Mr. Winthrop.
Hello, Mr. Winthrop.
It's closing time, gentlemen. You'll go out to be searched as usual.
Right,
Yes,
sir?
yes.
But before you go, I'd like you to meet a new employee, Mr. John Jones. He'll work in here with you.
Hello, fellas.
Hello.
Mr. Jones, this is Van Houten.
How do you do, Mr. Jones?
He's in charge here, and this is his protege, John Glass.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Jim Aldrich.
How do you do, sir?
Hiya, Jim.
You're sure going to like it here, Mr. Jones. We get searched like a bunch of thieves every time we leave work. But the diamonds keep disappearing just the same.
Well, gentlemen, Mr. Barnes of the insurance company's in the outer room ready to search you. This won't go on much longer, though.
No. Why not?
You know who's taken the diamonds?
Mr. Barnes told me this morning that he's on the verge of naming the guilty one. Thinks the case is as good as solved.
Oh, he does.
Now, you'd better go in and be searched.
See you in the morning, fellas.
Right. So long.
All right, Blackie. You're free to look around now.
Thanks, Mr. Winthrop. But I'd like to look around my way, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Will you send my assistant Shorty in?
Yeah, right away.
Thanks. And let me know as soon as Barnes has finished searching those three, will you?
I certainly will. It'll be some time, though. We make the search very thorough. Even use a fluoroscope. Oh, Shorty, you may go in now.
Oh, thanks, sir. Hi, Blackie. Hey, this is some swell joint, huh?
As joints go, Shorty. Well, let's look around.
Okay, boss. But for what?
Oh, nothing much. Merely a clue as to how one of the three men who work in this room managed to steal a diamond almost every day without being caught.
Maybe the thief swallows it.
No, short one, not that way. The suspects are put under a fluoroscope. That would detect a diamond if they swallowed it.
Oh. Well, where do we start looking, Blackie?
Right here. Let's see now. Where are we?
Right here in the middle of a room.
And what do we see?
Well, I see a small safe, a workbench, and a door.
That's the washroom, according to the sign.
And I see two windows. Blackie, the windows. That's how the thief gets the diamonds out. He throws them out the window.
Maybe you should have stayed home, Shorty. You know where we are?
Well, sure, in this room.
Do you know where this room is? It's on the 12th floor, and this side of the building faces the river.
Oh.
So?
So I'm not so smart, huh? Anything thrown out the window would drop into the river.
Now you're being a little bit smarter.
Hey, what's this on the little wall here?
Let's have a look, Shorty.
Oh, just coat hangers.
Oh, yes, on the shelf. This is where Van Houten, Glass, and Aldrich put their lunch boxes.
Lunch boxes?
Yes, Shorty. They have their lunches right here. That proves the diamonds aren't taken out during the lunch hour.
Hey, Blackie, that means the only time they could carry out a diamond is after work. And that's now, huh?
And now they're being searched, but thoroughly. Just as they're always searched, but thoroughly. Hey, what's this thing here?
Looks like a piece of corn, Blackie.
I can just get it out of this crack in the floor. It is corn.
Oh, I know how that got there. One of the three guys who work here had corn on the cob for lunch. Which reminds me, Blackie, I'm hungry. How much longer are we going to stay here, huh?
Not much longer. I've looked the place over from top to bottom. Haven't found anything. All we have to do now is wait for a report. Barnes has finished searching Van Houten, Glass, and Aldrich, and that should be very soon.
Gee, boss, how was that guy getting the diamonds out of here?
I don't know, Shorty. This mystery is everything Barnes said it would be. The diamonds can't be thrown out the window. They'd be lost in the river.
And they can't be carried out because all three guys are searched.
They can't be hidden in here because there's no place to hide them.
Uh-huh.
Barnes himself figured that out a long time ago.
Oh, Blackie.
Oh, yes, Mr. Winthrop. Has Barnes finished searching those three?
Yes, he's already left. You can probably catch him if you want him, though. We found nothing on the men.
The fluoroscope showed nothing either?
Not a thing. Do you know how this has been done?
You've searched them and found nothing? Uh-uh. You can search me.
What's the trouble here? What's the trouble? All right, now, step back, all of you. Let me see here. Let me see. Ah, shot to death.
What's the matter here, officer? Uh-oh.
Stand back, mister. This fellow's been shot.
That's Barnes, Emil Barnes from the insurance company.
You know him, huh?
Only slightly, officer. He was doing a little investigation for the Winthrop Jewelry Company.
Oh, you don't say. He left the Winthrop Company just now, huh?
Yes, and so did I. I was trying to catch up with him. But it looks like somebody caught up with him before I did.
Mr. Winthrop, I'm Faraday, police inspector.
I'd like to talk to you about the murder of Emil Barnes.
Of course, Inspector.
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Believe it or not, Faraday, I work here.
That's right, Inspector.
Work here? Blackie, you never did a lick of work in your life.
Well, I haven't done anything since I first met you. I haven't had time. I've been too busy solving your cases.
Come on, why are you here?
He's employed here, Inspector, as a diamond setter.
What?
It's all very simple, Faraday. Even you should be able to understand it. You're here to investigate the death of Emil Barnes, aren't you?
Yes. And I suppose you know who killed him.
I do. One of three men, Faraday. Van Houten, Glass, or Aldrich. Because one of these three is stealing diamonds from the diamond setting room.
Stealing diamonds? What's that got to do with
Barnes' death? Everything. Barnes was trying to find out how the diamonds were being stolen. He couldn't do it, so he asked me to try. I just started working.
I suppose you've solved the case already.
No, I haven't any idea how it's done. The diamond setting room is on the 12th floor, facing the river, and all three diamond setters are thoroughly searched before they leave the shop.
But the diamonds keep on disappearing, Inspector.
Well, they do, huh? And what about today?
Today, Faraday, I'll guarantee one thing. A diamond isn't missing.
Blackie, you just guaranteed Inspector Faraday a diamond would not be missing?
Well, I don't see how one could be.
I don't either. But my inventory report shows that another diamond has been stolen today.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie is involved in a mystery which even he feels that he cannot solve. Three men work in a diamond setting shop from which a diamond disappears almost every day. The three men are searched every time they leave the shop, but no diamond is ever found on them. No visitors are allowed in the shop, and the only windows in the room, which is on the 12th floor, face on a river. To add to Blackie's troubles, Emil Barnes, insurance agent investigating the thefts, is murdered, obviously by one of the three suspects. As we return to our story, Blackie and Mary Wesley are in a small cafe having a midnight snack.
Cheer up, Blackie. After you've had something to eat, you'll feel
I don't
better.
deserve to eat, Mary. I'm sure this case isn't as tough as I'm making it. If I could just find a clue.
First find something on this menu, then you can look for a clue.
Oh, all right. What are you going to have?
Well, I don't know.
Mary, I told you about Van Houten, Glass, and Aldrich, didn't I? Now, which one of those three might be a thief and a killer?
I think better after I eat, honey child.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, what are you going to have?
You eat, Mary. I don't feel like it. I have all the food I want. And it's all for thought. There's kernel of corn, for instance. Now, why in the deuce
Darling,
would that...
you can stare at that piece of corn if you want to, but you're going to feed more than that to me. That is bird food, and I'm a growing girl.
Order the biggest steak in the house. If it... Bird food. Mary, I've got it.
Got what?
The answer. I know how it's done.
How? What was done?
Where's the telephone?
Well, it's right in back of you.
Come on, I'll tell you and Faraday at the same time.
Well, hey, wait for me.
Well, come on.
Honey, do you think it's smart to call Inspector Faraday in the middle of the night like
I'm
that?
smart at all hours, Mary.
Oh, aren't you modest?
No, just happy.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
Who?
Your old pal, Blackie. Wake up, Faraday.
Blackie, what's the idea of calling me up?
In the middle of the night? Sorry, pal, but I can't solve your cases at your convenience.
What case have you solved now? You think.
I know how those diamonds get out of the setting room at the Winthrop Company.
Oh, you do, huh? I suppose they fly out the window.
They sure do, Faraday.
Did you wake me up to tell me jokes?
No, Faraday. To tell you the case is solved.
The diamonds fly out the window.
Yes, attached to homing pigeon's legs.
Sure. Huh?
The guy ties a diamond to the leg, and the pigeon flies home, because that's what it's trained to do.
Hey, you might have something there.
I think I've got the answer. Those guys aren't searched when they go into the shop, only when they go out.
I know that. How does the homing pigeon get into the shop?
Well, the thief brings them in a lunchbox. And the lunchbox is empty when the guy leaves, because by that time the pigeon and the diamond have also gone out the window.
Uh-huh.
Look, Faraday.
Yeah?
I want you to come up to the shop at Winthrop's tomorrow morning early and search those lunchboxes.
Okay. But what if I don't find a pigeon?
Well, then I have a second plan in that case. But you'll find a pigeon, I'm sure. And when you do, the little birdie will also tell you who killed Emil Barnes.
You are having trouble polishing the diamond, Mr. Jones. I may help you, perhaps.
No, thanks, Van Houten. I'm getting it.
Hey, Jones,
Yes, Mr. Glass?
what was that Inspector Faraday doing here a little while ago?
I don't know.
I know.
Do you, Aldrich?
I think he was looking through our coats and lunch boxes for a clue.
What's the matter, Aldrich? Got a guilty conscience?
Not especially.
Not much.
Boys, we must not argue. It will not help anyone. If one of us is stealing the diamonds, the police will... answer the phone, someone.
I'll get it.
Hello?
Mr. Jones, please.
Just a minute. For you, Jones.
Thanks.
Here. Now, let us get to work. There's much to do.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Faraday.
Oh, yes.
You wanted me to look in the lunch boxes, huh?
Yeah.
You said I'd find a pigeon in one of them.
Yes?
Well, what do you think I found in those lunch boxes?
What?
Lunch.
No.
Yeah, bird brain.
Oh, look, where are you?
In the next office.
Okay. I want to try one more thing. What I told you to do last night. Check?
Yes. I know what I ought to do. Forget you even exist. But I guess I'll go through with the rest of your plan.
When?
When? Now. You go back to your workbench, just as if nothing happened. And I'll come in and throw you out.
Swell. But make it look good.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be enjoying every minute of it. Goodbye.
Who was that, Jones?
Oh, one of the guys in the accounting office downstairs. He thinks that I...
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Blackie.
Boston, Blackie?
Well, I'll be...
I don't know what you'll be, Glass, but I'll be going.
I'll say you will, Blackie. I told you last night to get out of this case. Well, you're all wrong. You're just getting in my way.
And I was just leaving, too, Inspector.
So your name is Jones, huh?
Was.
Spying on us, huh?
Also was.
We do not like spies, Mr. Boston Blackie.
Never mind that, Van Houten. I don't like guys who waste my time. And this guy's been wasting my time with a phony idea how those diamonds were being stolen. Now get out of here, Blackie. Get out and stay out.
Okay, Faraday, you win. I was wrong.
Huh? You admit it. Well, you must be sick.
I am sick, Faraday. Sick of trying to help you out of jams. You get to the bottom of this your own way. I'm going someplace and get well.
Oh, Blackie, I'm glad you got back to your apartment before I did. I was afraid I'd have to wait out here in the hall.
I just had to look around Aldrich's house, Mary.
Oh?
No pigeons. What did you find out about Glass?
He lives at 47 Eastern Street. No pigeon.
Not a sign of any?
Not even a feather.
Then everything depends on what Shorty finds at Van Houten's.
Well, let's hope he finds something.
He has to find pigeons, Mary. I'm sure I'm right. Because if I'm not, there's no way in the world for those diamonds to disappear out of that room. Van Houten has to have pigeons or the whole...
Oh, what? The whole...
Oh, this is the slickest jewel robbery and the toughest case I've ever heard of.
Uh-oh, I hope that's Shorty.
I hope so. Hello?
Hey, Blackie, this is Shorty.
Yes, Shorty? What did you find out about Van Houten?
Well, he lives at 53 Eastern Street.
53 Eastern Street, huh? That's just a couple of doors away from where Glass lives.
Yeah?
Yeah, but never mind that. What did you find out about Van Houten?
Nothing. I couldn't get into his place.
Why not?
The joint was locked.
Well, did you see any pigeons in the neighborhood?
Sure, Blackie, but they was all over at the church and the firehouse across the street. Not around Van Houten's.
All right, Shorty. Thanks. Where are you going to be? I may want to get in touch with you later.
I'll be at home, Blackie.
All right, goodbye.
So, Van Houten had no pigeon.
Shorty couldn't find out, Mary, which means that Van Houten is still a possible suspect. In fact, he's our only one. We know Glass and Aldrich don't have pigeons.
Yeah, but Blackie, you may be wrong entirely. You said Inspector Faraday didn't find a pigeon in any one of the 3 lunchboxes this morning.
Oh, I have an answer to that one, Mary. Van Houten, if he's our man, was playing it smart. While the heat was on, he decided not to bring a pigeon with him.
But you think maybe he'll bring a pigeon tomorrow, huh?
He might. I had Faraday throw me off the case, so he would figure that the heat was off. At least that's what I wanted him to figure. I'll see you later, Mary.
Where are you going?
To see how I can get our Holland friend, Mr. Van Houten, in Dutch.
Hey, Blackie, it's miserable up here. Why didn't you tell me we was going to stand up on a roof at this hour of the morning?
The janitor here told me yesterday that Van Houten kept pigeons, so we're here to watch his pigeon cote. And, Shorty, anyone with any sense would know that it'd be on the roof.
I'd rather have no sense and not be here.
You've got something there, short one.
Hey, what time is it?
4:30.
Gee, it's still plenty dark. And those noises the pigeons are making, they're plenty scary.
They are to me, too. Now, stand behind that chimney here. No telling when Van Houten will come up for his pigeon.
He lives downstairs, Blackie. How does he get up here on the roof?
Through that door by the skylight there.
Oh. Well, I better get back here behind the chimney with you, Blackie. He might be able to see me standing here.
I doubt it. It's too dark. Hey, look out. Don't push.
Sorry, Blackie.
If you'd pushed a little harder, I'd be sorry and also dead. Look what's behind us.
Ain't there another building next to this one?
Yes, but it's a good 10-foot jump across through space to the next roof. And if you slip, it's a 6-story drop through space.
Oh, don't talk about that, Blackie. Don't make me feel so good.
Sorry.
Say, what do we do when Van Houten shows?
Well, Whaley gets his pigeon and grab him.
Oh. Hey, Blackie, I'm smaller than you. I can sneak up without him seeing me. Let me grab him, huh?
All right. But wait till he has the pigeon and then... Hey. Look.
Somebody on the roof.
Shh.
But where'd he come from?
Through that door there.
I didn't see him.
We were looking the other way, talking about falling down between this building and the next.
Oh.
He's all by the pigeon cote.
The pigeon what?
Shh. Can you see what he's doing, Shorty?
Yeah. He's got his arm in that pigeon thing.
Coat.
The coat, yeah.
Now what's he doing?
Well, nothing yet. Yeah. He's reaching in a cubby hole and grabbing a pigeon.
Good.
I grab him now, Blackie?
No. Until he comes out.
He's coming out now.
Where's the pigeon?
I don't see it. Guess it's in his lunchbox. Hey, he's heading for the door down into the building.
We'll grab him, Shorty. Quick.
Okay.
Grab him, Shorty. Grab. What is this?
As good as grab, Blackie.
What is this?
Stay where you are, buddy.
Let go of me.
No, you don't get away from me.
Hey, Duke.
Hey, boss. Blackie's getting away.
I'll say I am. Hold on, Shorty. I'm coming. And I'm going. Hey, Shorty, that wasn't Van Houten. That was John Glass. Come on, let's get after him.
Okay, but he ain't heading for the door.
No, he's going to jump to the roof of the next building.
Blackie didn't make it.
I know. Step back, Shorty, or you may. Wow. That's the end of John Glass.
Oh, gosh, Blackie, 6 stories down. Hey, Blackie, please stay away from that edge. Do you want to go down there after him?
Yes, Shorty, I do. But I think I'll do it the long way. I'm going to walk down.
Blackie, how many pigeons are there in this park?
I don't know, Mary. Why?
Well, I want to know how many more pigeons you're going to feed before you feed me.
Oh, you're not only hungry, but ungrateful, Mary. Thanks to a pigeon, I solved the most baffling jewel robbery I've ever come across.
I take it all back. That John Glass certainly had a clever idea, didn't he?
A little too clever. He got the idea when he became friendly with Van Houten and saw how the homing pigeons came back from wherever he released them. He used Van Houten's pigeons to fly the diamonds back here, and Van Houten didn't know a thing about it.
Say, what did he use for the pigeons to carry the diamonds in?
A small round capsule. He found several of them in the pigeon cote, and one with the diamond still in it.
Well, that certainly proved what you already knew, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Too bad Winthrop made that remark in front of Glass about Barnes, the insurance man, having the case almost solved. That's why Glass killed Barnes.
Not too bad, and Barnes was just referring to your being in on the case, wasn't he?
Yes.
Shame. Hey, but there's one thing I would like to know.
What?
Well, you worked with those 3 diamond setters for a whole day and a half. How'd you get away with it? You don't know anything about diamonds.
Are you kidding? I don't know anything about diamonds.
Oh, Blackie, this is the life. Alone with you in a hansom cab at 2 a.m. Who could want anything better?
The horse, maybe. He may be smart and prefer his bed to the park. How'd you know it was 2 a.m.?
I can tell by the stars. And the position of the moon. And besides, I just looked at my watch.
Well, at least you've impressed our driver. Listen to him chuckle.
Well, I ain't impressed with her telling time of the moon and stars, son. I'm impressed because you're Boston Blackie.
You see?
You are, ain't you?
Yes, but don't tell your horse. He might quit.
And you must be Miss Wesley, ain't you, lady? My main fault is I'm curious.
Yes, driver, I'm Miss Wesley. That's my main fault, too.
Inasmuch as it's 2 o'clock, Mary, I think we'd better head for the nearest exit to town.
Let's get out of the park, driver. All right, Mr. Blackie.
Oh, and I was just beginning to enjoy this.
Wait a minute. I hear an organ somewhere.
It's the merry-go-round over there.
Oh, yes, it is. See the lights shining through the trees?
Yes, I do. The merry-go-round running wide open at 2 o'clock in the morning? This is crazy.
Hold it, driver. Sure. Whoa now. Whoa up there.
Wait here a minute, driver. Come on, Mary. Let's have a look.
Oh, but I...
The carousel shouldn't be running at this time of night. It should be closed up tight by sundown. Come on.
All right.
You'll wait for us, driver?
Sure thing, Mr. Blackie. Sure thing.
Here's a path through the hedge, Mary.
Yeah, I see it. Thanks.
Hey, look at the carousel. It's turning.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
I'll say. I wonder where the operator is.
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be anybody.
Mary, there's not a soul here. Nobody in sight.
No, there doesn't seem to be. Now, I can't understand that, Blackie. The lights are on, the organ's playing, and the carousel is turning, and yet...
Yet there isn't anyone around. Mary, I've got an idea that this merry-go-round in front of us has a mystery in back of it.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, I don't get this at all.
I don't either, Mary, but it gets me. Nobody's on any of the horses.
Look. There is a man on one of the horses. There, you see, coming around from in back.
Oh, I see him.
He'll be right in front of us in a minute.
Hey, you!
He's asleep.
I'll jump on and wake him up.
Careful, darling.
Oh, don't worry. I used to hop moving freight trains when I was a kid.
Is the man on the horse asleep?
Wait till I come around again and I'll tell you.
Well, Blackie, what about the man?
He's asleep, Mary, permanently. The guy riding this wooden horse has a bullet in his head.
Hello?
Good morning, Inspector Faraday. Good morning, Inspector. This is Blackie.
Morning. Blackie. Hey, what's the idea? It's dark out.
But it's still morning, pal. 3 o'clock in the morning.
Look, you. Can I even get a good night's sleep?
Now, can you with a conscience as guilty as yours? But look, Faraday, I've got a little job for you.
Well, save it for morning.
By morning, I'll have it finished myself.
What are you raving about, Blackie?
Murder, Faraday. There's a body with a bullet in its head riding a wooden horse on the merry-go-round in the park. A body dressed in a riding habit.
Blackie, you feel all right?
Just fine, Faraday.
Nothing's the matter with you at all.
Not a thing.
Then stop that nonsense and start talking sense.
I don't blame you, Inspector, old man. It sounds ridiculous even to me. And it'll sound more ridiculous when I tell you who the corpse is. Or was.
Well?
John Van Dorn, the millionaire sportsman.
The best-known horseman in New York, and he's found dead on a wooden horse on a merry-go-round? Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Seems silly to me, too, Faraday, but believe me, I'm serious. He's going around and around and around.
Blackie, you're not kidding.
I'm dead serious, comma. But Van Dorn isn't dead serious, semicolon. He's dead, period.
Yes?
Good morning. Are you Peter Carson?
Yes.
You own the carousel in the park?
Yep, I own it and I run it. What about it?
I'm Boston Blackie. May I come in?
Sure.
Thanks.
You want to know about John Van Dorn's murder, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You think I know something, huh?
You might.
What makes you think so?
A little information I picked up at the Park Commission before I came to see you.
You don't know anything about me.
No? Well, I know your carousel was just about to be closed.
Oh?
And I know it was on a complaint from John Van Dorn that the Park Commission was going to close it.
So?
So you had a pretty good reason to kill Van Dorn, don't you agree?
Sit down. I'll tell you the little bit I know about this.
You know, just a little bit?
Maybe you might think it's a lot.
Let's hear it.
Well, last night
Never mind the knock on the door. Go on.
Well, last night I was just...
I'll talk to this guy, Blackie.
Oh, good morning, Inspector.
The police?
Yes, Carson, but don't judge the entire force by Faraday here. He's a holdover from the days before the cops were required to think.
Quiet, Blackie. Now, Carson, I'm investigating the murder of John Van Dorn. What do you know about it?
Nothing, Inspector.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by Blackie?
0000. Nothing. Which is exactly what you're going to get out of Carson.
Blackie, where are we going?
To see Mrs. Van Dorn, the dead man's wife.
Oh. What'd you find out from Pete Carson, the owner of the Carousel?
Nothing, Mary. Faraday walked in just as he was about to tell me something.
Uh-oh.
Had one look at the inspector, and he got lockjaw.
What do you think he was going to tell you?
I don't know. I wish somebody would tell me something. This thing's crazy, Mary. One of the city's best-known horsemen is found dead, in full riding habit, and riding a wooden horse.
It's fantastic, all right.
Fantastic. It's weird. Van Dorn died that way by coincidence, so we're dealing with a murderer with a strange sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's Van Dorn's house.
Oh, it's a beautiful place, isn't it?
Van Dorn had a beautiful bank account.
Beautiful wife, too.
We'll soon find out.
But I'm afraid of.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mrs. Van Dorn, please.
She's not in. It's not Tito, Blanche.
No, it's not, but Mrs. Van Dorn is in, and so are we.
All right, then. Mrs. Van Dorn, these two are here to see you.
You want to see me?
Yes, Mrs. Van Dorn. And if you don't mind, it's about your husband's death.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. You'll have to talk to my lawyer, Mr. Wilcox, about that.
And where will I find him?
I'm Wilcox.
Well, this is easier than I thought. I'm investigating Mr. Van Dorn's death. Can you tell me anything about it, Wilcox?
No, and I think you've got a lot of nerve breaking in here and talking about this unfortunate thing in front of Mrs. Van Dorn.
I'm sorry, but investigations have to be made. Her husband was murdered, and I'd like to help find the killer.
Are you the police?
No, he's Boston Blackie, Mr. Wilcox. He's better than the police.
Not better, Mary, just luckier. Mrs. Van Dorn, you want me to find your husband's killer, don't you?
Of course, but must we talk about it just now?
The sooner I get the facts, the sooner the killer might be caught.
That may be true, Blackie, but out of respect to the widow, I'll have to ask you to come here with your questions some other time.
Some other time may be too late, Wilcox. Mrs. Van Dorn, your husband was rather prominent socially, wasn't he?
His name was well known in social and business circles, yes.
How did he make his living? I understand he was quite wealthy.
Oh, not terribly. He had a contract with the Jasmine Perfume Company, giving them the right to use his name on their leading brand. That was his own... Oh, must I talk about it?
Everything you tell me helps, Mrs. Van Dorn.
Well, I forbid any more questions, Blackie.
I don't think you have much say in the matter, Wilcox. Mrs. Van Dorn...
I'm her lawyer, Blackie, and I refuse to let her be questioned, by you or by anyone else. So I think you'd better leave. Here's the door.
Oh, thanks. It's hard to see it when it's open like that. But I think I can find it.
I'm sure you can.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, I'm practically out, Blackie.
Oh, well. Goodbye, Wilcox. I'll see you again.
Not if I can help it.
You won't be able to, Wilcox. And Mrs. Van Dorn, if your lawyer doesn't get off his high horse, maybe I'll never find out how your husband was killed on that wooden one.
Are we driving out to meet Blackie at the merry-go-round, Inspector Faraday?
No, Miss Wesley. I want to get my facts from you, alone.
Oh.
If Blackie were along, you'd do nothing but confuse me. Well, we'll be at the Carousel in a minute.
Yes, we will. It's around the bend and right down this road here, about 100 yards.
Yeah. That much I know. Now, tell me just what happened when you and Blackie were riding in the park last night.
Well, Blackie and I were riding along in a hansom cab.
Yeah?
It was just about this time, about 2 a.m. As we got about here, we suddenly heard the Carousel organ playing a waltz, and we... Just like now.
Hey, the music is playing.
Yes.
All right, then what happened, Miss Wesley?
Well, we pulled up almost in front of the merry-go-round.
Like this, Miss Wesley, huh?
Yes, like now. And through the trees, we could see the lights of the carousel. Like, no.
Hey, this is crazy. Those lights are on, and at 2 a.m. Come on, let's have a look.
Right. The path to the carousel is right through this hedge here.
Yeah, I see it. Come on.
I'm coming, Inspector.
Okay. Now, after you heard the music and saw the lights and came out here to have a look at it, just like now, then what, Miss Wesley?
Well, we stood here like this and watched the carousel go around and round, just like now.
Yeah, and then?
And then, all of a sudden, we noticed a body on one of the horses. Inspector! Just like now!
Now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie and Mary Wesley are riding in a hansom cab in the park at 2 o'clock in the morning when they find the carousel, organ playing, lights ablaze, and revolving slowly with a dead man riding one of the horses. The dead man is John Van Dorn, well-known horseman. Investigation reveals no clues nor uncovers the major suspect. That night, Faraday takes Mary out to the carousel to go over the scene of the crime, only to discover the organ playing, the lights blazing, and another dead man riding a wooden horse. As we return to our story, Faraday and Mary are standing by the carousel while Faraday's men inspect it.
There's got to be fingerprints somewhere.
Well, Inspector, have you got trouble?
Blackie!
Blackie, you get away from here.
Sorry, Faraday. I must be part vulture or something. Every time I hear on my radio that a body has been found, I have to come and have a look at it.
Well, look at it then, and leave. There it is, on that horse on the merry-go-round.
Oh, Blackie. It's Peter Carson, the man who owns the carousel.
So I see. How was he killed, Faraday?
Shot, the same as Van Dorn.
Uh-huh, and I suppose you know why he was killed.
I do. You must have seen who killed Van Dorn.
Faraday, sometimes you amaze me. You're right for once. But do you know who killed him?
Sure. The same guy who killed Van Dorn.
Right again, Faraday. But you haven't the slightest idea who killed Van Dorn, have you? No, I thought not.
All right, so I'm a dope. Do you know who killed Van Dorn?
Do I know who killed Van Dorn?
Well, do you?
Well, no. The register downstairs said Harry Wilcox's office was 1307. That must be this way, Mary.
Okay, there's his door.
Good, come on.
Woo! That was some climb up those stairs, wasn't it?
Could have been worse, Mary. This is a 36-story building, you know.
Could have been better. The elevators could have been running.
Not at this hour. Well, I suppose I'll have to pick the lock.
Blackie, you sure it wouldn't be a lot easier if we just see Harry Wilcox in his office tomorrow morning?
I've had one brush with Wilcox already, Mary. It's enough to let me know that the Van Dorn lawyer is not the cooperative kind.
Okay.
There, that did it. And the door's open. Ladies first.
When walking into a dark office, the rules are reversed.
All right. Here, you take the flashlight.
Got it.
You can turn it on now. I'll close the door.
All right, flashlight's on. Now what?
Now shine it around the room. What I'm looking for will probably be in Wilcox's safe, I hope.
Me too, but what if he doesn't have it safe?
You say such awful things, Mary.
Yeah, don't I just? Oh, there it is, Blackie. Next to that filing cabinet there.
Good. Easy kind to open.
Aren't they all to you?
Bring the light over.
All right. Now what?
Just hold it and be quiet. I want to hear the tumblers drop.
I'll be quiet.
There's one.
Good.
Shh. There's two.
Better.
Shh. Three.
Marvelous.
And open.
Terrific.
On we go.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see inside. Not much in the safe. A few ledgers, a few papers.
Mm-hmm. Let's hope one of those papers is what I'm looking for.
Hey, what are you looking for?
You'll hit me on the head if I tell you.
What? And break a perfectly good flashlight? What are you looking for?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Something. Oh, dear. Anything that could help me. Hey, this might be interesting.
What is it?
It's Van Dorn's contract with that Jasmine perfume firm.
What contract?
Contract giving them the right to use his name on their perfumes.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think I'll have a look at this. Yeah, signed by Van Dorn and Lester Ronson, president of Jasmine. Cancellation clause. Where are you?
Maybe there isn't one.
No, there isn't. But here's one just as good, a ridicule clause.
A ridicule clause? What does that mean?
It means that if Van Dorn ever did anything that might hold him up to ridicule, this contract would automatically be canceled.
Well, what would be the purpose of that, Blackie?
I'm not sure, but I can guess. And my guess is that Ronson bought the Van Dorn name because it had some high society significance. In the event the name became connected with anything ridiculous, it would naturally have no value to Ronson.
Well, I'm very surprised at myself, but I do understand.
First thing tomorrow morning, I am going to see Mr. Ronson. Maybe he manufactures perfumes, but there's something about all this that doesn't smell so good to me.
My secretary says you want to see me, Blackie. What about?
Oh, nothing much, Mr. Ronson. I just want to know what you know about John Van Dorn.
I don't know much. I merely paid him for the use of his name on my products.
Yes, I know that. And, I see you're turning out new bottles for your stuff, Mr. Ronson. Those nice drawings on your desk.
Oh, these are just planning roughs.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't put those away. Seems to me the name on the label wasn't Van Dorn. It was Winston, wasn't it?
Yes, but that means nothing.
It means something to me, Ronson. Your contract with Van Dorn was canceled by his death, wasn't it? So your perfumes are now to come out under a new name, Winston. What was wrong with Van Dorn?
Well, I might as well tell you. You'll find out anyhow. The Van Dorn name didn't sell.
Oh, so you had a contract with Van Dorn. It couldn't be canceled. His name wasn't selling your product, so you killed him. Or you'd go broke.
No, I didn't kill him.
But you did want to break your contract with him, didn't
Yes,
you?
but I didn't kill him. All I tried to do was involve him in a scandal so I could exercise the ridicule clause in my contract.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Now, look, Blackie, I'll tell you just what I did.
It's about time. Go on.
Well, Van Dorn was a famous horseman, and I thought the city would get a good laugh if they saw him riding a wooden horse on a merry-go-round in full riding habit.
That's exactly what I figured. You put him on that horse, huh?
Yes. I had him come to my house just after his daily ride in the park, and I drugged him. And then at midnight, I put him in my car and drove to the Carousel in the park.
Carried him to one of the horses and then shot him.
No. Believe me. After he was on the horse, I turned on the Carousel lights and started the organ and put the Carousel in motion.
And then?
And then I started to leave, to call a newspaper and give them a hot tip for a picture. Society's leading horseman on a wooden horse, But there was a shot, and Van Dorn slumped, and I knew the bullet had hit him. I got scared and ducked into the bushes and left.
Did you see who fired the shot?
No. And believe me, all I wanted to do was involve Van Dorn in a scandal so I could cancel my contract.
All right, Ronson. That takes care of you for right now. But right now, I've got to take care of someone who wanted to cancel Van Dorn.
Yes? Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me,
No,
Mrs. Van
you
Dorn.
can't-
And don't tell me I can't come in, because I am in.
Look, now, you can't.
Who is it, Blanche?
It's that Boston Blackie again.
Blackie, I thought I told you to stay away from us.
Your hospitality was so charming, Wilcox, I just couldn't resist another sample.
I'll give you a sample of something else if you don't get out of here.
Don't make me laugh. Say, Wilcox, you have an office, you have a home of your own. Why is it every time I see you, you're here with Mrs. Van Dorn?
Why,
Harry, please.
It's Harry, is it? And I think you call her Blanche, don't you?
Well, that happens to be her name.
I know, and Blanche is the part of her name that you don't intend to change, huh? Do I hear wedding bells?
Now, look here, Blackie.
If you're suggesting that Harry killed my husband, that's absolutely
What
the most...
I do mean to suggest is that your husband was killed a little after midnight last night. And, Wilcox, where were you at that time?
At my club.
Can you prove it?
Yes, I can prove it. Oh, now who's that?
I have a rough idea. Let the rough idea in, Mrs. Van Dorn. You can't keep him out.
Oh, Inspector Faraday, are you back again? Come in.
Thanks. Now, look, Mrs. Van Dorn. Blackie, what are you doing here?
Same old Faraday, same old question. I've got a suspect for you. Wilcox.
Wilcox? Oh, no. He couldn't have killed Van Dorn. The coroner says Van Dorn was killed sometime between midnight and 2 o'clock this morning. I checked and found Wilcox was in the card room at his club during those hours.
Faraday, you're improving. Keep it up, and one of these days I won't even know you.
Let's hope that's soon.
I demand you apologize to Mr. Wilcox Blackie.
Okay, Wilcox. I'm sorry. But, Faraday, can I see you a moment alone?
What about?
An idea just got me that may get you a murderer. I hope you aren't afraid in the park so late at night, Mrs. Van Dorn.
It is rather dark and frightening, isn't it, Blackie?
Yes, it is. Oh, here's the path I want.
Where are we going?
To the merry-go-round, Mrs. Van Dorn, if you don't mind.
No. Why should I?
Well, I thought you wouldn't mind seeing it. If we could help find your husband's killer. Ah, here we are.
Awfully quiet out here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You know, Mrs. Van Dorn, when I get off to any place like this where it's quiet, my mind plays awfully strange tricks on me. Sometimes well, I even seem to see things that aren't there.
Oh?
Psychiatrists would say that it was my subconscious mind working, I suppose.
Yes, it's very interesting.
For instance, last night I was standing in front of this carousel. The lights were blazing.
They were?
Yes, the lights were on.
Oh, Blackie, look.
Look, Mrs. Van Dorn? At what?
The lights of the carousel are on.
I don't see them.
But you must. Every light is on, every light.
No, Mrs. Van Dorn. You're imagining.
No, I'm not. The lights are on.
The lights aren't on, Mrs. Van Dorn.
But they are. Well, and the merry-go-round is turning.
At 2 o'clock in the morning? How could that be?
Well, it is. And there's the music. Can you hear that? You do hear it, don't you?
No, I don't, Mrs. Van
But
Dorn.
listen, the music is playing. Now, look, the merry-go-round is turning.
Mrs. Van Dorn, control
I
yourself.
I see it, I tell you, and I hear it. It was just like this when I followed Mr. Ronson out here.
Mrs. Van Dorn.
I stood here and watched. He put John on the horse, and the carousel went around and went around. And when John came around one time, I shot him.
Mrs. Van Dorn, you don't
He
know
was riding that wooden horse up and down, up and down. There he is again. Just like he was then.
All right, Faraday. You can get off that wooden horse. She talks.
Alone with you here at 2 o'clock. Oh, Blackie, this is the life.
Oh, no, Mary, this is the park.
Oh, you silly.
And the last time we came here, we got mixed up in a murder.
And how we were mixed up. And Blackie, I still don't know why the carousel owner was killed.
Well, Mrs. Van Dorn murdered the carousel owner because she thought he might have seen her shoot her husband. And he might have at that.
Oh, but now, wait a minute. Let's go back a little bit farther. How did Mrs. Van Dorn know Ronson was bringing her husband out here in the first place?
Her husband had called her from Ronson's, and when he didn't show up along about midnight, she went over there. She saw Ronson carrying her husband out and followed him.
Well, if she saw that, why didn't she tell it to the police afterward?
Because, my dear, she was a killer, and she felt the less said, the better.
Blackie, the music's playing again.
I know.
But it's...
I know it's 2 o'clock again, but it's not 2 o'clock in the morning, Mary. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh. Blackie, let's go on the merry-go-round. Just you and I.
Well,
Please.
all right, Mary. But why?
Why? Why? Well, I don't know exactly. Oh, yes, I do. Maybe it's because I want people to say that we're going around together. You see?
I don't see what you're complaining about, John.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, who owns this pawn shop, Paul? You, me, or both of us?
We both do. You know that.
Okay, then. From now on, I sign checks the same as you do.
Now, wait a minute, John. You're getting your share of the profits, aren't you?
So you say. Only I don't trust you. I'll get it. Hello. Hello. Wait a minute. Is anybody on here? Hello.
Hello? Is this Blaine's pawn shop?
Yeah, what do you want?
I want to speak to Paul Blaine, please.
Oh, you don't care who you speak to, do you? Just a minute. It's for you, here.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Paul Blaine?
Yeah?
This is Boston Blackie. You wanted me to call you?
Oh, yeah. And, I'm sorry about the way my brother spoke to you on the phone. We're having a little argument.
That's all right. What do you want, Blaine?
I'd like to see you. It's important, and, well, could you get down here this afternoon?
Well, I don't know.
No, look, you gotta come. It's awfully important.
All right, Blaine. I'll be there about 3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a deal you got cooking with Blackie, Paul?
That's my own business. Now, look, John, I don't want any more trouble with you or...
Oh, no? Well, you're gonna get it.
Now, wait a minute, John. Don't leave.
Stop worrying about my leaving. But just start worrying if I come back.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, there's the pawn shop we want. 2 doors down, Mary.
Oh, yeah. Why did Paul Blaine want to see you, Blackie?
I don't know, Mary. That's what I've come down here to find out.
Well, that being the case, let's go in and find out.
Here we are.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you Paul Blaine?
Yes, I am. You must be Boston Blackie.
Yes, and this is Mary Wesley.
How do you do?
Mr. Blaine?
Well, you're right on time, Blackie. You said you'd be here at 3, and it's, 2 minutes of 3 right now.
I'm generally on time, Blaine. What'd you want to see me about?
Well, it's this, Blackie. I made a loan of $1,000 on a diamond yesterday, and this morning I found out it's stolen property.
Uh-oh.
That's bad, isn't it?
It's very bad, Miss Wesley. It means I may lose my $1,000.
Ooh.
Well, what do you want me to do about it, Blaine?
Well, I thought you'd take the diamond to the insurance company that carries a policy on it and make a deal so I could get my money back.
Oh. Well, I suppose I could do that, but why can't you?
Well, they'd have no reason to bargain with me. They'd know I'd have to turn in the diamond to the police, and... Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be too much trouble for you to...
Blackie's so used to trouble, he's lonesome without it.
Quiet, Mary.
All right, but I like that.
That's what I like. Modesty.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blaine. I'll take the diamond.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks a lot. Here, I have it here in my pocket.
Okay, Blaine. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
About what time, Blackie?
Same time as now, 3 o'clock. Come on, Mary.
Okay. See you at 3 tomorrow, Blackie. Goodbye, and thanks.
Goodbye, and don't mention it. Let's wait here for cab, Mary.
All right. Blackie, will you be able to get Mr. Blaine's $1,000 back?
I think so, Mary. All I have to do is...
That was a shot.
And inside the store, too. Come on. Blaine! Blaine, where... Oh, there he is.
Blackie... Oh, it looks like he's...
Dead, Mary.
Ooh.
He has to be dead unless he was wearing a bulletproof heart.
Yes, but who could have...
I don't know. But whoever it was is probably out the back way by now. Well, here we go again. I guess I'd better call Faraday.
No, darling, no. Please don't call Inspector Faraday. You didn't have anything to do with this, but Faraday will never believe you.
All right, Mary. I guess the best way for us to stay out of this is to get out of here.
Hey, Rollins! Rollins, come in my office.
Yeah, Inspector Faraday?
What about some action on the murder of Paul Blaine, the pawnbroker?
Inspector, there hasn't been a thing developed.
Oh, just a minute. Faraday speaking.
Inspector, got a little news for you. You want to know who killed Paul Blaine, don't you?
Sure. Do you know who did it?
Well, I know who was in his store about the time he got bumped.
Oh.
Friend of yours, Boston Blackie.
A friend of it. Hello. Hello.
What was it, Inspector?
Some guy who says Boston Blackie was at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder.
Good. Hey, that's exactly what you want, isn't it?
It should be, but it isn't. This is one time I don't think Blackie's involved. And besides, I waste too much time chasing that guy anyway.
Gee, Inspector, you must be sick. Maybe that call was a straight tip.
I doubt it. Besides, I got a line on Blaine's killer.
Yeah? Who?
Never mind who. But Blaine sent a certain guy to prison about 5 years ago. Last week, that certain guy got out of prison. I think he killed Blaine for revenge.
Could be, Inspector, but I'd still like to have a look around Blackie's apartment.
Go ahead. Waste your time any way you want. But I'll bet I find the real killer before you find anything on Boston Blackie.
Harry, what's the matter?
Nothing, huh?
Something is, honey. You seem awfully upset. What is the matter?
You read the paper you brought me?
Only the headlines. I don't remember what they said, though.
Well, let me refresh your memory just a little.
Hmm?
Here, listen to this headline. Cops looking for ex-convict in Blaine murder.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, I'm an ex-con, remember that?
Yes, of course, darling. You got out of jail, let's see. It was last, what day was it?
Last Friday.
Oh, yes, that's right. But, darling, what does this have to do with you and then this Mr. Blaine's murder?
Well, Blaine sent me to prison. Now the cops are trying to tie me up with his murder.
Oh.
The paper says Blaine was knocked off at 3 o'clock yesterday. If I could just remember where I was then,
Don't you know where you were, Harry? You were with me.
Oh, yeah, but where?
Huh?
We weren't anywhere. We were out walking, that's all.
Oh, yes, that's right. Where were we walking? Do you remember?
Oh, not exactly. Downtown somewhere.
Hmm.
No, I've got to keep you out of this. I think I know what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to see a fellow named Boston Blackie. He helps guys like me.
Well, you can't leave here if the police are looking for you. Harry, I've met Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley. I know her. I'll get her to help me, and she'll get Blackie to help you. Now, Helen, please, can't you remember where you and Harry were, and at least about what time it was? No, Mary, I can't. All I know is that we were out walking. Yes, but where, dear? Just downtown. That's a big help. Now, look, Paul Blaine was murdered at 3 o'clock in his shop on 71st Street. Were you on 71st Street around 3 o'clock? Well, no. Oh, gosh, I'm beginning to sound like Blackie. Mary, I don't know where we were. I started out to see a man about fixing my coat. I think I have his address here in my purse. Oh, well, this might be something. Oh, dear. Oh, yes. Here's his address, 20th Street. All right, now you think you were on 20th Street? Yes. Down there somewhere. But I don't know. Wait a minute. What's that other card in your purse? Where? Which one? Oh, yes, let's see. Oh, yes, I remember. A sidewalk photographer took our picture and gave us this check. Yesterday? Yes, while we were out walking. Yesterday afternoon. Well, as Blackie might say when I show him this, it's a nice photograph. Let's hope it doesn't result in any negative development.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Rawlins. I'm calling from Blackie's apartment. And guess what I found? Guess.
Guess? What am I? A guest star? What was it?
A diamond.
So what?
Well, this diamond is listed as one of the things which should have been in Paul Blaine's pawn shop, but wasn't.
Yeah?
Yeah, and that means maybe Blackie was... Well, he might have...
What are you talking about?
Well, you see,
I get it. Blackie slipped up behind you and has a gun in your back, huh? Some cop you are. Well, just put Blackie on the phone.
Sure. Here, Blackie, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks, Rollins. And don't go away yet.
Okay.
Hello, Inspector.
Blackie, what is that diamond from Blaine's pawn shop doing in your apartment?
It's all very simple, Inspector, but it'll sound complicated to you. Blaine gave it to me.
Oh, yeah? When?
At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
3 o'clock. That's when we think he was killed. And I got a tip you were there when it happened. Only I didn't believe it.
Why not? I was there. A few minutes before and after the murder.
What? And you didn't report it?
No, Faraday, and you know why, too. It meant getting mixed up in this, which is something I didn't want to do.
I didn't believe the tip I got, and I'll tell you something you won't believe.
What?
I believe you. How do you like that?
Faraday, my, how you've changed.
Never mind about me. You send Rollins back to headquarters, and with that diamond.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Rollins,
Yeah, Blackie?
Faraday wants you back at headquarters, and you can take this diamond with you.
Sure. Okay, thanks a lot, Blackie. Good, Oh, hello, Miss Wesley.
Hello, Sergeant Rollins.
Come in, Mary. The sergeant is just leaving.
Yeah, so long.
Bye.
Well, Mary, I almost got mixed up in the Blaine murder. Rollins found that diamond Blaine gave me, and Faraday got a tip I was there when Blaine was killed.
Oh, somebody's trying to frame you. Well, that means you'll help my friend Helen, doesn't it?
What? What friend, Helen?
Helen Waltham, darling. The one I told you about on the telephone. Faraday thinks her fiancé, Harry Matthews, murdered Blaine.
Oh, yes. Well, that means I'd better find an alibi for Matthews that will show him away from the scene of the crime at the time of the murder.
Well, all right, then I know this much, Blackie. Yesterday afternoon, Helen and Harry were walking on 20th Street. Now, that's about 5 miles from the scene of the crime. A sidewalk photographer took their pictures, she thinks about 3 o'clock, and she had a receipt for it. I took that. Here.
Picture, huh? Say, I'd like to see it. Maybe the shadows on the street or something on it would give Matthews an alibi. Yeah, it's awfully late. Photoshop is probably closed by now. But if we can get into the dark room, maybe we can bring an alibi for Matthews out into the light.
How soon will the picture be developed, Blackie?
Should be about now, Mary. I've had the print and the solution about, I'm beginning to see something now.
Good.
I'm glad you took this claim check from Helen so we could find this picture.
Developing that print isn't taking as long as it took us to get in here.
That was a tough lock on the door, Mary. You had a hard time picking it.
Yeah, you'll have to buy the photographer a new lock, won't you?
I suppose so. Now, let's hope this picture shows something that'll help us. All we know now is that it was taken the afternoon of the murder.
Okay, I'm hoping. Look, Blackie, there's the whole picture now. It's clear, too.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll lift it out of the solution and have a look at it. Here, I'll put it on the table here and hold it down with these weights so it won't curl while it dries. There.
Well, it shows Helen and her friend Matthews all right.
Look behind Helen and our boyfriend, Mary. The Leeds jewelry store clock, and look at the time.
3 o'clock. And Leeds Jewelry Store is on 20th Street, a good 5 miles from where Paul Blaine was killed.
And at 3 o'clock. Tell your friend Helen not to worry, Mary. Our friend Harry Matthews is all right. The clear shot of the clock in this picture put him in the clear, too.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Paul Blaine, pawnbroker, gets Blackie's help in returning a stolen diamond. Just after Blackie leaves him, however, Blaine is shot and killed. Police think Blaine was murdered by Harry Matthews, ex-con, who was sent to jail by Blaine. But with the help of his girlfriend, Helen Waltham, Matthews receives Blackie's help in proving his innocence. Blackie finds a sidewalk photographer's picture of Matthews near the Leeds Jewelry Store, 5 miles away from the murder scene, with the hands of the clock at 3, which is the time Blaine was killed. So Matthews is obviously innocent. As we return to our story, Mary Wesley is at the Leeds Jewelry Store.
And what can I do for you, miss?
I'm not sure. Are you Mr. Leeds?
Yes, I am.
Well, this may sound sort of silly, but I'd like to know about that big clock out in front of your store.
I hope you don't want to buy it.
Oh, no. I just would like to know how accurate it is.
Oh, it's the most accurate clock in town, miss. We have it checked once a week. It loses hardly a second.
I see. When was it checked last?
Why, 4 days ago.
Oh, thank you very much. Where's the nearest public phone?
Oh, if you want to use a phone, you may use mine right there on the desk.
Thank you.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary.
You found out about the clock?
Yes, it's always right, and it was checked 4 days ago.
Good. Now I'm absolutely sure Matthews is innocent. I'm going up to tell him. For 2 reasons. To make him happy Faraday miserable.
All right, Matthews. You might as well talk. I didn't come to your apartment to outstare you.
I don't have anything to talk about, Inspector Faraday.
You killed Paul Blaine, so you ought to have a lot to talk about.
I didn't kill him, Inspector. I admit I had a reason. He sent me to jail, but I didn't kill him.
That's what they all tell me, until I prove they're lying. Who's that at the door? One of your pals, Matthews?
I don't know who it is.
Well, go answer it. But no tricks.
Don't worry. I don't have anything to hide.
This Harry Matthews' apartment?
Yes, I'm Harry Matthews.
Blackie, for Pete's sake, what are you doing here?
Just playing newsboy. Good newsboy, I might say.
Blackie, I didn't kill Blaine. Don't let this guy arrest me.
Don't worry, Harry. I wouldn't let Faraday do anything he'd be sorry for.
Look, what do you mean I'd be sorry? Harry here is the one who's going to be sorry. He's going to jail.
Is he? When was Blaine killed?
At 3 o'clock yesterday. You know that.
All right. Take a look at this.
What is it?
A picture of Harry and his girlfriend walking down 20th Street a good 5 miles away from the scene of the crime. Taken yesterday, too. There's a date on it. Look.
I am looking. So what?
So look at the clock behind them. What time does it say?
Well, it says 3 o'clock.
That's right. And do you know what time it is now, Faraday?
Huh? What's that
it's
got
time
to do?
you apologized to an innocent man and got out of here.
Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, Matthews.
Yeah, okay. Blackie, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, Blackie. You're a big help to me. You've just cost me my only suspect.
Don't fret, Faraday. What I take away, I usually put back. I've got another one for you. Come on, Harry. I'd like you to drive me down to see him right now. This is Blaine's pawn shop right here, Harry. Thanks for driving me.
No trouble, Blackie.
It was nice seeing you, Blackie.
Thanks, Helen, and thanks for the lift.
Okay.
Oh, say, would you wait for me for a few minutes? I'm going to want to get to my bank, and I may not be able to get a car.
Sure, we'll wait. But you better hurry. The bank closes in a few minutes. I guess I shouldn't have stopped to pick up Helen.
That's all right. We'll make it.
How far to your bank?
It's down on 25th Street.
The Weatherly National, Blackie?
Yes, Helen, why?
Why, that's my bank, too.
Well, we're practically partners then, Helen.
Yeah.
I'll be out in a minute.
You want me to go with you?
No, thanks, Matthews. I like to do things like this alone. Be right back.
Hurry, or you'll be too late to get to the bank.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah? What's good about it?
Well, that's fine talk. You own this shop?
I'm John Blaine, if that's what you mean.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Hooray. So you're Boston Blackie. So what?
So I'd like to talk to you. Maybe about the killing of your brother.
What makes you think I killed him?
You were having an argument when I called up yesterday afternoon and spoke to your brother.
So what?
So an argument could end in a killing.
So could too much curiosity. Get out of here, Blackie. Fast.
Now, is that a nice way to do business, John? Your brother Paul never pulled a gun on a visitor.
Get out of here, I said.
When I'm finished.
You're finished now. Get out of here. Maybe this will help you move.
You missed me, my friend. Or should I wait till I try to turn my head?
I missed you because I wanted to. But next time, maybe I won't want to miss.
I wish I'd known you were having trouble with John Blaine, Blackie. I could have run out and given you a hand.
I didn't mind arguing with him, Harry. It was the back talk from his gun I couldn't do anything about.
Blackie, I want to thank you for helping Harry out of his trouble.
He's not out completely yet, Helen.
What?
He isn't, Blackie. Why isn't he?
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about. I just wasn't able to prove John Blaine is 100% suspect. And until I do, Faraday will always feel like Harry here is guilty.
Well, as long as you believe I'm innocent.
You're safe. Even Faraday has to face the facts. You couldn't have killed Blaine. You're too far away from the scene of the murder when Blaine was killed. Oh, say, it's too late for me to get to the bank, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Oh, dear, that's a shame. It is after 3 o'clock, isn't it?
Slightly. Say, do either of you have enough money to cash a check, if it isn't too big?
Well, all I've got is $5. How about you, Helen?
No, I don't think Oh, wait, I might have some. Yes, Why, yes, of course I do.
Swell. Could you spare 50, Helen?
50? I don't... Oh, what? Oh, dear, what's the matter with me? I drew 100 out of the bank yesterday.
You did?
Yes, it was yesterday. I remember I got to the bank just at closing time, and I had to argue with the man at the door to let me in. Here's the money you wanted, Blackie. Oh, how much did you ask for?
Just 50.
Oh, yes. 40, 50. Here. You can make a check out later.
All right, thanks.
That's all right. I could give you more if you wanted it.
No, thanks. You've given me plenty already. That sidewalk photographer must have a mania for putting fancy locks on his door. This one's tougher than the one I picked yesterday, Mary.
Well, it sure seems to be. But what are we going to find by breaking into this dark room again?
Oh, nothing much, Mary. Just this. How Helen Waltham could have been with Harry Matthews in front of Leeds Jewelry Store having a picture taken at 3 o'clock yesterday and still be in her bank at closing time. That's 3 o'clock. I know it's my bank, too. There, that opened the lock.
Good. But about the time, that's impossible, darling. The clock on Leeds Jewelry Store is never wrong.
I know it. But why would Helen say she was in her bank at closing time if she wasn't? She was very definite about that.
Yeah, I know. Or so you said.
Come on. Let's go into the dark room. I'm going to take a look at that picture again.
All right.
Wait, I'll turn on the light. There.
Blackie, you think the picture of Harry and Helen was faked? Retouched or something?
No, it wasn't. Or I would have noticed it. The picture was real. The clock wasn't wrong. So there's only one answer to this whole thing.
What?
I said there's only one answer, Mary. I didn't say I knew what it was.
Oh.
Let's see. Do you remember the number of that picture of Harry and Helen?
I sure do. 4121.
Yeah. Here's the index file. 4121. 4121. Where is that? Oh, here we are. It's a legitimate picture, all right.
So where are we? Right back where we started.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, wait a minute. I've got a hunch. This is picture 4121. Let's have a look at picture number 4120 and see what that looks like.
Well, what do you think that'll show?
Well, I don't know. That's why I want to look at it. 4120, 4120. Ah, here it is, already developed. Yeah, taken at the same spot. That's good.
Let me look at it, too.
A picture of a woman and a little girl. Oh, that's not much. But, Mary, look at the clock behind them.
For goodness sake, there's a man on a ladder doing something to it.
Yes. Looks as if he's cleaning it. And look, Mary, look at the time. It's 3:30.
3:30?
Yes. And do you know what that means? It means the picture was taken before picture number 4120, and yet the clock says 3:30. So picture number 4121 showing Harry and Helen had to be taken after 3:30.
Blackie. Then Harry could have killed Paul Blaine.
He not only could have, Mary, but he probably did. That guy on the ladder there is obviously Harry's accomplice. He was planted to set back the clock so that Harry could have an alibi when his picture was taken.
Wow.
Wow is right. So it was Harry and not John Blaine, after all. I should have known John acted too guilty to be guilty. Come on. It's going to hurt to do this, but I've got to call Faraday and tell him that he was right about Matthews.
Oh, it's a lovely day for a walk, isn't it, Blackie?
Beautiful, Mary.
Is that Beautiful Mary or Beautiful Mary?
Take your choice.
Well, I've taken it, and so I thank you, kind sir. Hey, Blackie.
Yes?
Why did Harry Matthews call Inspector Faraday and tell him you were at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder?
Oh, that's easy, Mary. 2 reasons. He wanted to involve me, and he wanted to make sure the police established the time of the murder at 3 o'clock, so his alibi with the fixed-up clock would stand up. He probably was hiding in the back of the pawn shop while we were talking to Paul Blaine the day of the murder.
Oh, I see.
That guy Matthews was clever, Mary. He never once offered an alibi. He knew it would be too phony if he did. He waited for me to supply it for him, and I did, by discovering that sidewalk photographer's picture.
Yeah, he was clever, all right. He killed Paul Blaine for revenge, didn't he? But he made one mistake, you know. He didn't go to the trouble to find out where his friend Helen was at exactly 3 o'clock.
No, and thanks to her, we broke the case. I certainly was glad Faraday didn't involve her.
Yeah.
Harry was obviously just using it.
Hey, lady.
Blackie, did you see what just happened?
What?
A sidewalk photographer just snapped our picture.
Well, how do you like that? Why does everything happen to us?
Well, I don't know, but it certainly does. Blackie, tell me, how do sidewalk photographers like this fellow know whose picture to take?
How? Why, Mary, that's simple. Snap judgment, that's all. Just snap judgment.
Prison laundry, see? Right through that door is the prison arsenal. All that stands between us and the arsenal is that guard and that door.
Stop talking too much and let's get going.
Shut up. And the rest of you guys stop staring at me. The guard's looking this way. And we're sunk if he thinks we're talking. Now get this. Red is at the dryer by the door. As soon as the guard's back is turned, he's going to let him have it at the handle off the drying machine. Smith, you get the keys off the guard, open the door, and we'll be on our way in 10 seconds. Now we've got...
Red, get the guard. Come on. Get that door open, Smith. Get it open. It's open, but it's set off the alarm. Come on. Let's get to the arsenal before the guards can get to us. Come on, we're getting out of here. Then we're getting out of this jail. Come on, you guys.
There they go, John. There they go out the side door at the arsenal. They must have killed the guard there. I hope not. I'm going to let them have it. Hold it! We got them ducking into cell block A. Good. If we get them bottled in there, they'll never get out. Yeah. Hey, Hey, look. There goes one of them over the east wall. It's Mike Harlan, I think. Come on, let's go after him. Never mind. The guards in the east wall will take care of him. We can stay here. Get it in.
Hey, there's the phone. Get it, will you?
Okay. Hello. Guard station 6. What? Okay, thanks.
Who was that, John?
Station call, Harry. We got him bottled up in Block A. Everything's under control. But that guy going over the east wall got away.
He did, huh? Who was it? Did they know?
Yeah, it was Mike Harlan, Harry. One of the guys who was a guest of ours, thanks to Boston Blackie.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Police headquarters. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, I think I might know something you'd like to know.
Yeah? Who's this?
That ain't important, but my information is.
What's important about it?
Mike Harlan busted out of prison yesterday, didn't he? And you're looking for him, ain't you?
Yeah, sure, I'm looking for him.
Well, I think I know where you can grab him.
Yeah? Where?
Boston Blackie sent him to jail, didn't he?
Yeah, so what?
So I figure that's where Mike Harlan is heading. To settle a little score as soon as the heat on him dies down.
What makes you think so?
A couple of minutes ago, I saw him hiding in an alley 2 blocks from where Blackie lives.
Yeah? Well, why are you telling me this?
I don't like Harlan.
Yeah, well, if... Hello! Hello! No, he would hang up. Rollins! Rollins!
Yeah, Inspector?
Get me a squad car, quick. We're getting out to Boston Blackie's fast. Blackie! Blackie, open up!
I tell you, Inspector, there's nobody in there.
Maybe nobody alive. Come on. We're going to break down the door.
Okay.
All right. Come on, shout. Again, shout.
One more ought to do it, Inspector.
Okay, together now. Hard. Get it. Come on, Rollins.
Come on, where, Inspector? There's nobody in here.
I got eyes. Maybe Blackie's in another room. Maybe. Come on. Let's try this room in here.
Okay, but I hope we're not too late.
So do I. Blackie, are you in here? Blackie.
Hello, Inspector. You know Mike Harlan here.
Harlan?
Inspector, Harlan's got a gun on him.
All right, Harlan. Drop that gun before I drop you. Drop it.
Okay, copper.
Drop that gun, I said.
How's that, copper? Suit you okay?
Yeah, now don't move. Get his gun, Rollins. I've got him covered.
Right.
Go ahead and play, children. I'm enjoying this.
No, keep him covered, Rollins, while I get his gun. There.
Proud of yourself, huh, copper?
Yeah, sure. I'd probably get a tin whistle for this. It was so hard to do. Take him in, Rollins. Get him out of here.
All right.
Too bad I didn't get to finish the job, Blackie. But I may be back. So long.
Goodbye, Harlan. Too bad you couldn't stay longer. Well, Faraday,
Well, Blackie?
what do you want me to do, Faraday? Kiss your hand?
No, but you might say thanks. Thanks to a telephone tip from one of Harlan's old enemies, I just got here in time to keep Harlan from killing you.
Oh, that's right, you did.
What do you mean, that's right, I did? Didn't I bust in here and catch him holding a gun on you?
Yes, you did, Faraday, and thanks a lot.
All right.
I'll do the same for you sometime. And thanks for getting here so fast. Harlan wasn't here 5 minutes before you broke in.
Look, I didn't come up here to save your life. I came up here to capture an escaped criminal. Too bad I had to do both at the same time. Hey, how did he happen to get a gun on you, eh?
Jealous, Faraday? You should be. Come to think of it, you've never been able to get anything on me. Well, Mary, Faraday is now under the impression he saved my life. Though I guess I do owe him something at that.
So do I, Blackie. And for the same reason.
Weren't you wondering why I was a little late calling for you?
Oh, at first I thought you had trouble getting this cab, but after all, you were only an hour late. That's practically on time for you.
You didn't really mind, did you?
I didn't, but the doorman did. I was outside so long I made 35 cents on tips opening taxi doors.
I'd want my cut, but I'm too pleased with the way you look tonight.
I do not look any differently tonight.
Maybe it's that dress you're wearing. New, isn't it?
Not particularly. I got it this afternoon. It's all of 5 hours old.
Doesn't look its age, does it?
Well, it's just my size, so there isn't room for a wrinkle.
Tell me why you're wearing an evening gown, Mary.
Listen, my Blackie, and you shall hear. This afternoon, you called to say you were taking me to a very lovely place tonight. It is now tonight. I am dressed appropriately for the very lovely place.
Now, the place isn't that lovely.
Well, thank you. You're being extra special sweet tonight, darling. You wouldn't have a reason, an extra special reason, by any chance?
Oh, Mary, how can you even think such a thing?
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. All right, out with it. The deal to drive uptown for dinner is all off, huh?
Oh, I'd say it was, postponed temporarily.
You know, that's what I like about us. Plans subject to change without notice. Too bad this dress isn't.
The dress is very attractive, Mary.
Well, inasmuch as it's becoming increasingly apparent that I am due for a disappointment, you'll have to do better than that. Try again.
Oh, very well. The dress is...
Oh, it isn't that good.
On the contrary. What there is of it is terrific.
Well, then you should have made the whistle shorter, like this. And now I hate to be inquisitive, but where are we going?
To a place downtown known as the Traveler's Barn.
The Traveler's Barn? What's that?
Believe me, it's all to your credit that you don't know. It's a combination place, joint, and dive. But I've got to go there tonight.
Oh, all right, darling, only I won't say I'm not disappointed. In fact, there's only one thing that could possibly make this situation worse.
What's that?
If you were going to the Traveler's Barn to meet another girl.
Funny you should mention that, Mary. That's exactly why I'm going there. To meet another girl.
You know something, Blackie? If you didn't tell me, and if I kept my eyes closed, and if I couldn't smell anything, and if I couldn't hear anything, I'd swear we were at the Carlton instead of the Traveler's Barn.
Mary, I think you're a snob. The Traveler's Barn has only the finest red and white checkered tablecloths.
Too bad I don't feel like playing checkers.
I wouldn't want to play anything with the mob in here. Take a look.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'll be happy if they stop looking at me. Darling, must we stay here? This place gives me the creeps.
We won't have to stay much longer. I pointed out the girl I came down to see, didn't I?
Yeah. She's very attractive, too.
Uh-huh. And you'd see how young she was if she'd scraped some of that war paint off her face. Anyhow, I can't go over to see her until that character there leaves.
I'll put a whammy on him right now. Whammy. Whammy.
How long do your whammies take before they work?
Well, that all depends on how much on the job my private genie is. Of course, right now I think he's probably out to dinner. Just my luck.
Well, at least you're feeling better. That's something.
I suppose. But hey, wait a minute. Suppose the young lady you came down here to see won't talk to you.
Have you ever known a girl who wouldn't?
For the sake of your conceit, no answer to that one. But you say you wanted to do something for you. What if she won't?
Have you ever known a girl who wouldn't?
Present company accepted?
Well...
Don't answer that. Hey, the whammy's working. What do you know? That man just left the girl's table.
Wonderful. I hope your genie had a fine meal. Thank him for me when you talk to him again.
Okay, I will. Now, you go over there and show me how good you are.
Right. Excuse me, please.
I'll excuse you. But if coming down here doesn't do you any good, I'll never forgive you.
I'll remember that. Hello. Are you Gladys Holland?
Could be, handsome.
Mind if I sit down?
I don't, but Joe might. Only he doesn't happen to be around right now.
I imagine that's an invitation. And if it is, it's accepted. Thanks.
Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Now, that's a purely masculine line, Miss Holland. You know, I beg your pardon, miss, but haven't I seen you somewhere before? The Riviera, perhaps, or Biarritz, or Cannes?
I have seen you somewhere, and I've heard you talk, too.
Is that important?
Well, it could be. Just in case. Well, just in case I ever wanted to get in touch with you.
What about this, Joe fellow? The one who might object to my sitting here with you, if he happened to be around right now.
He's still head man. You're not that good, handsome. Not this fast, you're not. Who are you?
Boston Blackie.
boss? So that's why you look familiar. I should have remembered your face. I've hated it long enough.
I've got to talk to you.
Sure, but I don't have to listen. You sent my old man to the pen, Blackie. Beat it now before you give this place a bad name. Well, what's keeping you here?
If you remember me, Gladys, you also remember that I pretty nearly always do the things I set out to do.
Sure, I remember that. You set out to send my father to jail, and you did. Well, what do you want from me? Congratulations?
If I hadn't sent him there, Gladys, someone else would have.
Yeah? Well,
Hey, Dal. Everything okay here?
Yeah, Joe, I can handle myself.
Okay, Dal. I want to see you in my office as soon as you're through.
Yeah, Joe, right away.
Look, Gladys, I want to talk to you.
Go ahead, make with the monologue.
All right. Will you do something for me?
Sure. If it's kill you for sending my old man to jail.
Look, forget about your father for a minute. I happen to know you're heading for jail yourself if you don't get out of this gang you're running around with.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But I do. And I want to do something about it.
You do, huh? What do you want to do? Send me to jail, too? Ah, get lost, you. And I guarantee no one will ever go looking for you.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Mike Harlan, sent to jail by Blackie, makes a successful prison break and heads straight for Blackie's apartment. Inspector Faraday gets a tip that Harlan is at Blackie's and gets there just in time to find Harlan holding a gun on Blackie. Harlan is returned to jail. And that night, Blackie takes Mary to a waterfront dive, the Traveler's Barn, to see Gladys, Mike Harlan's daughter, who has joined an underworld gang. He tries to get her to do something for him, but she won't even speak to him. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Mary's apartment, trying to find a way to talk further to the escaped convict's daughter.
Blackie, why do you even bother thinking about Gladys after the way she treated you?
Because she's not half as tough as she pretends to be. She's just in with a bad lot and thinks it's smart to do the things they do.
Has she been with them long?
No. That's why I've got to stop her before it's too late.
Yes, but look, darling. How do you even know she's mixed up with a gang?
Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, I suppose it is. So you better tell me.
Not now. But I happen to know that Joe character and his gang are about to pull something soon. If I only knew what it was and where.
Well, why don't you call Gladys up and ask her?
That's a good idea.
How silly.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
What are we laughing at? That's a good idea. Get the phone book. Look up Gladys Hall.
Oh. Well, all right, but I don't get it. How are you going to get her to talk to you?
Like this.
Hey, is everything okay here, Dal?
Who are you imitating now?
Joe, the owner of the barn. And obviously also Gladys' boss.
Oh, here it is. Oh, I see what you're going to do.
Let's just hope she's home and this works. Got her number?
Mm-hmm. HA12138, and kindly forget it immediately after you dial, too.
Now, I wonder why you said that.
Blackie, that Joe person has a little black mustache. Why don't you wear a mustache when you talk to her?
Aren't you a big help? The phone's ringing. Here goes.
My fingers are crossed.
You really on my side?
Cross my heart.
Your fingers and your heart. Kind of a double cross, isn't it?
Hello?
Hey, Dal, is everything okay?
Oh, it's you, Joe. Sure, why you ask?
Well, I was just wondering, see? You sure you get your instructions okay?
Why, sure, Joe.
Hey, I'm glad you're sure, but I ain't, see? I'm nervous about you.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm supposed to do then.
Hey, maybe you better.
Well, I'm supposed to get the car at 8 o'clock tomorrow night and drive it to the Cross Creek Road and Highway 17.
Yeah?
Then I'm supposed to park it on a little side road off to the left. You and the boys will be on the other side of the road. There'll be a barricade across the road. And I'm just supposed to sit there until the armored truck comes along.
Yeah?
As soon as I see the lights of the armored truck, I'm supposed to start my engine and keep it running till you and the guys get through with the truck.
Uh-huh.
Satisfied I know what I'm supposed to do?
Yeah, you're a good dog, Gladys. But just to play safe, keep away from me and the gang till tomorrow night, see? See you then, Dal.
Okay, Joe. Night.
Night.
Did it work?
Good work, Mary. The accent must have been perfect. I should have been an actor.
Well, all I can say is if you were one, you'd be a good actor.
Thanks, pal. Now I've got to make some plans to interfere with the plans of a gang of bad actors tomorrow night.
Say, 8:30, Joe. What time's the armored truck supposed to come along?
Right about now, Tony. Just keep your shirt on. It'll be along on schedule.
The boys are spread out alongside the road. Glad I got here with the car, okay? It's parked over there in the tree.
Yeah. Now, Gladys is a good doll. I'm glad she's in with us.
You're taking an awful chance, letting her in on a big one like this on her first job, ain't you, Joe?
Yeah, but we had to have somebody to get the car all set to drive. This job is taking all of the boys, so we need her, see?
Well, here's hoping she... Hey, look, Joe. Here comes the armored truck.
Good. As soon as it rounds the curb in front of us, the driver will see the barricade. He'll have to slow down.
Or maybe stop, huh?
Yeah. Then we run up on it, toss the nitro under it, and boom, she's split open like a ripe watermelon.
The truck's here, boss. The driver's seen the barricade.
Slowing down. Okay, let's go. Throw the nitro under the truck, Tony. Toss it quick.
There it goes.
Atta boy, that'll do it.
That did it. She's split wide open. Come on.
All right. Grab the dough out of the back, you guys, and beat it to the car.
Come on.
Hurry it up.
Okay, we got the dough, Joe. We got it.
All right, come on, let's go over this way. That blast must have knocked off the guards. They ain't firing at us. Hurry it up, will you, over here? Our car's waiting. Okay, doll. Get set to step on it.
Okay, I'm all set. Everything go all right, Joe?
Perfect. You got nerve. Kid ain't jittery or nothing.
Yeah, it was a cinch, Gladys. Me and the gang got all the dough.
All right, pile into you guys, and let's go.
Okay, step on it, Gladys.
Okay.
Get back to town fast, doll. I can't wait to count this stuff.
Sure, Joe. We did it, huh?
Oh, it was a cinch.
Sure was. Nothing to it.
I did all right on my first job, Joe.
You were great, doll. Great.
Hey, Joe. Look at the road ahead of us. It's barricaded. The place is full of cops.
100 of them, Joe. What do we do? Drive right through the barricade?
No, turn back. We'll beat it the other way.
Well, we can't force our barricade in that busted up armored truck. It's blocking the road behind us.
Huh? Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Joe, what are we going to do?
And there ain't nothing we can do, doll. Slow down and stop. We're giving ourselves up. I want to live a little while longer, even if it is in jail.
All right, quiet, everybody. Quiet! This is a police lineup, not a vaudeville show, and I want quiet.
We're ready with the prisoners, Inspector Faraday.
All right, start with the first one.
Joe Day, alias Joe Lane, alias Bugsy Peterson, alias Lane Peterson. 9 arrests, no convictions, wanted for robbery, murder. A guard in that armored truck was killed.
All right, O'Day. What have you got to say for yourself?
I ain't talking, Faraday.
You will, later.
Okay, step down, O'Day.
Let's have the next one.
Gladys Harlan, no aliases, no arrests, no convictions, wanted for robbery and murder.
All right, Miss Harlan. What have you got to say for yourself?
I don't have anything to say.
You know you're going to face a murder charge for what you've done, don't you?
I know it. But you can't prove it.
What do you mean I can't prove it? You're guilty and you know it. Now, why don't you play it smart and admit it?
Why should I?
Because I'll prove it anyhow. I'll go easy on you if you talk.
All right, I admit it.
What do you admit?
I admit everything. I drove the car for the gang. But I didn't know anyone was going to be killed, honestly.
That doesn't make any difference. A guard in that armored truck was killed. And if you drove the car for this gang, you're just as guilty as if you killed that guard with your own hands.
No, I didn't.
Okay, step down.
Come here, Miss Harlan. I want you in my office. Rollins, bring her over here, will you?
Sure, Inspector. Here she is.
Thanks, Rollins. I'll take her in my office. You take over here.
Sure, Inspector. All right, the rest of you.
What are you going to do with me?
Plenty. All right, go on. Get in there.
What place is this? What happens to me now?
Maybe a lot is going to happen to you, Miss Harlan. That depends mostly on you.
What do you mean?
You'll find out. Sit down. I said sit down.
All right.
That's better. Well, you're in sort of a jam, aren't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
What do you mean, you guess you are?
I mean, I know I am. But I didn't know it was going to be like this at all. I thought it'd be smart to join Joe's gang.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it'd be clever. But I know it wasn't now.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes, and I should have known it before. I should have learned a lesson from what happened to my father.
That's right.
Look at him. He's in jail. And why? Because he was smart and thought he could get away with it. Well, he didn't get away with it. And I didn't either. I know it now.
But a little too late, huh?
Yeah, a little too late, Inspector. I guess I've got worse coming to me than came to my father. Oh, if I could only go back 24 hours and know what I know now, I wouldn't be in this mess.
No, you wouldn't. And as a matter of fact, Miss Holland, thanks to one man, you aren't in a mess.
Oh, I'm not in a mess. What you ring that buzzer for?
I'll answer that last question, Gladys. It rang for me.
Blackie.
Yes, Boston Blackie. You seem almost glad to see me.
Oh, I am, Blackie, but I'm afraid it's too late.
Oh, I don't think so, Gladys. You heard the inspector say you aren't in a mess.
But I am. I was mixed up in that robbery, and a guard was killed.
You weren't mixed up in anything, Gladys. And a guard wasn't killed. In fact, there were no guards in that armored truck. The driver set the wheel and jumped 50 yards before the barricade.
That they weren't?
No, Miss Holland. And you and your pals didn't steal anything either. That armored truck was empty.
Empty?
Yes. What your pals stole was bags of slugs and a box filled with dirt.
But how did
It's all very simple, Gladys. After you told me all about your part in the holdup,
I told you about my part in the...
Yes, when I called and asked you to run through the instructions. You thought I was Joe when I said, "Hey, Dal, I want you to run through the instructions, see?"
It was you?
Yes. And after that, I went to the armored truck company, told them what was going to happen. And Faraday and I framed this whole thing together.
Well, then Joe and the gang haven't been arrested either.
Oh, yes, Miss Harlan. They're under arrest. I've been looking for him and that gang for a long time for other things. They're going to jail.
And where am I going?
Out of here, Gladys. Straight out of here, if you know what I mean.
Blackie, why did you want to help Gladys Harlan?
Well, Mary, remember when I told you that Faraday caught my calling her father in my apartment with a gun on me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he wasn't pointing that gun at me to kill me, but so that when Faraday broke in, I wouldn't be accused of harboring an escaped convict.
He wasn't going to kill you. Well, then what was he doing in your apartment?
Well, he heard through the prison grapevine that his daughter was getting mixed up with a gang.
Oh, and he wanted to keep her from joining him.
Yes, he even had her come up to prison to see him, but she wouldn't listen to him.
Gee, you'd think she would have, though, wouldn't you? The father was in jail because he was caught by the police.
Yes, but she told him she was too smart to be caught. That's when he decided to come to see me.
Oh, and I know why he didn't go to the police. Because all they do is send her to prison.
Yes, and he didn't want that. So he broke jail and came to see me, hoping that I could do something with her.
Well, that covers everything, I guess.
And so does that lovely evening wrap you're wearing.
Why, thank you, sir.
You'll sure be an attraction tonight.
Think so? Look what I'm wearing underneath.
Good night. A checkered skirt and a striped sweater. Where do you think you're on your way to?
To the Traveler's Barn, of course.
Mary, we're going to the Carlton Plaza. Oh. And I said you'd be an attraction. Wow.
At the Carlton Plaza in this outfit, Blackie, I won't be an attraction. I'll be a sensation.
No, Dr. Austin, I just won't believe it. I know my grandfather was murdered.
But that's impossible, Linda. Your grandfather was in a hospital bed, attended by several doctors, I among them, when he died.
Yes, I know that. But just the same, I know that Joe Reed killed him.
Linda, you'll have to face the facts. I know as well as you do that Joe Reed hated your grandfather. But your grandfather died a natural death. He suffered from heart trouble for 18 years. It was his heart that killed him.
No, Doctor. Joe Reed killed him. I know it. I feel it.
Why, Linda? Why would Reed kill your grandfather?
You know very well why, Dr. Austin. Grandfather left him $50,000 in his will.
Well, if that's your only logic, you and I had a reason to kill your grandfather, too. He left me $25,000. And you get more than $100,000.
That doesn't make any difference. Grandfather was going to cut Joe Reed out of his will. I know it, and I think Reed knew it, too. And he killed Grandfather before he could do it.
To keep him from changing his will, eh?
Isn't that what you'd do, Doctor?
I wouldn't commit murder for $50,000 or for any amount, and neither would Joe. No, Linda, I know you dislike Reed, but I'm afraid you can't make trouble for him. Your grandfather died a natural death.
Well, I know he didn't, Dr. Austin. I know that Joe murdered him, and I'm going to prove it.
How, Linda?
How? I'm going to Boston Blackie. That's how.
Now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello?
Hello, Tom. This is Bob.
Oh, how are you, Bob?
Fine. What's new?
Oh, nothing. Just the same old stuff.
Say, doing anything this weekend?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Mrs. Van Grifton.
Oh, no, not that.
Yeah. Wants me to go up to her country home for the weekend, but
Oh, brother.
I think I'll have a much better time at the...
Yeah?
No.
Hello?
Who are you?
Hello, Tom.
Put down that knife.
Hello? Tom!
Children, don't go too far away from the door. And don't be late for supper. Yeah, they never listen to me. Where did you come from? Who are you? No, put down that knife.
Here's the third one, Inspector Faraday. Lying right here on the dock where Patrolman Murphy found him.
The third one in 5 hours. And all with a 10-cent store kitchen knife stuck in him. Rollins, we've got a madman on the loose.
Yeah, killing for the fun of it.
This has got me, no kidding. First Tom Marshall, one of the richest men in town. Then that housewife out in Green Meadows. And now this bum at the waterfront.
And bum is about the only identification we have on this one, Inspector.
Don't know who he is, huh?
No identification.
Well, take him to the morgue. Maybe we'll get identification from fingerprints or dental work, if any. But we got to work fast and grab this killer, or we'll have another body lying around somewhere.
Yeah, but how are we going to figure where this killer is going to strike next? He just picks out anybody, anywhere, and sticks a knife in him.
I know, but there must be some way.
Hey, who's this?
You might know who it is. Blackie, what are you doing here?
Looking for you. It looks as if my mission is accomplished. Hey, what do you got here?
What does it look like?
Stabbed, huh?
No, strangled. The knife in his chest is just for effect. Beat it, will you? I got enough trouble.
Since when is one body trouble for the great Inspector Faraday?
One body isn't. But this happens to be the third one in the last 5 hours.
What?
Yeah, the third. And all killed in the same way. By the same type of instrument. A 10-cent store kitchen knife.
All here at the waterfront, of course?
No, one of the victims was Tom Marshall.
The millionaire?
Yeah. Killed in his home. The second was a woman, Mrs. Harriet Jones. She was killed the same way, on a street out in Green Meadows.
And now this, huh?
Yeah.
This one we can't even identify.
You've got a problem worse than mine.
I'll say I have. And don't make it any better. Stay out of it.
Stay out of it, old Faraday. How can I? 3 absolutely unrelated people killed the same way in 3 different parts of town. Tell you what, let's do.
This is going to be good.
I'll take this case and you take mine. I'm trying to prove murder in the case of an old man who died of heart trouble in the hospital.
Look, will you quit bothering me with child's play?
Child's play is awfully consistent with your mentality.
Look, you get out of my sight and stay out. I've got a madman on the loose. I don't want you bothering me till I get him on the books.
Where are we going, Blackie?
The city hospital, Mary, to see Dr. Austin.
What can he have to do with the 3 madman murders?
Nothing, Mary. Faraday won't let me work on that case with him, and he won't give me enough information so I can go to work on it myself.
So?
So I'm going to see what I can do for Linda Graham.
Oh, Blackie, it's just nonsense to believe what she told you about her grandfather being killed. Oh, Mr. Graham died of heart trouble.
I know, but she thinks a man named Joe Reed killed him.
Now, how? He died in a hospital bed surrounded by doctors.
I know that, too. But according to Miss Graham's story, Joe Reed was an old man Graham's secretary.
Oh, I see, and all secretaries kill their bosses. Now, what sense does that make?
None. Reed was afraid he was going to be cut out of old man Graham's will, so he wanted to kill him before he had a chance to change that will.
You say that as if you believe it.
No, Mary, I don't believe it. Not yet, anyhow. But Miss Graham came to me in good faith, and I promised her that I'd do what I can for her. So?
So, you're going to do what you can for her?
Which is?
Nothing?
Well, not exactly nothing. I'm going to talk to old man Graham's doctor and everyone else involved, but I'm afraid what I'll end up with is nothing. Well, here's the hospital.
Well, here goes nothing.
Dr. Austin?
Yes, I'm Dr. Austin.
I'm Boston Blackie, Doctor.
How do you do?
You won't mind if I ask you a few questions, will you?
No, not at all, Blackie. In fact, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. Linda said she was going to see you.
Well, she did see me. She thinks her grandfather was murdered.
Yes, I know, and by Joe Reed.
Uh-huh, because Joe Reed was afraid he was going to be cut out of Graham's will. Any possibility Reed murdered Graham?
None whatsoever, Blackie. I treated Graham for 18 years. He died in this hospital in the presence of 2 other doctors, both of whom have attested that heart failure killed him.
Thank you, Doctor. It looks as if Graham's death was quite all right, and Miss Linda Graham was quite all wrong.
For a pretty girl, you're awfully stupid, Miss Graham. Or is there a lot of truth in the expression beautiful but dumb?
I don't know how you have the nerve to talk to me, Mr. Reed.
I didn't want to talk to you, Miss Graham. You wanted to talk to me. This is my apartment, you know.
And why do you even have an apartment? Because my grandfather was too kind to fire you, even after you had robbed him.
I robbed your grandfather? Then why wasn't I sent to jail?
Mr. Reed, you know very well why you weren't. Grandfather wouldn't prosecute.
No, of course not, because he had no proof. Just as you have no proof that your grandfather died of anything but a bad heart.
You killed him, didn't you?
My dear Miss Graham, your grandfather's death is a matter of medical record. He was an old man who had suffered for many years from an ailing heart. His heart just stopped beating.
But you wanted him to die, didn't you?
I'm $50,000 richer. And I like his money much better than I liked him.
But you knew he was going to cut you out of his will, didn't you?
No. Did you?
Yes, I did. He told me so 2 weeks ago, and he told you. That's why you killed him.
My dear Miss Graham, must even the simplest of facts be explained to you? A heart attack killed your grandfather.
No, Mr. Reed, you killed him. I don't know how, but I'm going to find out, and I'm going to prove it.
Miss Graham, I'd advise you to let matters stand as they are.
Stay away from me.
I'd like to be amused by your accusations, Miss Graham. But your insistence is beginning to bore me. But I hate to be bored. Now get out. I'll help you. Here.
Oh, let go.
Come,
Oh,
Miss Graham.
please,
It's not
let go.
that bad. I think I will teach you to learn.
Teacher Reed.
Who are you?
Blackie, I'm so glad you're here.
That makes 2 of us. But I'm afraid Mr. Reed isn't going to make that unanimous.
Blackie. Boston Blackie, I suppose. Well, both of you get out of here.
What's the matter, Reed? Want to be alone?
Yes.
Will you settle for being half alone?
What do you mean?
Miss Graham, will you step out for a while, please? My car is parked down in front.
You want me to leave?
Well, maybe, you'd better stay, Miss Graham.
Changed your mind awfully fast, didn't you, Reed? Too bad you didn't change mine. Go ahead, Miss Graham. Wait for me in my car.
All right, Blackie, if you say so. I'll wait there.
Reed was teaching you something a minute ago, Miss Graham. Now he's going to take a lesson from the professor. I won't be long. He looks like a good student.
I'll wait for you, Blackie.
Now, Reed, there's only one thing I have to say to you, and that's...
Hey, what did you hit me for, Blackie? I haven't done anything to you.
That little tap was for not knowing how to talk to a lady. This one is for twisting her arm a few minutes ago.
Hey, don't hit me again.
Get up, you rat. I don't trust you. You'll able to crawl in your hole in the wall. Get up!
You've got no right to come here and hit me. The police would like to know
you'll go
that
to the police, will you? Maybe I ought to let you have one in advance in case you do.
No, don't. Now, please don't. I won't go to them. I won't go near them.
Reed, I didn't know why I didn't like you when I walked in here. I still don't know. But I kind of like not liking you. It, sort of makes me a nicer guy.
Now, why don't you leave me alone, Blackie? I never interfered with you.
You know, Miss Graham had an idea. You were responsible for her grandfather's death.
He died
I know. He died of heart failure.
Yeah.
Her idea is that perhaps you didn't actually kill him, but you were responsible for something phony somewhere along the line. And after seeing you, I don't doubt it.
Now, let me alone, Blackie. Now, please, let me alone.
Sure, I'll let you alone. Only you've given me some cause for thought. You're so exact, so precise. Your clothes, they're just so. I wonder how your etiquette is. I wonder if you know the proper way to, let's say, hold a knife.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Linda Graham comes to Blackie to accuse Joe Reed of murdering her aged grandfather. But authoritative medical reports show the grandfather died in a hospital bed of a heart ailment he had been suffering from for 18 years. Meanwhile, Inspector Faraday is faced with a baffling trio of murders. 3 people in 3 different parts of town and in 3 different walks of life are murdered in the same way, and all within the space of 5 hours. As we return to our story, Blackie, unable to solve his case, walks into police headquarters to see how Inspector Faraday is doing with his.
Hello, Rollins. How are you this afternoon?
Fine, Blackie.
Glad to hear it. Don't bother to announce me. I'll go right into Faraday's office.
Oh, no, you don't, Blackie. The inspector doesn't want to see you.
Even if he telephoned for me, Rollins?
Oh, he called for you? Well, that's different. Go right in.
Thanks, Rollins.
Hey, wait a minute. Blackie, come back here. Did the inspector call for you?
I didn't say he did, Rollins.
My best chance was if
I
he had
said
teeth.
even if he did.
Yeah, that's right, Doctor.
Thanks for letting me in.
Okay. You got the identification, huh? Good. Thanks, Dr. Parker. Goodbye. Oh, so it's you. Well, the same goes for you, too, Blackie. Goodbye.
Now, Faraday, you know you don't mean that. You're glad to see me, aren't you?
Yes, Blackie, I am. Looking at you makes me realize how lucky I am to be me.
Well, lucky you. How lucky have you been with those 3 murders?
Well, I haven't been lucky at all. I've been smart. I got identification on the body we found at the waterfront.
Yeah? How? Did the dead man wake up and tell all?
No. He was identified through his dental work.
Oh, that's so. What dentist?
None of your business.
Oh, all right. I'll solve the case by tracing back the knives using the stabbing.
I've already done that. They can't be traced. They're ordinary kitchen knives bought at the 10-cent stores. And every dime store in town carries them.
You just don't want me to help you, do you?
I'll tell you a little secret, Blackie. What? No!
Faraday, who was the dentist who identified the 3rd victim?
None of your business.
Oh, come on, Faraday, please.
No.
Please, Faraday.
No, I said.
All right. But I'll tell you something else you said, Inspector.
What?
You were on the phone when I came in, and you said, thanks lots, Dr. Parker.
So what?
So Parker is a doctor. A doctor can be a dentist, and I'm going to see him to get my teeth into this case.
Yes, Blackie, I identified the dental work for Inspector Faraday. The dead man was Ernest Brown, a carpenter here in the building.
I see.
But,
Well, Do you know any reason why anyone would want to kill him, Dr. Parker?
No, none at all. But I will tell you something. I was about to call the police when you came in. Mrs. Harriet Jones, the madman's second victim, was also a patient of mine.
What?
Yes, Miss Wesley. Oh, I know that she lived out in Green Meadows, but I used to practice out there, and, well, she got in the habit of coming to me.
Well, now, don't tell us Tom Marshall was a patient of yours, too.
If he was, I'm going to faint.
Well, Tom Marshall wasn't a regular patient of mine. He was passing by one day, and he had a toothache, and saw my sign and stopped in for an emergency treatment.
One day? What one day? That might have some significance.
Yes, I think it does, Blackie. That's what I was going to call the police about. It was a week ago last Friday.
Well, why call the police about that?
Because, Miss Wesley, a week ago last Friday, Ernest Brown and Harriet Jones were in my office, too. And all three of them were here at the same time.
Well, I'd say that's interesting, but it's not. It's more than interesting.
You think it has direct bearing on their being murdered by this madman?
I don't know. It's the first hint of a connection with the three of them. Dr. Parker, while they were here, was anyone else with them?
No. The three of them were alone in the waiting room. My nurse and I were busy in the other room with another patient.
Then that's it. While they were sitting here, they saw something or heard something. The killer didn't want them to see you here. Come on, Mary.
Where to?
I'll tell you later. Dr. Parker.
Yes?
Call Inspector Faraday and give him the information you just gave me, but tell him not to do anything about it until he hears from me.
All right.
Come on, Mary. Let's grab an elevator and get out of here.
All right. Blackie, are we really on the way? What are you looking at?
At that door at the other end of the hall. Here, I'll wait for the elevator.
For goodness sake, by the name on the door, it's Lester Graham's old office.
Yes. Very interesting. Maybe our mad killer is Joe Reed, and the three patients in Parker's office heard him say he was going to kill. Oh, no.
Why not?
Oh, just one little fact, Mary. Graham wasn't murdered. Still, Graham's office, being so near the dentist's waiting room, would put Reed in possible contact with the three murder victims.
Because he was Graham's secretary? Yeah, I suppose so. But why would all three of them be killed? What do they have in common? They weren't witnesses to a murder or anything like that.
No, but what were they witnesses to?
We'll find the answer to that, and you'll find out why they were killed.
That's a great statement, Mary.
Oh, I'm a great girl. My gosh, have the elevators in this building stopped running?
Huh?
Oh, what are you doing, daydreaming?
No, day thinking. What can three different people from three different parts of the city have in common?
I don't know. But let's stay with that witness angle. What could they have seen?
Mary, I've got it. If there was another will cutting Reed out of Graham's first will, I've got it.
Got what?
Mary, it takes three witnesses to make a will absolutely uncontestable. The three people in Parker's waiting room could have been witnesses to Graham's second will, if there was such a thing. He could have been looking for witnesses and walked in there.
That's right, Blackie. And Reed knew about the will, stole it, destroyed it, and then killed the three witnesses.
That is, of course, providing a second will existed.
Well, how can you find out? As you say, it's probably been destroyed.
I think I know how, Mary. Come on. We've got to get to a telephone.
Who are you calling, Blackie?
Joe Reed, Mary. And here's hoping he doesn't call my bluff.
Here's hoping, too.
And here's bluffing.
Hello?
Joe Reed?
Yes?
This is Dr. Parker.
Who?
Dr. Lester Parker, the dentist.
I don't think I know you, do I?
No, we've never met, but I think we should meet, and soon.
Why?
I know something I think you should know.
What's that?
I know why those three people were knifed to death yesterday afternoon.
Oh, really? Well, what about it?
I think maybe we'd better have a little talk.
About what?
About why those three people were killed.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
But I do. It's old man Graham's will. The three murdered people were witnesses to it. But I was too, in a way. I just didn't have time to sign my name to it.
So?
So I saw what was in the will, accidentally, of course. It seems you were cut off without a cent.
Now, isn't that interesting?
It is to me. It didn't mean anything to me then, but it does now. See me in my office at 10 o'clock tonight, and I'll tell you how much. one entrance to this office of yours, Dr. Parker?
Yes, Blackie. Just the door to the reception room here.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
He won't sneak up behind us, huh?
No, if he shows up at all, which I'm beginning to doubt. It's 10 after 10 already, and not a sign of him.
Maybe your trick isn't going to work.
Maybe Reed isn't a murderer. But it won't be your fault if I can't prove anything. You're a brave guy to go through with this, Doctor. If Reed's the man we're after, he's a dangerous killer.
Blackie.
We simply...
The elevator door just opened.
Good, now. Shh. Stay back from the door.
Don't worry, I'm back.
He's coming down the hall.
Yeah, I hear him.
Take him into your office when he gets in. But leave the door open so I can hear. I'll get back at this desk now.
Just outside the door now. Good luck. Thanks.
Hello, Blackie. You here?
Oh, Faraday.
Blackie, what are you doing hiding in the dark?
Not trying to hide from you, Inspector. Turn on the lights, Dr. Parker.
All right.
I'm afraid our trick didn't work.
What trick? And what was Miss Wesley's idea of telling me you were in danger?
Skip it. Inspector, you know Dr. Parker.
Yes, we've met.
Sure. Blackie, what are you up to?
I thought I was up to grabbing your killer for you, but it seems my suspect didn't come up to be grabbed. Come on, Doctor. I'll drive you home.
Okay, I'll get...
You come along, too, Faraday. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
Well, thanks for the lift home, Blackie.
It's all right, Doctor. Glad to do it. Thanks for helping me try to catch Reed.
Well, looks as if he was either not gullible or too smart for us, though.
It doesn't take much to be too smart for Blackie.
Now, Faraday, is that nice?
No, just true, that's all.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
Night, Blackie.
Night, Parker.
Good evening, Dr. Parker.
Who are you?
You ought to know, Dr. Parker. You said you wanted to see me tonight in your office at 10 o'clock.
You're Joe Reed.
Marvelous deduction. Sorry I couldn't keep my appointment with you at your office, but it seems so unwise. I don't like traps.
Traps?
Do I look like a fool, Dr. Parker?
Oh, I see. You were afraid the police might be waiting in my office with me, huh?
Yeah.
Do I look like a fool, Mr. Reed? Look, I can make a great deal of money keeping the police away from you.
You can?
Yes, as much as you can afford to pay.
What makes you think so?
What I know about you, old man Graham's second will, and the 3 people killed by what the police think is a madman.
You think I killed them?
I know you did. But I think we can come to an understanding if...
What are you talking about?
About keeping my mouth shut if you keep your wallet open.
How do I know you haven't already gone to the police?
I wouldn't be talking money if I had.
Yeah?
Oh, believe me, you're quite safe, so far. No one else knows about Graham's second will, the one you probably destroyed. No one but me.
Nobody knows, huh?
Only the 2 of us.
I'd be a lot safer if there were only one of us, wouldn't I?
Now, look here.
You look here. You'll see a gun in my hand, a nice, well-loaded gun. Too bad you kept this to yourself, Doctor, because that gives me a reason for killing you.
You don't care how many people you kill, do you?
No, one more or less won't make any difference. It's worth a lot to me.
Yes, $50,000.
Yeah, and I had a lot of time and effort. I had to wait till old man Graham died a natural death before I started. But when you're out of the way, I'll be safe. The second will's destroyed, the witnesses are dead, and soon you will be, too.
You wouldn't be so smug if you just looked behind you, Reed.
Think I'd fall for that one? You're crazy.
Glad you didn't, Reed.
Well, I hope he's got a hard head.
Nice work, Blackie.
Nice work yourself, Parker. You couldn't have talked to Reed any better if we'd rehearsed for 10 hours. Well, Parker.
Yes?
Did Reed outsmart me as much as you thought?
No, I guess he didn't, Blackie.
When he didn't show up at your office, I guessed he'd be smart enough to come here to your home. So we ducked back in here through a window.
Yep. I guess you could say we came through, huh?
It's funny how I knew Joe was guilty, Faraday. He irritated me. Every time I saw Reed, I saw red.
Yeah?
Boston, calling Inspector Faraday.
I'm Inspector Faraday.
One moment, please. Here's your party. Go ahead, Boston.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
Blackie, what are you doing out of town?
You don't know?
I can guess. You talked me into holding John Barnes in the Bradley killing for me to make an arrest. Then you beat it out of town because you knew I didn't have enough evidence to hold him.
My, you're ungrateful, Inspector. I found out Barnes had a motive to kill Bradley, didn't I?
Yeah?
I proved Barnes had an opportunity to kill Bradley, didn't I?
Yeah.
I also found a witness who did a pretty good job of placing Barnes at the scene of Bradley's death, too, didn't I?
Yes, but you didn't clinch the case against him.
Didn't I?
No. What I need is proof that Bradley was killed with Barnes's gun. I don't have Barnes's gun.
Well, you do now, Faraday, because everything that's mine is yours, pal.
You've got the murder gun? How'd you get it, Blackie? Where?
Up here in Boston. But you really want to know how I had to be sort of a bad boy to get it?
Forget I asked.
Forgotten. In a few hours, Faraday, you'll have the murder gun in your own little hand. Then you can give it to Barnes right in his neck.
Blackie, be careful, will you?
Why?
Barnes's pals aren't the friendly type. They not only want to get that gun, they're going to want to get you.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Yeah?
New York, calling Mr. Gus Johnson.
I'll take it.
Thank you. Go ahead, New York. Here's your party.
Gus,
Yeah.
this is Johnny. Johnny Barnes.
Oh, yeah, Johnny.
Just checking. You went to Boston to get rid of that gun of mine. Did you do it?
Yeah, I got rid of it the hard way. It was stolen about an hour ago. I was going to call you.
Stolen? Who stole it?
Guess who?
Boston Blackie.
Yeah. I figured on trouble from him when I heard he followed me here to Boston. By the time I got back to the hotel, he'd already swiped the gun.
Where's Blackie now?
At his hotel. I got Joe trailing him. That was his last report.
Well, get up there and get back that gun.
I can't, Johnny. It's too late.
Look, you want me to go to the chair?
Of course not.
Well, I will if you don't find that gun. The cops know I hit it, Bradley. They know plenty more, too, but they need that gun to prove I knocked him off.
I know.
Then get it back from Blackie. It's registered in my name, and ballistics will prove it was the gun that killed Bradley. If the cops get that gun, I'm finished.
What am I to do, Johnny? Blackie sent the gun to Faraday. Air mail.
What?
Joe was watching him. He couldn't do anything about it. Too many people around.
Oh. It's in the mail to Faraday now, huh?
Yeah.
Gus, I got an idea. And you're just the guy who can make it work.
Say, Miss Wesley, what time did that wire say Blackie's plane was getting in?
3 o'clock, Shorty.
Gee, 3 o'clock, huh? Gosh, we're a little late getting there, ain't we?
Yes, a little. I wish we'd started earlier. I'd like to have seen his plane come in.
Yeah, me too. But not because I think planes is pretty.
Oh? Well, then why, Shorty?
Well, didn't Blackie's telegram say he got the gun Johnny Barnes used to kill that Bradley guy?
Oh, no. He told me that on the phone.
Well, Blackie's gonna need protection from the minute he gets off that plane. I know a couple of the Barnes mob, and they ain't forgiving characters. But they're gonna be awful sore at Blackie when Barnes gets sent to the chair.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right. And when Inspector Faraday gets Barnes' gun, Barnes is as good as convicted, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, here's the airport. Yeah. Where do we park?
Well, let's see. Why don't you drive right up to the administration building? We're late, and Blackie's probably waiting for us inside.
Okay. Hey, how about here?
That's fine. Want to come in with me?
Yeah, sure. I'll get out on your side.
All right. I think we can go in that door there.
Okay. Hey, wait. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you.
Being at gate 6, all aboard.
Big joint this is.
Yes, it is, isn't it? I don't see Blackie anywhere, though, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, maybe his plane's late. Let's ask at the information desk.
Okay.
Flight 31 for Washington, Cincinnati, and Chicago, leaving at gate 6, all aboard.
Well, here's the information desk, Miss Wesley.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, but could I have some information?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the plane from Boston arrived yet?
Flight 68?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course. Flight 68.
No, ma'am. Flight 68 is late, but we expect it soon. Gate 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Wesley, shall we go out to gate 3 and watch it come in?
No, Shorty. You can see if we wait here and watch through that big window there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look at that big four-motor job taking off out there.
Yes, I see it. But I'm more interested in seeing Blackie's plane come in.
Hey, Miss Wesley, you ain't worried because Blackie's plane is late, are you?
I don't know, Shorty. It's just that I have a funny feeling.
Oh, Miss Wesley, planes have been late before. Why, sometimes maybe an hour late. They have a flat tire or they get stuck on a sticky cloud
Look, Shorty,
or something.
Inspector Faraday's just come in.
Flight 41
Gosh, wonder what he's doing.
I don't know, but he sees us.
Gosh, you don't think maybe something's gone wrong, huh?
Well, I don't know.
Wesley. Hello, Shorty.
Hello, Inspector. What are you here for?
What do you think I'm here for? To meet a train?
What, you're here to meet Blackie too, Inspector Faraday?
Yeah. How'd you know?
I'm just smart, I guess.
You smart? Bad guess. Isn't Blackie's plane in yet?
No, Inspector, it's late.
I might have known. Blackie's probably telling the pilot how to fly. What plane's Blackie on?
Flight 68.
Flight 68, huh? It'll be just like Blackie to keep that plane up, so I'll have to wait for hours. Well, I'm waiting. Come in, Flight 68.
Tom, any word from Flight 68?
Not a peep for the last 5 hours, Harry.
Not a peep, huh? Doesn't seem possible. 4 hours overdue on a flight of an hour and 10 minutes. Have you kept checking?
Every 5 minutes.
Well, try again, Tom.
Okay. New York calling Cross Nation Airways Flight 68. New York calling Cross Nation Airways Flight 68. Flight 68, come in.
Flight 68. Come in. Come in.
Hold it, Tom. Anything?
Nothing.
When did you last hear?
10 minutes out of Boston. Pilot radioed an okay. Said he was on the beam.
And not a word since?
Not a word.
We got a lost plane then, Tom. It's out of gas and down somewhere by now. But keep trying to make contact. We may...
Any word from Flight 68 yet?
Say, nobody's allowed in the control tower, and that means you, too.
I'm Inspector Faraday, police.
Oh, sorry, Inspector.
Skip it. Any word from Flight 68?
No, she's 4 hours overdue, and that means she's down somewhere out of gas.
Or maybe worse.
Yeah, I think so, too, except we haven't had a report of any crash.
You mean the plane's just disappeared?
So far it has.
Look, let me see that passenger list. There's something crazy about this.
Yeah, the passenger list is the craziest thing about the whole flight, Inspector.
What do you mean?
Well, Flight 68 is a 21-passenger ship. 20 reservations were canceled at the last minute.
Huh?
That's right. So the plane left Boston with only one passenger.
One passenger? Oh.
A man by the name of Boston Blackie. Gosh, Miss Wesley, why don't they put cushions on the seats in this place?
Shorty, here comes Inspector Faraday. Maybe he has word about Blackie's plane.
Gee, he looks awful sick, Miss Wesley.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? What is it, Inspector?
I'm afraid I got bad news for you, Miss Wesley.
Oh.
Looks as if Flight 68 has had an accident.
Oh, no, I...
Blackie was on it, Miss Wesley. The only passenger.
Here, Miss Wesley. Maybe you better sit down, huh?
No, it's all right. Did I hear my name?
Yeah, phone call, Miss Wesley.
You want me to take it?
No, I'll get it myself. The information desk is right over here. I'll get...
We'll go with you, Miss Wesley.
Yeah, sure.
All right, maybe you better.
Here we are. This is Miss Wesley. She'll take that call.
Oh, yes, right here, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Mary?
Blackie!
Blackie?
Oh, Blackie, where are you?
In my apartment. You obviously didn't get my second wire.
Oh, no, darling, I didn't.
My plane reservation was canceled. No flight, so I wired you and took the train.
You took the train, but Inspector Faraday was told you were on that plane.
Faraday, is he there?
Yes, he's right here.
Let me talk to him.
All right. Here, Inspector, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks.
Oh, Shorty, he's all right.
Blackie, what's the idea? I thought you were dead.
Well, that's about as accurately as you usually think, Faraday.
Well, what else could I think? That plane you were going to take has disappeared. You're listed as a passenger, the only passenger.
Well, that's crazy, Faraday. The airline told me the plane wasn't even going to fly.
Well, it did fly, and carrying one passenger who called himself Boston Blackie, it vanished into thin air. You meet me in my office, Blackie. I got a hunch you can explain this, and I think you'd better.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. John Barnes kills a man named Bradley and gives the gun to a friend, Gus Johnson, to get rid of in Boston. Blackie trails Johnson to Boston, steals the gun from him, and mails it to Inspector Faraday, thereby sealing Barnes' fate as a killer, and wires Mary Wesley that he is en route by plane. But the plane, supposedly carrying Blackie, disappears into thin air. Actually, Blackie has come back to the city by train, and as we return to our story, he is in Faraday's office trying to solve the mystery of the missing plane.
A plane just doesn't disappear, Faraday.
Apparently you've been reading too many spook stories, and I haven't. So getting me down here was just a waste of time.
All right, Blackie. If that plane hasn't disappeared, you tell me where it is.
It's down somewhere, forced landing with the radio dead, or maybe it crashed.
No good. They told me at the airport, if the plane was down or crashed, they'd have a report almost immediately. They don't have a report yet, and the plane is now 8 hours overdue.
Let me see now. I got a call from the airline in Boston about an hour before plane time. The man said my flight was canceled. They'd send for my ticket right away and give me another one later.
Uh-huh.
So a bellboy came up for my ticket, and I gave it to him. Then, instead of waiting for the next plane, I took the train.
What does that explain?
It explains why I wasn't on the plane. And I have a hunch that I was called not by the airline, but by Johnny Barnes' pal, Gus Johnson. And he took that plane in my place.
Why?
I think this is why. He saw me send the gun to you, airmail. Then he found out a package mailed at that time would leave Boston on Flight 68.
Uh-huh.
He had to get that gun out of the mail. But that was impossible, so he did the next best thing. He stole the plane.
He stole the plane?
Sure. Because when he stole the plane, he also stole the gun. I'm sure that's what happened.
Well, maybe so. But does that explain why the 20 other passengers on Flight 68 canceled their reservations at the last minute?
Sure it does. It was decided for them the same way it was decided for me. Faraday, the whole thing is beginning to make sense now.
Yeah, but it's only theory.
You get on the phone to Boston, and I think you'll find out it's all fact.
Well, I intend to. But I'm not as interested in that missing plane as I am in that missing gun. How can I convict Barnes without it?
You can't, Faraday. You know it, I know it, and Bonds knows it.
Well, that makes 3 of us all in agreement. Aren't we clever?
I don't know. I'm going to see Bonds now and find out if he's as clever as he thinks he is.
How nice of you to call on me, Blackie. You've come to console me in my trouble, of course.
Oh, I don't think you need consolation from me, Bonds. Aren't your close friends doing plenty of weeping and wailing?
Not exactly.
Look, Bonds, your pal Gus Johnson told you I sent the gun to Faraday by airmail, didn't he?
Did he?
I think he did. And I think you found out the gun was being sent on Flight 68 out of Boston. So you saw to it that Flight 68 never reached New York.
Oh, say, I just heard on the radio about that unfortunate plane. Fantastic, isn't it? It hasn't crashed, it hasn't made a forced landing, and it hasn't been heard of. Just vanished. Strange, isn't it?
I don't think it's strange at all. I think you stole that plane.
You think... That's more fantastic than the fact the plane is missing. Now, how could I steal an airplane? Why would I steal an airplane?
To get rid of that pistol. It carried evidence that would send you to the electric chair. It was one way for you to steal back your gun.
Oh, so you've lost the gun, huh, Blackie? Well, maybe you're the one that needs consoling. Please allow me to be the first to offer.
Save it, Bonds. When they start giving out consolation prizes, I think you'll get them all. Hello?
Blackie, this is Shorty.
Yes, Shorty.
Gee, am I glad you finally lighted Miss Wesley's apartment. I've been calling you all over town.
What's the matter, Shorty?
I got some news for you.
What is it?
Gus Johnson's in town. He's in the hospital with a broken leg.
You sure?
Yeah. His girlfriend, Blondie White, just told me all about it.
A broken leg, huh?
Yep.
How'd he break it?
I don't know, Blackie. Even Miss White didn't know that.
Thanks, Shorty. I think I'll go see him. But tell me, do you know anything about Gus? Anything I ought to know to make him start talking?
No, Blackie, I don't. He hasn't been with Barnes very long, though.
Oh, a new member of the gang, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, what did he do before he joined Barnes?
Oh, a little bit of everything, I guess. Blondie White told me he did a lot of crazy things.
What, for instance?
Well, he was an auto racer, a circus daredevil, a stunt pilot, a seaman, steeplejack.
And that's enough, Shorty. That's more than enough. You don't mind coming to the hospital with me, do you, Mary?
Are you kidding, Blackie? I'm a nurse, remember?
I'm not a patient. Don't forget that. Oh, nurse.
Yes?
I mean the nurse behind that desk.
You.
Oh, nurse.
Yes?
We'd like to see Gus Johnson. Visitors allowed?
Oh, yes, and Mr. Johnson is resting quite comfortably. He hasn't had a visitor since 3 o'clock. It's 4 now. I suppose you can go right in.
Thanks. Which room is he in?
Oh, that one right there, 711.
Thank you. Come on, Mary.
I'm right with you.
Here's Johnson's room.
Yes, 711. Sure is a lucky number. Too bad he didn't have it before his leg was broken.
Yeah.
Well, what's the matter? Doesn't he answer?
No,
Darn, maybe he's asleep.
he might be. But it'll be all right if we go in, or the nurse wouldn't have said so. Come on.
Oh, yes, he's sleeping all right. Seems just like a baby.
That baby has a record of 11 arrests and 3 convictions.
Oh.
Well, let's wake him up. Hey, Johnson.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson.
Johnson, we...
Blackie, isn't he going to wake up?
No, Mary. Not now or ever. He's got a knife in his heart. Get the nurse quick.
Oh, yes, all right.
Oh, nurse. Nurse. Can you come here? What's the matter? It's your patient, Mr. Johnson. What's the matter with him?
Nothing except that he has a knife in his heart.
But how did that...
Nurse, you said Mr. Johnson had a visitor about an hour ago. Who was that?
I don't know. I didn't pay much attention. But, please, I've got to call a doctor and get the police.
In just a minute. Was the visitor a man?
Well, yes, but I can't remember what he looked like. Look, Mr. Johnson wasn't a sick man. He could have all the visitors he wanted. I just didn't pay any attention to anyone who came to see him.
Or did anyone else come to see him?
Well, yes, a girl this morning.
What'd she look like?
Well, she was blonde. That's all I remember, just blonde.
Oh, that must have been his girlfriend, Blondie White.
How'd you know about her, Blackie?
Shorty told me about her this morning. She told him she'd been here. Thanks, nurse. You can call the police now. Come on, Mary.
Sure thing.
Wait, aren't you going to stay? The police are...
Will want to see me? Just tell them the name was Blackie. They'll know where to find me.
Where?
At Blondie White's. She doesn't know it yet, but she's got something awfully important to tell me. I hope you don't mind my coming to see you so soon after Gus's death, Miss White.
No, Blackie. Why should I mind?
Well, maybe you'll have reason to when you find out why I'm here.
I didn't kill Gus, if that's what you're leading up to.
No, I don't think you did. But I think you know who did.
I don't know a thing.
Now, look. You saw Gus this morning. He probably told you a lot of things, maybe even who was coming to see him later in the day.
You look, Blackie. Gus is dead, and that's trouble enough for me for one day. I'm not going to shoot my mouth off and get a dose of the same thing Gus got.
But you do know who came to see Gus this afternoon.
I said I wasn't talking.
You don't have to be afraid of me, Miss White.
I'm not scared of you. You didn't kill Gus.
You're afraid of the man who did.
Look, when you know something that isn't healthy to talk about, you don't talk about it.
I understand that. But do you know what you're doing by keeping quiet? You're protecting the man who killed Gus.
No, I'm not. I'm just protecting myself.
Well, I'll fix it so you won't need protection. Will you talk then?
I don't know.
Look, I'll make a bargain with you. If I promise to send Johnny Barnes to the chair for killing Bradley, will you tell me who killed Gus?
Sure.
Thanks, Miss White. What? Thanks a lot.
Thanks for what?
In the one word sure, you told me who killed Gus. It was Barnes.
You don't know that.
Oh, yes, I do, Miss White. You promised to tell me who killed Gus if I sent Barnes to the chair for killing Bradley. That means he couldn't scare you anymore. Stick by me, and I'll get him for sticking a knife into your boyfriend, too.
Look, Barnes, you're in a police station, not a laugh movie. So take that smirk off your face.
I'm sorry, Inspector Faraday, but I can't help it. You and Blackie are both wasting your time keeping me here.
Let us worry about that,
Well,
Barnes.
sure, Blackie. I'm not worried about anything. I've just been too smart for you.
Yeah, you've been smart, Barnes, but not smart enough. I know exactly what happened to that missing plane now, and why it had only one passenger on it.
Now, aren't you clever, Inspector?
No, I'm not clever, just thorough.
You know how Barnes got rid of the other passengers on the missing plane, Faraday?
Sure I do. It was just as you said, Blackie. He had his pal Gus Johnson go to the airlines, dressed as a policeman, and get a passenger list. Then Johnson and his pal Joe called up all the passengers, pretended to be airline ticket agents, and canceled their reservations.
Which is what they did to me, too, only Gus Johnson used my reservation.
Sure, Johnson used it. He used it so he could get rid of that plane.
This is all very interesting, gentlemen, but none of it concerns me.
No?
Now,
We'll
why
see.
should I want to steal a plane? Why should I have Johnson go to all the trouble of canceling 20 plane reservations?
Well, that's easy, Barnes. You didn't want Johnson to go to the trouble of having to kill 20 passengers. The 3 members of the crew were trouble enough.
Well, if it was trouble, it was Johnson's trouble, not mine. I just don't see any connection between the missing plane and me.
Well, I do. Your pal Johnson knew Blackie had mailed that murder gun to me. A gun which would prove you killed Bradley. A gun which would send you to the chair.
Oh, really? What happened to that gun, Blackie?
You don't know what happened to it, Barnes. It went down with that plane Johnson stole.
Oh, did it? What a shame. Well, I guess you don't want me for anything more, do you?
I want plenty with you, Barnes. I know you killed Bradley. I know you engineered the theft of that plane and the murder of its crew. I know you killed Gus Johnson.
Then why don't you arrest me?
Because I want to do more than that. I want to send you to the chair. And I need the murder gun to do it. If it's your gun, then I've got you.
Yes, but before you get me, you'll have to get that gun. Gentlemen, I think I'll be going.
Just a minute, Barnes. Faraday, you'll be able to convict Barnes if you have his gun?
Sure I can. You know that. But how can I get it now?
What's this gun look like, Faraday?
It looks like a gun. What should it look like? Your gun, probably.
Because I just took it out of my pocket? Oh, no. It's Barnes' gun. The gun I stole from Gus Johnson. And I figured the best place to keep it was with me.
That's my gun? No, you put my gun in the mail.
Oh, no, I put my gun in the mail. I knew I was being shadowed, so I wrapped up my gun, sealed, and mailed it for his benefit. I figured it was a way to take him off my trail. I didn't know Barnes here would try to get it even after it was in the mail.
Give me that gun. Let me see it.
Yeah, it's Barnes' gun, all right. And I think ballistics tests will show it was the gun that killed Bradley.
Blackie, one of these days...
Sit where you are, Barnes. Get used to sitting in a chair. Only the next one isn't going to be so comfortable.
Where are we driving, Blackie?
Out in the country to see Blondie White. You mind?
No, I should say not. She helped you solve a murder case.
She did more than help me, Mary. She was all the proof I needed that Barnes killed Gus Johnson. She kept her promise to tell me who killed Gus as soon as I proved Barnes killed Bradley.
How did she know Barnes killed Gus?
Well, Gus told her Barnes was coming to see him at 3 o'clock. A medical examination showed Gus was killed at about that time, and he hadn't had any other afternoon visitors besides us.
Oh, I know why Gus was killed. Because he knew too much.
He not only knew too much, Mary, he did it all himself.
Now, wait a minute. You mean he actually stole that plane?
Yes, he took my place on the plane. Then when the ship was in the air, he killed the hostess. Then he went to the cockpit and killed the pilot and co-pilot.
And bailed out before the ship crashed? Oh, that was how he broke his leg, huh? Golly, what a chance he took.
No, he didn't take any chance at all, Mary. I found out from Shorty, Gus had once been a stunt flyer. After he killed the crew, he took over the plane himself.
And landed. I see.
No, you're wrong again. He headed it out toward the ocean. Just inside of the coast, he set the plane on automatic pilot, and then he bailed out.
For goodness sake. And now that plane is somewhere at the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, Mary. And even though something very clever went on up in the air, we figured it, because we kept our feet on the ground.
All right, men, I'll tell you why we're meeting here. What? And why we're all wearing masks.
I think we know, boss.
Yes? Perhaps you do, number one. You're wearing masks and are known to each other by number only because each one of you is wanted by the police for murder. You're all professional killers with a great deal of experience in the trade, and all the best in the business.
We hired to do some killing now, boss?
No, number 8, I hope killing won't be necessary. But if it is, well, I know all of you can be counted on for a good performance. The masks and the numbers will be worn only at these meetings because none of you know the identity of the others. And I think it wise that it remain that way.
Afraid we'll rat on each other, boss?
Men of this profession have been known to inform on their associates before. The masks and number preclude all temptation of that here. You're strangers to each other. Even though we will now all work together, you shall remain strangers.
You say we're going to work together. What's the racket?
I'll come to that in a moment. I first want to make clear just one more thing. You have not been hired by me to kill, but I hired you because you are killers. We want our clients to pay us for our services. We much prefer that. But in the event the client does not want to do business with us, well, you know what to do. Any questions?
Yeah. Why do we have to kill a guy who won't pay?
Are there any other questions?
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Good morning.
Hi. You Ernie Howard?
Yes?
Nice little candy shop you got here.
I like it.
That's good. Guess you'd like it to stay nice, wouldn't you?
Why, yes, Stay nice? What do you mean?
Look, I want $5,000 from you, or this candy shop ain't gonna be so sweet.
I don't understand.
$5,000. Understand that?
Yes?
I want it. Understand that?
Yes, but why do I have to... Oh, I think I understand everything now. Get out! Get out or I'll call the police.
Oh, now what good would that do you? I haven't done anything. Yet. But I am going to do something if I don't have that $5,000 by this time tomorrow morning.
You can't threaten me.
This has nothing to do with you, pal. It's your wife. We'll kill her.
My wife?
Yeah. Not you. Your wife. Nice little twist, isn't it, huh? Let me tell you something. In case you figure on having the cops here when I come to see you tomorrow. Sure, the cops will get me, but that won't save your wife.
Why not?
Because there's 6 other guys in this with me. 6 other guys who'll go after your wife if anything happens to me, see? And don't think the cops will make me rat on them, because I can't. See, I don't even know who these other guys are or what they look like.
You're lying.
You have a cop here tomorrow morning when I come back to see you, and you'll find out. So, Mac, unless you're tired of your wife, don't go to the cops. Go to the bank.
After he left, I was afraid to go to the police, Blackie, but I thought it was all right to come to you.
It was a good idea to come to me, Howard. What time do you have to give this man the $5,000?
Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
All right. Give him the money.
But I don't have $5,000.
You don't? Well, I do. I'll give it to you.
Oh, thank you, Blackie. I'll pay you back every penny of it.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm not giving it to you. I'm just letting you have it to give to this man. If you'll cooperate with me, it may turn out to be the best $5,000 I ever invested.
I'll do anything you say, of course.
Good. All you have to do is to let me hide in the back of your store tomorrow when this man comes to see you. I want to get a look at him. He said he was a member of a gang?
Yes, but he doesn't know the others, and if you hide in my store, there'll be trouble.
Sure there will. Plenty of it. I'm starting a personal gang war. Me against that character and his pals.
Inspector Faraday, I'm Mrs. Ernie Howard.
Sit down, Mrs. Howard.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
You can do a lot, Inspector. This morning, a man came to my husband's candy shop and ordered him to pay him $5,000
or I would be killed.
What?
Yes, Inspector. That's exactly what the man said. My husband doesn't know it, but I was in the back of the store at the time, and I heard everything.
Well, I'm glad you did hear everything, Mrs. Howard. This guy probably told your husband not to go to the police, and so he's not coming to us, is he?
No, he isn't. And I don't know where he's going to get the $5,000. We don't have that much.
You don't need that much, Mrs. Howard. In fact, you don't need a cent. All you need is protection, and you've come to the right place for it. I'll see that you're safe and comfortable when I go to your husband's store tomorrow morning to make somebody else mighty uneasy.
Well, it's 10 minutes to 10, Howard.
No, Blackie, it's 5 minutes to 10.
That guy should show any minute now. Where can I hide and still see everything?
In the back room, Blackie. There's just a curtain for the door.
Good. Where's your wife?
Oh, Blackie, I suppose I should have phoned you and told you about it. When I got back from seeing you yesterday, I received a phone call from my wife. She's at her sister's in the country.
Well, that's a good place for her, right now, especially. Uh-oh. Look who's here. Inspector Faraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Minding my own business, Faraday, so why don't you get out of here and mind yours?
Because my business happens to be right here. You Ernie Howard?
Yes?
Your wife came to me yesterday afternoon with a story about an extortionist demanding $5,000 from her husband, or she'd be killed.
She came to you, but I thought...
Everything you thought is what I told her to make you think. I didn't want you to get excited and think the cops were going to interfere and endanger your wife's life. Now, we're going to... Say, it's 10 o'clock now.
Yes, and you'd better get out of here, Faraday.
Don't give me orders, Blackie. It's 10 o'clock, and you're here. Why?
Why? Because I have to...
Wait a minute. I think I know why. Don't move, Blackie.
Oh, Faraday, put away that gun. You know guns make you nervous.
Yeah? And shakedown guys make me sore. Keep your hands up. Have you already paid him, Howard? Or was he just trying to collect when I walked in?
Hey, Inspector Faraday,
Yeah, I know. I'm wasting time. So I'll search him and find out for myself. I don't blame you for alibying him. You're probably scared stiff.
Faraday, sometimes, like now, you do the dumbest things.
Hold still. If I have to be dumb to catch you with something like this, so okay, I'm a moron.
You could be if you studied hard enough.
Yeah? Well, look what I just got out of your pocket. A nice fat roll of $100 bills. And just about fat enough to be $5,000.
And that head of yours is just about fat enough to keep me from getting any sense into it, isn't it? Listen, Faraday, there isn't time to explain. It's 2 minutes after 10, and that shakedown guy is going to be here any minute.
He's already here, Blackie. He's you. And he's leaving right now. With me.
Please, Inspector Faraday,
Don't worry about your wife, Howard. She's safe. And once this guy's in jail, she'll stay safe. Come on, Blackie.
All right. Now, let me get my briefcase off this counter.
Since when did you carry a briefcase?
I don't. It belongs to Howard here. But right now, it belongs on your hand.
Hey,
Get that gun out of it. Like that. Sorry. Got to shut you up, Faraday. With my best pocket handkerchief. Hold me. Hold that cord on the counter, Howard. Quick, while I hold him.
Blackie, but you shouldn't do this. It'll mean trouble.
Yeah. I know it. But as much trouble as if your friend walked in here and found a policeman. Here, he's tied up. Help me take him into the back room. Quick.
All right, I'll take his feet.
Good. Now let's carry him back behind the curtain. Quick.
All right. Easy there. Now, where do you want it?
On the floor here.
All right. There.
Good. Now, get out there in front. Your friend will be here any minute. I'll wait in here.
All right, but I just hope he doesn't.
Hey, wait a minute. You forgot something.
What is it now?
Oh, nothing important. Just the $5,000. Here, I just got it out of Faraday's pocket. Give it all to the man.
After I do that, what then?
My friend Mary Wesley is waiting outside in my car. After your friend leaves, I'm going to follow him.
Oh, I see. And then...
All right.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. Good morning. How's everything?
Fine.
Yeah, fine, huh? Well, that's great. Got the money you owe me?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, good. I'll count it if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
1,000. 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 2,000. 5, 6, 7, 8, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 4,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 5,000. Correct. Thank you. You're a smart guy to pay your debts. See you around.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Blackie, he's gone.
Yes, I got a good look at him, too. I'll see you later, Howard.
Hurry, Blackie, he's getting into a car.
And so am I in a minute. Let's go, Mary.
Okay. I saw a man come out of the candy store just now. Is that the one?
That's the one. He got into that tan coupe up there, and he's pulling away. Let's go after him.
Here we go. And let's hope he doesn't go through any red lights. I'd hate to have to break the law.
I'd like to catch up with him. I'd like to break his jaw.
He isn't driving terribly fast, Blackie.
Nobody realizes he's being followed. He brought us out into the country to try to shake us. Uh-oh, he's speeding up.
Well, we can do the same.
Careful, Mary. This road has a lot of nasty turns.
Yeah, I know, but I can go as fast as our friend in front of us.
Sure. We don't want to lose him. I've got to make him talk about that gang of his. And I'd rather lose him than our lives. Hey, he's coming to that bridge, and he's not going to make the turn. Mary, slow down.
I will. Oh, good heavens.
He's on the bridge.
Too late.
Stop the car, Mary.
All right.
Come on. Let's go after him.
I'm right behind you.
Come on.
Whoo! What a smash-up. You can hardly tell that's a car.
And our friend is inside there, too.
Oh, look, Blackie, what's in the road here? It's a hotel key.
I'll take that. Only it probably means nothing. Just get this door open. There. Whew. Good thing you're a nurse, Mary. This fellow needs...
A nurse?
No, an undertaker, Mary. He's dead. And so are we. He was our only clue to the extortion gang.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. A gang of extortionists has demanded $5,000 from Ernie Howard, operator of a candy store. The gang threatens to kill Howard's wife unless he pays or if he goes to the police. So Howard goes to Blackie, who gives him the money. After a brief altercation with Faraday in Howard's store, Blackie waits until the money is paid and then follows the extortionist in his car. But in an attempt to escape, the gangster wrecks his car and is killed. As we return to our story, Blackie and Mary are driving back from the scene of the fatal accident.
Too bad that man was killed, Blackie.
Too bad in more ways than one, Mary. He's not only dead, but we've lost our best lead to that gang of extortionists.
Can we find another lead?
I don't know. I hope so. Because until we do, this gang can go right on shaking down storekeepers and maybe killing them, too. You know, I think I'll try the key we found at the accident.
Do you think it's the key to the dead man's room?
Well, we found it just outside the wrecked car. There's a good chance that it's his. It says the Maxwell Hotel.
Where's that?
Down in the lower part of the city. Say, drive me down there, Mary, will you? Then go home and wait to hear from me. This key may open the door that may help me close this case. Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Find anything in that hotel room?
Plenty, Mary, plenty. In fact, I'm still here,
Why?
waiting for a phone call.
Oh, darling, why a phone call?
Well, I just think there's going to be one after what I found here.
What have you found?
First of all, a mask and a number.
A mask?
Yeah. In fact, it's a hood. Covers the whole face except for 2 small holes for the eyes.
Well, what do you suppose that's for?
I don't know exactly. But Howard told me that none of the extortion gang knew each other. It could be they wear masks to their meetings.
Oh, I see. Well, you mentioned a number. At the meeting, they're known only by number?
Yes. And our dead friend was number 1.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do?
Well, number 1 made a collection today, $5,000. Unless he's the boss will either come here or phone here and arrange to get the money. So I'm going to wait here for that call.
Well, all right, Blackie, but be careful, darling.
Sure, I will. Oh, but look, do me a favor right away, will you?
Sure.
Phone Faraday and tell him about the accident out in the country.
What if he's already found out about it?
Well, if he has, tell him not to release the name of the dead man until I say so.
Blackie, What are you up to?
Oh, nothing serious, Mary. Just an impersonation in case the boss calls. And I don't think even I could give a very good impersonation of a man the boss knows is dead.
Oh, I get it. And the boss will have no way of knowing number one is dead if the inspector doesn't release his name.
My, but you're smart. I heard enough of his voice to imitate it. I hope. Well, call Faraday right away, will you?
Oh, sure, right away. And then where can I reach you later?
Right here. Room 928, the Maxwell. Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello? Carlton?
Yes.
This is me. You know who. You collect from Howard?
Yes?
Good. We're meeting tonight. Bring the money and don't forget to wear your mask.
All right. Where are we meeting? The same place?
Yes, same place.
Think that's smart?
Sure. Why not?
Howard may be yelping now. The heat may be on. Maybe somebody saw us at the old spot. I think we ought to meet at a new place.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
It'd be safer.
Sure. Good idea. Where do you want to meet?
You're the boss, aren't you? You name it.
All right. We'll make it in the empty house at the crossroads of Cheever Lane. 9 o'clock. That's a long drive. You'd better leave right away. All right?
The empty house at the crossroads of Cheever Lane at 9 o'clock. I'll be there.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Mary Wesley.
You've got a nerve calling me, Miss Wesley, when your pal Blackie practically kidnapped me today.
Inspector, if he did, it was for your own good. And also, if you don't want Blackie killed, you have to do something for me.
I sure don't want Blackie killed. I want the pleasure of killing him myself.
Listen, Inspector Faraday. There was an auto accident on the Glenmore Road about 11 o'clock this morning. A man was killed.
So what?
So when you get the report, don't release the name of the dead man. Or Blackie will be one, too.
What are you talking about?
The dead man is a member of an extortion gang. And Blackie is trying to take his place so he can catch the head man. Now, if the leader knows that his man is dead, Blackie will be in trouble.
You tell Blackie to let the police handle things like this.
Too late, Inspector. Blackie may already have contacted the boss.
Oh, all right. I have to spend all my time getting that guy out of jams. I won't release the name, Miss Wesley.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Rollins! Rollins, come in here.
Yes, Inspector?
Rollins, phone the accident bureau. Tell them not to release the name of the man killed in that wreck on the Glenmore Road.
Huh? The accident bureau called here over an hour ago, Inspector, and we released the name to the papers right away.
What?
Well, that's what we always do, Inspector.
I know, but we don't always have Boston Blackie to worry about. Get Mary Wesley on the phone, quick. And get me a squad car right away. Hop in, Miss Wesley. Did you get hold of Blackie?
No, Inspector Faraday. I phoned the Maxwell Hotel as soon as I got your call, but the room didn't answer.
Oh, that's bad. Maxwell Hotel, Rollins. We'll try to pick up Blackie's trail from there. And turn on that siren.
Yes, sir.
All right, men, quiet. Quiet. We're meeting in a new place tonight, thanks to the brilliant judgment of number one. He feels that perhaps our former meeting place might have been spotted. We wouldn't want that.
We make a big haul with our collections, boss.
We'll go into that in a moment, number 5.
Well, I got 10,000. 2 stops, 2 collections.
All of the men got at least that much. We're doing quite well, number 5.
Hey, look, boss, we always got to wear these masks at these meetings. This is a good setup, only it's creepy.
Oh? You think we ought to wear masks, don't you, number 1?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want one of our weaker members in a weaker moment to turn us over to the police, would you, number 1?
No?
What's the matter with you, number 1? You haven't much to say, and your tongue is usually rather glib.
I don't have much to say.
Why not?
I listen better than I talk.
So it seems. We were more than an hour late in getting this meeting started. You seem to prefer to listen at all that time. What are you listening for, number one?
Nothing. Just listening.
Oh, you must be listening for something.
No, only to hear what you have to say.
You're sure you can hear well?
Yeah.
Sure you feel well?
Why, yeah.
That's amazing, number one. I expected you to be at least a little bit shaken up.
Shaken up? By what?
That accident.
Accident?
Yes. The one in which you were killed.
Killed?
Yes. How does it feel to be dead?
There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. I heard it on the radio. This meeting was delayed while I went to the morgue to identify your body. I was quite certain you were in no condition to attend this meeting.
Hey, look, boss, if number one is dead, who's this guy?
This guy, number 5, is the one who talked to me over the phone as number 1 several hours after number 1 was dead. I have a rather strong suspicion he's Boston Blackie. But, Boston Blackie or not, he's an imposter. And what do you think we ought to do with imposters? Don't reach for your gun, Blackie. Mine is already in my hand.
So I see.
Good. I asked you a moment ago how it felt to be dead, and you didn't know.
No, I didn't, but I suppose maybe I'm going to in a moment.
Yes, but suppose you take off your mask. I'd like to see whom I'm going to kill.
All right. There.
It is Boston Blackie.
Oh, thanks for the flattery, number 5. I didn't know my face was so well known.
Hey, boss, this guy knows about us. Maybe the cops know, too.
I don't think so. Boston Blackie doesn't work with the police. They didn't follow you yet, did they, Blackie?
I wouldn't know.
Would you know? You don't have a chance to survive the next 60 seconds.
You're, going to kill me here?
Here. Why not?
No particular reason. I simply imagined that I would die in much more pleasant surroundings.
Turn around.
What for?
Turn around. You're the kind who ought to be shot in the back. Don't reach for your gun, all right?
Hey, it's the cops. The police. Beat it.
Okay, Blackie. But you still get it.
Your aim is bad when you're excited.
All right, everybody, stand where you are. Stand where you are.
Hello, Faraday.
Hello, Blackie. You all right?
Did you find me here?
That was easy. Just a little smart investigating, that's all. All right, Ben, get these guys out of here. I don't want to see them again till they're in the lineup without their masks.
Where's Blackie?
Here I am, Mary. And not a scratch on me.
Oh, Blackie, that taxi driver was telling the truth then.
What taxi driver?
Oh, never mind what taxi driver. Let's get out of here.
Oh, I get it now, Faraday. It was a little smart investigating that found me, huh? Why, any 2-year-old could check with the cabs at the stand at the Hotel Maxwell and find out I'd been brought here.
Okay, but does it matter how I found you? I found you, and that's what counts.
You don't know how that does count, Faraday. Next time there's a party in your honor, count me in, because you're the only reason our hooded friends didn't count me out.
about Joe Garland?
Yes, I am. You're Boston Blackie, aren't you?
Yes, now that we know each other, maybe we'd better talk about my business here. Here's $1,000. You won last night from my friend Charlie Kingston.
Oh, yes, Charlie Kingston. Good man. Bad gambler, but good man. But why'd he send you to pay his debt?
Well, you wanted cash, and he had to leave town on urgent business this morning.
Oh, I see. Would you mind waiting in the other room for a minute, Blackie? That buzzer means someone I expected is here.
No, not at all. I'll wait even longer than a minute if you'll tell me where I can find the phone.
There's a phone in the next room.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, and close the door behind you, will you, Blackie? I'll call you as soon as I'm free.
No hurry.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Where are you?
At Joe Garland's, paying Charlie Kingston's gambling debt. Garland's got a visitor in the next room. I'll be over as soon as I can to pick you up.
Well, if you are going to pick me up, I'm glad I haven't gained any weight recently.
Blackie makes the jokes, Mary.
All right.
Anyhow, when I get through here, nothing can stop us from eating.
Blackie, knock on wood when you say that.
All right. Hear that?
Yes, I do. And I heard that too, Blackie. What was it?
Hold it, Mary. There was a shot in the next room.
A shot?
Yes, hold the wire. Holy mackerel, the door's locked. Hey, Garland! Garland! I can break down the door. Too heavy. Garland! Garland! Mary, you still on the wire?
Yes, Blackie. What's the matter?
I don't know for sure, but Joe Garland had a visitor in the next room. There was a shot, and now I can't get him to answer.
Oh, darling, get out of there and get out fast.
I wish I could, Mary, but I can't. The door's locked, and I can't shoot the lock off because I didn't bring my gun with me.
You didn't? Well, then pick the lock, Blackie. You've got to get out of there.
I can't. It's a snap lock inside the door, Mary. There's no keyhole.
Golly. Well, then what are you going to do?
You tell me. This is all Faraday has to find. Me with murder as my next-door neighbor.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Okay, men. You can get Garland's body out of here now. And all the rest of you guys, get out, too. Rollins, that insurance agent threw the inventory in the safe yet?
Almost, Inspector Faraday.
Good.
Faraday, let me out of here.
What's the matter, Blackie? Scared to be alone?
No, I love it. Only if you won't let me out, send me in a deck of cards so at least I can play solitaire.
I bet you even cheat when you're playing cards with yourself, Blackie.
Sure I do, but I catch myself at it every time. That's what comes from being smart. Faraday, let me out of here, will you?
If you're so smart, think up some brilliant way to get out. Only stop pounding on that door. You're giving me a pain in the head.
That's better than having nothing there, Faraday. Wait till I get out. Just wait till I get out of here.
Sure, I'll wait. But not where I have to listen to your voice. Well, Rollins, what is it? What's missing from that
I'm
safe?
Wayne from the insurance company. I can tell you, Inspector.
Huh?
I've just checked the contents against the inventory. Here's what's in the safe right now. $500 in cash, a diamond bracelet valued at $10,000, 2 diamond watches, a pearl necklace, 3 diamond brooches, and a diamond ruby clip. All the valuable stuff is intact.
Well, is anything at all missing?
Yes, one small piece of ordinary flagstone.
Well, that ought to be a clue. A piece of stone?
That's right, Inspector. Ordinary flagstone.
Hey, Wayne, you mean to tell me that the killer left that pile of jewelry in Garland's safe and took just a piece of ordinary rock?
Yes. Nothing is missing from the safe but a piece of flagstone, well, about the size of a dollar bill.
Why, that's crazy. Who'd kill a man for a worthless piece of stone?
It apparently wasn't worthless, Inspector. A few months ago, Mr. Garland wanted us to insure it for $20,000, but my company refused.
Man of all the... Okay, Mr. Wayne, you can go now. I'll get in touch with you later.
All right, Inspector. If there's anything I can do, just let me know.
I will. Rollins, go outside with Wayne. See that he gets through the police lines all right.
Sure, Inspector.
It sure sounds like Blackie is in on it. I'm going to find out.
Hey, Faraday, you gonna let me out?
Sure, Blackie. Relax.
When?
Why, now. There.
Thanks. But it's about time.
Sure is. About time to take you to headquarters. I got a swell cell for you, Blackie. Hot and cold running trustees, adjoining guards, the works.
The works is what I'd like to give you for being so stupid, Inspector. What am I being taken downtown for?
2 things. The ride and for knocking off Garland. Why did you do it, Blackie?
Because he hit me with his bean shooter. What do you mean, why did I do it? I didn't. You know I didn't, and I know I didn't. How could I? I was locked in here.
The guy's dead, isn't he? You were in the house, weren't you? And I'm sick of you showing up whenever there's a corpse. Ain't I?
You're sick, all right. Faraday, fun's fun, but this isn't. When I kill anybody besides you, I mean, it won't be for a piece of flagstone.
Blackie, how did you know it?
How did I know about the stone? I heard it with my big baby blue ears. You can hear through doors, you know.
And you can walk through doors when they're open. And then lock yourself in another room with the spring lock on the door. And that's what you did. And you waited in the next room for me to find you so you'd have an alibi. Why not? You couldn't have gotten out of the house, so you locked yourself in.
Very good theory, Faraday. There's only one thing wrong with it.
Yeah?
I could have gotten out through a window in the next room any time I wanted to.
I don't believe it.
You don't think I could have gotten out that one?
No.
All right. I'll prove it to you. Look at that window in there. It's wide open.
What window? Where?
Well, you have to go inside the room to see it. The window's on the left side.
Yeah? I want to see this, Blackie. I don't trust you. I never have, and I know.
And you never should, Faraday.
Blackie, let me out of here. Let me out.
Let you out? Oh, no. I'll let you in on something. I'm leaving. So long, sweetheart.
Carolyn, darling, come in.
Jack, I'm so glad you're home.
What's the matter, darling?
Have you seen the afternoon paper?
No, I haven't.
Well, look at this. The headline in the first column.
Well, what about it?
It's about Joe Garland's murder.
Well, so what? Darling, you're trembling.
Well, read it, Jack. Read the reason he was killed.
All right. It says, Joe Garland, notorious gambler, was shot and killed in his home early today. All that has so far been reported missing from his safe, filled with cash, diamonds, and other precious stones, is a small piece of ordinary flagstone. That is crazy.
It's not crazy at all. Jack, I'm scared. I'm scared to death.
Well, why? Because somebody killed Joe Garland for a piece of crummy stone? What's that to you, dear?
Jack, only 3 people in the world know the value of that stone. And I'm one of those 3 people.
Blackie, your apartment is lovely, but not lovely enough to wait in all evening. Darling, are you going to be ready soon?
I'm ready now. How do you like my tie?
Well, I better say beautiful, or you'll go back and change it again.
Smart girl. Come on, let's get out of here before something happens. Uh-oh. Too late. It's already happened. Hello, Faraday.
Mind if I come in, Blackie?
I certainly do, Inspector, but you'll come in anyway.
How can you say that, Blackie? Well, you look as if you're all dolled up to go somewhere. Fine. You'll dress up our jail. Very nice.
Here we go again, Faraday. You know I didn't kill Garland.
He couldn't have, Inspector. He was locked in the other room when the shot was fired.
Maybe. But he locked me in the other room. Why? Because I'll bet Blackie knows why Garland was killed. That's
I bet Blackie doesn't.
You remember what the insurance man said? The only thing missing from the dead man's safe was that piece of flagstone? Now, why would anyone want a piece of flagstone bad enough to kill for it?
I don't know. I don't care. And further... I guess I better take that phone call. Hello?
Hello, Boston Blackie?
Yes?
This is Jack Evans. I've got to see you right away. My fiancée's life is in danger. And Blackie, she knows why Joe Garland was killed for a piece of stone.
Where's your fiancée now?
She's here with me. The address is 19 Beverly Lane. Hurry, will you?
You bet. Goodbye. Come on, Mary. We've got a date.
Oh, goody, at last.
Wait a minute, Blackie. Aren't you interested in finding out why a guy is killed for a piece of ordinary rock?
Can't hear you, Faraday. All of a sudden, I've gone stone deaf.
Blackie, this is my fiancée, Carolyn Jones.
Hello, Blackie.
How do you do? And this is Miss Mary Wesley.
How do you do, Miss Jones and Mr. Evans?
Miss Wesley. Oh, now, tell Blackie all about it, Carolyn.
Well, I'll get him the letter. It'll explain things much better than I can.
What letter?
It's a letter from my father, Blackie. I'll be back in just a minute.
Well, my goodness, how can a letter from her father have anything to do with Joe Garland's murder?
It does seem incredible, Miss Wesley. In fact, it is. I think it's worse than incredible. It's awful. An old blind man sits down with paper and pencil and writes 3 letters. Because of those letters, a man is killed and 2 other people are in danger of being killed.
You said Miss Jones' father was blind?
That's what Carolyn's told me.
Here's the letter, Blackie. It'll explain everything.
Oh, thanks.
I've never shown this letter to anyone, not even to you, Jack. So please, Blackie, don't tell anyone you've seen it.
Well, if you'd rather I wouldn't see it now.
No. I want you to read it.
All right. Here goes. It's going to be hard reading. The pencil marks are smudged. And here's what it says. Dear child, I'm sending each of my 3 children a piece of flagstone. I am now old. I am blind. I haven't seen you, and you haven't seen each other in 20 years. At that time, I left you with 3 different families. So you do not know each other any better than I know you.
Well, I'm sorry, but why did he leave you children with 3 different families? We were very poor, Miss Wesley, and the families we knew were very poor, too. None of them could take more than one of us. Oh, I see. I'm sorry about the interruption, Blackie. Go ahead with the letter.
Well, there isn't much more. It says, I am now rich, very rich. Stay away from me until 6 months from today, and then bring this piece of stone with you to my home in Kimberlin, and you will receive 1/3 of my fortune. The flagstone is from my terrace, and the 3 pieces must fit exactly. No one knows your names except me, and nobody, including me, knows what you look like. So it is important that you keep and guard this piece of stone I send you. I'll pay whoever brings it. Remember, it is your only means of identification as one of my heirs. Signed, Robert Wilson.
Blackie, now do you see why I'm so upset?
Yes, I do, Miss Jones.
So do I. Joe Garland was one of Carolyn's 2 brothers. The other brother found out Joe's identity, killed him, and took his stone. Carolyn might be next on his list.
He's going to kill me next. You've got to find him, Blackie. You've got to.
I'll try, Miss Jones. But in a city of several million people, it may be very hard to find him before he finds you.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Gambler Joe Garland is killed by an unknown assailant who passes up a fortune in jewels to steal an ordinary piece of flagstone. Carolyn Jones gets help from Blackie through her fiancé, Jack Evans, and shows Blackie a letter from her blind father explaining that pieces of flagstone are to be used by his 3 children as means of identification at the portioning of the father's fortune. It is obvious that the blind man's 3rd child is the murderer, but no one knows who he is. In an effort to get a lead on him, Blackie goes to see the old man.
I'm sorry, Blackie, but you can't see Mr. Wilson.
Why not? And who are you to decide?
I'm Sam Lewis, Mr. Wilson's lawyer. And I'm sorry, but Mr. Wilson won't see anybody.
But look, Lewis, I've got to see him. Thanks to a screwy idea of his, one of his sons is dead, and his daughter Carolyn may be killed. What's the matter with him?
Now, look, Blackie, to put it mildly, Mr. Wilson is an eccentric old man. He can give his money to his children any way he chooses. And he chooses to do it this way.
Maybe I can change his mind. You've got to let me see Mr. Wilson.
Well, all right. But I promise you it won't do you any good. Come this way.
Thanks.
Yes? Mr. Wilson, there's a Boston Blackie here to see you.
How many times do I have to tell you?
I know you don't want to see anyone, Mr. Wilson, but this man insists.
Yes, I do insist, Mr. Wilson.
Well, all right, Louis. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Well, Blackie, what do you want?
I want you to describe your 3 children for me. Or rather, just one of them. The one that I don't know.
I'm not telling you anything.
But you must. Do you know one of your sons has been murdered?
Yes, the fool.
I don't think he was, Mr. Wilson. I think you were, for sending him that piece of stone. That's why he was murdered. But if you'll tell me who your other son is and where I can find him, maybe I can keep your daughter from being killed.
I'm not going to tell you anything.
Why not?
If they can't take care of themselves when all they own is a worthless piece of stone, then they can't take care of themselves when they're rich. I will tell you this. I'll pay anyone who shows up with a matching piece of flagstone. Now get out of here.
Look, Mr. Wilson,
Get
all I want...
out, I say. I may be old, I may be blind, but you aren't out of here in 30 seconds, I'll shoot you dead.
That rifle is loaded?
Don't make me prove it.
All right. I'll get out.
And stay out.
Don't worry, I will. Oh, Louis, you still here?
Yeah. Huh. Didn't get along with the old man, did you?
No, and I'm not getting along with this case either. Somewhere in this town, there's a man who is going to kill Carolyn Jones. I have no idea who he is, where he is, or what he is. You know, the man I'm looking for might even be you. Oh, what's the matter, Faraday? You're pacing around your office as if you were in a cage. Not that you don't belong in one.
Get out of here, will you, Blackie? I've got troubles enough. Get out of here, Blackie.
Everybody throws me out. You've got trouble, Faraday.
Yes. Joe Garland was murdered. I don't have a single clue as to who did it. Not a clue.
That's not half as bad as my problem, Faraday. I know a girl who's sure she's going to be killed, and I haven't the slightest clue as to who's going to kill her.
You mean Carolyn Jones? How do you know this Carolyn Jones isn't the killer? Maybe she found out Garland was her brother. You ever think of that?
Yes. And there's only one way I can think of to prove she's not the killer.
Yeah?
If she turns up dead, I'll know she isn't.
I read in the papers a guy named Joe Garland got killed, Mr. Evans. Is that how come you got 2 pieces of stone now?
Yes, Peters, that's how. You'll go see my old man, Mr. Robert Wilson, in Joe Garland's place. This is his stone.
You want Barney to go with you with your stone, huh?
That's right. I don't think I ought to show up at all. If I did, it would be pretty obvious that I killed Joe and Carolyn.
You really going to kill your fiancée, Evans?
My fiancée? She's my sister. Only she doesn't know that I'm her brother yet.
When you going to let her know it?
As soon as I have to have the 3rd stone. There's plenty of time. I've got to get her alone to kill her. And somewhere where I won't leave any clues. When I get her stone, you and your friends take all 3 of them to my old man. And don't cross me, kid. I know too much about you.
Yeah, I know. Your old man's going to give us the dough if we have the stones, ain't he?
Yes. Anybody that shows up with the stones gets the money. You sure you got an alibi for the time my brother Joe was killed, in case you're questioning?
Sure. Foolproof. I was with a dozen
Hold
guys.
it, Peters.
Yeah, sure.
Hello?
Jack, this is Carolyn.
Oh, yes, Carolyn.
Jack, darling, I don't know what to do. I'm so scared. I'm afraid to go anywhere. I'm even afraid to stay here in my apartment.
Oh, but you're safe there.
No, Jack, no, I'm not safe anywhere. I'm afraid he's going to kill me. And I don't even know who he is. He might be the postman, the elevator man, anybody. Jack, I don't feel safe with anyone in the world but you.
Well, I tell you what I'll do, darling.
What?
I'll come over and stay with you.
Would you mind, dear?
Oh, certainly not. And I'll tell you what.
Yes?
Have your maid tell everybody you've gone to the country for a few days. I'll be over, and don't you worry, sweet. I'll take care of you.
So, that's the story of the stone, Faraday. Old man Wilson told it to me. You satisfied now?
I'm satisfied that old man Wilson is out of his head, Blackie.
Well, suppose you get out of my hair and out of my apartment, then. Mary, how about you and I leaving for a nice, quiet evening looking for a killer we know we can't find?
Oh, Blackie, there must be some way we can find him.
I suppose so, but I don't know what that way is.
Blackie, listen. Suppose we arrest whoever shows up at Wilson's with that stone. That'll give us a murderer, sure.
I doubt it. The murderer knows that, and I guarantee he's got a way out. Besides, it won't save Carolyn's life.
Do you know where she is, Blackie?
With a fiancé, I suppose. She'd be smart to stay with him. That's the one guy in the world she'd be safe with. Call his house, will you, Mary?
Oh, sure.
Look, Blackie, you saw the letter the old man sent to Carolyn. Was there anything about it, it looked phony?
No, it looked legitimate enough. It was written very carefully in pencil.
Pencil, huh? People don't write in pencil much nowadays.
I know. But Wilson doesn't do anything the usual way. Look at his method of...
Blackie, there's no answer at Jack Evans' house.
Well, hang up and try her apartment. You have a number?
Yes, sir.
The girl's not with a fiancé, huh? Blackie, she could be the killer.
Somehow I don't think so. Jack Evans may be at her place, you know.
Did Evans know much about this stone and letter business?
No, not too much. She had told him about the stone, but he didn't see the letter until I did.
Hello?
Oh, may I speak to Miss Jones, please?
Sorry, she's not in.
Oh, just a minute. Blackie, she's not in. The maid's on the phone, though. At least I think it's the maid.
Here, let me talk to her.
All right.
Hello?
Hello?
Where's Miss Jones? Who's she with?
She's with her fiancé, Mr. Evans.
Where'd they go?
She and Mr. Evans have gone to the country.
Well, when'd they leave?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm very sorry I don't.
Hello? Hello? Hung up. Funny thing for her to do. She was scared to death of going places, and yet she's going somewhere with her fiancé. doesn't sound right somehow. Hey, I just remembered something.
Congratulations. So you remembered something.
Mary, do you remember what Carolyn Jones said before she showed me that letter?
Yes, she said she'd never shown it to anyone.
Not even to Evans.
That's right, but he didn't claim to know anything about it.
No, he didn't, Mary. But he said something before he saw that letter that makes me think that he'd either seen it before or one just like it.
Oh, Blackie, what?
When Carolyn went out of the room, he said, and this is almost a quote, "That old man sat down with pencil and paper."
So what?
So this, Faraday, that letter was written in pencil.
Yeah?
If he hadn't seen that letter before or received one himself, how would he know that?
Blackie, do you mean that Jack Evans is the other brother?
I think so. And Carolyn Jones is going to be his dead sister if we don't find them soon.
But how can we find them, Blackie? All we know is that they're out in the country.
I think I know what you mean, Faraday. And the one bad thing about the country is that there's so much of it.
Oh, Jack, at last I feel safe.
Oh, do you, darling?
Why shouldn't I, dear? We're alone in my apartment, and everybody thinks we're out in the country. For the first time since Joe Garland's death, I feel safe.
I'm glad you feel that way, dearest.
Jack, you're the only one in the world I can trust. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I'm glad I met you, too. Darling, do you have that stone in your apartment?
Mm-hmm.
In a safe place?
No, I guess not. It's in that drawer right over there.
Oh? You know, I'd like to see a stone a man would kill for. Could I see yours?
Well, yes. I don't know why not. It's really not much to look at, though. It's right here in this drawer. Here you are, darling.
Thanks. Seems to be an ordinary piece of flagstone.
Well, it is.
But it matches the one I got from Brother Joe.
The one you got from... No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, sister dear.
No, you aren't. You can't be. Jack, you can't. You can't be my brother. You're my fiancé.
That's what you thought, because that's what I wanted you to think. Come here, Carolyn. Come here, close to me.
Jack, you're not going to...
Kill you. But I have to.
No.
I searched for Joe until I found him. I found you, too. Almost at the same time I found Joe. But it's taken longer to get around to killing you. Come here, darling.
No.
Then I'll come to you.
No, Jack, please, Jack.
You mustn't object to my hands around your throat. Painting makes it so much easier, Carol. Hey, what's that? What's that, Evans? Blackie.
It's just Faraday and me, that's all. It would be a good thing for you if Carolyn has only fainted.
Get your hands up, Evans. Or don't. Maybe I'd prefer that, so I'd have a reason to drop you.
Okay, they're up. They're up.
See that you're keeping that way.
Oh, Carolyn. Yeah, she's coming too, Faraday. Well, we didn't hear from outside the door. She'll be able to tell us.
Swell. Good thing we came up here before we started to look for these two in the country, huh?
We were going to have to follow a trail, Faraday, and the best place to pick up a trail is the place it started. And that's here. Well, Carolyn's really coming out of it now. She'll be ready to talk in a minute.
Bring her down to headquarters when she feels better, Blackie. But there's no hurry. I think this guy Evans will tell us all we need to know before we get through with him.
Yes, he looks like the talking kind, Faraday. Take him downtown. Maybe you can make him sing.
Uncle Frank.
Hey, Joe, how are you?
I'm fine, Uncle Frank. How are you?
Oh, I guess I'm all right, Joe. Well, it's nice of you to come see me.
Well, I've meant to drop in on you for some time now, but I've been busy with my apartment building. A lot of repairs to take care of, and I have to do most of the work myself.
Yes, repairs are expensive, aren't they?
Well, the labor on them is. That's why I have to do most of my own work.
Joe, I like you, but you aren't very subtle. I know you want my money. You probably need it. Well, one of these days, son, you'll have it. Maybe sooner than you...
Yes, Uncle Frank? What were you saying?
Joe, what are you doing with that gun?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Pointing it at you.
Joe, put down that gun. Put it down.
Oh, no. You said I'd get your money sooner than I thought. Well, I'm getting it sooner than you thought.
Well, you're an idiot, Joe. You know you can't get away with murder.
But I know I can, Uncle Frank. I've planned this much too perfectly for it to be anything less than a perfect crime. No one saw me come in, Uncle Frank. No one. And no one will see me leave.
Maybe so, but the police will find out you're my only living relative, my sole heir, the only person in the world to benefit by my death.
I'm going to tell them that myself as soon as they come to
You
me.
don't dare. If you did, they'd ask you where you were at this time. They'd say, Joe, where were you at 3 o'clock Tuesday afternoon? And you won't be able to answer that without going to the chair.
You're very funny, Uncle Frank. But I've already taken care of Tuesday. And I'm going to take care of you right now.
Oh,
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Faraday, it's been 3 days since the murder of Frank Wilson. 3 days, 3 whole days. And what have you done to catch Wilson's killer? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, but we've done all we can so far, Commissioner Blake. We know who killed Frank Wilson. His nephew, Joe Parker. And we're looking for Parker now. And we'll... Yes?
Inspector Faraday, we've located Joe Parker. He's at this address.
Good work, Rollins. Let me have that. And get me a squad car, quick. Yes, well, Commissioner Blake, just watch me now. I'm going to grab Parker, prove he killed Wilson, and then sit back and let you congratulate me.
Hello, Aunt Margaret.
Oh, Blackie, would you come in?
Thanks.
Oh, well, nice of you to call, Blackie. I haven't seen you all week.
I've been busy, Aunt Margaret. Say, you're looking well. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks to those sleeping tablets that Dr. James gave me.
Swell. I'm glad to hear it. Say, I've got good news for you.
Oh, no, now don't tell me you found an apartment for me.
I have, and in my building, too.
Blackie, how wonderful.
Well, you'd better see it before you say that.
Will you see who's at the door, Blackie?
Sure.
If it's the newsboy, his money is on the table there by the door.
Oh, yes, I see it. Yes, you want to... Faraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
When you think of a better question, I'll think of an answer to it. What's old, Inspector?
Old? I'll hold you if you bother me in this case. Step aside, Blackie. Okay, Rollins, bring Parker in.
Come on, Parker.
Sure.
Stick around, Blackie, and watch me solve a murder case in 3 seconds.
Thanks, Faraday, but I won't be able to wait. I only have a couple of hours to spare.
Quiet. Lady, I'm Inspector Faraday of the police. You Margaret Cooper?
Yes?
Good. Miss Cooper, do you know this man?
Well, yes, he's Joe Parker.
What else do you know about him?
Well, he lives in the other half of this house. And he's my landlord.
Uh-huh. Well, do you know that on Tuesday of this week, in fact, Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock, he killed a man?
No.
Yes. But he says he was here in your apartment all day Tuesday, fixing the plumbing in your kitchen.
Well, as a matter of fact, he was. I'm quite certain, Inspector Faraday. You see, Tuesday is the day Tilly Blaine comes to clean. And Tilly was here when Mr. Parker was here. He was fixing the plumbing.
Well, I guess this is all you want with me, Inspector.
You stay right where you are, Parker. Come here, Blackie. I want to talk to you.
What happens if I don't want to listen?
You'll listen, and you'll like it. Come on over here.
Thanks for telling them the truth, Miss Cooper. You certainly said...
What do you want, Faraday?
Look, Blackie, I know Joe Parker is guilty. Could this Miss Cooper be lying?
Oh, no, Faraday. One thing I know Aunt Margaret wouldn't do is lie. And she doesn't scare easily, in case you think Parker may have threatened her.
Blackie, believe me, Parker killed Wilson. I know it. And he killed Wilson Tuesday afternoon. That's definite.
But you heard what Aunt Margaret said.
Yes, I heard what she said. You're a big help. All right, Rollins, we'll have to release Parker. Let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Leaving so soon, Inspector?
Yes.
Don't you leave town, Parker. Sorry to bother you, Miss Cooper.
Oh, that's quite all right.
So long, Blackie.
Wait a minute, Faraday. I'll go with you. Aunt Margaret, that apartment in Sunset Towers will be ready for you to look at tomorrow. Mary and I will call for you about 2 tomorrow afternoon.
All right, Blackie. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks, Miss Cooper. I'd be in jail now for murder if you hadn't told the inspector I was here all day Tuesday.
I told him that because you were here all day. I wouldn't lie, Mr. Parker. Not even to send you to prison. You see, I hate lying even more than I hate you.
This is Tilly Blaine's house, 19 Orange Street. Want to come in with me, Mary?
Well, I think I better, Blackie. Tilly may be a beautiful thing.
I'm seeing her because she cleans Aunt Margaret's apartment every Tuesday. Happy now?
Overjoyed. But I'll go with you just the same.
All right. Wait, I'll get out your side.
Okay. You know, I certainly wind up in some queer places with you, Blackie.
I know how your life can be made normal again.
Oh, just a minute. That was a comment, not a complaint, darling. I'm staying with you. Hey, what if Tilly's not home?
Then we'll wait here till she is home. Brilliant decision.
Masterful. How do you do it?
Oh, shucks. I think I'm smart. Things like that all the time.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to Tilly Blaine, please.
I'm her.
May we come in?
I don't know. What you want? Well, tell her here, Blackie, and we won't have to go in.
The master acknowledges a fellow genius.
Mm-hmm.
Tilly, do you clean house for Margaret Cooper?
Sure. Yeah, I clean house for Miss Cooper every Tuesday. Been doing cleaning for Miss Cooper every Tuesday for years.
What did you clean house for her last Tuesday?
Well, sure, lady. I cleaned house for Miss Cooper all day last Tuesday, like always.
Well, tell me, was anyone else in Miss Cooper's apartment while you were there?
Sure. That Mr. Parker was there. A fellow owns the building. He held me up with all the mess he made fixing the pipes in the kitchen.
I see. And how long was Parker there?
I don't know. He was there when I came to start cleaning. That was 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. He was there when I left with my cleaning done. Well, that was after 5 o'clock.
Tuesday afternoon, I see. Oh, well.
Too bad, Blackie.
Too bad. Too bad. Unless there were 2 Tuesdays this week.
Hey, Diana, nice of you to drop in on me, baby. Swell surprise.
Glad to see me.
Oh, I'll show you how glad.
Oh, Joe, don't squeeze me so hard.
I'm sorry, baby. It's just that I feel good tonight, I guess.
You certainly do. What are you so pepped up about?
I got a right to be, baby. I'm driving them crazy.
Driving who crazy?
The cops. They know I killed Uncle Frank, and on Tuesday, too. But they can't prove it.
Why not, Joe?
Honey, that's one thing I won't even tell you. How would you like the name Diana Larson on an apartment door at the Sunset Towers?
Are you kidding? Can you get me an apartment at the Towers?
The way I'm going, honey, there isn't anything I can't get you. You go on down there, baby. You'll get that apartment if you ask for it nice.
Oh, I'll ask for it nice, all right. But what's that grin on your face for?
Grin? It's kind of a sample. You see, you getting that apartment is going to be a laugh on Boston Blackie.
Miss Cooper, this is Tom Bradley, the superintendent of Sunset Towers. Tom, Miss Cooper.
How do you do, Mr. Bradley?
And Tom, you know Miss Wesley, of course.
Sure. How are you, Miss Wesley?
I'm fine, Mr. Bradley.
Tom, Miss Cooper's here to see about that apartment you said would be available today.
I'm afraid I got bad news for you, Blackie. It's already rented.
Oh,
dear. What?
Oh, look, Tom, you told me you were saving that apartment for me. You promised you would.
No, I didn't now, Blackie. If you'll think back, you'll remember I told you I wouldn't tell anybody about it till after you'd had a chance to take it.
Well, then why is it already rented?
Well, somebody came in yesterday afternoon and asked to see it, so I had to show it.
And you didn't tell anybody about it, Mr. Bradley?
No, Miss Wesley, not a soul.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea who rented that apartment ahead of us.
Who, Blackie?
Joe Parker. He heard me tell you about it yesterday. Tom, was the apartment here rented by a tall, dark fellow wearing glasses?
No, Blackie. It was rented by a small blonde girl wearing a smile. She said her name was Diana Black. But I've seen her picture in the paper as Diana Larson.
Diana Larson. Blackie, she's singing on the stage at the Garden Theater.
At the Garden, huh? Swell. Let's go down to the Garden and see if we can dig up a clue.
there, mister. And if you want to see her, you'll have to hurry. She goes on stage in a minute.
Thanks. Come on, Mary.
No, I think I'll just wander on backstage, Blackie. You see how considerate I'm getting?
Yes, and don't think I'm not surprised. You're going to leave me alone with a lovely lady?
Oh, but the doorman said that she goes on in a minute. Okay, darling, I'll see you when you get out.
Okay.
Hello.
Diana Lawson?
Yes.
May I come in?
Why, yes, but I go on the stage in a moment.
I'll keep you only a moment.
All right. Am I supposed to know who you are?
I doubt it. I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie. My. Are you sure you're looking for me?
Yes. You rented an apartment at 51 Sunset Parkway yesterday. I'd like to find out how you happen to know that apartment was vacant.
I don't think that's any of your business.
That shows how wrong you are. The picture of that fellow in glasses, Miss Lawson, the picture on your dressing table. That your boyfriend?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Want me to take my choice, huh? Well, let's see what he's written on it. To baby, who do you love?
So?
So Joe Parker asked you a question, but he gave me the answer. The answer to how you got that Towers apartment.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Police are sure Joe Parker killed his Uncle Frank Wilson on a Tuesday afternoon. The police can't arrest Joe because Margaret Cooper, a respected citizen and aunt of Boston Blackie, insists that he was in her apartment all day the day of the murder. A cleaning woman, Tilly Blaine, also strengthens Parker's alibi. The next day, unable to make any headway with the case, Blackie and Mary take Miss Cooper to the superintendent of Blackie's building to see an apartment that is vacant. But they learn the apartment is already rented to a Miss Diana Larson, girlfriend of Joe Parker. As we return to our story, Inspector Faraday is in his office.
Rollins! Hey, Rollins!
Yes, Inspector.
Any word from the lab on those Wilson case reports?
Nothing yet, Inspector, but they'll be through soon.
Well, hurry them up. We gotta get some proof against that guy Parker before
Commissioner Rollins, and let genius enter the realm of the uninformed.
Blackie, you stay out of my office. I've got an unsolved murder on my hands. Now scram, Blackie, before I take it out on you.
Faraday, why don't you be smart about it and let me beat this case for you?
You couldn't beat a drum for me. Now listen, Blackie, I've had just about enough of you.
No, you don't want much, do you? I haven't come anywhere near giving my all.
Well, whatever it is, it's all I can take. Rollins, what are you standing there for? I told you to get out of here.
Me, Inspector?
You, Rollins. Somebody better get out of here.
Yes.
Faraday, I've got an announcement to make. You're about to go to work for me.
Me work for you? That'll be the day.
Okay, then it's the day. Listen, I just got this wire from someone in Kansas City who knows who killed Wilson. It says, if you'll meet me in the Scranton Hotel here Saturday night, I'll tell you who killed Frank Wilson.
Hey, let me look at that wire. Who signed it?
It's unsigned, Faraday. Even you can tell that. Look, give me a letter of introduction to the chief of police in Kansas City saying I am okay, will you? I need his help.
You think I'm crazy?
Leading question, Faraday. Try it sometime when I'm not asking you for a favor.
Nothing doing. If you go to Kansas City, you go on your own. And if you ask me, you're going out there on a wild goose chase.
Maybe so, but so far in this case, you've wound up with a big goose egg.
Dr. James, I thought you'd never get here.
Oh, I came as soon as I could, Mr. Parker. I'm awfully busy on Monday. What's the matter with Miss Cooper?
She won't wake up. I was worried when I couldn't reach her on the phone, so I came down to her apartment here. She must have taken too many sleeping tablets, Doctor. She's been sleeping since Saturday night, and here it is Monday.
Let's have a look at her. I warned her against taking too many sleeping tablets. Better try to wake her up. Miss Cooper.
Doctor, do you think she's sleeping rather deeply, isn't she?
Yes, but her breathing is normal enough. Miss Cooper.
I tried shaking her a little while ago. It didn't do any good.
It's done some good. She seems to be coming out of it. Miss Cooper. Miss Cooper, wake up.
Oh, my. Who is... Oh, Dr. James, what are you doing here? What's the matter?
You've been asleep, Miss Cooper, for a long time. It's Monday morning.
What? Monday? But the last I knew it was Saturday night. Oh, what's he doing here?
Parker, he called me when he couldn't get you on the telephone and then couldn't wake you when he investigated.
Oh, well, I'm awfully sorry I alarmed you, Doctor. And you too, Mr. Parker.
That's okay. I'm glad you're all right.
I'll be going, Miss Cooper. Say, Sunday is a day of rest, but you certainly overdid it.
Come in.
Hello, Aunt Margaret.
Oh, good afternoon, Blackie. Hello, Mary.
How are you, Aunt Margaret?
Oh, I'm fine. I hope you didn't try to get me on the phone yesterday, though, Blackie. I slept all day long.
You did? Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't even in town yesterday. I flew to Kansas City the night before to see a little man who wasn't there.
I don't understand.
Blackie got a telegram saying a man would meet him in Kansas City and tell him who killed Mr. Wilson. But the man didn't show up.
Well, why not?
Obviously, somebody was trying to get me out of town over Sunday and did a good job of it, too. Say, do you mind if I turn on your radio? I want to hear the news.
Oh, I'm sorry, Blackie. My radio doesn't work. It hasn't worked since last Monday.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know.
Oh, let me take a look at it.
What do you know about fixing radios?
Nothing. I didn't ask to fix it. I just asked to look at it.
Okay.
Sometimes if you shake these things, they... Say, there's something certainly loose inside it. Better see what. Hey, one of these tubes is out of the socket. No wonder this radio doesn't work.
A tube is out? Well, I don't see how that could have happened.
I don't either. The way those things are put in, it couldn't have fallen out. Ah, there, I put it back in place. Let's see if your radio works now.
Well, it lights up.
Oh, well, it did that before. It just wouldn't play.
Well, I have a hunch it's going to play now. Marconi and me.
And baby makes 3. Goo. Hey! Hey, there's music on the radio. It works.
Well, yes, it does.
Genius.
Aunt Margaret, I think somebody tampered with your radio so it wouldn't work after Monday night. Look, Aunt Margaret, this is just a shot in the dark. But the police are convinced Joe killed his uncle, Frank, last Tuesday afternoon, and I'm convinced of it, too. Are you sure he was here last Tuesday?
Well, yes, Blackie, all day long. I know it was Tuesday. Tilly was here to clean, and Tilly comes here every Tuesday.
But you didn't listen to the radio Tuesday, did you?
Well, I tried to, but I couldn't. The radio wouldn't work.
No, because somebody didn't want it to work. And that somebody is Joe Parker. You're sure it was Tuesday that Joe Parker and Tilly Blaine were here?
What are you driving at, Blackie?
But of course it was Tuesday. I wouldn't have told the police it was Tuesday if it hadn't been Tuesday. I'm sure it was Tuesday. I always get milk on Tuesdays. The milk was on the doorstep, as it always is Tuesday mornings. And the Tuesday paper.
Well, that doesn't mean much. Somebody could have put the milk and the paper there any day. Aunt Margaret, something tells me Joe Parker and Tilly Blaine weren't here Tuesday at all. Now, what do you remember about the other days last week?
Well, not too much, Blackie. Every day's pretty much the same to an old woman. All I remember is that Tilly was here on Tuesday. The police were here a few days later. And then when I went to sleep Saturday night, it was raining.
Aunt Margaret, did you say it was raining when you went to sleep Saturday night?
Yes.
That's impossible.
What do you mean, Mary?
Well, you wouldn't know this, Blackie, because you were out of town. But it didn't rain Saturday night. It rained Sunday night.
It didn't rain Saturday night?
No. Oh, but it did. I remember when I went to bed, it was raining.
Well, Aunt Margaret, if it was raining when you went to bed, then you went to bed Sunday night, not Saturday.
Oh, but that's impossible. I slept all day Sunday.
Wait a minute. This is on the way to explaining everything. Aunt Margaret, how do you know you slept all day Sunday?
Because Dr. James was here to wake me up. Mr. Parker was alarmed when I slept so long and called the doctor.
Uh-huh. So nobody but Parker really knows how long you slept. Aunt Margaret, you didn't sleep over Sunday. You went to bed Sunday night thinking it was Saturday.
But no, Blackie. No, why would I think it was Saturday night when it was really Sunday?
Because Parker arranged it that way. You slept a whole day, but it wasn't Sunday. I'm betting that Tilly Blaine was here not on Tuesday, but on Wednesday. And Joe Parker was here fixing the plumbing not on Tuesday, the day of the murder, but Wednesday.
No, Blackie.
Yes, Aunt Margaret, you slept all day Tuesday.
Joe Parker probably fixed it so you took an overdose of sleeping tablets Monday night to see to it that you did sleep through Tuesday.
Well, but why would he do that?
Why? Because he planned his murder of Frank Wilson for Tuesday, and he also planned on using you as an alibi. Who told you what day it was when you woke up on what was really Wednesday morning?
Well, no one. I just thought it was Tuesday because Tilly was here when I woke up. The Tuesday newspaper was outside, and the mill.
Oh, it'd be simple to arrange that. And Parker was here, too?
Oh, yes, he woke me up pounding on the pipes he was fixing in the kitchen.
Thanks, Aunt Margaret. Don't tell Parker what we've been talking about just now. Come on, Mary.
All right.
We're going to see Tilly Blaine. I'm going to make that scrub woman help to clean up this case. You didn't go to Miss Cooper's apartment Tuesday, did you, Tilly?
I told you I did. I always go to her apartment on Tuesday.
But last week you went on Wednesday, didn't you?
No, I went on Tuesday, I said.
Joe Parker told me it was Wednesday, and that he paid you to say it was Tuesday.
He did?
Yes, and I guess there's nothing I can do for you if you insist upon lying. I'm going to have to turn you over to the police.
The police? What for?
Implication in the murder of Frank Wilson. You're helping alibi Joe Parker, who killed him. And you'll be tried for murder, too, of course.
Murder?
Yes, Tilly. Murder.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't want no part of murdering anybody. I didn't murder anyone. Now, I cleaned for Miss Cooper on Wednesday. Mr. Parker told me to. And he paid me to tell anybody you asked that he cleaned on Tuesday.
Oh, Blackie, that proves your theory.
Yes, and it proves Joe Parker murdered Wilson, too, and on Tuesday, just as the police say he did. Tilly, will you tell the police what you just told me?
Well, if I have to. But I don't want any truck with the police.
Don't worry, Tilly. You'll go free after you've had your truck with the police, and the police will send their wagon for Joe Parker.
All right, Parker. We know the whole story, so start talking. Tilly told us most of what we wanted to know.
Yes, Parker, and my, how she can talk. We know you were free to kill your uncle on Tuesday because it was Wednesday, not Tuesday, that you and Tilly spent in Miss Cooper's apartment.
Yeah?
Yeah. You gave her an overdose of sleeping tablets on Monday. Woke her up Wednesday morning, but told her it was Tuesday. You had Tuesday's bottle of milk to prove it, Tuesday's papers to prove it, Tilly Blaine to prove it, and you fixed the radio to keep your plan from going wrong. You made only one mistake, Parker. You forgot to consult the weatherman.
Did I? Yeah. And let me have the pleasure of telling him about that, Blackie.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, Parker. You try to fix it so Miss Cooper would be straight on her days again. She went to sleep on what she thought was Saturday night, only it was Sunday night. When you woke her up, you told her she'd slept all day Sunday, and now it was Monday. That set her straight on the days, all right. A little rain threw the whole thing out. But it was very cute.
I thought so. And it almost worked, didn't it? I sure had you guys running around in circles when I mixed up Aunt Margaret's days, didn't I?
Yes, you sure did, Parker. And maybe Aunt Margaret's days were mixed up, too. But your days are numbered.
Mary, please. I feel gay enough on these skates. Don't make me hilarious with songs.
Oh, what's the matter, Bertie? Don't you like my voice?
I like it very much, except when you're singing. Besides, the skating rink is no place for you to do an audition.
The book says that no matter where talent is displayed, somebody is bound to notice.
Okay. But why does that somebody have to be me?
All right.
Let go of my hand a minute. I'll show you a spread eagle I used to do when I was a kid. I think I remember how to do it.
Well, all right, but I only hope your feet do. Oh, what was that?
Somebody probably fell
No,
down.
Blackie, that scream came from outside the ring.
It did? Come on, let's go and see what it's all about.
It's all right, everybody. Keep right on skating. Everything's all right. Music time.
What's the matter here? What's the matter?
I don't know. I was just standing here. You can only find the girl who screamed, Blackie. Oh, there she is.
Hello. What happened out here?
Look what I found by this bush here.
Uh-oh. Stand back, everybody. Stand back, please.
I came out to look for her, and I found her lying here dead.
Somebody better call the police. This girl's been murdered, choked to death.
Murdered? Who's been murdered? Get back, everyone. I own this place. The girl, what's the matter?
She's dead.
Dead? Yes, she was murdered. She was strangled.
I want everybody back in the rink before the police get here, except the girl who found the body. Okay, everybody back inside.
Oh, dear. Get the police. Somebody, quick.
The motive for murder obviously wasn't robbery, Mary.
How do you know, darling?
Look at this ring on the finger. Wow. That's an expensive diamond.
That isn't Jane's ring.
Huh? How do you know?
Oh, well, I'm Martha Williams, Jane's roommate. She never had a ring like that. I know. I live with her. I'm sure nobody gave it to her, and she couldn't afford to buy it.
That ring is worth about $50,000, and it wasn't hers? Somebody killed this girl and then put a $50,000 ring on her finger?
Well, it must be that. She didn't have that ring when she came out here.
Now I've heard everything. Somebody killed this girl and then put a $50,000 ring on her finger. Well, all I can say is the man who choked her to death at this roller rink was no cheapskate.
You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth? Yes, you're sure it's pure. CV's clear, clean taste tells you that and more. From your first sip of the smooth, creamy foam that billows on top of your glass, right down to that last delicious, full-flavored drop, you'll find CV bright and sparkling, light and lively, with the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of a real honest-to-goodness beer. A premium quality beer. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price. Our enthusiastic friend, whose voice you just heard, has a special message for those who are not familiar with the beer with the $1 million flavor. Just listen. Try it. Just try CV, and you'll agree there is no finer beer. You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth. Yes, sir, just as smooth. And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Look, Inspector. Listen, don't just sit there behind your desk. Get some action on the murder of that girl at the skating rink.
Go away, Blackie. You bother me.
I'm only just starting. And incidentally, if you don't find the murder of that skating rink girl, I'll stop finding bodies for you. There's no purpose in it anymore.
There won't be any Blackie in here anymore, unless you shut up.
Okay, I was only trying to do you a favor, Inspector Faraday. If I don't find bodies, you'll lose your job. And you certainly can't find them yourself. Look, what have you found out about the murder of that girl?
None of your business.
Oh, I get it. You don't know a thing about it, as usual.
Oh, really? Suppose I told you the dead girl's name was Jane Carter.
If you told me, I wouldn't believe it. What did you do? Look in a purse for identification?
No, her roommate, Martha Williams, told me what her name was.
Great police work, Faraday. So what? You still don't know why she was killed or why she was found dead wearing a diamond ring she never owned.
Oh, I don't know about that ring, huh?
You don't know about practically anything.
Listen, funny man.
That dead girl's husband turned up to claim the body this morning and said he'd given her the ring only yesterday as a wedding present. They'd been married just a week, only he didn't tell anybody.
I wonder if he told her.
If he took...
Skip it. Did the husband give any reason why she might have been murdered?
No, he didn't know anything about it.
But he turned up to claim the body and that ring, huh? Faraday, you get done.
Now, don't get excited, Blackie. He heard about his wife's murder over the radio last night, and he had a perfect alibi for his whereabouts at the time of his wife's death.
Perfect as far as you're concerned. What was it?
He was at a banquet across the river. He has a picture of himself to prove it.
A picture, huh? That sounds a little too pat, doesn't it?
Look, I'm way ahead of you, Blackie. I checked the picture. One of the other men in it was Police Captain John Bradley, and another was the county secretary. Now, they're not the kind to be any part of a phony alibi. The husband's in the clear, I'll guarantee it.
I'll bet you $100 right now the thing is a phony. What's the husband's name?
Jack Ellis.
What's his address?
Ludlow Hotel. The phone number is East Side 93232.
Well, there's the telephone. If he's there, I'll give you $100. What about it?
Glad to see you, Blackie. I'll make that call. You just reach for your wallet. I can't wait to see your face when I get Ellis. I can't wait to see that 100 either. Blackie, nobody could be as smart as you think you are.
I'm the balancing influence in your life. I'm the over-clever and you're extra dumb. The two of us make a couple of normal guys. See?
We'll see.
Ludlow Hotel, good morning.
Jack Ellis, please.
Who?
Jack Ellis. Ellis. E-L...
L-I-S.
L-I-S.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's no one here by that name.
No. When did he check out?
Check out? He didn't. There's never been anyone here by that name. Are you sure you have the right hotel?
Well, this is the Ludlow, isn't it?
Yes.
I've got the right hotel. I've also got a headache.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shut up, Blackie. Your singing's awful.
So are your police methods, kid. My, the husband with a perfect alibi gave you a phony address.
No, all right, Blackie.
All wrong, Faraday. Somebody's made a fool out of you again. Not that that's tough, but it gives me a second reason for finding Jack Ellis. Now I not only want to catch him, I want to congratulate him.
Yeah?
Hiya, Jansen.
Oh, hello, Ellis. You look like you had pretty good luck down at police headquarters.
Yeah, sure did, Jansen. Yeah, that phony wedding certificate did the trick, all right. Tell Joe Beggars thanks for me.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the best counterfeiter in the business.
He sure is. The cops fell for you being the girl's husband, huh?
Sure. I took her body to the funeral parlor, just like you said, and paid in advance for expenses.
Good. Now, where's the ring?
Yeah. Here it is. Some rock, huh?
Yeah, sure is. I want to thank you for getting it for me. Hey, I told you I'd give you $100 for the job, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. That's what you said.
Okay. Here it is.
It's not enough, Jansen. It's got to be more. A lot more.
The price was $100. Here's the $100.
The price was $100 before I knew anybody had been murdered. You forgot to mention that, you know.
I told you she'd been killed.
Yeah. But I thought you meant by accident, Jansen. That girl was murdered, and... Well, it's going to take some more dough.
That murder was an accident, too.
I wouldn't know or care about that, Jansen. All I know is I don't like being mixed up in a murder unless the price is right.
The price was $100.
Yeah, it was, Jansen, but it isn't anymore. If I'm fooling with a murder, I want to get paid off. Understand, Jansen? I want to get paid off.
Okay, Ellis. Here's where you get paid off. And there's my receipt. Paid in full.
Hello, Mary. Can you hear me?
Yes, Blackie.
Oh, the connection went bad for a minute. I thought we'd been cut off.
Oh.
Well, Faraday was his usual uninformed self. He hasn't any leads on that girl's murder at all.
Well, then everything's right back where it started, isn't it? We don't know why the girl was killed or why the ring was on her finger.
No, and the way things are going, I wonder if we ever will.
Oh, I think we will, Blackie.
I hope so. But I won't solve anything sitting here in my apartment. I'm going back to that skating rink. Want to join me?
Sure. I'm ready anytime.
Good. I'll take you up in a half. No, wait. Make it an hour, Mary. There's somebody at the door. I'll call you before I leave.
Oh, I might have known it. All right. Bye.
Bye. Come in.
Are you Boston, Blackie?
Yes, and are you beautiful?
Skip all the nonsense. This isn't a social call.
Could be one without making me angry.
Takes two to make it one. Understand?
I get it. Oh, well, I suppose I can always get a friend for me. What do we talk about now?
This. You're investigating the murder of that girl at the skating rink, aren't you?
Yes. Know anything about it?
Not much. In fact, I know so little about it, I'm clear of it. That's what I want to set you straight about.
Look, Miss... what's your name?
Hazel Stanley.
Well, look, Miss Stanley, you're a little previous, aren't you? You're yelling before you hit. Until now, I didn't know you were mixed up in this at all, and chances are I never would have.
Oh, yes, you would. I know the way you work. Sooner or later, you find everybody who had even the slightest connection with the case. I just thought I'd save you the trouble of finding me and getting me mixed up in something I had nothing to do with.
Oh, but you must have had something to do with it.
Yes, but not what you think. I don't know who killed Jane Carter. I wasn't there when it happened. This is all I know. The guy who claimed to be her husband isn't her husband at all. He's just plain Jack Ellis. You can find him. He's in room 609 at the Eastern Hotel.
You sure of that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Now, just in case I want to talk to you after I talk to Ellis, where do I find you?
At Mrs. Fanny Browder's rooming house. The phone number is...
Wait a minute, please. I want to write this down. All right. Go ahead.
Phone number is Alvin 6, 2469.
Alvin 6, 2469.
Right.
Thanks. After I've got Mr. Ellis's number, maybe I'll call yours.
Hey, Faraday, wake up. Wake up.
Go away.
Faraday, snap out of it, will you?
What time is it? Hey, Blackie, what are you doing in my bedroom?
Not what you're doing in it, Faraday. I've been awake tonight as usual and doing your work for you as usual while you're sleeping as always.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Careful, Faraday. Remember the last bet we made. Now, look. I want you to know I found our friend Jack Ellis. A little late. I found him dead from a slight case of lead poisoning. Now I'm going to use your telephone again.
Just leave a nickel on the dresser. Who are you going to wake up now?
A young lady. Only don't tell Mary, will you? She might not understand. Faraday, old pal, when I get an address of a person, it's really the right one.
What are you talking about?
It's not a what, it's a who. Not a bad-looking who at that. She lives at Mrs. Browder's rooming house. Listen to this, Faraday. I want you to hear Big Bad Blackie at his best.
Hello?
Mrs. Fanny Browder's rooming house?
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Hazel Stanley, please.
Nobody here by that name.
What?
You heard me, and don't ask me if I'm sure, because I'm Fanny Browder, and I know who's in my house, and I know it's late and that you woke me up.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Maybe I've got the wrong name, then. This girl had red hair.
Red hair? Huh. Hasn't been a red-headed girl in my house for 5 years. I don't like redheads. You got the wrong place.
Hello? Hello? Go.
What's the matter, Big Bad Blackie? Strike out?
Yes, sweetheart. And now that Fanny told me the number was phony, this isn't funny.
Light and lively, you bet. Bright and sparkling, yes, sir. And it's just as smooth.
Now, there's a description of CV's flavor that should make you want to pour yourself a glass of champagne velvet right now. When you do, you'll find your taste tempted by the creamy, snow-white foam that billows on top of your glass. And you'll see CV's purity in its pale, clear amber color, a promise of real thirst satisfaction. But don't just look. Taste it. You'll find it, as our enthusiastic friend says, bright and sparkling from foam to finish, with a clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure. A premium quality beer made with more costly premium quality materials, premium quality that costs you no premium in price.
Remember, you're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth. And now back to Boston Blackie. A girl, Jane Carter, is killed outside a skating rink. On her finger is found a valuable diamond ring, which it is proved she never owned. Then Jack Ellis, posing as the dead girl's husband, claims her body and the ring and takes the ring to a man named Jansen, who murders him. After a visit from the mysterious Hazel Stanley, Blackie finds Jack Ellis's body, but can't find her again. So, with no other clues to go on, he picks up Mary Wesley, and the two of them go back to the scene of the crime, the skating rink.
Blackie, just what do you expect to find here?
Well, for one thing, Mary, roller skates. Got yours on all right?
Yes, I have.
Good. So have I. Now, maybe we'll find a solution to this thing. The wheels on my feet may stop my head from spinning.
Now, there's upside-down logic if I ever heard it. And I've heard it.
I'd admit that if it were true, Mary, but it isn't. You see, we've come down here to see the dead girl's friend, Martha. Remember her?
The girl who found the body, yes, but how do you know she's in here?
Observation, my dear Miss Wesley. Observation, deduction, perseverance, and the fact that she told me she works here.
Oh.
In fact, there she is.
Oh, golly. Well, then she's a skating teacher, isn't
That's
she?
right. So let's skate over to her and see if she can instruct us in the whys and wherefores of her roommate's death.
Okay.
Oh, Martha.
Yes?
Martha, can we talk to you for a minute?
Oh, Blackie, it's you again. Did you find anything about Jane's murder?
No, not yet, Martha.
Blackie, do you think that...
Hey, remember me? Because I'm here, too.
Hello, Miss Wesley.
Hello.
I didn't see you. Gosh, I wonder if they'll ever find out why she was killed.
Well, if they ever do, Martha, it'll be Blackie who found out for them.
Blackie hopes. Listen, Martha. I think that ring on Jane's finger is the clue to a murder.
Oh?
It was claimed yesterday by a man posing as her husband. And since then, it's disappeared, and the phony husband is dead.
Another murder? Oh, no.
Yes, and both committed for that ring, if you ask me.
Well, nobody's asking you.
Well, Faraday.
Hello, Inspector Faraday. Where you skate?
Don't embarrass him, Mary. His mother won't let him wear them after dark.
I don't need skates. While you've been fooling around on yours, I've been doing some work. I found out about that ring on the dead girl's finger.
Yeah? What'd you find out?
It was stolen in Detroit 3 days ago, and it's hot. Too hot to send right to a fence, so it's being passed around among the members of a local gang till one of them thinks it's safe to see a fence with it. Nick Jensen's the head of the gang we think is doing it. You know him, Blackie?
Only by reputation. Safecracker, isn't he?
The best in the business, including you.
I don't crack safes, Faraday. I open them. And the next time you open your mouth, let's have some information come out of it for a change.
Information? Well, Blackie, take the ring. I found out all about that, didn't I?
Oh, you found out all about it, did you? Do you know where the ring is now?
No.
Do you know why it was put on the dead girl's finger?
No. Do you?
Yes.
I'm listening.
Do you know, Blackie, really?
Oh, Blackie, where is the ring, and why was it put on Jane's finger?
I'll answer one of those questions at a time, Mary. I think this fellow Nick Jansen got it back.
Oh, you do, huh? Why?
Well, he obviously read of Jane Carter's death in the newspapers, how the mysterious diamond ring was found on her finger. He knew how the ring got there because either he or one of his gang put it there.
Yes, but why, Blackie?
I think I know why. Martha.
Yes?
Do you know a girl named Hazel Stanley?
Hazel Stanley, Blackie? Well, let me think.
Hazel Stanley? Who's Hazel Stanley?
Now, wait just a minute. I think I should be the one to ask that. Oh, but I remember about her now. Of course I do. She's the girl who told you that she lived at Mrs. Crowder's.
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, I know a girl named Hazel. And I think her name was Hazel Stanley, too, a redhead.
That's her.
Well, she used to skate a lot here, but, gee, I haven't seen her around in several nights.
What's Hazel Stanley got to do with this, Blackie? She's already given you one bum steer.
I'll tell you what she has to do with this, Faraday. It's her red hair. Jane Carter had sort of red hair, too, didn't she, Martha?
Well, sort of. Well, will you excuse me now? I really have to be working.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. Blackie, Jane Carter's hair could have looked rather red to a stranger because it was dark outside the rink when we found the body.
You know, I think Jane was killed by mistake.
I think you're right. I think Jane Carter was mistaken for Hazel Stanley. And that's why she's dead.
Oh, I never heard of anything so crazy. I'm getting out of here. You two skate all night if you want to. I'm going to keep rolling on this case.
Good old Faraday. Every time I get a partial solution to a case, he gets so confused he has to take time off to figure it out.
Yes, but darling, it's still pretty far from the real solution, isn't it?
Well, it's not next door, Mary. Jansen's the answer to all this, and my one lead to him is the girl named Hazel Stanley.
Oh, yes, Hazel Stanley. Don't you think you better tell me about her?
All right. She's a girl who gave me a phony address, Mrs. Browder's rooming house.
Well, if it was a wrong address, remind me to thank her. That is, if we ever meet her.
Well, she did give me the right number for Mrs. Browder's rooming house, though, Mary. Something with an Alvin exchange. Do you know the theory about aliases and phony addresses, Mary?
Oh, yeah, I think I do. Part of the name and address is usually legitimate. Psychological reasons.
Uh-huh. So, in the address and phone number Hazel gave me, there may be a clue to her real address.
Yes, but which is it, Browder or Alvin?
Yeah. Now, let's see. Now, there's a Browder Street. No, that's not much help. But say, there's an Alvin Hotel uptown. That might be the clue. I think the name Hazel is legitimate. I'm going to get on the phone and check.
Going chasing a redhead again, huh?
Uh-huh, for a clue.
Well, you follow the clue. I'll just follow you.
Come on, Hazel. You'd better talk.
Why, Blackie? Just because I gave you a phony address?
No, we found you easily enough at this hotel. It's because a girl was murdered, and I know enough about the case to implicate you.
Oh, no, you don't.
Miss Stanley, if Blackie says it, it's true.
Well, here's all I know. That ring was supposed to be slipped to me. The other girl walked out of the skating rink for some air, and she got the ring by mistake. She asked a dumb question, and the guy who slipped it to her got smart.
Oh, I see. And then when he realized his mistake, he had to kill her.
And before he could get the ring off her finger, a roommate came out, and he had to disappear fast. Then he hired Jack Ellis to get back the ring, huh?
Well, it's all making sense now.
We'll make more in a minute. Hazel, you're still on the spot. Did Jansen kill the girl?
Yes.
Where can I find him?
Well, don't make me tell you that, Blackie. He'll kill me.
Oh, Miss Stanley, not if Blackie finds him first, he won't.
You have a murder charge hanging over you, too, you know, Hazel.
Oh, really?
No. Oh, definitely. You told me where to find Jack Ellis's body, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I'm warning you, Hazel. Tell me where I can find Jansen, or you'll find yourself in jail.
Are you on the level?
I'm on the trail of a killer, Hazel. And you're part of the gang that's been doing the killings. When the police clamp down, they clamp down on everybody. Now, talk.
All right. Ellis was my boyfriend, and I think Jansen knocked him off. I told you where to find Jack so you could pick up a clue to Jansen.
Well, I didn't. Where's Jansen now?
Well, he lives at 19 Oak Street. Get him, Blackie. Get him.
I'm going to get him as soon as I get going. And, Mary, you get lost.
Look, I tell you, Blackie, I don't know nothing. Jansen ain't here.
I understand that. Now, where is he?
I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, see?
Yeah, I see. But let's find out how well you'll see with two black eyes.
Hey, take your hands off
Sure,
me.
one at a time, like this.
No, hey, get it out.
Now, where's Jansen?
I don't know, Blackie.
Well, maybe this will help you now. Now,
I got nothing to say.
It's getting a little boring. How's this for size? Just your measure. Well, are you going to talk now, or are you interested in some more sample sizes?
Don't hit me again, Blackie. Don't. What do you want to know?
I told you. Where's Jansen?
I don't know. All I know is that 11 o'clock he'll be out on a job. Safe cracking.
11 o'clock, and it's 9:45 now. Where is this job he's pulling?
Vault at 8 National.
The vault at the 8th National?
Yeah.
You mean Jansen thinks he can open that?
Sure, he's the best and fastest safe crack in the world, ain't he? Maybe if you get down there in time, you could learn something. He makes you look sick, Blackie. How's it coming on the vault door, Jack?
I think I got it, kid. I think I got it. Hold that light higher.
Think you can open it, honest?
If I can't, nobody can.
Well, you're good, Jansen, but this is
Look,
a tough...
you've been reading too much about those amateurs like Boston Blackie. You're dealing with the tops in the business now. This sure is a tough one.
Yeah.
But I'll get it. I'm the only guy in the world who can. There it goes. It's open.
You done it in less than an hour.
It's tough, I tell you. Not too tough for me. Come on, help me swing the door open.
Sure. It's heavy. There, we got it.
And about time.
What?
I was getting a little tired waiting for you guys.
Just as Boston Blackie.
It's the two of us, Boston Blackie and his gun. Took you 55 minutes to open this vault, Jansen. Took me only 30. I thought you were good.
You opened this safe?
Yes, and incidentally, at the same time, I closed this case.
I understand Jansen confessed, Blackie.
Yes, he did, Mary. But he really didn't have to. We found that diamond ring in his office safe. And did I enjoy sending that guy to jail?
Well, why him any more than any of the others?
He was supposed to be the world's champion safe cracker, Mary.
Well, he was good, wasn't he?
Sure. But meet the new champ.
Oh. You know, Blackie, when we found that ring on the dead girl's finger, I certainly didn't think it would lead to such a simple case of robbery and murder as this.
That ring was really very helpful, Mary. When Jansen put it on her finger, it also put the finger on him.
Premium quality, yes, sir. Premium price, no, sir. There is no finer beer, and it's just as smooth.
And that's saying a lot in a few words. For Champagne Velvet is accepted everywhere as a beer of real premium quality. Here's why. Champagne Velvet's famous formula calls for only the more costly, premium quality materials. And CV is made the more costly way. No time saved at the expense of careful brewing. No cost saved at the expense of controlled aging. Aging that brings CV to you at the peak of its famous $1 million flavor. But CV's flavor tells you all of that. Full-flavored thirst satisfaction, of course. But more than that, CV's clear, clean taste makes you sure it's pure.
Yes, sir. Proved premium quality at no premium in price. You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth.
And now here's an example of what's in store for you on next week's Boston Blackie Adventure.
Anything else, fellas?
That'll be all for me tonight, Madge.
Same here.
Okay. Be up in a minute.
Say, Mark, do me a favor, will you?
What, Billy?
I don't think I better ride the truck with you tonight. I'm not feeling so good.
You're not, huh?
No. You can drive the load through without me anyhow. Call the office cover for me, huh?
Sure, I'll cover for you, Billy. But you ain't kidding anybody. I know you're not sick.
No?
We're traveling a dark route and picking up a valuable load later on.
Well, I know that, but I tell you, I don't feel so good.
Don't pull that one on me. You probably got a date with the counter gal, Madge. Well, you can have off tonight just this once. I'll tell the office you were sick. And I know you're not.
Well, thanks, Mark. I'll do a favor for you sometime.
Skip it. Maybe you are sick. And I think how some guys would like to have what I'll be toting in my... And what they might do to get it, I don't feel so good myself.
Want a beer with flavor? A flavor that's delightfully, deliciously different? Try that smooth beer. Try Champagne Velvet, the beer with the $1 million flavor.
Thank you, my friend, for a very happy suggestion. It's worth repeating. Try that smooth beer. But Champagne Velvet is more than just that. It's a beer with a rare and unusual flavor combination. It's bright and sparkling from foam to finish. It's light and lively with a clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure. And best of all, it has the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor that stamps it as a beer of real premium quality. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price.
Light and lively, bright and sparkling, yet just as smooth. What a flavor combination. And you're sure it's pure.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Yes.
Boston Blackie,
Yes?
may I come in?
Yes, I think you'd better. I'd rather have you cry in here than out in the hall.
I won't cry, I promise.
You needn't keep that promise if you don't want to. A woman in tears means a woman in trouble. What can I do for you?
My name's Linda Crane.
I'm sure you don't want me to do anything about that. You have a bruise there on your cheek. What's on your mind?
The bruise that's on my cheek. My husband hit me.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't think...
Oh, that's not what I came to see you about. You see, we had a fight. He left, and I haven't seen him since.
Since when?
Well, it's been 24 hours since he's been home. I'm worried. It's not like him not to come home after work.
Where does he work?
For the big Green Line Trucking Company. He's a driver.
And his name?
Mark Crane.
Well, why come to me about it?
Well, you're a private detective, and I
Oh,
thought...
no, Mrs. Crane. I'm no detective. Just someone interested in seeing the little fellow get a square deal. I think you'd better take your troubles to the police.
No, I can't do that. I cannot.
All right. I'll tell you what. You go on home and relax. If your husband doesn't show up in another 24 hours, let me know.
All right.
Good. Now, go on home and don't worry. You and your husband just had a fight, and maybe he's just afraid to come home. But look, when he does come home, don't turn the other cheek.
I won't.
Good. You're feeling better already about the whole...
Blackie.
Oh, hi, Mary. Come on in. This young lady was just leaving. Goodbye, Mrs. Crane.
Goodbye, Blackie. Thanks.
What did she want? And who gave her that present on her cheek?
She wanted me, and the present was a gift from her husband.
Mm-hmm. Isn't love wonderful?
Yes. And now she's worried about him. Husband home in 24 hours.
Oh, what's her husband do besides giving his wife testimonials of his affection?
Drives a truck for the big Green Line. Fellow named Mark Crane. Oh, anything interesting in the paper?
I don't know. I bought it without looking at it.
Well, let's see who made the headlines today.
Not you, Blackie. You made them last week. Here you are.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, Mary, look at this.
What?
Look who took my place in the headlines today.
Who?
A driver for the big Green Line Trucking Company.
And his name was Mark Crane.
And you know what that means, Mary? Mrs. Crane's missing husband turned out to be a found corpse.
Ooh. Who are you calling, Blackie?
Calling Faraday. I laughed at Mrs. Crane for worrying about her husband, so the least I can do is help her find out who killed him.
Police department?
Rollins?
Yeah?
Let me speak to Faraday.
He's not here. Been a murder and hijacking the Big Green Line Trucking Company. He's over at the Big Green Line offices.
Good. I'll run right over there and give him a hand.
Oh, no, you won't. The inspector's got police guards at the Big Green Line offices just so you won't get near the place.
Well, thanks for telling me, Rollins. Now, you get on the phone, call Faraday, and tell him to count me in because he won't be able to keep me out.
Yes, Mr. Green. It's just what it looks like. A simple case of murder in the process of hijacking one of your trucks.
But will you catch the men who killed my driver, Inspector Faraday?
Sure, I'll catch him. Why, does that window washer have to make all that noise?
I think he's signaling us to open it.
I'll wash him up.
No wonder it's locked. I'll take care of it.
As I was saying, Mr. Green.
There, it's open now.
Do you have any idea who wanted the load that truck was carrying?
Mind if I come in?
No, wash your windows and get it over with.
Maybe I ought to wash my face first.
Blackie, what do you do? What's the use?
You surrender, dear? Help me through the window, will you, Faraday? I'm not used to this sort of thing.
I'd rather push you through it.
What is this, anyhow?
This is Boston Blackie, Mr. Green.
Oh.
Now he's a window washer.
Quiet, Faraday. You'll wake up your brain. Here, pull me in.
I'd really like to pull you in. Here, give me a hand.
Sure.
There.
Thanks, Faraday. Thank you. Where were you, Mr. Green, before I so politely interrupted?
Why, we were just...
What now?
Excuse me. Come in.
Mr. Green. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, come in, Joe. Come in.
I didn't know you had company, Mr. Green.
Well, this is company. Maybe you'll want to meet Joe. Joe Baxter, Inspector Faraday of the police, and Boston Blackie.
How are you?
How do you do, gentlemen?
Joe is my foreman and chief dispatcher.
Do you have any idea who killed that driver, Joe?
Well, no, I don't, Inspector. In fact, I wasn't here yesterday. See, it was my day off. Mr. Green, here are the route reports from yesterday.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
I'll be around if you need me. I'll be in my office in the garage.
Good. I may want to talk to you later.
Oh, sure, Inspector.
Now to get back to where we were before Joe came in. Where were we?
Why, we were...
Don't tell him a thing, Mr. Green. It's none of his business.
Oh, but it is, Faraday. The dead driver's wife came to see me a couple of hours ago. She thought her husband was missing.
He was missing, all right. He was right out of this world. But since when do people come to you to look for missing persons? Haven't they ever heard of me?
Certainly. That's one reason why they come to me.
I've heard all I want to hear from you. Now, I've got to get to work and find out who hijacked that truck. Whoever did it also killed Mark Crane.
Now, there is a brilliant piece of deduction. Go to the head of the class, Faraday, which is quite a distance from where you usually sit. What makes you think the truck was hijacked?
Because, wise guy, when we found the truck, it was empty.
Inspector, I've been trying to tell you about that. The truck Mark Crane was driving couldn't have been hijacked. It was traveling empty.
What?
Well,
Shut up, Blackie. Whatever you were going to say, don't say it. Why didn't you tell me that truck was empty, Mr. Green?
I've been trying to ever since you came in, Inspector Faraday, but you were too busy telling me about you.
Faraday's brain was hijacked years ago, and the loot was never recovered.
I'll recover you. I'm going to uncover something on this case, but not while you're around. I'll see you later, Mr. Green.
Fine, Inspector.
Don't go away mad, Inspector.
I'd rather go away the way I am and stay here and let you drive me crazy.
It's not a drive, Faraday. For you, it's just a short walk.
Blackie, one of these days I'll... Well, it's a good thing the law against it.
Good old Faraday. I'm really very fond of him. Now, Mr. Green, let's get started. What can you tell me about Mark Crane, the dead driver?
Nothing, Blackie. He was new here. I'd never even met him.
Oh, I see. Are you in the habit of letting new men take trucks out alone?
Oh, he wasn't alone, Blackie, at least not when he started out. Billy Johnson was riding with him when the truck left here.
Uh-huh. Well, what happened to him?
I don't know. He hasn't been heard of since the accident.
Disappeared, huh? Well, when you do hear from him, I want to hear from you. I'll see you later, Mr. Green.
All right. I hope you can find out something pretty soon. I'm a little leery about letting my trucks roll again until this thing's cleaned up.
My friend Mary Wesley's in your outer office. Between the two of us, we ought to dig up something. You'll hear from me, Mr. Green. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, window washer.
Hi, Mary. Let's get to work.
My, I didn't have to wait out here as long as I thought.
Well, don't be happy about it. I got out sooner than I thought I would because what I got out of Mr. Green was practically zero.
Well, what Inspector Faraday got out of him must have been even less. Wow, was he angry when he went by me.
When isn't he angry? Is this the way out?
Nope. This is the way I came in. Or is that the same thing?
Don't ever try to find any difference, Mary. It'll take a lifetime.
I parked the car right down this way.
Good.
Did you find out anything from Mr. Green?
I found out what was in the hijacked truck.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Now, Blackie, don't be coy. What was in the truck?
I told you nothing.
I know that's what you told me. Nothing. Now tell me what was in the truck.
Nothing. Want me to spell it for you? N-O...
N-O, no. But, Blackie, if there wasn't anything in the truck, then why was it held up?
That is something we've got to find out. Interesting question, isn't it?
It's too interesting. Well, we don't know why anyone would want to rob an empty truck, but I'll tell you something I know.
What?
I wasn't wasting my time while I was waiting for you.
What are we doing, whittling?
You mean like whittling in the dark?
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was detecting.
Oh, what'd you find out?
Something very interesting about that dead driver. Mr. Green's secretary told me that, although nobody was supposed to know it, the dead driver was Mr. Green's nephew.
Yeah, that's it. What'd you say?
It isn't what I said, darling. It's what she said. Mark Crane, rather, was Mr. Green's nephew.
Yeah, I heard that. I also heard Mr. Green say he didn't even know the dead driver.
Now, why would he say that?
In murder cases, there's a reason for almost anything, Mary, including the murder itself. Say, this case is getting more interesting every minute.
Well, then I did the right thing when I talked to the secretary.
You sure did, Mary. And you can do something else, too. The dead driver started out on his route with a writer named Billy Johnson. Johnson disappeared.
Oh, my gosh, you don't expect me to find him, do you?
No, but find out all you can about him, huh?
All right, I will. What are you going to do?
Well, the dead man's wife was nice enough to drop in on me. I think I'll repay the visit. I've just been washing windows, so maybe she'll help me see through this case.
I know your husband's death must be a shock to you, Mrs. Crane, but I've got to ask you a few questions.
Why, of course, Inspector Faraday.
Now, first of all, you went to see Boston Blackie today. Why?
I went to see Boston Blackie.
Yeah.
Oh, Inspector, you must be mistaken.
You didn't go to see Boston Blackie?
Oh, no.
Well, I'll get it, Miss Crane.
Oh, thank you.
Look, if you're... Blackie, what are you doing here?
I'd ask the same thing of you, only I know the answer.
Oh, you do you?
Sure. One of the things you're doing is checking to make sure my story about Mrs. Crane coming to see me is true.
That's right. And you were lying, Blackie. She didn't come to see you.
What? Mrs. Crane, how can you say that?
Now, I'll tell you how she can say it. Like this. I didn't go to see Blackie.
But that's not true. Why do you lie to him, Mrs. Crane?
I don't know.
Don't answer, Mrs. Crane. You don't have to. I'm leaving, Blackie. You're leaving with me.
Oh, no, not yet. I'm not.
Come on. Mrs. Crane doesn't want to be bothered.
If she doesn't like my being here, she can call a cop. You can tell her where to find one, can't you, Faraday?
Blackie, one of these days I'm going
to... Oh, no, you won't, Faraday. Remember, there's the law against it. You said so yourself. Well, now what's this all about? Why did you tell him you didn't come up to see me today?
Why? Because I never did go to see you.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
You wait. A minute, an hour, as long as you like. So far as I'm concerned, Blackie, I've never even seen you before in my life.
Premium quality, yes, sir. Premium quality that is yours to enjoy at no premium in price.
Now, that's something worth remembering. But every time you pour your glass of champagne velvet, you're reminded that you're enjoying a real premium quality beer at no premium in price. You know, of course, that more costly malt and grain, higher-priced hops, and more careful and costly brewing methods are all a part of CV's famous $1 million formula. So CV has to have unmistakable premium quality. CV's flavor tells you all of that. It's bright and sparkling, light and lively from foam to finish, with the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of a real honest-to-goodness beer. Real premium quality beer. But that's not all. It has a clear, clean taste, given it by controlled aging. A taste that makes you sure it's pure.
And it's smooth. Just as smooth.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Mark Crane, truck driver, is found shot to death on a lonely road. Obviously, his murder is the work of hijackers. But it is later learned the truck was traveling empty. Also, Billy Johnson, the dead man's rider, has been missing since the murder. And to add to the mystery, Linda, the dead man's wife, who came to Blackie to report her husband missing, later denies she's ever seen Blackie before. As we return to our story, Blackie telephones Mary Wesley, who has been trying to find out something about the missing Billy Johnson.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Blackie. You got back to your apartment at last, huh?
Yes, I just a second got in.
Good. Find out anything?
Sure did. Billy Johnson has a sweetheart named Madge. She's a waitress at the rest a while at the roadside restaurant on Highway 19.
Well, in that case, I know I can find out if Billy Johnson was on that truck when it was held up. I think I'll go out to the rest a while and see his sweetheart.
All right, Blackie, but remember, she's his sweetheart.
I know, so you better come with me.
Why? Don't tell me you're afraid to be alone with Billy Johnson's girlfriend.
No, but if that truck driver caught me alone with his sweetheart, I wouldn't want to be alone with him.
Burn one. Holy ice. Yeah, what's yours?
Your name, Madge?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Oh, nothing. Johnson's girl, aren't you?
Yeah. How'd you know?
I'm a friend of Billy's.
Yeah? Billy never told me he had a pal who drives a swell car.
Oh, that thing parked out there. I borrowed it from a friend.
Yeah? And the dame in it. I suppose you borrowed her, too.
For a while. She comes with a card to Luke's equipment.
One of Billy's pals, all right. All Billy's pals tell bum jokes.
Well, we can't all be good. Look, I gotta find Billy. He used to tell me you always knew where he was.
He told you that, huh? Okay. He's living at Hyla's Cabins, shack number 6. It's just down the road here a couple of miles. He's using the name of Ralph Rogers.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Well, so long.
You're leaving?
Yes, but I'll be seeing you again.
Make it soon, will you? I didn't know Billy had such a good-looking friend.
And I didn't know Billy had a girl with such good taste. See ya.
See that you do.
Let's go, Mary. I got what I wanted.
I saw that girl you were talking to. What did you get? Information or a date?
Neither. An address. And not hers, Billy Johnson's.
Good. Where to, Master?
Hyla's Cabins.
And when we talk to Mr. Billy Johnson, then what?
We'll find out 2 things, I hope. Why someone would hijack an empty truck, and how it was that Billy wasn't killed, too. The place we're going to is just a few miles. Here we are, Mary. Shack 6.
You want me to wait out here?
Might as well.
All right.
You drove me so close to this door, you can sit right here and still satisfy those nosy ears of yours.
Nosy ears. What a picture.
Say, this place of Johnson's, what a dive.
Mm-hmm.
On second thought, it's too small for a dive. It's more like a dip.
No answer?
No answer. So maybe nobody's home.
So maybe the door's open.
So maybe you're right.
Well, nobody home?
Did you say no body, Mary? You should have said a body.
A body?
Yes, and definitely a dead one. Well, I wanted to know why Billy wasn't killed. Now I want to know why he was.
Say, Mr. Green, since that hijacking yesterday, I'm having a lot of trouble getting a driver to make the night run.
I can imagine so, Joe, but we've got to get the... Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. Green.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Come in. Remember Joe, our foreman, don't you?
Sure.
How are you?
Oh, nice to see you.
Have you found out anything yet, Blackie?
Nothing that tells me why an empty truck should be hijacked, but I did find Billy Johnson, the dead driver's rider. But he couldn't talk.
Well, why not, Blackie?
He was dead, Joe.
Oh, dead? What?
Yes, I found him in his shack, shot to death.
Oh, this is terrible. Come in.
Mr. Green, I'd like... Oh, I didn't know you had company.
Well, Mrs. Crane, the girl who insists she doesn't know me.
You know this young lady, Black?
Yes, but only to be ignored by.
I know it too, Mr. Green. She's Mark Crane's wife.
And I think she's just in time to hear some interesting news, too.
News?
Well, it's going to make news one of these days. I have a clue to your husband's killer, Mrs. Green.
A clue?
What is it?
You sure, Blackie?
Positive. As soon as I check on it, I think I'll be able to name the murderer. I'd like to look around your garage, Mr. Green. Mind?
No, in fact, I'll show you around myself.
Good, let's go.
Right away. Oh, Mrs. Crane, is there something I can do for you?
Yes, I came to see about the compensation papers my husband carried with your company, Mr. Green.
Oh, yes, of course. Joe, will you take her down to the ground floor and look over those papers with her?
Sure, I'll be glad to.
Fine. All right, Blackie, we'll look over my plan. Where do you want to start?
In your garage to see if any of your empty trucks are loaded for murder. Say, this is some garage, Mr. Green.
Well, it has to be, Blackie. We're one of the biggest hauling companies in the city.
Yes, I know. But one more murder, and the big green line may be in the red, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Any of the trucks loaded yet?
No, they always leave here empty.
I see. And the death truck was empty, too, when it left here, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh. Say, what's this here on the wall? A bulletin board?
Yes, that's where the drivers get their pickup orders.
See? Who posts these notices?
Joe, my foreman. He's the dispatcher here, except on his day off. Then I post the orders myself.
Then you're the one who routed the truck driven by Mark Crane.
Yes, I was. It was Joe's day off. But the order I posted was a reroute notice. A last-minute change from the order posted the day before. The truck skipped a stop where it was supposed to pick up a load, a place called Cassie's.
Uh-huh. Look, Mr. Green, while you have a chance, why don't you tell me the truth about the dead driver?
What do you mean, the truth?
I mean, you denied even knowing him, but I happen to know he's your nephew.
Oh, you found that out, did you? Well, I wanted to keep it a secret. I thought if the other drivers knew it, it would be bad for their morale.
You think your men didn't know it? Joe, your foreman, knew Mark's wife. I'm sure he knew who Mark was, too.
Well, I suppose it was foolish of me. Oh, dear, I forgot something. Hey, excuse me a minute. I'll have to run back upstairs to my office.
Sure, go ahead. I'll look around your garage alone till you get back.
All right.
Hey, you, look out, the truck's full.
Holy mackerel.
Jump, Bob.
I'm jumping as far as I can.
Blackie, who tried to hit you with that truck? Mr. Green?
Joe, the foreman. Linda Crane, Mary. I'll tell you this, though. The reason that truck was hijacked yesterday was because the murderer thought it was full. It didn't make a stop he thought it was going to make.
I don't understand.
Green told me he posted a reroute order for the truck that was hijacked. This is obviously what happened. The original orders were to pick up a load at a place called Cassie's. Let's call that A. Then drive to B to reload the load. The truck was hijacked between A and B.
Oh, I get it. The last-minute orders were for the truck not to stop at A.
Yes, so it went straight from the garage to B empty. But the hijacker thought it was carrying the load it was supposed to pick up at A.
Yes, but who was the hijacker?
I'll tell you that when I tell it to Faraday.
Aw, can't I be the first to know?
Nope. And I've got to get to Faraday and tell him about finding Billy Johnson's body. Come on, let's go down to headquarters and pick him up. So we can take him to the Big Green Line Trucking Company to pick up a killer. I have a little disappointment for you, Mr. Green. You're about to lose another of your employees.
There's been more trouble, Blackie?
No, but there's been enough. And to put a stop to it, I think you'd better hand your phone here over to Inspector Faraday.
What? What did the police want with me?
Nothing much, Joe. Just your personal appearance in a death cell heading for that little green door.
Death cell? What for?
The murder of Mark Crane and Billy Johnson.
Why, you're crazy.
I think so, too, Blackie.
I know, Faraday. You hope I'm wrong. Sorry to disappoint you, but I know I'm right.
But Blackie, this is impossible. Now, what could Joe gain by hijacking an empty truck? And he'd know it was empty. Know it better than anybody.
Yeah.
Mr. Green, Joe here was the only one in this company who knew the truck was filled. There was a last-minute change yesterday that kept it from stopping at Cassie's, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, Joe wasn't here yesterday when that last-minute change was made.
Why, that's right, he wasn't. What about that, Joe?
I don't see what difference that makes.
Makes a lot of difference to you. You made a mistake about that, Joe. But that isn't the only mistake you made.
What do you mean?
You're pretty stupid, Joe. You tried to kill me in the garage a little while ago, but I don't blame you for that. The really stupid thing you did was to leave your fingerprints on the door of that hijacked truck.
Well, maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but I'm not taking any chances.
All right, Joe, don't move.
Hey, look, wait.
threw away the gun. I didn't mean
I
it.
know. You didn't mean to kill anybody. Come on. You're going down to
Now,
headquarters.
let go, me, copper. Let's go.
Don't worry,
Let's
Joe.
go.
Don't worry. He'll let you go. But the place where he's going to let you go is the place where they're going to let you have it.
Blackie, where are we going?
Out to see our friend Madge at the rest a while.
To console her about the loss of her boyfriend, Billy Johnson?
Oh, not exactly, Mary. But she gave me a tip as to where I could find him. I thought we might have a sandwich at her place and give her a little tip, too.
Well, all right, as long as it doesn't involve making a date with her.
Jealous?
No. But her last boyfriend was murdered. I don't want you to be the next.
Next murder to next boyfriend.
You know perfectly well what I mean. Blackie, Mrs. Crane denied knowing you because she was afraid she'd be involved in murder. Isn't that right? But did that foreman say why he killed Billy Johnson, too?
The same old story, Mary. Johnson was in on the plan. That's why he didn't ride the truck the night of the murder. He knew the foreman killed Crane, so the foreman had to kill him, too.
Well, you made sure the foreman was caught. In fact, I'd say you saw to it that he went from the big green line right through the little green door.
Make mine CV, because for me there is no finer beer. And it's just as smooth.
Make mine CV. So many folks who know good beer when they taste it have said just that. Time after time, that Champagne Velvet is not only the leading beer by far in its home state of Indiana, but it is preferred by particular people everywhere that it is sold. There's only one reason for that, and that is flavor. The bright, sparkling, light and lively flavor of a real premium quality beer. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price. The rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of real, honest-to-goodness beer. And the clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure.
So make yours CV, because for you, there is no finer beer. You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth.
And now, here is a preview of what happens next week.
There doesn't seem to be much wrong with this watch of yours. It's hard to hear it, though, with all these other clocks ticking.
Well, I'm awfully glad that mine's not too bad. How soon may I have it back?
Why, I don't see why you can't have it tomorrow.
So soon? Oh, wonderful.
Well, there's very little wrong with it. Now, I've got a pencil. Now, if you give me your name.
Oh, yes, of course. It's Wesley. Mary Wesley.
Mary Wesley? Are you the Mary Wesley who's always seen with Mr. Boston Blackie?
Oh, yes. Blackie and I generally do run around together. That is, when he isn't running after a murderer. All right, I'll be in tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Miss Wesley.
Bye.
Hiya, Dad.
Oh, Walter, my boy, I didn't know you were in the shop.
Yes, I was back repairing that clock of Mrs. Williamson's. Old-fashioned thing, isn't it?
Yes, but a beautiful piece of work, my boy. We don't very often see clocks like that these days.
No, I guess not. Say, Dad, there's another type of clock you don't see much of anymore.
What kind is that, Walter?
The kind with a poison needle and the winding key. Did you ever see one of them?
Yes, I did. In fact, I saw one in the clock shop about 30 years ago. Certainly looked innocent.
I guess it was supposed to. Dad, could we make a clock like that?
Could we make one? Well, Walter, that's a strange thing to ask.
Not so strange, Dad. I just wondered if we could make a clock that would kill somebody.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Great party, eh, Walter?
It certainly is, Mr. Van Horn.
Glad you could get away from your father's clock shop long enough to join us.
Well, so am I. Dad's been keeping me so busy lately, I haven't...
There you are, darling. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Oh, hello, sweet. You know my wife, don't you, Walter?
Sure, we've met.
How's the clock business, Mr. Stone?
Great. After 5 years in it, I finally found out what makes it tick.
Say, speaking of clocks, where did this handsome grandfather's clock come from?
Huh?
Never been here before.
It came this afternoon. I thought you were buying me a present.
Not that I remember. I've never seen it before.
Well, maybe your wife bought it for you, Mr. Van Horn, and it cost so much that she forgot to tell you about it.
Now, Mr. Stone, just what do you mean?
Nothing. I was just trying to be funny.
Well, you know that old saying, many a truth
If
is...
you want to speak truths, my darling husband, I have a hunch to gift for you from one of your feminine friends.
Dear, this is a party.
Excuse me.
No, don't, Walter. I'm sorry. Now, no more quarreling, Richard.
Suits me. Say, to get back to this clock, I don't know where it came from, but it's running. Is it on time?
Well, let's see. I have 10:29. What time do you?
The same, and the clock says just a little after 10:29. Must be one of your clocks, Walter. Those instruments of yours never do keep time.
Well, let's not talk shop, Mr. Van Horn, especially not clock shop. I have enough of that during the day.
Of course you do. Let's go over and join the others for a few minutes, shall we?
That's a good idea.
Oh, stop! Walter!
What was that?
Walter! Quick, somebody, quick! Walter's been shot! This is unbelievable. Walter's been killed by that clock.
Look, Rollins, I don't want to hear from you again till you've made that old clocksmith talk. Now get out of my office.
Yes, sir, Inspector Faraday.
And stay out till you get a confession from old man Stone.
Yes, sir. I sure will.
If I want anything done around here, I have to do it myself. I said stay out of here, Rollins. So stay out.
Sorry, Inspector, the name isn't Rollins.
Blackie, you stay out of here, too.
What? And miss watching you make a slap out of yourself? I should say not.
Blackie, beat it. I've got enough on my mind.
Sure you have. The trouble with you is you haven't got enough in your mind.
Oh, no? Well, what do you want? How long will it take me so I can say no? And how soon can you get out of
I
here?
can leave now, pal, and let you alone on the Walt Stone murder. It shouldn't take you more than 2 or 3 years to solve it.
Well, let me tell you something. I've already found Walter Stone's killer. What do you think of that?
Nothing. Of course, I don't believe it. But what led to your brilliant deduction?
Well, first of all, I know how young Walter Stone was killed. By a bullet.
Most people who are shot usually are, Faraday.
Yes, but they're not killed by a bullet fired out of a grandfather's clock.
Oh, that's where the bullet came from.
Yeah. When the cuckoo came out at 11 o'clock, the clock was supposed to fire a bullet. Only the cuckoo came out at 10:30. And who could rig up a clock like that? Old man John Stone, the dead man's father.
Don't be ridiculous, Faraday. The reason I'm here is that John Stone is a nice old man. He fixed Mary's watch.
I suppose that clears him, huh? I suppose you're going to tell me a father never kills his son, huh?
Sure. There have been plenty of cases like that. But this one isn't. If old man Stone wanted to kill his son, he wouldn't go to all this trouble to do it. Besides, how could he know his son would be standing in front of that clock at that particular time?
I don't know.
You can say that about almost anything and be accurate, Faraday.
Aha. Joke over. I suppose you know who killed Walter Stone.
No. You know, Faraday, I've heard of a man killing time, but this is the first case on record where time has killed a man.
What are you staring at, Madeline?
His grandfather clock, Richard. It's hard to believe.
You're a little bit sorry the bullet from this clock killed young Walter Stone instead of me, aren't you?
A little bit sorry.
My death would be quite advantageous to you, wouldn't it?
You're putting it rather mildly.
You amuse me, my dear wife. Your death would be equally advantageous to me.
Really? Should I apologize? I'm sorry, but I don't intend to die.
You don't? Walter Stone didn't intend to either. Arrangements might be made in your case, too.
You're not very funny.
Oh, no. I don't imagine I am, do you? I'm not very funny, but I am very alive.
And also very much in my way.
Imagine. You know, I was just thinking the same thing about you.
Association of ideas, isn't it? I wonder what either of us is going to do about it.
I can't make your plans, darling. All I can make is... Now, what's the matter with the clock?
What's usually the matter with a clock when it stops running? It needs winding.
In that case, I'll wind it.
Don't bother.
Oh, but it's no bother. I rather like the sound of it. With each tick, I feel I'm coming closer to getting rid of you.
The same goes for me with every tuck.
You know, there's something about you that...
Richard, what's the matter? Richard! Richard, stop fooling! Richard, get up. Stop that very obvious play acting. All right, lie there if you like. Well, who are you?
My name is Boston Blackie. Oh, what's wrong here?
Something happened to my husband. He'd like me to think.
You're Mrs. Van Horn?
Yes. You might see what's wrong with him, if anything.
I certainly will. Ah. Well, nothing's wrong with him. Nothing that can be cured, that is. Sorry, but he's dead.
Dead?
I'm afraid so. What was he doing just before he fell?
Why, nothing. Nothing at all. He was just winding that clock.
Winding this... Uh-huh. Nice going, Mrs. Van Horn. Now, suppose you tell me all about it.
Tell you all about it? I told you all I know. He was just winding that clock and suddenly he fell.
Uh-huh, but I don't fall for that story. Where's your phone?
Right here on this table.
Thanks.
Who are you calling?
I'm doing something very unusual in a situation like this. I'm calling the police.
No, please, not the police. They'll say I killed my husband and I didn't.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday. This is Blackie.
Well, Blackie, I suppose you know by now who killed Walter Stone, huh?
No, Faraday, right now I don't even know who killed Richard Van Horn.
Van Horn is dead?
Yes, killed by the same clock that killed Walter.
But that's impossible. We took the gun out of the clock after Walter was killed.
I know, but Van Horn wasn't shot, Faraday. He was winding the clock when he got it. Which means he was tagged by that old poison needle gimmick.
Poison needle, huh? A fine help you are. You go up to Van Horn's to find out who killed one guy, and the best you can do is tell me somebody else has been murdered.
The best I can do, Faraday, is to find out who saw to it that his two victims got the worst of it.
Here's old man Stone's cell, Blackie.
Thanks, Ron.
You got company, Mr. Stone? Oh, I have?
Yes, Mr. Stone. My name's Boston Blackie.
Oh, yes, I've heard a lot about you. And, Miss Wesley, it's good of you to come to see me.
Well, I asked to come, Mr. Stone, because I think maybe we can help you.
Yeah, Blackie, put you and Miss Wesley in the cell with him. I don't think there's any danger from him.
Thanks.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Stone?
No, Miss Wesley, I'm afraid not. Okay, Blackie. You too, Miss Wesley. Go on in.
Thank you, Ron.
10 minutes is all you can have, Blackie.
I may not need that. Sit down, Mr. Stone.
No, I'd rather stand. Blackie, have you found out who killed my son?
No, I haven't.
But he will.
You must find his killer, Blackie.
I'm going to do my best. But let me ask you something. Do you know anything about a poison needle in the winding apparatus of the clock that killed your son?
Poison needle? No.
Well, it just killed a man. Richard Van Horn. And the police are going to think you're responsible for his death, too.
No, Blackie, I swear I had nothing to do with any of this. Blackie, you'll have to be... You'll...
Mr. Stone. Catch him, Blackie. He's falling.
Yes. Here, I've got him. Here we are. I'll put him on the cot.
Oh, Blackie. Is he dead?
Wait till I get him on the cot. Whew. Yeah, there.
Blackie, is he dead?
No, Mary. He's not dead.
Oh, good.
He's out, but he just fainted. Well, I've got to get to work and start winding up the case where a man just died by winding a clock.
Now back to Boston Blackie. A beautiful grandfather clock has killed 2 people. Walter Stone, who is suspected of putting a gun inside the timepiece, and wealthy Richard Van Horn, who was killed by a poisoned needle hidden in the winding key of the clock. Faraday has arrested John Stone, Walter's father, as the killer. But Blackie feels John Stone is innocent. He has no suspect to replace him, however, though he has a slight suspicion Van Horn's wife, Madeline, was anxious to get rid of her husband. As we return to our story, Madeline Van Horn is talking to Kenneth Wells, who seems to be more than just a friend.
Kenneth, darling, you're so sweet to me.
You're easy to be sweet to, Madeline.
Am I? I'm glad. I was so afraid you'd go away after this awful thing happened to Richard.
Go away, I should say not, darling. After what happened to poor Richard, I have all the more reason to stay around.
Oh, you're terribly kind. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I know what you can do with me, darling. Marry me.
Marry you?
Sure, why not? What we talked about doing as soon as, well, now that Richard has left you. What's there to stop us?
Kenneth, are you trying to say that you arranged my husband's death?
Well, let me put it this way. It wasn't a bad job, was it?
Why, you... Get out of here.
Darling.
I said get out of here, and I meant get out.
Madeline, darling, after all
Get out of my house instant, or I'll call the police. Maybe tell them about those little blackmail affairs of yours.
All right, but I don't know what's the matter with you.
You don't, huh? Well, you'll find out if you don't stay away from me.
Oh?
I'd like to speak to Boston Blackie, please.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. He's not here. This is Mary Westerville. May I do something for you?
Yes, this is Madeline Van Horn. Where can I get in touch with Blackie?
Well, just a minute, and I'll get you the number, Mrs. Van Horn. I've got it right here on a pad somewhere. Just a second. Oh, yes, here it is. Blackie is at the office of an attorney named Alexander. Your husband's attorney, I believe.
Do you think Mrs. Van Horn murdered her husband, Blackie?
No, I don't say that, Mr. Alexander. She had the opportunity, yes, but I'm looking for a motive before I go any further. You're Van Horn's lawyer, and I thought that
Money might be the motive for Van Horn's murder, is that it?
if it's enough money, it's enough reason for murder.
Well, Blackie, according to the terms of Van Horn's will, Mrs. Van Horn does inherit a good part of his fortune, but I don't... Excuse me.
Sure.
Hello?
Mr. Alexander, this is Madeline Van Horn. Is Boston Blackie there?
Yes, just a minute. Blackie, it's Mrs. Van Horn. She wants to speak to you.
Really? I'll take it. Thank you.
Hello, Boston Blackie.
Yes?
Blackie, I think I know who killed my husband.
I think I do, too, but let's have your thought.
I think Kenneth Wells murdered him.
Kenneth Wells? Who's he?
He's a man who's wanted to marry me for years. He even tried to get me to divorce Richard.
I see. Well, what makes you think he killed your husband?
He as much as said so.
Well, this is very interesting. Kenneth Wells, eh? I'll go see Kenneth, and I've got an idea that all's well that ends well. Mr. Stone, I was on my way to see a man named Kenneth Wells, but I thought I'd drop by the jail and see how you feel now. Is that name Wells familiar to you?
I feel better, but I don't know that name, Blackie.
Sorry to hear that. And I'm sorry I haven't been able to find out who killed your son or Richard Van Horn either.
Oh, Blackie, this is awful. And I suppose the police still think I murdered my son and Van Horn, too.
Probably. Look, Mr. Stone, Your son worked for you, didn't he?
Oh, yes, he did.
Well, look, I have a theory. Did he know anything about clocks?
Yes, a great deal. In fact, just a few hours before the accident, my son asked me if a clock could be fixed to fire a gun or poison someone.
Oh, he did he? Well, what does that mean? Hey, wait a minute. The gun that killed your son was fired when the clock said 10:30. It was a cuckoo clock, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, I had a cuckoo clock once, but it struck only on the hour. Is there such thing as a clock where the cuckoo comes out on the half hour, too?
Yes, but they're rare.
So rare your son maybe didn't know that the murder clock was one of them?
It's very possible he didn't know.
Possible. I think the fact that he was killed is proof he didn't know. Stone, I've got this whole thing figured out. Just after 10 o'clock, your son set the clock to fire the gun when the cuckoo came out at 11. At 10:30, he was standing in front of the clock and got the blast he meant for somebody else.
You mean my son intended to kill someone else?
No, I think your son was hired to rig that clock so it would kill somebody. I think the somebody who hired your son was Kenneth Wells.
But you told me that Mr. Van Horn was killed, too, and by the clock. How could
that have happened? I'll tell you how. Your son was playing safe. Just in case the gun didn't work, he put the poison needle in the winding key.
I see. And after the gun was fired and my son was dead, Mr. Van Horn wound the clock knowing nothing of the poison needle.
Yes, your son's death was accidental, and so was Van Horn's. Stone, you're a free man.
I am?
Well, as good as free. All I have to do is find the man who hired your son to fix that clock. Then I'll fix his wagon.
A fine date this has turned out to be, Blackie.
Sorry, I kept you sitting here, Mary. And I'm going to leave you soon to see a man named Wells.
Oh, great, great. You invite me to snoop around the Van Horn mansion for you. And what do? I sit here in this big room, having to smell this very heavy perfume, and then you come in just to say goodbye. Oh, well, keep me waiting and leave me shortly. That's Blackie.
Whew, that perfume is heavy, isn't it?
Sure.
But listen, I had a talk with the butler, and it seems that Mrs. Van Horn isn't home.
Well, I could have told you that.
I don't doubt it. Well, according to the butler, a man phoned her about 2 hours ago. He was obviously trying to disguise his voice. Just after she talked to him, Mrs. Van Horn left and wouldn't say where she was going.
So?
So, why would a caller try to disguise his voice? Because he was known here.
And?
And who was better known here than Mrs. Van Horn's boyfriend, Kenneth Wells?
Uh-oh, I know what happens now.
What?
I go home like a good little girl, while you go to see Kenneth Wells about being a bad little boy.
Look, Wells, you're going to sit in that chair till it's an antique unless you start talking.
You've got me all wrong, Blackie. I haven't done anything to talk about.
You killed Richard Van Horn.
Well, I certainly am surprised to hear that.
Look, this is a nice little apartment you have here. But I'm going to break it up banging you around if you don't cut out that cute talk.
What are you sniffing at? The cute talk?
No. Something a little more pleasant. Familiar perfume. Look, Wells, you might as well start talking. I know you hired Walter Stone to rig a clock to kill Richard Van Horn.
Why would I do that?
To get rid of Van Horn so his wife could inherit his fortune and then you could marry her. You hired Walter Stone to rig that clock, didn't you?
No, I've never even seen this Walter Stone.
You saw him at the party when he was killed, didn't you?
No, I was out of town the night of the party. In fact, I was out of town a whole week before the party. Just got back in town this morning.
You were? Wait a minute. Gives me an idea. Van Horn could have been the one who hired Walter Stone.
No, you're talking.
And I think I'm making sense, too. Van Horn hired Stone to rig that clock to kill his wife. When Stone himself was killed, Van Horn thought the clock had done all the death dealing it was supposed to do. He didn't know Stone had put a poison needle in the clock, too. That's it. I bet on it.
Okay, now that you've got it all figured out, will you please get out of here?
Oh, no. No, you're not completely in the clear yet. What did you want with Mrs. Van Horn when you talked to her today?
I didn't talk to her.
I know better. You called her up a little while ago, disguised your voice so the butler wouldn't recognize it, and Mrs. Van Horn was here in this apartment with you not long before I arrived.
Why don't you get out of here, Blackie? You're wasting your time.
And I agree with him, Blackie.
Faraday, what are you doing here?
Running around after you, Blackie.
Oh, I suppose you found me with a divining rod.
No, with a phone call to Alexander, Van Horn's lawyer.
He said you're on your way up here. Now I'm here to tell you to get out.
Look, Faraday, with the exception of the whereabouts of Mrs. Van Horn, your case is solved.
Yeah? Who solved it?
Who always solves your cases? Well, I did it again. Faraday, Stone, and Van Horn were killed by accident.
What?
Yes, by accident. And it'll be an accident if you ever understand it. I'll explain it to you later. Right now, I think you and I better go to work on Wells here and find out what he's done with Mrs. Van Horn.
I tell you, I haven't even seen her.
You haven't. She's been here. I've known that perfume of hers anywhere.
Blackie, why don't you leave this guy alone? Look, if those deaths were accidental, as you say, he's as innocent as I am.
Sure, of killing Stone and Van Horn. But I have an idea.
Good. You're leaving? Swell. So am I. Hey, Blackie. Look, that's not the door to the hall.
I know it. It's the closet door. I'm going to start looking for Mrs. Van Horn, or at least find proof she was here.
Blackie, don't be a sap.
Blackie, stay away from that door.
What's the matter, Wells? Are you a little...
Blackie, look out.
Uh-oh.
Well, look what fell out of the closet.
It's a woman. Dead. Who is she?
She's corpse number 3 in our case, Faraday. But she was Mrs. Richard Van Horn.
Mrs. Rich? Don't move, Wells. I've got a gun on you.
You've also got the goods on him, Faraday. So Wells here was as innocent as you are, huh?
Okay. So I made a mistake. But you just found that body by accident. You didn't know Mrs. Van Horn was here.
No, didn't I? I knew Wells was lying the minute he denied she'd been here.
How?
How? One whiff of her perfume, and I smelled a rat.
Well, Blackie, I've got it.
Got what, Faraday? Measles?
No, you're not that lucky. I've got a confession from Kenneth Wells.
You don't say.
Yeah, you can look it over. Well, read it, will you? Not the first part. That's just routine.
Okay, here's the place to begin. It says, I killed Mrs. Van Horn because she knew I was in town the night of her husband's death, and that I had motive for killing him. Even though I didn't kill him, I knew I'd be a suspect. Mrs. Van Horn threatened to go to the police and tell them I was in town, and I couldn't let her do that.
You can read, can't you?
In small words. Wells was a cute kid, wasn't he? Says here he was afraid of Mrs. Van Horn for another reason, too. She threatened to go to the police and expose him as a blackmailer.
Well, when I get them to confess, they really confess, huh?
Yeah. But you ought to be awfully ashamed of yourself, Faraday. You stood in Wells' apartment and said he was perfectly innocent when Mrs. Van Horn's body was only 10 feet away from you.
Well, I can't see through a closet door, can I?
No, I guess not. It says here in this confession, I quote, I killed her in my apartment, but didn't get a chance to get rid of her body before Boston Blackie came in.
Oh, all right. So you got there before me. But I would have pinned this on Kenneth Wells sooner or later.
Later, of course. Faraday, I doubt whether you ever would have figured out that Richard Van Horn hired Walter Stone to rig a clock that would kill Mrs. Van Horn.
No.
No, and even if you did, you'd never guess that both Van Horn and Stone were killed when their plan accidentally backfired. Actually, though, you should have solved this case by yourself.
Yeah? Why?
Well, the first shooting was done by a cuckoo clock and your little cuckoo.
Yeah?
And the second killing was done by a poisoned needle, and you're poison to me and have been needling me for years.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And Kenneth Wells did keep Mrs. Van Horn's body in a dark closet. And Faraday, old pal, you've been in the dark all your life.
Hi, Captain Harlan.
Oh, come in, Mr. Peterson. Always a distinct privilege to welcome my first mate to my humble quarters.
Huh? Well, the fog's lifting the starboard, Captain. We'll be out of the worst of it soon.
Tis not why I sent for you. This fog isn't what disturbs me, Mr. Peterson. It's just that I have a strange premonition that the good ship Swan will emerge from it into even greater difficulties.
Funny you should say that, Captain Harlan, because I come up to tell you the crew ain't happy.
So the crew isn't happy, Mr. Peterson. You might dispatch my deepest sympathies to the members of this crew.
Oh, look, Captain, it's worse than you think. It's mutiny.
Mutiny? And you condone it?
Well, it doesn't have to be mutiny, Captain, if you'll come in with us.
Oh. I think I understand. You're suggesting robbery of a sort. You contemplate rerouting this vessel?
Mm-hmm. And then splitting the cargo between you, me, the other officers, and the crew.
Your scheme has much to commend it, Mr. Peterson. Tell the crew I've taken their suggestion under advisement. And I'll let them know by sundown what... Yes? Oh, Mr. Crandall. Come in.
I sure intend to, I'll tell you that. Captain's quarters are no place for passengers, Mr. Crandall.
Well, Mr. Peterson, I think in view of the fact that Mr. Crandall is our only passenger on board, I'll make an exception of him and bid him welcome.
Welcome, huh? Captain, I just heard through the bulkhead what you and your first mate were talking about.
That's quite possible. Your cabin is next to this one, isn't it?
Yes. Too bad you didn't think of that a moment ago. Now, look, Crandall, keep out of this. The cargo on the ship ain't nothing to you. It's nothing to me. I happen to own the cargo you're carrying. And if you steal it, it'll be over my dead body. Oh, really? Well, Mr. Crandall, maybe that could be arranged, too.
Mary, I wish you wouldn't do all that work.
Oh, I'm enjoying it, Blackie. And besides, what would your apartment look like if you made it stick next week, too?
It would look like a dust bowl. But I'll get a girl in tomorrow.
Look, I said I'm enjoying this. I'm glad you asked me to come over. It gives me a chance to straighten up a few things around here.
Such as what?
Well, such as these pictures on your piano, for one thing.
What's the matter with them?
Well, the glass in my picture was dirty. Shorty's picture's crooked. There, now it was crooked.
Look, you don't have to do all.
Uh-oh.
I'll get it.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Shorty.
Oh, well, hiya, Shorty.
I'm in the jam, Blackie.
Now what have you done?
Oh, it's nothing serious, boss. I just got to leave town. I won't be back till 8 o'clock tonight. And I got to meet a boat this afternoon.
What boat, Shorty? The Gulf Island Ferry?
Oh, no, boss. A real big boat what's been all the way across the ocean from the other side. A good friend of mine's coming in on this boat, and somebody's got to meet him for me.
And I'm that somebody, huh?
Oh, gee, you're the best somebody I can think of, Blackie. My pal's name is Jimmy Adams. He's a cabin boy on the boat they call the Swan. Now, you go meet him for me, will you, Blackie? The ship's going to anchor in the bay at 4.
At 4, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right, Shorty, I'll meet him.
Oh, gee, thanks, Blackie. I hope it won't mean any trouble.
No, there won't be any difficulty, Shorty. Out in the harbor, it should be easy to hold trouble at bay. Well, there's the Swan, Mary.
What kind of a boat is it, Blackie?
A freighter, and it's not a boat, Mary. This dory we're in is a boat. The Swan is a ship.
They're both on water and they both float. Why aren't they both boats?
Well, shiver me timbers, but landlubbers are dumb.
Yes, aren't we?
Ahoy there, Swan. I'm pulling alongside. Got a boarding party for you.
Aye. Thunderman.
All right, you go right up the rope ladder there, mister.
Oh, really? I never guessed.
Up you go, lady.
Aye, sir. Nautical but nice, that's me. Here I go.
I'm right behind you.
Shall I tie up and wait for you, mate, or do you want me to shove off?
Better tie up and wait for us. We won't be long.
Aye, sir.
How you doing, Mary?
I'm practically up on deck. There, I made it. Woo! Hey. Hey, where is everybody?
Nobody up there? Not even that sailor, Mary?
Nope.
Hold everything. I'll be right with you.
Whew.
Hi, Brown. You keep an eye on the other side.
Faraday.
Uh-oh.
No, it can't be you. Not aboard this ship.
Well, I'll look around, and if I find I'm not me, I'll let you know. Now, take it easy, Faraday. I'm just calling for a friend of Shorty's. Only I didn't expect to run into an enemy of mine.
No? When I might have known I'd run into you.
Oh, no, not out here, Inspector.
Yes, out here, Miss Wesley. Because where there's a body, sooner or later I find you and Blackie. And there's a body on this ship.
Oh.
Not a fellow named Jimmy Adams.
A guy by the name of Crandall. Passenger on board the ship. Owned the cargo the ship is carrying and... Say, what am I telling you all this for? Who's Jimmy Adams?
He's a cabin boy on this ship.
Oh, yeah? Rollins.
Yes, sir.
There isn't any Jimmy Adams on this ship, is there?
Yes, sir, there is. Well, he took his fingerprints along with everybody else's on board. He's cabin boy.
Satisfied, Faraday?
Okay, you came to see a cabin boy, so see him. But leave me alone, do you hear? Rollins, I'm going up to the captain's cabin. Make sure that Blackie doesn't bother me, or I'll bother you. All right, Captain Harlan. Crandall was killed in the cabin right next to yours. Now, who did it?
Now, that's difficult to determine, Inspector Faraday. Only 3 people are allowed in this part of the ship. And any one of us could have done it.
3 people, huh? Who?
Well, I for one, and Mr. Peterson, the first mate here, for another.
Yeah, I could have done it, but I didn't. See?
That's up to me to decide. See? That was the 3rd person.
Oh, excuse me. Come in.
I heard the police were here, Captain.
Yeah, the police are here. Right here. Who are you?
Hi, sir. I'm the...
This fellow's the 3rd person allowed up in this part of the ship, Inspector Faraday. He's my executive officer, Bill Kemp.
What do you know about this, Kemp?
Nothing at all, sir.
Where were you when Crandall was killed?
I was...
He was up here somewhere, Inspector, and had just as much chance as we to kill Mr. Crandall.
I see. So all 3 of you could have done it, huh?
We would be decidedly stupid if we didn't admit it, Inspector Faraday. But I'm inclined to believe you'll have a rather difficult time proving which one of us actually did commit the crime.
Yeah? I'll find out, all right. Now, look, did you have any trouble with Crandall before the murder?
None whatever, Inspector.
Any trouble anywhere on the ship?
Trouble? No, this was the most uneventful voyage this ship has ever made.
Okay. Now, I don't want any of you leaving here. You're all under suspicion.
Of course, Inspector. You find it rather simple to place us under suspicion. But to determine which of us to place under arrest, well, I'm afraid, Inspector, that's where you'll run aground.
Gee, Blackie, it's sure swell of Shorty to send you and Miss Wesley out here to pick me up. I'm sorry there's a mess here on board.
We are too, Jimmy. But I don't think the police will keep you confined to quarters much longer. I'd like to solve this murder while I'm here.
Yeah, would you? Well, maybe this will help you. There was to be a mutiny on board, see? The crew was going to take the ship and steal a cargo. The first mate was the leader.
Well, yes, but what does that have to do with Mr. Crandall being killed?
Well, Randy, Crandall owned the cargo we're carrying.
Oh, this is beginning to add up. A mutiny and a murder. I've got an idea. This isn't going to be too tough.
Blackie, do you know who killed Crandall?
I have a rough idea. I'm going to leave now, but I'll be back to smooth it out. Oh, tell me something, Jimmy.
Oh, you got to excuse me, Blackie. I just remembered something I got to do. I'll be right back, honest. Wait right here for me, and I'll be back.
Sure.
Blackie, you said you had a rough idea who killed Mr. Crandall. What's the rough idea?
I can't tell you yet, Mary. But I'll tell you this. This is a very interesting case. Very interesting.
Well, here comes somebody who thinks you're not very interesting.
I don't even have to turn around to know who you mean.
Blackie, I want you off this ship, and fast.
Oh, not too fast, Inspector. I've just found out something you ought to know. There was an...
I know all about that. There was an attempted mutiny on board this ship. The captain denied it, but I found out from one of the crew. And now I'm going to tell you something. You've got 5 minutes to get off this ship, or I'll throw you off.
Aye, sir. I'll spend those 5 minutes solving your case.
You hope. Hey, Rollins.
Yes, sir. Yes, Inspector Faraday.
Keep an eye on Blackie. See that he's off this ship inside of 5 minutes. If he isn't, arrest him for loitering or something.
All right, you going ashore, Inspector?
Yeah, right now. Where's that rope ladder? Oh, here it is, right here. I'm taking these fingerprints of the officers and crew of the ship to headquarters. See what I can find out about them.
Good luck, Inspector.
Never mind about wishing me good luck on the fingerprints. Wish me good luck on this rope ladder. I'm not sure these things are safe. Why don't they?
Hey, Inspector! Hey, Blackie! Blackie, hey, somebody! Inspector Faraday's overboard! Hey, Blackie! Inspector Faraday fell overboard, Blackie. He can't swim a stroke.
Oh, well, here goes.
Too late, Miss Wesley. There he goes.
Out of the way, you little lumber. Don't throw this man alive.
Sure, Sailor. Step over here, Miss Wesley.
All right, but what about Blackie?
He'll be okay, ain't he always?
Hi there! Hold to the lifeline! Grab hold!
Are you thinking the same thing I am, Rollins?
How about Blackie going in after the inspector, Miss
Yeah,
Wesley?
funny, isn't it, Rollins?
Yeah.
Blackie pretends to dislike Inspector Faraday, and yet just lets the inspector get into trouble.
Yeah, and Blackie dives in after him.
Sure does.
Boy there, mate. Give us a hand with the coal line.
Sure.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me help, too.
You better stand aside, lady. Don't want to have to toss a rope to you, too.
Okay.
Now, come on. Here. Come on, Jacket. All right. We're pulling them aboard now. Here, come. Hey, one of you grab that policeman. I'll take care of the other one.
I'll get him.
Oh, Blackie, you're so wonderful.
Well, that's what I've always told you.
Come on now. Up you come now.
Thanks.
There you are.
You okay, Faraday?
Yeah, I'm all right. But I lost most of the fingerprints. I was taken to headquarters.
You almost lost your life. Kind of clumsy, wasn't it, Inspector?
Look, I didn't fall overboard. One of the steps in that rope ladder was cut. But I suppose I ought to thank you for going in after me. So thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. But I'll never be able to explain to myself why I did it. You say the ladder was cut? Now, I suppose you know who cut it.
Sure I do.
All right, who?
The captain, the executive officer, or the first mate. One of those three. They had a chance while we were talking.
Brilliant, Faraday. Positively brilliant. But so what? You still don't know which one of the three. You know, maybe I ought to throw you back.
The only passenger aboard the freighter Swan has been murdered. 3 people aboard the ship could have committed the crime. The captain, the executive officer, and the first mate. Inspector Faraday was leaving the ship for headquarters when a severed step in the rope ladder caused him to fall into the water. Blackie, on board to meet the cabin boy, Jimmy, as a favor to his friend Shorty, saved the inspector. It's several hours later as we return to our story, and Blackie is with Faraday in the inspector's office.
Well, Faraday, now that you're sitting behind your nice warm desk and dressed in nice dry clothes again, may I go back to the ship and start to work on your case?
You don't have to, Blackie. While you were changing your clothes, I checked the fingerprints I saved when I went overboard. One of them was the mate's. So my fingerprint file says the mate is an ex-convict.
So
I figure the mate killed Crandall because Crandall recognized him as an ex-convict. So?
One more so, and you'll have me in stitches.
Yeah? Well, in a few minutes, I'll have that mate in jail. I radioed Rollins on the ship to arrest him.
Faraday, sometimes you...
Yeah? Yes, Smith?
You want in the radio room, Inspector. It's Rollins.
Good. Come on, Blackie. I'll let you see how fast I close a case.
I want to see this. It'll be something to tell my grandchildren. I understand grandchildren love fairy stories. Now, just why are we in the radio room?
Because Rollins is on the ship, and I've got two-way communication open from here to the radio room on board. That's why. Smith, which mic is open to the ship?
This one right here, Inspector. Rollins is waiting. Go ahead.
Thanks. Hello, Rollins.
Yes, Inspector.
Did you pick up the mate?
Peterson? Yeah, I picked him up.
Good. Bring him right down to headquarters. I want to talk to him.
Headquarters, Inspector? I can't do that.
Why not? You picked him up, didn't you?
Yeah, off the floor of his cabin, Inspector. He's dead.
What?
Yeah, he's dead.
Dead, Inspector. K-I-L-L-E-D. Dead.
Quiet, Blackie. Get me a squad car, Smith.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going, Faraday? Crazy?
No, I'm going out to the Swan.
What for? To cook somebody's goose?
Get me that squad car, Smith, and hurry.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to waste your time out on the ocean, huh, Faraday? Why don't you stay here? You're at sea no matter where you are.
Where's Captain Harlan, Mr. Kemp?
He's gone below, Inspector Faraday. I'm glad you're aboard, sir.
Yeah, why?
You've got to get me off this ship.
Are you crazy?
No, I'm scared, sir. First it was our passenger, then it was Mr. Peterson. And I'm the next to be killed.
Now, why?
Well, I don't know why. I just feel it, that's all.
Well, you stay right here and keep on feeling it. I'll have a police guard with you all the time. You'll be safe enough.
Please, I'll tell you something if you take me ashore.
Yeah? What?
I can't tell you now. I can't.
No. Well, you're staying right on this ship till you can. And don't go overboard the way I did. Because when you get hauled in, it'll be all the way to headquarters.
Who is it?
It's me.
Who's me?
Jimmy Adams. That you, Blackie?
Yes?
Let me in your apartment, Blackie. Quick.
Jimmy, how'd you get off that ship? You should have... Hey, what's the matter? You're soaking wet.
Yeah, I know. I had to jump overboard and swim ashore.
You swam ashore?
Uh-huh.
I think you'd better come in or you'll start floating down the hall. Come on.
Thanks.
Jimmy, you shouldn't have done this. If he finds out you've skipped, he'll be telling me you killed Crandall and the first mate. Let's get you out of those wet clothes.
Yeah.
I think I can find something for you to wear.
Gee, thanks, Blackie. Boy, it's sure good to get out of these wet rags.
I'll bet. Now, suppose you tell me why you went overboard.
Oh, I had to, Blackie. There's plenty going on aboard that ship, and I didn't want to be any part of it.
Well, we've still got to get you back. Here, I think these clothes will fit you. Almost.
Swell, Blackie. Say, you're an all right guy.
Well, you're an all-wet guy. Better let me get you a towel.
Yeah, swell.
Be right with you.
Okay, Blackie. Hey, there's a nice joint you got here.
I like it.
Hey, that's some oil paint you got over the fireplace. Got you plenty, I bet.
Oh, a few.
Yeah, a few to you. You know, that Wesley babe is sure a looker. Is that a picture on the piano?
Uh-huh. Not very good of it, though.
That ain't bad. Hey, who's the guy in the picture on the piano? Your brother?
My brother? Yes, it is. Here's your towel.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Get yourself good and dry and get into those clothes while I call Faraday. He'll be angry you jumped ship, but after you've had a change of clothes, maybe I can get him to have a change of heart.
Look, Captain Harlan, you know something you won't tell me. So maybe you better start talking.
Who gave you this idea, Inspector Faraday? Your friend, Boston Blackie? I understand he was on board earlier today.
Look, I'm conducting this investigation.
But rather badly, I'd say. Look, Inspector, this kind of attitude isn't going to get you anywhere. If you think I'm at the bottom of this, why don't you go ahead and prove it?
I intend to do just that, Captain. There's only one...
Stand right where you are, Inspector Faraday.
Put that gun down, Mr. Kemp.
No, I won't.
What's the matter with you, Kemp? You're in trouble enough without pointing at...
Let me handle this, Inspector Faraday. Put that gun down, Mr. Kemp.
No, I won't put it down until I'm allowed to go ashore. Get away from me, Captain, or I'll...
Don't try to pick up that gun, Mr. Kemp. Inspector Faraday will pick it up for you.
Nice going, Captain. You knocked the gun out of his hand, and now I've got it.
Good. Now, Inspector Faraday, I've done all I could for you. I think the next move is yours.
Yeah, come in.
Oh, hello, Inspector. I didn't know you were back in your office already.
Yes, Smith. I went out to the ship again, but I didn't get anywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. Know just how you feel.
Yeah? Then you got a headache, too, huh?
No, but I got a message for you. Miss Wesley called up, and she says Blackie wants you to be in the police radio room at 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah? Why?
She didn't say why.
First Blackie. Now she's ordering me around. Sure, I'm a public servant, but that's overdoing it.
Blackie told us to meet him aboard ship, Miss Wesley. Well, we're aboard this ship, but where is he? Where's everybody?
He'll be along, Shorty. He's very anxious to see you. Listen. That's Blackie's signal.
Yeah. I'll answer him.
Hello, kids. Glad you made it all right.
Hi, Blackie.
Well, we got here, but I wouldn't say we were all right. What goes on, Blackie?
Yeah, Blackie, what?
Mary, please wait here. I'll explain why later. Shorty, you come with me, and no matter what happens, just go along with everything I say. And down this way.
Sure, Blackie. Well, I always do, don't I?
Yes, but it's especially important this time.
Oh.
Here we are.
Where's here?
The radio room. I want someone to meet you. Here, I'll go first.
Okay.
Jimmy?
Yeah, Blackie?
Jimmy, I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Joe Thomas.
Oh, hi. Sure, it's well to know you, Joe. Oh, any friend of Blackie's a friend of mine.
Thanks, Shorty, for keeping a straight face during that introduction. And now, Jimmy, you better start telling a straight story.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, you've been lying. Your name isn't even Jimmy Adams.
What do you mean it isn't? I'm Jimmy Adams, cabin boy on this here ship.
Is he the Jimmy Adams you know, Shorty?
Shorty? He sure ain't, Blackie. I ain't never seen him before.
And he's never seen you before either, Shorty, because he accepted you as Joe Thomas when I introduced you. I knew he wasn't the real Jimmy Adams when he didn't recognize your picture on the piano.
Okay. Stand where you are. Both of you. Blackie's got a gun.
I know it, Shorty. Only I know it now, which is a little late.
You're gonna be late, too. The late Boston Blackie. Get your hands up, both of you. I killed you as you knew too much about me.
Crandall knew who you were, huh? And so did Peterson, the first mate.
Yeah. Yeah, they both recognized me this morning. But what they knew didn't do them much good, did it?
Then you admit you killed him?
Figure that for yourself, Blackie. Hey, Blackie, look. If this guy ain't Jimmy Adams, and he ain't, well, where's Jimmy? The same place Crandall and the first mate are. Only your pal Jimmy got his before we left the other side. I had to get back to this country, see? That was the easy way. I became Jimmy Adams. And now up against the other wall. Both of you.
It won't do you any good to kill us. Inspector Faraday has heard every word you said.
Oh, now, Blackie. Don't give me that stuff. Inspector Faraday ain't nowheres around here.
Oh, no?
Hey, what's that?
I'm right here. I heard everything you said. Blackie, I've got 2 men coming out there right away.
Hey, where'd that voice come from?
Not the same place that this fifth is coming.
Ah, nice poke you gave him, Blackie. He'll be out for a week.
Blackie, you get him?
Yes, I got him, Faraday. I'm glad you stayed in the radio room at headquarters. Did you get his confession?
Every word of it.
Well, have it typed up, and I'll have Rawlins bring him in to sign it. And so, until next time, this is your commentator, Boston Blackie, speaking to you from aboard the good ship Swan and saying goodbye, good luck, and to you especially, Faraday, good riddance. Well, Captain Holland, seems as if the good ship Swan can set sail any time you want to shove off.
Yes, Blackie, so it seems. No more trouble. You know, I'm sorry, Blackie. I didn't remember that the cabin boy is allowed in the captain's quarters. I'd have saved you a lot of trouble. Well, this has taught me a lesson.
I'm afraid it taught Crandall and Peterson a lesson, too, Captain. They're dead because they recognized that phony cabin boy as an escaped convict.
So I understand. I'm glad I didn't recognize him, or this craft would be sailing under a new skipper.
Police headquarters was almost sailing under a new skipper, too, thanks to me.
Thanks to you, Blackie.
Yes, Mary, it was my fault that Faraday went overboard.
Why was it your fault?
Blackie, I was under the impression it was a severed rung in the rope ladder that caused the inspector's fall.
Yes, that's right, Captain. But that rung was cut because the phony Jimmy Adams was under the impression I knew who killed Crandall. Remember, Mary, as soon as I said I had a rough idea who did the killing, he went...
Yes, I do remember. He suddenly left. He said he had something to do.
And that something was to cut the rung in that rope ladder in hopes that I'd drop into the water and trip out of this case. Well, Captain Holland, I guess we'll be going ashore. You know, it was lucky the phony Jimmy Adams jumped ship and came to my apartment where he gave himself away.
Lucky, Blackie? Why?
Well, if he'd stayed aboard this tramp steamer, he sure would have made a bum out of me.
Order in the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you've brought in a verdict of not guilty in the state's case against Jerry Williams for the murder of Thomas Blaine, and I do not blame you. The state did not produce sufficient evidence for you to have convicted him. This is most unfortunate, in view of the fact that you know as well as I do that the defendant is guilty. But nevertheless, I must now discharge you as having done your duty as you saw fit. Will the defendant please rise?
I guess you mean me, huh, Judge?
Yes, I mean you, Mr. Williams.
Okay. What's on your mind, Judge?
You will desist from smelling that gardenia in your buttonhole and listen to what I have to say.
Maybe I prefer smelling the flower.
Order! Order in this court! Mr. Williams, what has occurred in this courtroom during your trial is a gross miscarriage of justice. All of us here are well aware of that. And we are well aware of the fact that the state's witnesses failed to appear against you because you either bought them off or frightened them out of testifying against you.
Ain't that a shame?
Because the prosecution failed to bring the proper evidence against you, Mr. Williams, I am powerless to do anything but let you go free. But while you have been tried for the murder of Thomas Blaine...
Yeah, and freed of the murder, too. Don't forget that.
I am well aware of that, Mr. Williams. But I hope that you are as well aware that you have yet to stand trial for the murder of Frank Lash.
Judge, you try me for a dozen murders if you haven't got anything better to do this season. I got ways of beating any rap you tag me with. Pretty flower of gardenia, isn't it, Judge? I just love the smell of them.
Want a beer with flavor? A flavor that's delightfully, deliciously different? Try that smooth beer. Try Champagne Velvet, the beer with the $1 million flavor.
Thank you, my friend, for a very happy suggestion. It's worth repeating. Try that smooth beer. But Champagne Velvet is more than just that. It's a beer with a rare and unusual flavor combination. It's bright and sparkling from foam to finish. It's light and lively with a clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure. And best of all, it has the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor that stamps it as a beer of real premium quality. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price.
Light and lively, bright and sparkling, yet just as smooth. What a flavor combination. And you're sure it's pure.
From now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friends.
Here's your new gardenia, Jerry.
Thanks, Mac. So doesn't that smell good? Yeah, toss us all one of the wastebasket, Bozo.
Direct, Jerry.
You know, these things keep better outside of jail. Must be the fresh air.
Direct. Judge let you out on bail for the Frank Lash rap.
Well, he had to. Didn't want to seem prejudiced. Say, incidentally, you fellas did a nice job of quieting those witnesses against me in the Blaine killing.
It was a pleasure to do it, Jerry.
Correct.
And we got the witnesses of the Lash killing all fixed, too. Right, Bozo? Correct. You ain't got a thing to worry about, Jerry.
Good. Say, there's a newscast on the radio right now. Let's see if the commentator's happy to know I'm a free man.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Never mind, Bozo. I'll turn it on.
Correct.
When they going to try you for the little job you did on Lash, huh?
I don't know. The date wasn't set. The judge didn't feel like chatting with me socially. Snob, don't you think? Gardenia sure do smell good. Wonder if buttonholes were just made to hold flowers like this.
Jerry, here's the news you wanted to hear.
Oh, yeah.
The murder of Thomas Blaine. But Williams, out on bail, is still to be tried for the murder of Frank Lash, found shot to death in Williams' waterfront hideout 6 weeks ago. The state is confident of a conviction in the Lash murder case, and today announced that a surprise witness will testify against Williams. You've heard this witness name before. It's Boston Blackie. State's Attorney John Gilligan says Boston Blackie will
Turn it
appear
off.
in the trial
Sure,
against...
Jerry, sure.
So Boston Blackie's going to testify against me, huh?
We can take care of him just like we took care of the others, Jerry. Right, Bozo.
Correct. Yeah, fellas, I think you'll pay Blackie a little visit.
This sort of puts the whammy on our plans for holding up that next bank truck, though, doesn't it?
No. We'll go through with that according to schedule. But first, Mac, I think you better see Boston Blackie.
Sure, Jerry.
And you too, Bozo. And just in case he wants to argue, take along your persuader, huh?
Correct.
I'm sorry, Mary, but I can't leave my apartment just now.
Oh, why not, Blackie? You said you'd be here in over an hour, and it's been almost...
I know, Mary. It's been almost 2 hours. Sorry, but I've been busy, and I'm still busy.
Blackie, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. I'm just busy, that's all.
Blackie, is something wrong?
Of course not. I'll phone you tomorrow. Goodbye. Now, what were you boys saying?
That you better suddenly have a very bad memory.
Yeah.
In regard to what?
We told you. In regard to what you think you saw happen to Frank Lash.
Oh, you're Jerry Williams' friend, huh?
Yeah.
I see.
And my pal Bozo here has another kind of friend pointing at you through his pocket. Hold it so we can see it, Bozo.
Correct. See it, Blackie?
Yes, quite well, thank you.
Well, now, Bozo here can make you lose more than your memory if you don't play ball with us, Blackie.
And what kind of ball do you fellows play?
8-ball with you behind it. Unless you decide to forget what you know about the Frank Lash killing.
You know something, fellas? You're so nice and sweet about this, I think I'll follow your little suggestion. In fact, I've never forgotten anything so fast in all my life.
Well, that's nice. But look, Blackie, no tricks, see? If you're lying to us about this, you'll find that girl you were just talking to lying in the street. So cold she can freeze ice. Get me?
Got you.
And if you don't, we get her. See? I'm going to try you out, Blackie. Who was Frank Lash?
Lash? Never heard of him.
Okay, Blackie. You'll do. Let's go, Mac.
Blackie, you've cluttered up my office with some crazy ideas. But this is the craziest yet.
Faraday, you've got to listen to me. You've got to lay off Jerry Williams and his gang.
Nothing doing. I'm going to nab every last one of them, from Jerry on down.
Faraday, if my head was as big and as hollow as yours, I'd rent it out for a rehearsal hall. If you'll just do as I say, I'll see that you have the Williams gang. Not only rounded up, but convicted. Remember, I said convicted, but quick.
How do you know how long it'll take?
I don't, but I know if you do what I say, we'll get things done twice as fast. Look, I am not asking this for myself, but for Mary Wesley.
Mary? What's she got to do with this?
Nothing that she knows of. And part of the nothing is that the Williams gang will kill her if I remember what I know about Williams killing Lash.
You aren't going to forget to remember, are you?
Yes, I am, Faraday, and so
Blackie, whose side are you on? I could arrest you for what you're planning to do. Look, if you don't forget this...
You do what I say, and I will remember.
You'd better. What do you want me to do?
Leave the Williams gang alone till I tell you when.
Oh, I'm supposed to grab him, but I gotta wait till you tell me when. What happens after that?
Don't worry, Faraday. I'll not only tell you when, as usual, I'll tell you where and how.
This waiting around gets on my nerves. What about you, Bozo?
Me, Mac? I ain't got no nerves. I ain't got nothing except this stick of dynamite in my mitt, and I begin to toss it when that bank clerk shows up.
Working for Jerry is good for the pocketbook, but bad for the nerves. What happens if a cop passes by and wants to know why we're parked here?
What happens? I leave the dynamite for a second, and I talk him out of it with this rod of mine.
No cop killing, Bozo. Do you hear?
I heard, but I don't understand. Only way there'll be no cop killing is if no cop shows up. Hey, Mac, there's a car coming.
It's a truck. The armored truck. Get ready, Bozo. Get ready.
Correct. Here they come. And here goes the dynamite. And... there they go.
Good tossing, Bozo. Now, come on, we gotta grab that cash now and scram.
Correct. Hey, truck's busted wide open, but the driver looks still alive.
How long do you think he's gonna stay alive? Get him, Bozo. He's going for his gun.
Not anymore, he ain't.
That got him, bozo. Now, let's haul this dough out of here fast.
Erect, Mac.
Come on, work fast before we have visitors.
All right.
Get that stuff over to our car, bozo.
Erect, I'm getting it.
All right. I'll grab this sackful here.
Good.
That's the last of it. Now let's scram. Hey, somebody's coming. Come on, let's get out of here.
Erect, Mac. We're all set to go.
Let's go, then.
Hey, inside the truck, what happened here? Hey, holy mackerel. Hey, you. Hey, what happened?
We got held up.
Held up? Did you get a look at the guys
Two guys.
What'd you say?
Two guys in the car just now.
Two of them, huh? That car just pulled away. Did you know? Too bad, pal. Well, I got a good look at him. I'll get even for you.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, it's you, Blackie.
It's me, Blackie. Is your appetite so terrific that you need a table for two all by yourself?
I've already eaten.
Well, sit with me then. I'm just having a sandwich. And, Mary, don't be angry.
You didn't come to see me. I couldn't come to see you. I couldn't even call you up. And then you say, Mary, don't be angry. Just like that.
Well, don't be, Mary.
I don't want your excuses. I don't want your company. And right now, I don't even want your talk. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. Aren't you going to have any dessert?
Not if I have to eat it with you standing here.
Okay, but you're not going to stay angry at me, are you?
I certainly am, and that's a promise. Goodbye.
Well, please keep that promise you made to me, Mary, because I've got to go to work and break a promise I made to the Jerry Williams gang.
Premium quality, yes, sir. Premium quality that is yours to enjoy at no premium in price.
Now, that's something worth remembering. But every time you pour your glass of champagne velvet, you're reminded that you're enjoying a real premium quality beer at no premium in price. You know, of course, that more costly malt and grain, higher-priced hops, and more careful and costly brewing methods are all a part of CV's famous million-dollar formula. So CV has to have unmistakable premium quality. CV's flavor tells you all of that. It's bright and sparkling, light and lively from foam to finish, with the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of a real honest-to-goodness beer. Real premium quality beer. But that's not all. It has a clear, clean taste, given it by controlled aging. A taste that makes you sure it's pure.
And it's smooth, smooth, smooth. Just as smooth.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Gang leader Jerry Williams, under indictment for the murder of Frank Lash, hears that Boston Blackie is to be one of the witnesses against him. But Williams' gang threatens Blackie and his friend Mary Wesley with death if Blackie testifies. So Blackie promised to forget it. Feeling safe again, the Williams gang hijacked an armored truck, killing its crew. As we return to our story, Inspector Faraday is questioning a witness to the hijack murder.
Look, Masters, didn't you tell me last night you could identify the men who held up that armored truck?
Well, last night, Inspector Faraday, I was too excited to know what I was saying.
You knew what you were saying, all right. And you said those two men on the police lineup last night were the men you saw hijack that truck and kill the driver and his rider.
I said that? I must have been crazy. I've never seen them before.
What did the Williams gang threaten to do to you?
No one threatened me with anything. I just didn't get a good look at the holdup men, that's all.
Get out of here, Masters.
Sure. Well, sorry, Inspector.
You ought to be. Goodbye. All the... Come in.
Hello, Inspector.
Get out of here, Blackie.
I won't get out of here till I find out what I can get out of you. Look, you grabbed a couple of rats from the Williams gang for that hijacking last night, didn't you?
Yeah, but I have to let them go.
Because the witness suddenly couldn't remember all that.
Just like you to bet on a sure thing.
Never mind about that. I'd like to talk to you. And if you'll listen, I think you'll like what you hear.
is it?
Boston Blackie.
Boston. Come in.
My little company, Williams?
Depends on whether or not the company minds me. So behave yourself, Blackie.
You want me to be a good boy? Oh, now, Williams is no prophet in being good.
No?
No. You ought to know that. You're one of the few men I know who disproves the theory that crime doesn't pay.
You know, Blackie, you know what you're doing. Anything pays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Say, it's a nice new gardenia in your buttonhole there. Kind of a trademark, isn't it?
I haven't been without a gardenia in my buttonhole for 5 years.
Okay. Expensive hobby. Look, you have a good business here. I like the way it operates.
You mean you like the way I run it?
Maybe that's it. Anyway, I'd like to join you. You could use me.
Yeah. I can use your head and I can use your hands, but I can't trust you.
Well, try me out then.
On a job, huh? Would you open the vault at the National Bank?
Too tough, especially for a job where I'd be on trial. I think you ought to give me something a little easier to start out.
Huh. So you're rather level about wanting it, aren't you? You'd enjoy the National Bank job. I would have known you were trying to trap me.
What about it? Am I in?
Well, I could use you on the safe of the Jones Express Company. I'll have a big cash shipment through tomorrow night. Would you open that one for me?
I don't know. I'd have to see it first. There are some safes even I can't open.
All right, Blackie. I still don't trust you. But I'm going to let you in. From now on, until the Jones Express job is over, though, I'm not letting you out of my sight. Out of my gun sight.
If I try to tip off the cops, I'll get it. That's it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm willing to come in on your terms, but you have to do a couple of things for me.
What, for instance?
Well, for one instance, I'd like to know who I'm working with. Who's in your gang?
Gang? I have 3 boys working for me.
Only 3?
That's all. But they're great. There's Mac McPherson, for one.
Oh, yes, I know him.
And Harry Tobin. He scares people into lapses of memory. Does it very well, too.
So Tobin's with you, huh? Well, you have a nice crew.
Oh, you bet I have. Bozo Leach is a 3rd member. Know him, too, don't you?
By reputation on his visit to me yesterday.
Well, those are the boys you work with. Satisfied?
Yes, I think so. Now, about the second thing you've got to do for me. I'd like to write a letter.
Nothing doing, Blackie.
But look, it's just to Mary Wesley, and it's really for your sake.
For my sake? How do you figure that?
You say you're not going to let me out of your sight until the job is over. Well, if I'm not around tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night, Mary's going to get excited. Cops will be looking for me everywhere.
Well, that sounds right. Okay, you can send her a letter, only I'll write it. You just sign it. Well?
It's all right with me. But I think I'd better send a special delivery.
Send it any way you want.
Good enough. Now, when do I get to see the safe at the Jones Express Company?
Right now. But remember, Blackie, I'll have a gun in your back all the way. The first phony move, and it's your last. That's the safe over there, Blackie. Can you open it?
Where, Jerry?
You can see it behind that big stack of labels on the table.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I'll walk over and pretend to be inspecting the labels on that table in front of the safe. Let you know then. Coming?
You know I am, sweetheart.
I know.
Well, Blackie?
Yeah. Yeah, I can open it.
All right. But no funny stuff when we get outside.
Don't worry.
Funny stuff, and you're the one who'll have to worry.
Say, may I mail my letter to Mary Wesley now?
Yeah. Let's see if that's the letter I addressed. Okay, mail it. Then we go back to my place. And tomorrow night, Blackie, you open that safe in the Jones Express Company. Well, come on. How soon will you have the safe open, Blackie?
It's open now, Jerry. Yeah, there it is.
Good. This is where we get out of here. Come on, the boys are waiting outside to come in and get the money.
You still don't trust me, huh?
Nope. This gun of mine is still in your bag. Come on.
All right.
All I wanted you for was open the safe. Boys out here will pick up the dough and meet us later. They know the hideout you picked out, and I warned them about the watchman. Psst. Psst. Hurry. Yeah, Jerry. You, Bozo, and Mac, go and get the dough. Okay. Ready, Bozo? Key wrecked. Come on, Mac. Blackie and I'll meet you at the mill house at midnight. All right, so long, fellas. Good luck. Come on, Blackie, the car you drive.
Sure.
Well, so far, so good. All right, let's get out of here.
That suits me. I have one stop I want to make before we get to the mill
One
house.
stop, nothing. We're going straight.
But I have to make the stop.
Hey, what's all the shooting for?
The watchman must have made an appearance. Your boys said they were going to take care of him. Guess they did.
Oh, yeah, the watchman. Huh? I guess I took care of him, all right. Nice boys, aren't they? So this is a stop you wanted to make, Blackie, at a florist?
That's right. Come on in.
I'll be careful what you say here, Blackie.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. Well, what can I do for you?
I'd like a gardenia, please.
A gardenia, all right, of course. Just a minute, sir.
Hey, what's the idea, Blackie?
Oh, Jerry, we've just pulled a great job. You like gardenias, so I thought I'd buy you one. Sort of a token of, partnership.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot, Blackie, but...
Look, you let me in, didn't you? Well, I want to show my appreciation for that
Here you are. I suppose you want it in a box.
Thank you. I'll take it. Here. Well, let's go, Jerry. We've got a pressing date that will relieve what you have pressing against my back, I hope.
Why'd you have to pick this creepy mill house to meet the boys, Blackie? My gardenia doesn't smell as good out here.
Here, well, the one I bought you.
Huh?
You're always hiding out in a swank place, Jerry. I figured this would be the last place in the world the cops would think to look for you.
Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't like the looks of that river running under the floor here. You know, the boys should have been here 15 minutes ago. Can't figure it. They're always on time.
Say, when are you going to put your gun away? I'm getting a little tired of looking at it.
I'll put it away when the boys get here. Hey, wait a minute. There's an awful lot of shooting as we pulled away from that job. Too much shooting for killing just one guard, but just enough for shooting 3 guys. Don't move, Blackie, don't move.
What's the matter?
You know what the matter is. This whole deal's been a double cross, hasn't it?
What do you mean?
I mean, after you and I left the express company, the boys walked into a trap. And they got the boys, huh?
Maybe.
Maybe nothing. I don't know how you did it, Blackie, because I was with you all the time. I'm going to let you out of my sight, but you tipped off the cops, and the boys are dead, aren't they?
Well, I wouldn't wait here for them too long if I were you.
Don't worry, I'm not. You probably got the cops on the way here, too, but they won't find me, Blackie, just you, and all they'll find of you is your body.
You mean you'd kill me after I gave you that lovely gardenia?
Yeah, I love gardenias. But, Blackie, I don't like double crossers. Stand still. I'm going to enjoy this. Now, first, thank you for the gardenia. You know, I always sniff a gardenia before I kill a guy. Now, Blackie, what? Say, what's the matter with me?
You're going to sleep, Jerry, because there's chloroform on that gardenia.
And
there's a sleeping potion in this fist of mine, too.
Blackie, you all right?
Well, Inspector Faraday, late as usual. Yes, I'm all right. And this sleeping beauty on the floor here, he's all yours.
Oh, it's a lovely afternoon for a walk, isn't it, Blackie?
Well, that depends on whether you're forgiven for doubting me.
Oh.
Say, Mary.
Oh, yes. Well, am I?
You are.
Good. You know, I understand now why you didn't want to see me. It was for my own protection, wasn't it? But there are a couple things I don't understand.
What were those?
Well, for one, how did Inspector Faraday know that you were going to rob the Jones Express Company safe?
Oh, I sent him a Jones Express Company label, Mary. He pasted it on the back of an envelope addressed to you.
Yes, but I didn't get any letter from you.
I know, Mary. I knew Williams would never let me write to Faraday, so before I went out to join his gang, I told Faraday to watch your mailbox. Any letter sent special delivery to you would be a message to him. All he had to see was that label, and he knew where the Williams gang was going to work.
I see. Very, very clever. But now, my friend, just a minute. How did you get a gardenia with chloroform on it?
Well, that was arranged with the florist, Mary, before I went to see Williams.
Oh, I see. Well, your arrangement certainly worked out, Blackie. I see where Jerry Williams is going to be tried for the last murder.
Yes, and the witnesses have come forward and promised to tell all this time.
Why shouldn't they? Mr. Williams doesn't have any more on the outside to intimidate them. All the members of his gang were killed when they tried to shoot it out with the police at the Jones Express office, weren't they? Oh, Blackie.
What's the matter?
Look at the lovely flowers in this florist window here.
I get it. What kind would you like?
One of those lovely gardenias. You know, everybody loves gardenias, Blackie.
Really? Ask Mr. Jerry Williams what he thinks of gardenias, Mary. He'll tell you that to him, they were poison ivy.
Make mine CV, because for me there is no finer beer. And it's just as smooth.
Make mine CV. So many folks who know good beer when they taste it have said just that. Time after time, that Champagne Velvet is not only the leading beer by far in its home state of Indiana, but it is preferred by particular people everywhere that it is sold. There's only one reason for that, and that is flavor. The bright, sparkling, light and lively flavor of a real premium quality beer. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price. The rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of real, honest-to-goodness beer. And the clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure.
So make yours CV, because for you, there is no finer beer. You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth.
And now, here is a preview of what happens next week.
Papa?
Yes, Mama. What did I do? Fall asleep?
You were drowsing, Papa. And no wonder. You work very hard in our shop.
You work just as hard, Mama. Maybe we close up this bookshop and go away, the two of us, someplace in the mountains, like in the old country.
I would like that, Papa. I'm sorry I waked you just now.
If you did not wake me, the telephone would. I will answer it. Hello.
Mr. Allen, please.
This is Mr. Allen speaking.
Hold the line, Mr. Allen. London is calling.
Mama, it is London, the call I am expecting.
Oh, good.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Yes?
This is Jackson.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jackson.
About those bonds. I can buy at 4 if you like.
At 4. Splendid.
Good. I'll buy right away.
Oh, by all means do, Mr. Jackson.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Good news, Mama. Good news.
Hello?
Mr. Bernard?
Yes?
You know who this is?
Oh, yes.
About that car you were going to get me.
Yes?
I want to make certain it has 4 good tires. 4.
Don't worry. It'll have 4 good tires. Is that all?
That is all, Mr. Bernard. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mama. Oh, Mama.
Yes, Papa.
Mama, the arrangements are all complete.
They are. That's good.
Very good. We are smuggling in another $150,000 worth of diamonds. We'll have them tomorrow.
It's smooth, 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 and you're sure it's pure.
That, my friends, was the voice of a man, an enthusiastic friend of CV, describing what he likes about Champagne Velvet, the beer with the $1 million flavor. You, too, will find that CV is smooth from foam to finish. More than that, from your first sip of the rich, creamy foam that billows on top of your glass, right down to that last delicious drop, you'll find CV bright and sparkling, light and lively, with a clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure and stamps it as a beer of real premium quality. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price.
Yes, sir, it's smooth. Just as smooth, and you're sure it's pure. There is no finer beer.
Now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Mr. Brown, are you customs officials officially satisfied that I'm not smuggling anything into your fair country?
We're satisfied you don't have anything on you or in your luggage, Mr. Lewis. But we know you're smuggling stuff into this country. And we'll catch you with it one of these days.
You hope. Goodbye.
I wouldn't be so smug, Lewis. There might be a next time, you know.
Ha, ha.
Miss Weeks, I'm leaving my office. I may not be back for several days. I'm devoting that much time to following a certain Mr. Frank Lewis.
Oh, Blackie. Now I know what they mean by Saved by the Bell. One more punch and that kid White would have been knocked out, wouldn't he?
You said it. I'm surprised he was still around to get that one more punch.
Your attention, please.
Oh, maybe they stopped the fight.
Your attention, please. Will Boston Blackie please go to the telephone at booth 6?
Oh, I thought it was going to be something important. Excuse me, Mary.
Sure, but don't you forget
Will
to come back.
Boston Blackie please go to the telephone at booth 6? Boston Blackie wanted on the telephone at booth 6.
I'll probably miss the knockout now because Inspector Faraday has caught something. Probably a cold like mine. Booth 6. Where's booth 6? Oh, here it is. 6, right here. Hello?
Blackie?
Yes?
Blackie, this is Charlie Kingston.
Charlie, how are you? Never mind, don't tell me. I'll tell you. You've just put over another $1 million deal and you want to brag about
No, it isn't that. Blackie, I'm sorry to have bothered you with the fight, but I have to see you here at my house tomorrow afternoon, and I didn't want you to make any other plans. I'm worried. Terribly worried. Blackie, you've got to be here tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock sharp.
Well, who is it?
Room service.
Come in. You set the tray down on this table, will you?
Yes, sir.
That's right. How's the steak? The way I ordered it?
Lift the silver cover and see, sir.
Okay, I will.
Satisfactory, Mr. Lewis?
It ought to be. That's $150,000 worth of diamonds right there. Any trouble getting them here to the hotel?
Oh, no, sir. Everything was on schedule. Anything else you need from me, sir?
Yes, your clothes. Take off that waiter's outfit and stay in this room. I'll be back in 15 minutes and switch places with you. It's all part of the boss's plan, Carl. All part of the plan. Hello, Papa.
Well, Mr. Lewis, I'm glad to see you. I see you changed your clothes with Carl the waiter, as I instructed you to do. Wait, I locked the door, pulled down the shade. There. Now.
Well, Papa, I certainly know by now how smart you are. I follow orders.
Good, good. You are the only one in our organization who knows me. I'm happy you follow things as I decide them. Did anyone see you leave the hotel?
Not a chance. If anyone was trailing me from the plane, they think I'm still in my hotel room. I came down the service elevator and out of the service entrance. I've got to get back right away before someone misses Carl.
Yes, of course.
He did his job. Here are the diamonds he gave me. $100,000 worth.
Not $150,000 worth? There's no mistake?
No.
Oh, perhaps I am mistaken. I received a call from London with a code message mentioning the amount and the number 4, which means that the diamonds were to be taped under seat 4 on your plane.
That's right. I sat over them right across the ocean.
Then I called our friend Joe at the airport, told him in code, of course, to get the diamonds from under seat 4 after the plane had landed and give them to his roommate.
Who naturally is Carl, the waiter. These are the diamonds he gave me.
I was almost positive our London friend said $150,000, but well, I might have been mistaken. Mama.
Yes, Papa.
A cup of tea for Mr. Lewis. He has brought us $100,000 worth of diamonds.
No, thanks. I don't care for any tea.
Oh, but I must insist. You must drink a cup of tea as a token that you trust us, as we have trusted you.
Well, Mr. Kingston, shall we talk business?
In just a moment, Mr. Lewis. After all, we made this appointment over a week ago. Waiting a few more minutes. Oh, there he is now. Come in. Hello, Blackie. 3 o'clock sharp, just as you promised. How are you?
On time, Charlie. How are you?
Anxious to get down to business, and I will now that you're here.
All right.
Blackie, this is Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, Boston Blackie.
Howdy do, Mr. Blackie.
How are you?
Mr. Lewis is going to sell me $50,000 worth of diamonds, Blackie.
For how much? 100,000?
That would be a fair price. Fair to me, that is.
Cup of tea, gentlemen?
I think so.
Why not?
All right. Now, about these diamonds, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
You say the diamonds are worth more than the 50,000.
Much more. Here, take a look. You know diamonds, Blackie?
Why the bargain, Lewis? Is this be kind to Kingston week?
They're not stolen, Blackie.
Well, then, let's drink to a good deal. To your health, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now let's get down to business.
Good.
Lewis, where do these diamonds come from? I'd know if they were hot.
They're not even slightly warm, Blackie. So, what difference does it make where they come from?
Mr. Lewis, what's the matter?
Uh-oh.
Blackie, what's the matter with him?
Nothing that a little light couldn't cure. He's dead.
Dead?
And from the looks of him, I'd say he was poisoned. We'd better call the police.
Police? Oh, we can't, Blackie. I can't be involved in anything like this. I can't afford a scandal.
You don't know what a scandal it might be. Something funny about these diamonds, but they're not hot. Chances are they were smuggled in, Charlie.
A dead smuggler will be found in my apartment now. Blackie, that would ruin me. Blackie, please, now, get rid of the body. You can do it. Nobody will believe we had nothing to do with Lewis's death. Please, Blackie, get rid of this body for me.
Okay, Charlie, I'll try. But what a field day it'll be for Faraday if he ever finds out about this. Stop the car about here, Charlie. Any place along this road.
All right.
I'll carry the body. Over to these bushes. But I've got a hunch we should have called Faraday. Here goes. One Blackie getting rid of one body.
We couldn't have called Faraday, Blackie. Think what that would have meant to my reputation.
Think what it would have meant from the inspectors. Well, Mr. Lewis's body. Duck down under the wheel, Charlie. Duck. Here comes the car.
Blackie, do you think?
I'm not thinking anything. I'm hoping that car just happened to be coming along this road. We'll see in a minute.
Went past Blackie, thank goodness.
Goodness had nothing to do with this, Kingston. It's luck. Just plain luck.
Look, Charlie, we're here at my apartment. We're safe so far. Stop pacing up and down.
I can't help it. I'm worried.
You can worry just as well sitting down. We're in no danger, providing nobody saw us.
That car that passed us on the road, Blackie, I'm worried about it.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that myself. Oh, something tells me that's Faraday.
The police? Well, Blackie, what'll we do?
Let him in, Charlie. And if Faraday knows something, which I doubt, I can't let him grab me. Because I'm no good to you behind bars. Try and get rid of him.
All right, but Blackie, I... Coming. Hello, Inspector Faraday.
Well, Charlie Kingston. Good. I'll take both you and Blackie down to headquarters at the same time.
Headquarters? What? For what?
You don't know for what. Come on in, Mr. Brown. Now, this is the man that dead guy Lewis went to see, isn't it?
Sure is, Inspector.
How do you know anyone came to see me?
I'm Paul Brown, Mr. Kingston, customs official. I was following Lewis when he went to your house, and I saw your friend Boston Blackie carrying out Lewis's body.
He followed you in a car and saw you dump the body. Now, where's Blackie?
He isn't here.
He has to be here. Brown followed him here. Blackie hasn't gone out, and he can't get out. I've got a man at the back door. Come on, where is he?
He's in the bedroom.
Come on, Brown, we'll look. You take the kitchen.
Right. If he's in there, I'll get him.
Well, Blackie's not in the bedroom. Did you find him in there, Brown?
No, not in the kitchen.
Well, he's in here somewhere. Look in the closets. Everywhere.
Right.
Inspector Faraday, Blackie and I didn't kill Mr. Lewis.
You didn't, huh? We had a cup of tea in your place. I know that, because I saw the cups and saucers.
Yes, but
And he was killed by poisoned tea. The medical examiner rushed an analysis when we brought in Lewis's body.
Can't understand it, Inspector Faraday. I've searched this apartment from top to bottom. This fellow Blackie just isn't here.
You can't find him?
Not here. One of these days I'll get that guy and I'll... Come on, Kingston. You're going to headquarters.
Why? I tell you, I didn't poison Lewis.
Sorry, Kingston, but you're the only one who had a chance to poison him. I've been following him. He didn't leave his room at the Carlton Hotel except to go to your house. Even had his meals up in his room. And he never ordered tea.
And poisoned tea killed him. And you gave him tea. Looks like we've got you, Kingston. You and Blackie both.
But you haven't Blackie yet.
Oh, but I'll get him. Oh, just wait till I get that Boston Blackie. Just wait.
Listen for just a few seconds to a man who knows good beer and who likes champagne velvet, the beer with the $1 million flavor.
Bright and sparkling. Yes, sir. Light and lively. Yes, sir. Clear and clean. Yes, sir. There is no finer beer.
And that's a fact. Go where you will, pay what you will. No better beer than CV can be had at any price. No better beer than CV can be made at any cost. CV's famous formula provides for only the more costly premium quality materials. Then, CV's careful processing and controlled aging gives you a beer that you're sure is pure. CV's flavor will tell you all of that. You'll find it bright and sparkling from foam to finish, robust and full-flavored as a real honest-to-goodness beer should be. CV's flavor will tell you that you're enjoying a premium quality beer at no premium in price.
You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Mama and Papa Allen run a quiet little bookstore as a front for a profitable trade in smuggled diamonds. Papa Allen poisons Frank Lewis, but the poison doesn't take effect until Lewis is at the home of Boston. At Kingston's insistence, Blackie dumps the body of Lewis. But unbeknownst to him, a customs inspector has been following Lewis and trails Blackie and Kingston to Blackie's apartment. Here, the customs man and Inspector Faraday break in, but they find no trace of Blackie. As we return to our story, it is a few seconds afterwards.
Awfully uncomfortable. Lucky Faraday didn't look there. Lucky for me. I've got to get Kingston out of this jam. That's a must.
Hello?
Mary.
Oh, hello, Blackie. What's the matter? You sound excited.
Not without reason. Only I won't tell you why now. Except that I spent the last 5 minutes on the ledge outside my living room window.
Blackie, that ledge is only a foot wide and you're 9 stories up. You didn't stand on that.
No, I'm glad to know that. You hear that, Nerves? Well, then stop jumping. Mary, listen. You've got to do something for me.
Well, of course I will. What is it?
A man named Frank Lewis had a room at the Carlton Hotel. I overheard that while I was out on the ledge. I want you to get a room there, too, and order something from room service. Only make sure you get the waiter who served Lewis earlier today.
Well, how do I do that?
Well, spread some money around, and you'll find which waiter it was. I want to look at him. I'll be around somewhere, Mary. Wait for the waiter, and then wait for me.
Come in.
Your dinner, miss?
Oh, fine, thank you. Would you please bring the inn?
It was very complimentary of you to ask for me. Somebody recommended me?
Yes, a friend who stayed here last week.
Any place you'd like me to put the table, miss?
Well, now, let me see. Over here by the window, I think.
All right. There. You wish to sign the check?
No, I think I'll pay for it.
As you wish.
Oh, dear. Now, where is my purse?
Here on the chair, miss.
Oh, yes, of course it's on the chair. Now, let's see. Oh, no, I think I'll sign for this thing. If I can just find a pencil.
Here's a pencil, miss.
Oh, thank you. There you are. It's all signed.
Thank you, miss.
Oh, just a minute. Just 1 minute, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my goodness. Now where did I put my purse?
It's still on the chair, miss.
Oh, isn't that silly of me? You know, Oh, thank goodness. There he is now. Come in. Blackie, I thought you... Inspector Faraday.
Hello, Miss Wesley. Surprised to see me? You can leave, waiter.
Yes.
You're expecting Blackie, huh? But he's not here yet, is he, Miss Wesley?
Blackie? Oh, now, who's Blackie?
Aha. You're waiting here for Blackie, all right. Sooner or later, he'll be here. I'll be in touch with you. Then I'll be waiting for him with open arms.
I'm not looking for a room. My name's Boston Blackie, and I'm looking for one of your roomers.
Are you?
Yes. The one who just came in. Who's he?
I don't know.
Well, do you know what this is?
Oh, that's a $5 bill.
Who was it just came in?
You mean Carl Black?
Of course. I know he's a waiter. What does he do when he isn't working?
He doesn't do nothing except sit up in his room and talk to Joe. And he...
Who's Joe?
Joe Bernard, Carl's roommate.
Oh, what does Joe do? He work at the Hotel Carlton, too?
No, he's a mechanic at the airport.
Which airport?
The one where those big planes come in from overseas.
Uh-huh. Very interesting. Mm-hmm. Which is their room?
That's the one at the head of the stairs there. Number 5.
Thanks a lot.
Who is it?
A friend of yours.
Friend of mine, come in. Hey, I don't know you, sir. If you please.
But I know you. You're the waiter at the Carlton. I see your roommate's here, too. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Boston Blackie. You're Joe?
So?
So I thought you'd like to know who you're working with.
I beg your pardon, but I don't know what you mean.
You know what I mean. We're all in this together. This nice diamond smuggling business.
I'm exceedingly sorry, sir. You're mistaken.
Really? What do you say, Joe?
I say you're in the wrong cubbyhole.
Well, right or wrong, we're all in this cubbyhole together. And this room is a lot cozier than the death cell up the river.
You must be out of your mind. You don't make sense.
Don't I?
No.
I know the police are looking for us for killing Lewis. Now am I making sense?
Mr. Lewis dead?
Shut up, Carl.
Don't try to shut him up, Joe. Look, we've got to do some fast thinking. Lewis was killed by poisoned tea. The police think you poisoned him, Carl.
They think I did, sir, but I served him no tea.
Well, where did he get it? He was in his hotel room all the time, except when he went to Kingston's to sell him those jewels, was he?
No. He went out once in my waiter's uniform. That was something our employer worked out in case anybody was following Mr. Lewis.
Oh, he did leave the hotel once before he went to Kingston's.
Yes, sure. He went to deliver the diamonds to our employer.
Well, then maybe that's where Lewis picked up the poison tea. That's it, sure. It was a slow-acting poison that didn't take effect until he was talking to Kingston and me.
Undoubtedly, sir.
Look, Carl, you're yapping too much.
Say, I don't know who the boss is. Do either of you?
No, but
You're talking too much to suit me, Carl. Maybe this will shut you up.
Maybe I know this will shut you up.
You hit Joe very hard, sir.
He needed something to keep him quiet for a while. Now, you have any idea who the boss is?
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, how do you get your instructions?
Our employer, I really don't know who he is, calls here. Sometimes around this...
Look, you and I are going to make ourselves a lot of money, see? When the boss does call, if he calls, talk to him and tell him just what I tell you to say.
What will that be, sir?
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Hotel Carlton.
11:15, please.
11:15. One moment, please.
Who are you calling, sir?
A friend of mine. I wanted to know that...
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie. I followed that waiter to his rooming house. I was...
Hang up quick. The police are here. They'll trace this call.
Oh, no, they won't. What? Hello? Hello? She hung up. Smart girl. But if she hung up too soon, maybe she was too smart.
Mama,
Yes, Papa?
it's time to call young Carl's place. You keep on resting, Mama. You've had a hard day. I'll call.
All right, Papa.
We received a new shipment of children's books today.
Oh, we did? That's nice.
Some lovely books, too. Delightful stories. Delightful.
Hello?
Hello, Carl.
Yes, this is Carl.
Carl, will you please tell Joe something for me? Next
I beg your
week...
pardon, sir, but I have a message from Joe and myself for you.
What is this?
I'm sorry, sir, but you see, Joe and I found out who you are and all about the murder of Mr. Lewis.
So?
In view of the fact that Joe and I have all this additional knowledge, sir, couldn't we have a little meeting?
You say you know who I am. I think you are not telling the truth.
I, sir, a liar? Oh, no, sir. But I can understand your doubts. A hopeful doubt, isn't it, sir? Perhaps I am lying, but can you afford to take that chance? Now, won't you come to see us, sir? We'd be so happy to have you.
I tell you, Carl, we're nuts to pull this stunt of Blackie's. I say let's get out of here before the boss gets here and cracks down on both of us.
I'm afraid that's not possible, Joe, much as I might want to.
Yeah? Well...
Shh. That's our employer. I'm sure we should do what Blackie told us.
Okay, we'll give it a whirl. Come in.
Hello? You are Carl and Joe, aren't you? Don't move, either one of you, please.
Look, Papa, you can't kill us.
Can't I? I'm sure Mr. Lewis had the same doubt, but... Just a minute. I am about to make a terrible error. There are 3 hats on the table here, and so far I have accounted for only 2 heads. I think perhaps the 3rd one might belong to someone hiding in this closet. So, come out, young man. I have a gun in my hand.
I see it, thank you. But it's the look in your eye that frightens me more.
Blackie, you're responsible for all this.
Shut up, Carl.
Blackie? So, this is Mr. Boston Blackie. Well, Mr. Blackie, you are about to make the headlines again, but this time not as a hero, but as a corpse. I am so sorry I have...
I'm sorry to have to do this to you. Hi, Blackie. Who are these mugs?
Hello, Faraday.
All right, Rollins, bring the boys in here and round up this gang.
Wow. Thought you'd never get here, Faraday.
What do you mean? You thought I'd never get here? You're just lucky I was in that hotel room with Miss Wesley when you phoned, and I traced the call. You'd be dead now if I weren't so smart.
I knew you were in that room with Mary, Faraday. That's why I made the call. I wanted you to trace it.
You wanted me to?
Sure. I not only wanted you to get me out of this jam, but I wanted to show, well, I must show my appreciation. I have arranged for you to pick up Carl here, and Joe, and Papa. Now, I've given you a nice haul. Now, suppose you haul me home. I'm tired.
Well, Blackie, all I've got to say is once you got your teeth into that smuggling situation, things certainly happened fast, didn't they?
One thing is certain, Mary. The gang's broken up, and even its London contact has been, let's see, how would Scotland Yard say it, apprehended.
You know, of course, that you had me worried when you didn't get to the hotel in time to see the waiter.
I was in the hall and followed him.
Oh, I might have known. Blackie, what is there about you and me that attracts situations like the smuggling ring?
I don't know. Maybe it's like those divining rods they used to find water or oil or gold. If the stuff is there, the rod will find it.
And when trouble's there, Blackie will find it. Is that it?
Something like that. You know, the thing that amused me about this last case of ours is how Papa and Mama used a bookstore as a blind for their smuggling activities. The old man seemed to be very fond of books, by the way.
Well, that's as it should be. Inspector Faraday's booked him.
If you want a beer with flavor, a flavor that's delightfully different, try the $1 million flavor of Champagne Velvet beer. It's just as smooth.
Now, there's a suggestion for the person who has yet to try Champagne Velvet. You'll find CV to be the smoothest, most mellow beer you ever tasted. More than that, you'll like its brightness, its sparkle, and the clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure. In addition, you'll enjoy the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor that proves CV's premium quality. Premium quality that is yours to enjoy at no premium in price. That's why our enthusiastic friend says,
Try it. Just try CV and you'll agree there is no finer beer. You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth, just as smooth.
And now, here's a glimpse of what happens in next week's Boston Blackie Adventure.
Come in. Oh, come right in, Mr. Adams.
How are you this morning, Mr. Parker?
Fine, just fine. I don't have to guess what you're here about, do I?
No, I don't suppose you do. Well, Mr. Parker, all you have to do to renew the fire insurance on your building is just sign this form. Here you are.
Mr. Adams, all I have to do is sign that form if I were going to renew the policies.
Oh, now come, Mr. Parker. You're not going to switch to another company, are you?
No, I'm not switching to another company. I've just decided not to carry any more fire insurance on my building.
Oh, now I know you're kidding. That building of yours is much too valuable not to be heavily insured. And the machinery in it, Mr. Parker, you'd lose a fortune if anything ever happened to that.
I've had that building and machinery covered for 3 years, and nothing has happened to it so far.
Well, perhaps not, but a fire could break out at any time, today, tomorrow, next week. Just think what a tragedy that would be. If your policy lapses at noon today, you can't be serious about not renewing.
I am serious, Mr. Adams. I'm sorry, but that's my decision.
Well, all right, Mr. Parker, it's your decision and it's your building. But if it burns down any time after 12 o'clock noon today, it's also your loss.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, this is a lovely view from your window. But I've stared at it so long it's staring back. How soon can we go out and eat?
In just a little while, Mary. I have to finish this letter to Shorty. Long letter to the short one. That's mixed up, isn't it?
Kinda. Hurry up, will you? I'll stare at the view some more.
Go see who that is, will you, Mary?
Sure. It's probably somebody from the lovely view to complain about me staring at it.
Might be someone from down the street who thought you were a lovely view.
Well, you say the nicest things to me. When you're so busy, you don't know what you're saying. Yes?
This Boston Blackie's apartment.
It is, and that's Blackie right over there at his desk.
Oh, yes, of course. I didn't see him.
There have been people who couldn't see me, some who wouldn't, but you're the first fellow who didn't. Oh, hello. We've met, haven't we, Mr.
Yes, my name is Gardner. Blackie. Robert Gardner. I met you at that party at your friend Charlie Kingston's penthouse last month.
Oh, yes, that's right. You and a fellow named Jim Parker are in business together, aren't you?
That's right. We own a large factory building on 11th Street.
Of course. Oh, this is Miss Wesley, Mr. Gardner.
Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Mr. Gardner?
Well, Gardner, is there something I can do for you?
Yes, Blackie. I wouldn't ask you this if I went desperate. It's a little embarrassing, but I guess everybody in town knows I'm broke. Blackie, I've got to have $25,000, and I've got to have it fast.
$25,000?
Yes.
You came to me for $25,000? Well, that's a little out of my class, Gardner. If 1,000 will do you any good...
No, Blackie, no. 1,000 won't be a bit of good. It has to be 25,000 at least.
Well, I'm afraid I can't swing that. You say everyone in town knows you're broke. Why, I understand that you and your partner Parker are pretty well off.
Parker is, but I'm not. Really, the only thing I have is my half ownership of that building, and the machinery on 11th Street is worth a lot of money, Blackie, but right now what I need is cash.
Mortgage?
I've already done that, Blackie. My wife is the reason I have no money, and the reason I need money now. She's demanding things I can't afford to give her, and I've got to buy them for her or she'll leave me, and I can't let that happen.
No, I suppose not. Tell you what I'll do. You've met Charlie Kingston.
Yes.
Why don't you ask him for the money? Use your interest in your firm as security.
You think Mr. Kingston would lend me the money?
He might. Try. Can't do any harm. It might be a good investment for Charlie. I'll call him and tell him you'll be up.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. I'll see him first thing in the morning. Thanks a lot.
Don't thank me. I haven't done anything.
Yes, you have. You've given me hope of getting that $25,000, and you don't know how much I need it. I'd do almost anything to get it. Well, goodbye, Blackie. And goodbye, Miss Wesley. It's nice to have met you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye and lots of luck.
Luck, Miss Wesley. I don't need that. I need money.
Oh, that man is desperate, Blackie.
Yes, Mary, and there are 25,000 reasons why.
What, Robert? What did you say?
I said you could have that new coat you wanted, Harriet.
Oh, now, Robert, please don't make such stupid statements.
No, it's true.
Where would you get the money?
Well, I'm going to get it. I saw Boston Blackie a little while ago.
And he's going to give it to you?
Well, never mind about that. The money's as good as in my pocket right now. The money for the coat and a whole lot more.
Oh, why, darling, how sweet of you. I'll go down and pick out the coat this very afternoon.
Good.
Now, you're sure you're not joking about having the money?
This time tomorrow, sweetheart, I'll be rich. See you for dinner?
You know you will. Now, goodbye, darling.
Bye, Harriet.
Guess who that was and what he wanted, Jim.
I don't have to guess, darling. I know. It was your ever-loving husband. He was bribing you to stay with him. Well, what a lovely one-handed conversation it was, too.
One-handed, Jim? I don't understand.
You were holding the telephone receiver with one hand, and the other was busy holding my hand.
You're my husband's partner, aren't you? That's my part in the partnership.
You love me, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Enough to be Mrs. Jim Parker one of these days?
Could be. I haven't quite decided to leave Robert yet, especially now.
Harriet, you will leave him one of these days and come to me. I have more money right now than your dear husband has ever seen.
I know. Your money's one of the reasons I... Oh, that may be Robert. He may have been phoning from across the street. You'd better get out of here.
All right.
Out the back way, quickly.
All right. Oh, but listen, Harriet. If I give you a reason to leave Robert, will you do it?
Oh, stop worrying about it, Jim, and get out of here.
All right. Bye, darling.
Goodbye. Coming. Oh.
Mrs. Robert Gardner?
Yes.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, my. How thrilling.
It might be at that, Mrs. Gardner. May I come in?
I should say.
Maybe you should, but not like that.
You're here to see my husband?
No, Mrs. Gardner, I'm here to see you. Your husband came to me this morning trying to borrow $25,000.
Fine. I could use $25,000. It should buy a lot of things, don't you think?
I can tell you right now what it's going to buy, Mrs. Gardner. trouble.
And a few furs and jewels, perhaps. Having them might be worth a little trouble.
Mrs. Gardner, I know it's no business of mine to come here like this, but my friend Mary Wesley suggested...
Never mind what your friend Mary suggested, Blackie. Let me make a little suggestion. Let me run my own life.
I'd let you run your life, Mrs. Gardner, except that I'm sure you'll ruin your husband's.
Get away! Get away from that south wall, man! The flames have weakened those girders, and the walls are about to come down. Look out! There it goes! Oh, that was close. All the men out of the building okay? Yeah, okay. Number 5 and 6 trucks, turn your hose on the side of the building where the wall fell. We don't want that fire to spread to the next building. Hello, Chief. How's everything?
Oh, Shoe Inspector Faraday. Well, we've been fighting the fire since 8:45, but we'll have it out in no time. It's under control now. You've got work to do on this one, Inspector.
Yeah? Why?
Well, this fire didn't start by itself, Faraday. It was set.
Arson?
That's what they call it, and I think it's slightly illegal.
Hey, what's this? Hey, you in the car. Keep moving. No parking here.
But I'm part owner of this building.
Oh, that's different. I understand your partner's around somewhere.
Hey, what happened? How did it start? Can't you say anything?
Take it easy, fella. Take it easy. What's your name?
Gardner, Robert Gardner.
Robert!
Yeah,
Robert,
Jim.
they finally got in touch with you.
Jim, this is terrible.
Oh, you don't know how terrible. Hey, who's this guy?
Parker, Jim Parker, my partner. He's the other half owner of this building.
Well, from here, it looks like all you guys own is a pile of ashes.
Well, it's not as bad as it seems, Inspector. The building and everything in it is insured.
Well, that's good.
No, that's bad. It was insured, Robert.
Jim!
Like a fool, I let the policy lapse at noon today.
Answer your phone this time, will you, Harriet? Why aren't you home?
Excuse me,
Huh?
sir. Oh, sorry I frightened you, sir, but this note was left for you at 7 o'clock this evening. I thought it might be important. I didn't mean to disturb you, what with the fire law.
Oh, thanks, Martin. Any word from Mrs. Gardner this evening?
No, sir.
That's strange. I've called her at her home several times tonight and got no answer. Well, I'll try her again in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Who brought the note, Martin?
A messenger, sir.
Oh. Wonder what it is. By the smell of it, it's from a young lady. An attractive young lady.
Yes, sir.
Let's see if it's an attractive message, too. I was right about the lady being attractive, Martin. It's from Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, splendid. Perhaps it explains why you aren't able to reach her tonight.
I hope so. Yes, it says, I've decided to leave him at once. We'll meet you at your office at 8:30 tonight.
Oh, Mr. Parker, sir, you're so pale. What's the matter?
What's the matter, Martin? It's Mrs. Gardner. If she was to meet me at my office at 8:30, she was caught in the fire. She's dead.
Look, Gardner, I've had guys sitting here in my office till they grew beards because I wouldn't talk. So you better start talking.
But I tell you, Inspector Faraday, I didn't set fire to my building.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
No.
You're not getting anywhere with him this way, Faraday.
Quiet, Blackie.
Quiet? Why, you didn't ask me down here to be quiet, did you?
No, all I want you to tell me is that Gardner came to you asking for money this morning, that's all.
Yes, and I told you he did.
And I admit I did, but that's all I admit. I didn't set fire to my building. Why should I?
Why should you? I'll tell you why. You needed money.
But the building wasn't insured. I got no money from it.
I know. But you didn't know the building wasn't insured. You didn't know it till after the fire. Do you deny that?
Oh, no, I don't deny that.
You'd better not. Because I was right there when you heard the news. And you admitted then it was the first you'd heard of it. You said you were ruined. And you also said this would be the end of you and your wife. Just what was the meaning of that crack, anyhow?
About my wife?
Yeah.
Ask my partner, Jim Parker, about that. He'll tell you.
What does he know about it?
He knows my wife was ready to leave me. In fact, I think she was going to leave me for him. The reason I went to Blackie was because I wanted money for her.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you know what you're doing, don't you? You're admitting you burned down your building to get money for your wife.
Blackie, make him believe I didn't set fire to that building.
I'd like to do that, Gardner, but...
But you can't. Nobody can. Because he did set fire to that building. He needed money. He admits that. He thought the building was insured. He admits that. He set fire to that building.
Faraday, he doesn't admit that.
No, and I'm not going to.
Well, I'll tell you something. You are going to. You're going to jail.
No, I didn't. Blackie, can't you help me?
I don't know, Gardner. I'll try. But whoever did set that fire certainly made it hot for you.
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Boston Blackie was unable to lend Robert Gardner $25,000, he knew that Gardner would do something desperate to get the money. But he didn't think he'd go so far as to set fire to a building for the insurance money. What Blackie didn't know, though, was that Jim Parker, Gardner's partner, had allowed the insurance to lapse and had himself set fire to the building in a plan to ruin Gardner and take Gardner's wife away from him. Gardner's wife, also unaware of Parker's plan, was to meet Parker in the building. And now Parker thinks she died in the flames. Nothing has been said about a body being found in the building, however, and with Robert Gardner in jail for arson, Blackie goes to see Jim Parker.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Parker, please. Mr. James Parker.
I'm sorry, sir. He's not in.
You expect him in soon?
Yes, sir. Would you like to eat?
I wouldn't like to, but I will.
Very good.
You're Parker's butler?
Obviously. His new butler.
Oh. Well, you aren't exactly the butler type.
Odd that you should say that, sir. That's one of Mr. Parker's most frequent complaints about me.
Say, do you know where Mr. Parker is at the moment?
Yes, sir. He's down at the fire.
At the fire?
Well, at the building, sir, or what's left of it.
But why? The fire's been out since late last night.
I know. Mr. Parker didn't say why he was going down to the building. Perhaps he thought you might be there.
He thought I'd be there?
Yes. You're his partner, Mr. Gardner, aren't you?
Yes, I am, of course. Maybe you can help me.
Well, I'll do anything I can, sir.
Well, I've been at police headquarters ever since the fire. My wife's probably tried to get in touch with me and wasn't able to. I wonder if she left any word for me here.
I know she didn't, sir. No word for you.
Oh, she did leave some word for Mr. Parker?
Oh, just the note.
The note? What note?
Oh, the note was from Mr. Parker saying she wanted to meet him at his office at 8:30 last night. Perhaps I shouldn't be...
Never mind what you should or shouldn't say, my friend, and don't bother to tell your master I was here to see him. I'm going down to the fire and tell him so myself.
Maybe it has to be here. Oh, not here.
Looking for something, Parker?
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Boston Blackie, and I want to talk to you.
I don't have time to talk right now.
Why not? You seem to have time to nose around this pile of burned-up junk.
This is my building. This is still my property. I can do what I want here.
Well, maybe I can help you. Looking for anything in particular?
No.
Then what are you looking for?
Nothing. Just looking.
Looking for nothing? Well, that should take no time. Your partner, Robert Gardner, is looking for something. He's looking for his wife, and I have an idea that's bad.
Bad? Why?
She's missing.
Missing? Where is she?
You don't make much sense, Parker. If anyone knew where she was, she wouldn't be missing. I think I have an idea why she's missing.
You do? Why?
I happen to know she planned to meet you in your office in this building at 8:30 last night.
So?
So the building caught fire a little after 8:30, when she was supposed to be in your office. That's why you're down here. You know she was supposed to be in your office last night. You think she died in the fire. That's why you're here, to make sure. If you can.
I don't know anything about Mrs. Gardner.
You know plenty about her, Parker. You wanted her, and I think she was agreeable to leaving her husband for you.
I know nothing about it.
You know the whole story, Parker, from start to finish. You let the insurance policy on this building lapse and set fire to it, so you destroy Gardner's last hope of being able to support his wife. You knew Gardner's wife would leave him as soon as she saw he was flat broke. You're in a spot, Parker.
I am? Why?
I'll tell you why. Like a lot of women, maybe Mrs. Gardner was late for her 8:30 appointment with you last night.
She was?
Maybe. Maybe she got down here just in time to see the building go up in flames and you run out of the place. And maybe she got the very unpleasant thought that you were trying to murder her. She might not like that, Parker. I'd certainly hate to be in your shoes if Mrs. Gardner is alive.
Hello, Parker speaking.
Hello, Jim.
Hello. Who's this?
Don't you know me? Don't you know me, darling?
No. Who is this?
Well, maybe seeing what you tried to do to me has changed my voice a little, darling.
Is this Harriet?
Oh, you do remember me? Yes. Yes, this is Harriet. Harriet Gardner.
This is Harriet? What's the matter with your voice?
It's my throat. It's raw from all the smoke that got into it during that fire.
Oh, I see. Harriet, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. But you aren't.
What do you mean?
I mean, I saw what you tried to do to me, and I'm going to get you for it. Good night, darling.
Harriet, listen to me. Listen to me. Hello?
Hello, Jim, darling. How are you this morning?
Harriet, is that you?
Oh, you know my voice right away this time. Why? Were you thinking about me last night?
What's the matter with this wire?
The same thing that's the matter with us. The connection is bad.
Look, Harriet, about what you said on the phone last night.
What about it?
You've got everything all wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, I know what I saw.
But you don't understand. Look, I'll give you $50,000. You always wanted money. I'll give you $50,000.
Too late. I don't want to get money now. All I want is to get you. Goodbye, darling.
I'll get it, Martin.
Yes, Mr. Parker. Very good, sir.
Hello?
Hello, Jim, darling. Spending a quiet evening at home.
Harriet.
Yes. I waited till this evening to call you. I thought you'd be lonesome.
Harriet, listen to me.
Why?
Because you must. These calls are driving me mad. I'll give you $100,000 to go away.
Why, that's twice what you offered me this morning.
I know. Will you take it?
Why?
To keep quiet about what you know and to leave me alone.
Oh, I'm going to leave you alone, darling. Very much alone.
You are?
Yes. This is my last telephone call. And yours, too. I'm going to kill you for what you did to me. And I'm going to kill you tonight.
Harriet. Oh. Martin!
Yes, Mr. Parker.
Get my car right away. Right away, do you hear?
You're going out tonight, sir?
Yes, I'm going to police headquarters.
Now, go through the whole thing slowly this time, Parker, so the police stenographer can take it all down.
All right, Inspector Faraday.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I set fire to my building. I canceled the fire insurance policy first.
Canceled it or let it lapse?
Let it lapse.
Why?
It was Robert Gardner's only means of income. I wanted to destroy the building and therefore wipe him out.
Why?
So that his wife would leave him. I was in love with her and wanted her, but she wouldn't leave him as long as he could support her.
Then you set fire to the building yourself, and Gardner had nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all. I did it all myself. It was my idea, and I did it all myself. Now protect me, will you? You have your confession. Protect me.
Protect you, Parker? From what? From whom?
From Mrs. Gardner. She planned to meet me in the building the night of the fire. She saw me set fire to it. She thought I planned to kill her, so she's going to kill me.
I don't think she'll kill you, Parker.
But she will. She said so herself.
She did. When?
Just an hour ago on the telephone. She's threatened me 3 times since the fire.
I wonder where she was calling from. She's dead.
What?
She died in the fire.
No, that can't be.
It not only can be, Parker, it is. She kept that 8:30 appointment with you and was caught in your office when the building went up in flames. We found her body in the ruins about an hour after we got the fire out.
But if she's dead, who called me up today and again this evening?
Who? I'll show you who.
What did you push that buzzer for?
Relax. Nothing's going to harm you, Parker. Nothing but the law.
You buzz for us, Faraday?
Yeah, Blackie, come on in. You too, Miss Wesley.
Thanks, Inspector Faraday. Case over?
Yes, Miss Wesley. For everybody but Parker here. With Mrs. Gardner dead, he wants to know who called him up and threatened him.
Why, I did. Don't you recognize my voice, darling?
It was you?
You catch on fast, Parker.
But why? Why wasn't I told that Harriet was dead? I've been frantic since the fire. Frantic.
But not frantic enough, Parker. Not frantic enough to talk until you thought you yourself were in danger.
Yeah, and then you talked, but plenty. Hey, Rollins! Rollins! Rollins, get this guy out of here. Lock him up.
Okay, Inspector. All right, but you don't have to push me. You don't have to.
Well, I solved another one, eh, Blackie?
You solved another one?
Yeah.
Whose idea was it that Robert Gardner was innocent?
Okay, it was yours. But I was ready to let him go. In fact, I'm going to let him go now.
Sure, after a trick of mine forced Parker to confess. And whose idea was it not to reveal that we'd found the body in the fire so that the killer would go crazy wondering whether or not Mrs. Gardner was dead?
All right. That was your idea, too. But I agreed it would work, didn't I?
Yes, I'll give you credit for that much. But whose idea was it
Hey,
that we...
just a minute, you two. While you're passing out compliments, don't forget me. It was my voice that fooled Mr. Parker. I'd like to hear either one of you impersonate a woman, dead or alive. So how about a little bit of credit for me?
Oh, I'll give you lots of credit, Miss Wesley.
Yes, Faraday, give Mary the credit. But see that you give Parker the works.
Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Over.
Hey, that's us, Tom. Better take it.
Check. Transcontinental Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Over.
Police instruction. Check and see if you have male passenger occupying seat 24. Passenger occupying seat 24 wanted by police. Repeat. Over.
I'll take it, Tom. Better hop out and check with the stewardess.
Okay.
Pilot Wallace, Flight 17.
Be right back,
Tower.
Joe.
We're checking the occupancy.
Oh, Miss Cambridge. Miss Cambridge, could I see a minute?
Be right there. Hi, Tom. Now, if it's about dinner tonight, you could have
It's
waited.
not. Come on in here, Betty. After you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Joe, what's the score? Police want us to hold the plane at the north end of the runway until we take off with one of these passengers.
Which one?
Say, who's in C-24, Betty?
C-24?
Yeah.
Well, let me see my list. Awfully good-looking young fella. Oh, yeah. Name is John J. Jones. I'm kind of interested in him.
Oh, you are you? Well, that's very nice, but so are the police. And he's not John J. Jones, my deluded damsel. The police know him as Boston Blackie.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friends.
The Chicago police have been very swell, haven't they, Rollins?
Yes, Inspector Faraday, they sure have. Well, there's the plane now, Inspector.
Yeah.
And Blackie's got to be on it. We know he was on the plane when it left Detroit, and it hasn't made any stops.
Yeah, Rollins, but Blackie's likely to get out of anything, anytime. I remember once I had him in 2 sets of handcuffs. The next minute...
No handcuffs.
No Blackie. Chances are I couldn't have made a charge stick anyhow. I've never been able to tie anything on him in 6 years.
You'll be able to arrest him now, won't you, Inspector?
You're sure Blackie's the man, Miss Murray?
Why, of course I'm sure. I was with my grandfather when he was robbed. The thief wore no mask, and I recognized Boston Blackie.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure it was Blackie. But why do you keep asking me if I'm sure?
I just wanted to be certain, that's all. I've been waiting to get a witness against him to make a positive identification for a long time.
Oh, here she is. Do you think you'll have the money with him? I can't wait until I get my hands on it.
There's a lot of money in this world, Miss Murray. What I can't wait to get my hands on is Boston Blackie. Go ahead in, Miss Murray. I've been keeping Blackie in my hotel room until our plane leaves for New York. But I couldn't get anything out of him. You talk to him yourself. Go ahead. Rollins is in there guarding him. I'll be right here outside the door.
All right, Inspector Faraday.
Blackie always was a soft touch for a girl. Here's hoping you get something out of him.
Inspector, you'll never know how important it is to me that I do. Hello?
He won't say a word, miss. Just sits there like he did all the time the inspector was questioning him.
I'll try. Blackie. Boston Blackie. Would you talk to me?
About business or pleasure?
Maybe a little of both. Sergeant Rowland, could Blackie and I go over in the corner and talk?
Sure. I don't know why not. I'll stroll over to the window. Blackie gives you any trouble? Just let me know.
Well, Blackie, will you talk to me now, please?
Sure. I've been waiting for a chance like this to have a little chat with you, Miss Murray. You identified me as the man who stole $10,000 from your grandfather.
Yes, I did.
You know you never saw me before in your life, Miss Murray.
Oh, I wish I had. Then I wouldn't be in such desperate trouble now.
You're in trouble. You had me arrested because you're in trouble. What do you want, company?
Oh, please, let me explain. From what I've heard of you, Blackie, you're the only man living who can help me. But I had no idea of where or how I could reach you.
So you made up the story of my stealing your grandfather's money?
Yes, I did. I knew the police could trace your movements where I couldn't, and I knew you could get away with them from Inspector Faraday once I'd seen you.
Well, thanks for the confidence. What do you want me to do?
I want you to recover a diamond that was stolen from me.
You've got the wrong boy, lady. If the diamond was stolen from you, let the police get it back. They're in that business.
But that diamond, Blackie, the rest of my life depends on it. I must have it back by tomorrow night. Please help me.
With these handcuffs on and 2 policemen guarding me, I couldn't be of very much help to anybody.
But those handcuffs. Haven't I heard that you can get out of them whenever you want to?
Yes, but I've got to want to first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm more than sorry. I'm miserable. I just knew I had to reach you, and I guess I've messed everything up. No, I'll never...
Wait a minute, Miss Murray. We'll figure a way out. Here, wipe your eyes with this handkerchief.
Thank you. Oh, your hand. You got it out of the handcuffs.
Now let me have your bedtime story.
Oh, I don't know how I can laugh.
It's easy. Just open your mouth, close your eyes, and think of Inspector Faraday. Never fails. Come on, Miss Murray. Tell me the whole story before Rollins gets restless.
Well, you see, I'm engaged to George Atwater. We're to be married soon, and yesterday he brought me something to look at. The Rockwell diamond.
The Rockwell?
Uh-huh.
That's worth a fortune.
Well, George's father has millions, but he doesn't like me.
Hey, Miss Murray, you all right over there?
Oh, yes, officer, thank you. I won't be a minute now. Blackie, the diamond belonged to George's father. George brought it over to show me, and then he was suddenly taken ill. I thought it was safer if he left it with me, and he agreed. And sometime during the night, it must have been stolen from my apartment.
I get it. If you don't produce the Rockwell, you're in a spot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when do you have to have it, Miss Murray?
Tomorrow night. George gets back from a trip then, and he'll want it. And oh, Blackie,
Tomorrow night, huh? Doesn't give me much time to work, but I'll try. Call Rollins over here.
All right, but why?
Don't ask questions. Get him over here.
All right. Officer? Yeah? Would you come here a minute, please?
Sure, miss. Glad to. Did Blackie tell you anything?
No, but I've got something to tell you, Rollins.
Yeah? What's that? This.
Oh. You shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
There's a line I expected to hear. Now, listen. I'm going out that window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Faraday.
All right.
Tell him what happened.
Mm-hmm.
That I socked Rollins, gagged you, and put these handcuffs on you.
I understand.
You finally worked this handkerchief from around your mouth and screamed. Got that?
Yeah. And Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. If I get the diamond back, get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on, I'm known as Chicago Cupid. Shorty, listen. When a piece of ice like the Rockwell diamond is lifted, somebody's got to know something about it.
Blackie, I've been out all night on that case. Honest, nobody knows nothing. The only thing I could pick up was that a fella named Atwater owns it, and none of the boys would touch it, except Duke Walton. Why, it's as hot as a pistol. But the Duke, he's been bragging that he'll have it one of these days.
Yeah, where can I find him?
I don't know. Hey, look, Blackie, why don't you lay off, huh?
Shorty, I promised to get that diamond back. I chartered a plane out of Chicago last night after breaking out of that hotel room. Young Atwater isn't due back in town till tonight, so I still have a little time, thank goodness. I'm going to waste some of that time on a visit to the Atwater house.
Well, ain't you a little out of your class up there, Blackie? You know, they got an awful lot of dodos, Atwaters.
You know something, Shorty?
What?
After the way that Moray girl smiled at me in Chicago, I kind of feel like $1 million myself.
Yes?
Is Mr. Atwater in?
Well, I'm George Atwater. Who are you?
George. Oh, my name is Jones, Mr. Atwater. John J. Jones. I'm a friend of your fiancée.
Well, a friend of Lee's. Come in.
Thank you. I really didn't expect to find you in, but if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Well, I wasn't due home until tonight, but go ahead. What's the question?
Mr. Atwater, where do you usually keep the Rockwell diamond?
I don't know what you're driving at, Mr. Jones, but we keep it in the library in the wall safe. Only it's not there now. My fiancée has it.
Would you open the safe for me, please?
Well, now, Mr. Jones, you're a perfect stranger to me, even though you say you're a friend of Miss Moray's. You could hardly... So this is a holdup, huh?
I'm sorry I had to pull this gun on you, Mr. Atwater, but I want to see that safe. You don't mind if we walk into the library, do you?
I do mind, but I don't suppose that matters.
Not a bit. So, the Rockwell was kept in that safe, huh? The combination, Mr. Atwater. And keep your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, Mr. Jones. I seem to have forgotten the combination.
Well, I haven't time to make you remember it, but, this safe doesn't look too tough. Come over here where I can watch you while I go to work on it.
All right. There's nothing inside of the safe. Go ahead, open it.
Quiet. Take that watch off your wrist and put it in your pocket. It's making too much noise. I can't hear the tumblers drop. Come on, take it off.
All right.
I think I've got the first number. Now for the second one. This box of yours is pretty simple, Mr. Atwater. In fact, it's about the most unsafe safe I've ever seen. Yeah. Yeah, that's the second number, all right. Want to be a good boy and tell me the last number? No? Okay, be a bad boy and watch me find out for myself. There. There, that'll do it. I'll try the handle now. Well, made it.
My compliments.
Save them. Let's take a look in this jewelry box. So the Rockwell diamond wasn't in the safe, huh? Well, what's this then?
Well, that's the Rockwell. I meant to leave it at Miss Murray's apartment, but I changed my mind.
Open up this door. Come on, open it up.
Faraday.
Unlock the door, Mr. Atwater. It's the police. Open up.
Faraday must have flown back and Shorty watched and trailed me here.
You don't mind if I close this safe door to you, Mr. Jones? I want you to be caught with that diamond still in your hands. This seems to be my day for unexpected...
Keep away from that door, Atwater.
You don't scare me. I'm going to open it. I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm going right out this window.
Quick. He's got the Rockwell diamond, and he went out the window just now. He must still be in the garden.
I've got 2 men out there, but maybe I can spot him from here. Blackie! Blackie, stop!
We got him.
And he's got the Rockwell diamond.
At last, Boston Blackie caught red-handed.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Because she had to find Blackie to help her recover the stolen Rockwell diamond, Lee Moray, George Atwater's fiancée, had Faraday arrest Blackie. But Blackie escaped, returned to New York, and started the search for the stolen stone. He located it in, of all places, George Atwater's safe. Just then, however, Faraday appeared. Blackie made an effort to escape, but captured. As we return to our story, Faraday has Blackie in jail.
Well, how do you like our cells, Blackie? Air conditioning between the bars and everything. Comfortable enough for you?
Sure, this one's wonderful, Faraday. I wish you'd try sleeping on that mattress they have in here. I gave up in the middle of the night and slept on the stone floor. It was softer. Hey, Faraday, how about a couple of pillows?
Oh, poor Blackie. Too bad I didn't hear you. I've suddenly gotten very deaf. Isn't that awful?
You've suddenly gotten very deaf, and you've always been very dumb.
Very funny, Blackie.
Yes, I know. New gag writer.
Yeah, last one have to go back to kindergarten?
Yes, they told me how much all the other children miss you since you stopped going, Faraday.
Skip it, Blackie. Where's the Rockwell diamond?
Rockwell diamond? What's that?
Listen, Blackie. You had that diamond in your hand when we broke in. Atwater saw it there. Now, where is it now?
You listen, Faraday. You're going to have to let me out of here in a couple of hours. You haven't got a thing to hold me here.
No? Breaking into the Atwater house?
I broke out of the house, not into it. See if that's a crime, Inspector.
You opened the safe in the library and stole the Rockwell diamond. Now, how about that?
You sure I did? Did that safe look forced? Did you find the diamond on me?
No, and no.
Right.
But, Blackie, I'm telling you this, man to man. We've got a case against you. But young Atwater screaming about his diamond. Says you had it 1 minute, we grabbed you the next minute, so it can't be missing. Only it is. All right. You tell us where you hid it, and I'll get him to drop all charges. Now, how's that, Blackie?
I don't know.
You must have it fast. Now, look, give me your word of honor to bring it back to me today, and I'll let you out.
Your word's always been good with me, Blackie. Now, come on. Well, don't you want to get out of jail?
I don't know now. It's kind of a nice jail, you know. Air conditioning between the bars.
Blackie, be a good guy, huh?
Okay, Faraday. As a favor to you, I'll come out. And you'll have your diamond back 2 hours after I leave here. But I'm not to be bothered during that time by the cops. Understand?
Bothered? You'll be protected. Thanks a million, Blackie.
That's all right, Faraday. I'll get plenty of satisfaction every time I remember you begging me to get out of jail.
Hello?
Miss Murray, this is Blackie. Can you talk?
Yes, of course. Nobody's here. Did you say?
Did I get the diamond?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And Miss Murray. Nobody ever stole it from your apartment.
What?
Atwater says he took it with him when he left you the other night.
Oh, that's impossible. He didn't. Why, I know he didn't. I even looked at it after he left.
Miss Murray, will you meet me by the shrubbery alongside the library window at the Atwater house in exactly half an hour?
All right. But what are we going to do?
We're going to rob a safe, Miss Murray, with police protection. Keep that flashlight steady, Miss Murray, please. If we're lucky, the safe won't be locked.
Why not, Blackie?
Because nobody knows I put the diamonds back in it when the police pounded on the door. And it was only slammed shut by young Atwater.
Oh.
Well, here's the safe. There, see, it was open. And here's the box that holds the Rockwell diamond. Put your flashlight on it and we'll take a quick look.
All right, there. What? The box is empty.
Uh-huh. Atwater must have seen me put it back and grabbed it. But why is he telling the police that I have it?
And see that I'm not disturbed. Yes.
Quick, put out that flash and get back to these curtains. Hurry.
All right. Blackie, what are you doing?
Shh, I'm counting the clicks in the dial. 7, 3, 4, 2. Got it.
Hello? This is George Atwater. I got your message, but why did you call me here after I don't care about that. You have to expect it to be hot for a while. And look, remember this. I'm with you in that crooked roulette wheel of yours. Yes, if I hear of anybody who wants to buy it, I'll let you know. Goodbye.
I think I understand everything now, Miss Murray. But I've got to find the man Atwater just called.
But how can you? He didn't mention any names.
No, but I counted the clicks as he was dialing that number. If my ears haven't let me down, I can call that number, too. Anyhow, I'm going to try.
You think that man has a Rockwell diamond?
Yes, I think so. But you don't have to worry about it from now on. You won't be blamed because it was missing from your apartment.
But, Blackie, you're in a mess now, aren't you?
Kind of. I promised Faraday he'd have his diamond back in 2 hours. And I can't keep that promise. I can't keep my word. But I guarantee whoever has that diamond won't keep that either. Faraday won't listen to me, Shorty. He's got every cop in town looking for me. I gotta work extra fast now.
Oh, gee, Blackie, if there's anything I can do.
Hold it, Shorty.
Yeah.
I'm trying that number George Atwater called.
Hello?
Hello. Atwater told me to call you.
Yeah? Who is it?
I've got cash I'd like to trade in for something you got. Atwater says maybe
Atwater
we might...
says, huh? Okay, I'm in a rooming house. 632 West 100th Street. First door on the right as you come in. Get here fast and we'll talk business.
Okay. Goodbye.
It worked, Blackie.
I don't know. It was a little too easy. Come on, Shorty. We're going up there and get Faraday his diamond, unless his dragnet gets me first.
Hey, Blackie, duck. Duck down the doorway.
Okay. What is it, Shorty?
It's a prowl car. Just coming this way. Gee, I never saw so many cops as we passed on the way up here.
Never mind, Shorty. Stay flattened out against this door until it's time for what I told you to do.
Yeah, okay, Blackie. Blackie, who really stole the Rockwell diamond, huh?
Nobody stole it, Shorty. Atwater left the stone at Lee Murray's apartment and then returned later that night and lifted it so that Miss Murray could report it stolen to the police.
Oh. But, boss, why did Atwater want the dame to report the diamond stolen?
So he wouldn't be involved.
Oh.
This guy I called up, the one who lives in this building, had something on Atwater and wanted the diamond at his price for clamming up. Atwater had to get it for him, see?
Yeah. You mean he stashed it in his own safe until he could reach it and turn it over to him. Only you took it out of his safe before he could do it. But when you slipped it back in, he grabbed it first.
Right. I thought it was pretty cute when I put the diamond back in the safe, but Atwater must have seen me. Well, wish me luck, Shorty. And don't forget what I told you to do.
Okay, boy.
So long.
Yeah, who is it?
I called you a little while ago. Open up.
Okay.
Duke Walton. Put that gun down, Duke. You and I can make a deal.
You think so? Blackie, you're not as cute as you thought. I called Atwater back and found your call was a phony. Too bad. Too bad for you. I got to get rid of you.
Wait a minute, Duke. There's something
I'm going to wait a couple of minutes, Blackie. Some friends of mine are coming over with a car to take you for a little ride. Now, sit on that chair. Put your arms behind your back. Go on. I ain't the patient type.
Okay, Duke. How's that?
That's better. I'm going to tie you up nice and pretty.
Hey, Duke. Duke, look under the door. That's smoke.
Where? Hey, that's right. Well, that makes things even easier. This joint's a fire trap. I'll scram out of here and leave you tied up.
Fire! Fire! The whole building's on fire! Get out of there!
That does it. So long, Blackie. Me and the Rockwell Diamond are getting out of here nice and safe, which is more than I can say for you.
Wait a minute, Duke. I've got a proposition.
Sure, but I got a date. I'm going to lock you in here.
How you do? What are you going to use for key? Take a look at that door. It's locked.
Well, I'm going to open it right now. Where'd that key go?
I've got it, Duke, right here. I locked the door and removed the key when I had my back to the door after you got the drop on me.
Well, give it to me. We'll both be burned to death.
Sure, Duke. Here it is. Catch.
Don't throw it. Now where'd it go? Down here someplace. I heard it.
And I'll help you look. And look what I found.
Why, you
missed me, sucker.
I'll get you for this, Blackie. Hey! You're breaking my wrist.
Drop that gun. There. Okay. Okay, now what's the diamond?
Never mind the diamond, Blackie. The fire. We'll both be trapped in here.
There's no fire, sucker. My pal Shorty burned some papers in the hall and pounded on the door.
What?
Now, give her that diamond. You have it on you. You said you were leaving with it.
I ain't got it, Blackie. When I find your phone call was the plan, I give it to a guy to hold for me.
You're lying, Duke. I'm going to search you. Turn around with your back to me and keep your hands in the air.
Okay, but I tell you, I ain't got it on.
We'll see. Right here. Right there. Huh. Yeah, pretty cute, Duke.
Got to see my baby pictures.
I'll bet. Listen, you heel. Heel? That reminds me. It's the one place I didn't look. Take off your shoes, Duke. Come on, take them off.
Okay, you win, Blackie. The ice is in my right shoe. There's a slide in the heel. The diamond's inside.
That's being sensible, Duke. I'll just take the diamond out of the little slot and at the same time pull myself and Inspector Faraday out of a great big hole. Well, Faraday, this must be a bargain day. You've got your diamond, and I've got you thanking me for solving another case.
What have I got to thank you for, Blackie? Miss Murray had come to me with a problem in the first place.
You'd still be in the first place wondering how to get from there to the second place.
All right, so you found the diamond. If I admit that, will you be happy?
Oh, I've been happy for 2 hours, Faraday.
Yeah? Why?
2 hours ago, Mary Wesley phoned to say that she was back in town. I'm taking her to dinner.
Well, why not invite me, too?
You, Faraday? Well, you don't need any dinner. You kept saying I was guilty in the Lee Murray case. And I made you eat those words.
Miss? Oh, miss. Please, this is a public library, young lady. Please, lower your voice.
Oh, I'm very, very sorry.
Oh, my dear young lady, you don't have to overdo it.
Well, I wasn't overdoing it. I was just speaking too softly for a moment to make up for speaking too loudly a moment before.
Is there something I can do for you, or have you just come into the library to be annoying?
Oh, I'm sorry. I really am, and there is something you can do for me. I understand you have a valuable first edition, and I would like to see it if I may.
You may see it. But whatever it is, you can't take it out.
I can't.
No. All the rare and valuable books must stay in the vault. I'll give you a pass. Name, please.
Mary Wesley.
Address?
1219 Dale Avenue.
Mm-hmm. Here, here's your pass. Give it to the attendant when you get into the vault.
Thank you. Now you tell me something. Where's the vault?
Right there, that first door on the left.
Oh, thank you very
Quick,
much.
somebody, quick! In the rare book vault, the attendant in there is dying.
What? What's the matter?
I don't know. Where's the telephone? He just lost over. I'll call an ambulance and get a doctor. You and you two help him. Somebody do something.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Please, can't you people be quiet? This is a public library. People are trying to read in here.
Not anymore, they're not. And when I want quiet, I'll get it. Quiet! Quiet, everybody! See what I mean?
Yes, Inspector Faraday. And now if you lower your voice, everything
If
will
I
be...
lower my voice.
Yes, Faraday. It's easy. Just lower it to match your IQ.
Quiet, Blackie. What's your name, lady?
Jane Calvin. I'm the assistant librarian in charge of this vault.
Uh-huh. What happened here?
I don't know exactly. I was busy.
I think I can explain, Inspector Faraday.
You can? Who are you?
Well, my name's Vivian Peterson. I was there in the vault when the attendant collapsed.
Alone?
Yes, only the attendant and I were in there. When he fell to the floor, I thought he was dead and ran out to call an ambulance. One of these other women must have called the police.
Yes, I called the police.
What did you do, Miss Wesley? Remove the body?
There wasn't any body, Inspector Faraday. When I got in there, we found out the man was alive, and when the ambulance got here, it took him to the hospital.
Oh, I see. How do you happen to be here, Blackie?
Mary called me when she thought there might be trouble here. How right she was. She must have known you'd come down on the call.
That's enough out of you, Blackie.
Inspector, please.
Yeah, Miss Calvin, I know. This is a public library.
And people are reading, Faraday. Don't you wish you'd learn to...
Look, Blackie, you have no business being here. From what I can see so far, neither have I. Come on, Rollins, we're getting out of here.
So soon, Faraday? Oh, don't do that. They have some picture books in the children's department. Why don't you...
You be quiet, Blackie.
Faraday, lower your voice. This is a public library.
People are reading.
Come on, Rollins. There's nothing wrong here. A guy faints and they call the police. An ambulance, and Miss Wesley here calls Boston Blackie. It's a good case for you to work on, Blackie. There's no crime, no suspects, no angles, no mystery. And you got just the kind of a mind...
Oh, good heavens, how awful.
What do you mean, how awful, Miss Calvin? What's awful?
A first edition of Radway's Faust. One of the most valuable books in the vault is missing.
What? How do you know?
This paper. The checker here just gave it to me. Radway's Faust is missing. It's the only copy of its kind. It's worth thousands. It's been stolen.
Calm down, Miss Calvin. Tell me, was it here before the attendant had his attack?
Yes, it was.
So there's no crime, huh, Faraday? Not much. You're right. This is just the case for me.
Blackie, you stay out of this. You hear me? Stay out of this, or...
This is the public library, remember?
Yeah, I know. People are reading books.
Well, that's nothing. But apparently people are stealing books, too.
Hey, you over there. Is this the road to Johnstown?
Yes, just keep driving straight about 4 miles. Hey, there's a car stop back there where you just stopped. Somebody following you?
I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you.
Better take it easy on that road, lady. It's got a pretty sharp lane. That's about 100 yards.
darn. Fine time for a blowout. Well, look who's here.
Hello, Miss Peterson. Were you going somewhere?
Yes, I was, Miss Wesley, and if you are, don't let me stop you. I knew you were following me, of course.
Did you? You should be glad I was. Come on, I'll give you a lift back to the city. You can't very well ride back on that flat tire.
I wasn't going back to the city.
Well, maybe you weren't, but you are now.
I thought it was your boyfriend, Boston Blackie, who was the tough member of your team, Miss Wesley. I don't know why you followed me, and I don't care.
Well, you will. Look, Miss Peterson. Inspector Faraday told me that Angus, the library attendant, was fed knockout drops. You were the only one in that library vault when he keeled over. Now, I think there's a connection, especially since you suddenly decided to leave town.
Better mind your own business, Miss Wesley. Better get in that car of yours and keep going.
Nope, unless you meant that would be better for you. I'll tell you something else I found out. That you worked for Harold Benson, the rare book dealer.
What about it?
Worked for a rare book dealer. Very rare book missing from a library. And you were in the library at the time. Doesn't that strike you as being peculiar?
Miss Wesley, I don't think you realize I was searched before I left the library after the book was reported missing. By the way, were you?
Nope.
Mary Wesley, friend of the notorious Boston Blackie, just happens to be in a library where a very valuable book is suddenly found missing, isn't searched when she leaves. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar?
Get in this car, Miss Peterson. Get in here before I...
What? Knock me out the way you did the library attendant?
Well, no, but that isn't such a bad idea. Maybe I will at that.
Then again, maybe you won't. See what I mean?
Oh, pretty. Pearl-handled and quite effective, I imagine.
This gun? Very.
Well, at least it proves that I was right. Miss Peterson, you don't dare shoot me, and when I tell the police what I know...
What is it you know, Miss Wesley?
I know the whole story. That you worked for Harold Benson, that he paid you to get hold of that copy of Radway's Faust, that you took care of the library attendant with knockout drops, that you got the book out somehow, and that you delivered it to Harold Benson.
So you think I was trying to get out of town because Benson paid me to steal that book?
Of course I do. Well, it's right. It has to be.
Does it? Well, Miss Wesley, for your information, I just left police headquarters. They told me Harold Benson was murdered in his store an hour ago. Oh.
Phew. Oh, I'm just about licked, Mary. This book vault is small, but it's got more good hiding places.
I know. Blackie, you've been looking for hours. Why don't you give up?
Why? Because we searched the late Mr. Benson's store. We searched Benson's home. We couldn't find that book. That means only one thing.
Yeah, the book must still be here in the vault unless that Peterson girl took it. And Blackie, I still think that Vivian Peterson is guilty.
I think not, Mary. She just got scared when Benson was killed and tried to get out of town. Well, this loose board in the wall here, this is our last hope.
Hey, you pulled that board all the way out. You know that? What's behind it?
The end of our last hope, Mary, a blank wall. And that's what we're up against, too, a blank wall. That book just isn't here.
And you don't think Vivian Peterson has it? Where is it?
I don't know. It's obviously been taken out of here. But by whom and how? And where is it now?
I wish you wouldn't ask questions like that.
Maybe it's the questions that annoy you, Mary, but it's the answers that bother me.
Yes?
Joseph Caldwell.
Yes.
John Tobin, the book dealer, Mr. Caldwell.
Oh, so?
You are in the market for a certain book.
A certain book? Yes.
Very valuable book.
Yes.
The first and the only edition of Radway's Faust.
Oh, but most definitely, Mr. Tobin.
I have it for you, Mr. Caldwell.
You do? But how? I have long been under the impression that the only one in existence is in the vault of the city library.
Was in the vault, Mr. Caldwell. I have the book. Now, if you have the price...
Oh, but that goes without saying, Mr. Tobin. If you have the book, of course I have the prize. But tell me, how did you manage to procure the book?
How, Mr. Caldwell? I'm not surprised that you asked. A lot of other people would like to know that, too.
Was the matter with you, Blackie? I've got a murder case on my hands, and all you worry about is a stolen book.
You're what's the matter with me, Faraday. I shouldn't waste my time trying to explain things to you. Don't you see? Whoever stole that book also murdered Harold Benson.
What makes you think so?
I think so because Benson was an honest man. He knew who stole the book and threatened to go to the police unless the book was returned. He was shot and killed for his trouble.
And you ought to be shot and killed for the trouble you caused me. All right, so your theory is okay. Whoever stole the book killed Benson. Who stole the book?
Now, you're with me. First of all, let's figure out who didn't.
Well, Mary Wesley didn't.
Oh, that's generous of you, Inspector. No, Mary didn't.
Miss Calvin didn't.
The library attendant? I think not.
Miss Peterson didn't.
No, she proved that, I think, when she decided to come back to town with Mary.
Benson didn't. He wasn't near the library. Besides, he's dead.
Excellent deduction, Faraday. So who did steal the book?
Nobody. Who's left?
Angus, the attendant in the vault.
Why, you get dumber every day. How could Angus have stolen the book? He was carried out of the vault unconscious. Besides, he was in the hospital when Benson was shot.
Faraday, your logic is perfect. And so is your record for not getting anything done. Sure, I know Angus is an impossible suspect, but the possible suspects are either dead or innocent.
So?
So, if you won't bother to go see Angus at the hospital, I will.
Go ahead. What can he tell us that's important?
I don't know. I only hope nobody got to him first and made sure Angus wouldn't be able to talk.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. The disappearance of a valuable book from the public library is noticed when the vault attendant is taken to a hospital. Vivian Peterson, employee of Harold Benson, rare book dealer, is in the book vault at the time the theft is discovered, but Benson is subsequently murdered, removing one of Blackie's suspects. The book is still missing, but unknown to Blackie and the police, it has fallen into the hands of a Mr. Tobin who plans to sell it. Blackie and Mary Wesley have gone to the hospital to visit the ailing guard.
How are you feeling, Mr. Angus?
A little weak, thank you, but better.
Good. I'm Boston Blackie, Angus, and this is Miss Wesley.
How do you do,
How
Mr.
do you
Angus?
do?
Do you know what happened at the vault just after noon today?
No, I don't. I hardly know what happened to me. All I remember is being in the vault one minute and then waking up in a Crawford ambulance in the next.
In a Crawford ambulance?
Yes.
That's strange. I should think you'd have been picked up by an ambulance from this hospital. Yeah, that's beside the point, I guess.
What happened at the vault, Blackie? What?
The one and only copy of the first edition of Radway's Faust was stolen.
Stolen? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I understand you passed out after you came back from lunch.
Yeah.
Where did you eat?
In the counter restaurant across the street from the library.
Who'd you eat with?
No one. I ate alone.
Alone, huh? Knockout drops made you keel over in the rare books vault, but you ate alone. Angus, who was in the vault when you passed out?
Some girl. I don't know who she was. Why do you ask?
I think she stole the book, Mr. Angus. That's why he asked. And I still think she killed her boss, Harold Benson, too. Blackie, won't you follow that hunch of mine?
Miss?
Yeah, mister, what do you have?
Nothing on your menu. Just a little information.
Well, just a minute. I gotta wait on some paying customers.
Sure.
Blackie, what are we doing in this restaurant?
Just following your inch, Mary.
Oh.
Angus says he ate here alone. Maybe he's not telling the truth.
Now, that's just what I've kept saying. Vivian Peterson was in the vault when Angus passed out. She was there when the book was found missing, and the fact that she works for Harold Benson, a rare book dealer, is just too much to be coincidence. Right?
Certainly doesn't sound wrong.
Now, what's this information you want, mister? Make it quick. I'm busy.
Do you know Angus, the attendant in the rare book vault of the library?
Angus? Well, sure, I know him.
Good. Did he eat here this noon?
This noon? No, he ain't been here in a week. He's been meeting some dame across the street and going down to some other restaurant.
He met this dame this noon?
Yeah.
How do you know?
'Cause I seen her walk down the library steps today, and she's a looker. You couldn't miss her.
Is she tall, good-looking, long black hair?
That ain't wrong, mister. How'd you know?
Because from the description you just gave me, I know she is Vivian Peterson.
Yeah? Well, maybe that means something, but doesn't to me. I'll be seeing you.
Blackie, Mr. Angus said he didn't know Miss Peterson, and this girl said that she saw them together.
So she did, Mary. Which proves your hunch. Angus is not only lying in a hospital bed, he's lying, period. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here.
Where are we going now?
I think we'll pay a little visit to Vivian Peterson.
Uh-oh. Where do you drop me? Oh, my gosh, Blackie, it's raining.
I don't know why you say that. It's practically a cloudburst.
Well, the restaurant is waterproof. Let's go back inside.
We're going to get a cab, I hope.
And go see Miss Peterson?
For business reasons, Mary. Vivian Peterson called a Crawford ambulance for Henry Angus. I think the private ambulance angle tells me how the book was taken out of the vault.
Well, it doesn't tell me, so suppose you do.
The book was carried out on top of the Crawford ambulance stretcher and under the unconscious form of Henry Angus.
You mean after Miss Peterson gave Mr. Angus the knockout drop? Then she went into the vault with him, waited for him to pass out, slipped the book under him, and called the Crawford ambulance service, and had them pick up Mr. Angus and the book at the same time.
Right. Look, you stay under this awning. I'll go down to the corner there and see if I can't get a cab.
All right.
Don't go away now.
I won't.
A taxi. Taxi! Okay.
Looking for something, Bud?
Yeah, a cab, but put away that gun. Not even that'll get you a cab in weather like this.
I ain't looking for a cab. I'm looking for you. Get in this car here.
Why, I sure will. With pleasure. But I'm not going to get in with you. Nice car the fellow decided to lend me. Much better than a taxi. Hey, Mary! Mary!
Coming. Did you get a cab?
Private car, Mary. Hop in.
Blackie, where did you get this car?
See that fellow lying back there on the sidewalk?
Oh, my gosh, what happened to him?
No, nothing. Hop in.
But...
He tried to force me into his car here with the help of a gun, but I persuaded him to lie down and let me take the car by myself.
Oh, good heavens.
No, good riddance. I don't think he was inviting me to take a joyride with him.
No, not with a gun in his hand. Well, are we still going to see Vivian Peterson?
Yes. We know how good she looks. Let's find out how well she talks.
She doesn't seem to be home, Blackie.
No, Miss Peterson's probably going to be as tough to find from now on as that book. No, let's try the door. It's open.
Good. How soon will we hear from Inspector Faraday about who owns the car we borrowed?
I don't know. I phoned him the license number half an hour ago. He should know by now. We'll call him from here. Boy, it's dark in here.
There's the light switch.
Oh, yeah. There. Give me a light switch, and with my college education, I can turn on almost every light in the place. Bright in here, isn't it?
Yes, it's glaring. And look what I'm glaring at.
Uh-oh. It's Miss Peterson, and she looks slightly dead, Mary.
Oh.
I'd better call the police. There's the phone.
Blackie, I suppose you realize that I wasn't exactly right about Miss Peterson being guilty.
I do now. You almost had me convinced, though.
Well, then stop gloating, will you?
Faraday speaking.
Faraday, this is Blackie.
Now what do you want?
To tell you something very interesting. But first, I called you a little while ago to check on the license number of the car I picked up from a guy. You do it?
Yeah, the car belongs to John Tobin. So what?
Nothing. But I've got a little something for you, Faraday.
What? You promised to leave town?
No, it's something that won't please you quite as much as that. It's another body.
Yeah, well, if you think Another what?
Body. B-O-D-Y, body. And when it was walking around, it was called Vivian Peterson.
The Peterson girl, huh? Well, I'll be...
You probably are, Inspector. She's dead in her own apartment, and I don't think she'll go anywhere till you get here. If you hurry. Bye. Well, that's that. What are you doing, Mary?
Still trying to pull a Boston Blackie and find a clue.
Trying to show me up, huh? What'd you find?
What did Inspector Faraday find out about the car you appropriated?
Oh, a man named John Tobin owns it. Why?
John Tobin, Blackie. He's mentioned in one of the letters here on Miss Peterson's desk.
What? Let's see the letter.
Here it is.
Let me read it. It says, since your present employer will not procure the book for me at any price, I have contacted John Tobin. The same offer goes if you want to work with Mr. Tobin. You will get 10% of my purchase price of the book. Signed, Joseph Caldwell.
That's a funny way to spell Joseph with an S. Sounds foreign.
And I can sound foreign, too, Mary.
Blackie, what are you going to do?
Find Mr. Tobin's phone number in the telephone book. Miss Wesley, Mr. Joseph Boston Blackie, Caldwell, would like to make the appointment to see him.
Hello?
Hello. Mr. John Tobin?
Yes.
Joseph Caldwell speaking.
Joseph Caldwell? Yes?
I understand you have that book that I wanted. Are you ready to see me and do business?
Well, I'm ready to see you.
Is good. When?
You better come right over, I think. Yes. Come over right away.
I will be there. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. This is a complication.
Yes, Mr. Tobin? Mr. Tobin, why do you take out from that drawer a gun?
Oh, don't be alarmed. It's not for you, Mr. Caldwell. It's for the man who just called to say he was Mr. Joseph Caldwell. Yes, come in.
Mr. Tobin?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Caldwell. I was on the telephone with you.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you.
We can get right down to business, Mr. Caldwell.
Yes, I think so. We can... who is this man?
You don't know Mr. Caldwell? He's Mr. Caldwell.
Uh-oh.
He was here when you phoned. Now, don't move, whoever you are. This gun might not care who you are.
I'm Boston Blackie, and don't worry, I won't move.
I advise you not to, Blackie. I won't be as easy to handle as the man I sent to pick you up in my car.
Oh, so you sent that man to pick me up, did you? Did you think I was getting too close to tracing that book to you?
That's right.
Complimentary gesture, I'd say. May I ask one favor?
The dying man and the last request? What is it?
May I see the book that caused all this trouble?
That can do no harm now. It's in this drawer here. Yeah, you may look at it, but please be careful that I see what you're doing.
Oh, I'll be so careful it'll hurt. So this is the leadweight fast. Rather heavy, isn't it?
That isn't important. It is old and it is rare. That is important. Mr. Caldwell here is prepared to pay plenty for it.
I must have the book. I must have it.
Well, you'll get it according to Mr. Tobin's plans, but not according to mine. Huh? I think he'll get it right in his big fat face. Poor boy. Doesn't think straight, doesn't shoot straight.
Oh.
Now, don't you get gay, Caldwell. Just sit where you are. Well, a little learning can be a dangerous thing, they say. So can a big book. I threw that pretty accurately, don't you think?
Well, I do not know. I do not know what this is about.
No? It's about a book that was stolen. It's about an attendant who was knocked out. It's about a book dealer and his girl assistant who were murdered. And it's about the most complicated case I've ever worked on.
So your theory was right, Blackie.
Yes, Vivian Peterson stole the book from Mr. Tobin, all right, with the help of the ambulance men who were in on the plan. My theory about the murder of Harold Benson was right, too.
Okay, sir, take a bow. Now, let's see. Benson figured out who had the book and threatened to go to the police. So Tobin killed him and had a clear field to sell the book to Mr. Caldwell. And Tobin killed Miss Peterson, too, didn't he?
Right.
Why?
Same old story, Mary. Miss Peterson didn't bargain for murder when she agreed to steal the book. When Benson was killed, first she tried to run away, then she threatened to go to the police. Our friend Angus wasn't in on the deal. All he did was fall in love with Vivian Peterson and lie to us about not eating with her.
Well, as long as the police have recovered the book, I don't think they'll be too rough on him, do you? Even though he may not get back his library job.
Maybe not. You know, Mary, I'm satisfied with everything about this case except one thing.
What's that? Something you wanted to do and didn't?
Yes. I wanted to tiptoe up in back of that librarian, Miss Calvin, and whisper in her ear, "Quiet, please. People are reading."
Oh, Mary, you can't mean it. What could I do in a musical comedy?
What everybody does in a musical comedy, Blackie. Act and dance and sing. Oh, now, darling, you just have to do it.
Yes, you simply must do it, Blackie. The club is counting on you to do it.
They're counting, are they, Mr. Merriweather? Well, you're director of the show. Direct them to start counting me out right now.
But, Blackie, Miss Wesley says you can sing, and the dance routines are simple, Blackie, but terribly simple. And we're doing Gilbert and Sullivan's Mikado. The dances are hardly more than little toe, heel, toe, kick, toe, heel, toe. Ouch! Well, you know what I mean.
Blackie, you mustn't forget the cause. We're staging the performance for the Orphans Foundation. And,
Yes, what is it?
Also, I have a confession to make. We have already advertised that you will be in the show.
Oh, Mary, sometimes
You'll do it then? Oh, this is wonderful, marvelous, simply superb, Blackie. Rehearsals start at 9 tomorrow morning. At 9 in the morning, sharp, but on the dot of 9.
What time was that again?
Well,
never mind. I'll be there. Only I've got a hunch I'm going to wish I weren't.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Whose deal is it, Arnold?
I think it's Rogers.
Yeah, it's mine, Lester. This will have to be the last hand.
Oh? Why?
Well, they're opening this broken-down theater for the first time in a year to do a benefit performance of the Mikado.
You're just spoiled, Roger. Being superintendent of a closed theater must be pretty soft. Well, it looks as if you'll have to work for a while.
Only for a few days. Rehearsal's called in an hour, so this is the last hand.
All right, deal. Maybe I'll have better luck this time.
I'll need more than luck from now on. I'll need money. What's the matter, Lester? Haven't you sold one of your statues yet?
No. Too many lowbrows in the world. Well, go ahead. Will you deal, Roger?
Oh, sure. Here we go.
And give me something I can play with this time, Roger, will you?
I'll try to, Arnold.
Hey, wait a minute, Roger.
What's the matter?
Let me look at those cards.
What are you talking about?
You know what we're talking about. You've been cheating us, Roger. How long?
No, look, I'll explain later. I've got to get this theater ready for that Mikado.
Now, wait a minute, Roger. I want to see those cards.
Now, let him go, Lester.
But he's been cheating.
Yes, I know.
I've been losing to him for 2 years, ever since the three of us started playing.
So have I, Lester.
Yeah, you're rich. You've got more to lose.
I know, so I lost more. You know, I never thought a lifelong friend would do this to me.
And I never thought I could be tempted to do what I'm thinking to a lifelong friend.
I must have quiet. Please, dear people, I simply must have quiet. Now, this is a dress rehearsal, not a garden party. And I insist on having your strictest attention at all times. Now, places, everybody, places. We'll run through the Wandering Minstrel number right now. Miss Wesley! Oh, Miss Wesley!
Oh, yes, Mr. Merriweather.
Now, where is Boston Blackie? I must have Boston Blackie on stage, please.
He's right here trying to get backstage and stay there. Go on out, Blackie.
Now, please, Blackie, you're holding up the rehearsal. We simply must get on with the rehearsal.
All right, Mr. Merriweather. Let's get the rehearsal over with so I can take off these tights. Do I have to wear these tights?
Of course. The costume is as much a part of the role of Nanky Poo as the role itself. All right, now, places, everybody. The Wandering Minstrel number. Ready at the piano? That's enough. Now, all right, Blackie, you know what you're to do while you're singing?
Sure, practice ducking and weaving so I won't get hit too often during the performance.
Oh, now, that's enough, please. That's enough frivolity for now. Now, you're to walk up those stairs past that open trunk at the landing there and around the balcony as you sing. Now, here we go, everybody, and no matter what happens, keep the performance going. The most important thing is to keep up the performance.
Keep up the performance? What about these tights?
Ready, everyone? Splendid. Here we go. Music, please. All right, now, Blackie. Remember, you go up the steps as you sing. The theater is packed with an enraptured audience. Sing.
A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby. My catalog is long through
Hey! Blackie! I said to go straight through the scene, and I meant straight through the scene.
I know, but you see...
Nothing must interfere with the rehearsal. Now, you're at the top of the stairs. Now, continue past the trunk and go on with the song.
But, Mr. Merriweather,
no
I just...
excuses. Simply no excuses. Go on with the song.
All right. You at the piano, pick up from the beginning. There is a body here. It's in the trunk and murdered. A knife is sticking in it. And so it had to die.
What a body, a murder. Oh, my goodness.
Well, Blackie, this is awful. Is somebody really dead, or is this just a joke?
If this is a joke, Mary, that man in the trunk died laughing. Doesn't he look dead to you?
Oh, my gosh.
Wait till Faraday sees him in the trunk. And oh, brother, wait till he sees me in these tights.
Sure, I'm here on a murder case. But you in tights, Blackie. I can't stop laughing. You ought to see yourself. Boston Blackie in tights. Who are you supposed to be?
Me? I'm Nanky Poo.
Yeah. Nanky who?
Poo. And as Mr. Merriweather would say, poo to you.
Merriweather? Who's Merriweather?
Our beloved director. Wait till you see him.
Oh, that was Merriweather. The little fellow who kept screaming, "The show must go on."
Well, that's him. Look, he's the boss. I've got to...
Inspector.
Yeah, Rollins?
There are the things we found on the dead man, Inspector. We just identified the body.
Yeah? Whose is it?
It's a man named Roger Knowlton. He's superintendent of this building. His wife identified the body.
His wife, huh? Where's she?
In her apartment. Down these steps, backstage toward the front.
Thanks. I'll have a talk with her later. Now, let's see what you found on Knowlton's body. Put that in here on the table, huh?
Yes, sir. Here you are. It's papers, coins, playing cards, and a lot of junk.
Wonder why anyone would kill a theater superintendent. It's a funny thing to find in a man's pockets. A deck of playing cards.
Let me look at those. Well.
What do you mean, well?
Well, for one thing, I can tell you that the reason Knowlton was a marked man is that these are marked cards.
You seem to feel a little better, Blackie. Is that why you're going to talk to Mr. Knowlton's wife?
I feel better because I'm out of those darn tights. But I want to talk to Knowlton's wife because of that deck of cards Rollins found in her late husband's pockets.
Why? What was it? Uh-oh.
Mrs. Knowlton?
Yes.
I'm Boston Blackie. Could I speak to you for a moment?
Yes, if you'd like.
Yes, I know. It's your husband's death I want to speak to you about.
Oh, I see. Then come in, of course.
Thanks. Oh, Mrs. Knowlton, this is Miss Wesley.
How do you do? How do you do? Come in and sit down, both of you.
Thank you. I'll close the door, Blackie.
All right.
Oh, look what I've done. I tore the sleeve of my dress.
Oh, it's a shame.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have warned you about that nail on the door. I'll be glad to mend your dress for you.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm afraid anyway, even mended the tear will show.
Oh, no, it won't, really. Look, see here on my dress, a tear is mended and it scarcely shows.
Why, you sew beautifully, Mrs. Knowlton. Doesn't she, Blackie?
Yeah, she does. Mrs. Knowlton, the police found a deck of playing cards in your husband's pocket. Marked cards.
Marked? They think my husband cheated at cards? That's impossible. People who cheat usually win, don't they? And if he had won, he'd have given me money. Yet he's never had money to give me, as you can see by my home, by my clothes.
Then perhaps the cards weren't his. Perhaps he was being cheated, Mrs. Knowlton. Do you know with whom he played?
Yes, I do. 2 men. Arnold Grimes and Lester Boswell. But I don't think either one of them would cheat my husband. They were his close friends.
They were? Well, maybe one of his close friends got near enough to him to put a knife in his back.
Oh, wrong English. Wrong English.
Grimes? Arnold Grimes?
Yes? What are you doing in this club? You're not a member.
I'm Boston Blackie, Mr. Grimes. Sorry to have to interrupt your billiard game, but I'd like to talk to you.
What about... Now, there's a billiard shot I've been trying to make for 6 years. Know anything about 3-cushion billiards, Blackie?
Not much, but I know a lot about murder. Did you know Roger Knowlton was dead?
Yes. Now, if I give the ball that kind of English...
How'd you know?
How'd I know what?
That Knowlton was dead.
Heard it on the radio. You ever seen this shot made?
Once. How well did you know Knowlton?
What business is that of yours? Look, can you make this shot?
I can try. And I can also try to find out how well you knew Knowlton.
I'll go ahead. Here's a cue. Let's see you make the shot.
All right. You played cards with Knowlton. Did you know Knowlton cheated?
Sure. Let's see you make the shot, will you?
I didn't say I'd make it. I said I'd try. You knew Knowlton cheated, and still you played with him.
Why not? No law says I can't be cheated if I want to be. Well, can you make that 3-cushion shot?
Maybe, if I do it like this.
Huh. You even made it look easy.
It was. If Knowlton cheated you, why did you play cards with him?
Because I could afford to lose. I'm rich, you see. He was broke. And he wouldn't let him a dime. Give me a chance to help him. Say, show me again how you made that shot, will you?
Sorry, Grimes, I haven't time. The next shot I make won't be at a billiard ball. It'll be at Lester Boswell, the 3rd member of your card-playing trio.
Go away. I told you I'd pay the rent next week. Go away, will you?
I don't want you to pay me the rent, Boswell. I just want to pay you a visit. I'm Boston Blackie.
All right, just come in.
Thanks. Say, what is this place anyhow? A stone quarry?
A stone? I'm a sculptor. This is my workshop. I'm busy working. What do you want?
Just a little information about Roger Knowlton. Look, Boswell, did you know Roger Knowlton was found dead this afternoon?
What?
You dropped your chisel. Now drop the act, Boswell. You knew he was dead when I came in here. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, for cheating at cards. For cheating you at cards.
Well, yes, he did cheat, but he cheated Arnold Grimes, too. Grimes had as much reason as I to kill him.
Oh, no. Grimes had less reason because he has more money. You're handy with a chisel, Boswell. Maybe you were just as handy with a knife. And maybe your fondness for marble prompted you to leave Knowlton stone dead.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. While rehearsing for a benefit performance of The Mikado, Blackie finds Roger Knowlton knifed to death in an open trunk. A deck of marked cards in the dead man's pocket indicates the dead man was cheating both wealthy Arnold Grimes and Lester Boswell, a poor sculptor. As we return to our story, Arnold Grimes, who allegedly lost money purposely to the dead man, comes to see Knowlton's widow.
It's very nice of you to call, Mr. Grimes. I really didn't expect you to.
What did you expect of your husband's lifelong friend, Mrs. Knowlton? Now, Mrs. Knowlton, let's not pretend with each other. Your husband died a rich man, you know, but before he died, he unfortunately made me a poor one.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, he won so much money from me with those marked cards of his that I'm broke. Almost ruined. Now, you should be satisfied with half, don't you think?
Half? Half of what?
Half of the money he won. Now, I'm perfectly willing to get back only half and let you have the rest.
I think you'd better leave, Mr. Grimes. Maybe my husband did cheat. I don't know about that. And how much he won or what he did with the money, I don't know about that either. He never gave me a penny of it.
You're lying, Mrs. Knowlton.
Am I? Do I look like a woman with money? Does my home look like money? My clothes, my hands, my hair?
Look, your husband won thousands of dollars from me. Tell me what he did with that money, or I'll...
Or you'll what, Mr. Grimes? Kill me, too?
I didn't kill your husband.
Oh, didn't you?
No, Mrs. Knowlton, I didn't. But I have a pretty good idea who did. This is Grimes, Arnold Grimes. Open the door, Lester, will you?
All right. The door is open. What do you want, Grimes?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
You know very well about what.
Some other time. Right now, I'm busy.
How come, Lester? Put down that hammer and chisel and quit making those stupid shapes out of that rock.
You pig.
You murderer.
You're the murderer. You dare to accuse me? I could kill you for that.
Put down that chisel, Lester. Won't do the job on me that a knife did on Knowlton. I said put it down.
Oh, you're breaking my arm.
I'll snap your arm in two if you don't drop that chisel.
All right, all right. There. Now, are you satisfied?
No. No, Lester, I want to know what you did with the money you took from Knowlton after you killed him.
I'm sorry I dropped that chisel.
I'm sorry you did, too. I could kill you now and claim self-defense.
Don't you come near me.
No. I'll get near enough to get my hands on you.
No, you won't.
Put down that statue, Lester.
Sure, I'll put it down like this.
You don't throw as fast as I can move, Lester. Don't try that again. You might have killed me.
Don't give me any ideas about killing. Because it wasn't Knowlton I've always hated. It's you.
Well, I guess Mrs. Knowlton isn't at home, Blackie.
Well, she is, Mary. She's allergic to doorbells. Now, I'll try once more.
Oh, why? We tried for 5 minutes. Let's go. Mrs. Knowlton can't tell us anything anyway.
No, I suppose not. Well, come on, we'll go. Hey, what's this in the trash can?
Looks like a rag.
An expertly patched rag, Mary, that yesterday was Mrs. Knowlton's dress.
Well, what about it? Looks as if it needs throwing out. Look at that tear on the side of it. That's a new rip.
Yes, and the dress in this trash can gives me a new angle on this case. Where's the telephone?
Oh, there's one right over there on the wall by those steps leading to the stage.
Good, come on. I'm calling Faraday.
Or?
I'll tell you at the same time I tell Faraday. Eavesdrop and learn.
Oh, goody. I've done some of my best learning that way.
I've taught some of my best lessons that way.
Blackie, does that dress in the trash can really mean this much to you?
It means I have Knowlton's killer. Isn't that a lot?
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Blackie. I have Roger Knowlton's killer.
Well, stop wasting my time, Blackie. Goodbye.
Instead of goodbye, be a good boy and listen to me a minute.
All right. 1 minute, that's all.
Faraday, arrest Mrs. Knowlton for killing her husband. I found her dress in the trash can.
A dress in the trash can? Well, what does that prove?
Proves plenty, Faraday. It's a dress with a small tear in it that's going to rip this case wide open.
Yeah? How?
I'll tell you how. It's little things like a lost button, a paperclip, a speck of dust that spoil the most carefully worked-out murder plots in the world. This torn dress is another killer's little innocent mistake.
What's a mistake about it? The dress was torn. Maybe it had to be thrown out.
Oh, no, Faraday. Mrs. Knowlton has been mending and patching her torn and worn-out clothing all her life. Why? Because she had to. She seldom had money enough for new clothes. The dress I found in the trash can wasn't badly torn. But she threw it out. Why?
All right. Why?
Because all of a sudden she has money. Her husband's money, the money she killed him for. Faraday, she suddenly gave up the habit of a lifetime, and only because she suddenly had no reason to keep it up.
Hey, this is beginning to make sense at that.
Well, you'd better make time and get down here. Mrs. Knowlton's not here, but she'll be back.
I'll be down in 10 minutes.
Make it 5. Come on, Mary. Let's go out in the theater.
Okay.
We're going to look for the money Roger Knowlton won from Grimes and Boswell.
Have any idea where it is?
No, but I know where it isn't. In a bank. Oh, the police would have found it already. He obviously hid it somewhere.
Where?
I don't know where, but his wife knows. I think it's in the theater somewhere. That's my bet. Let's get our hands on that money, and then Faraday can get his hands on our murderer.
There's the theater, boys. Pull up in front of the place. Right, Inspector. Rollins, you take a squad of men around to the back. I'll go in the front way here.
Yes, sir. Come on, men.
All right. Hey, where'd those shots come from?
Inside the theater, Inspector.
I think they did, too. Get around back on the double, Rollins. I'll block this exit.
Right, let's go, fella.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Faraday, is that you?
Yeah. Who's that, Blackie?
Yes.
What's it so dark in here for?
Somebody turned out the lights.
Well, what's the idea of the target practice in the dark? Hey, what's the idea of shooting at me, Blackie?
Turn off that flashlight, Faraday. I'm not shooting at you. Arnold Grimes is.
Arnold Grimes? Well, what's he doing?
Turn off that light. Turn it off.
All right, it's off. Who screamed?
Mary did. I told her to duck down behind a row of seats and keep quiet. And you better keep quiet, too, or keep moving around.
I'm all right. Don't worry about me.
Okay, but what's this all about? Where are you, Blackie?
Over here. Oh, wow. That was close.
Well, what's Grimes shooting at you for?
Mary and I were looking for the money Mrs. Knowlton stashed when we saw Grimes across the theater doing the same thing. I yelled to him, and he ran up on the stage. Then the lights went out, and he started shooting.
And you thought it was Mrs. Knowlton who killed her husband, huh?
Well, I'll admit this. Wow. Gee, that was close. Throws my theory haywire, but I can't be right all the time.
Boy, is this a laugh. You send me on a chase for Mrs. Knowlton and run right into the real killer. Blackie, you're not so smart. You're just a... Yipe!
I'm not so smart. You're not going to be even alive if you don't keep moving.
Oh, no? I'm waiting for a chance to get a good look at the flash of Grimes's gun. Then I'm going to let him have a shot or two from mine. I saw it that time. Here goes. Hear that? I got him, Blackie.
Hey, Inspector.
Yeah, Rollins?
I found the light switch.
Well, turn it on.
Yes.
Oh, it's good to be able to see again.
And look up there on that stage. I got Grimes, all right. See the body?
Nice shooting, Inspector.
Come on. Let's go see if he's still alive.
All right.
Blackie, may I get up off the floor now?
Yes, it's safe, Mary. Come on.
Ooh. Thank goodness.
Yeah, it's safe, Miss Wesley. Thanks to me. Our pal Blackie didn't even have the right killer. But I got him. So it was Mrs. Knowlton, was it, Blackie?
Well, that's what I thought till I saw Grimes. The lights went out and the shooting started. Up these steps here, Mary. Watch out.
Right.
Well, Blackie, looks as if I'd get... Hey, this isn't Grimes. Look, it's a woman. There's a gun in her hand.
It's Mrs. Knowlton. But it was Mr. Grimes who ran away from us.
Maybe, but it was Mrs. Knowlton who did the shooting.
If Grimes was here, he won't get far. I've got men at every exit. Hey, Blackie, this woman's alive. And maybe she'll talk.
No. But, Blackie, if it wasn't Mr. Grimes who shot at us, where is he?
I don't know, Mary. He must have ducked out of the theater.
Never mind Grimes. All right, Mrs. Knowlton. You killed your husband, didn't you?
You might as well tell us, Mrs. Knowlton. We know the truth already.
Do you? Well, all right. I shot at you. And I killed him. Are you satisfied?
Satisfied? Sure. But why did you kill him?
Because he was leaving me. He was caught cheating at cards. I followed him. I saw him get the money. He had it hidden. I took it from him after I killed him and hid it myself.
Where did you hide it, Mrs. Knowlton?
She'll never tell anybody anything anymore, Faraday. She's dead.
Blackie, please come up to the stage. We simply must get on with the rehearsal.
Sure, Meriwether, but we simply must find the money that Mrs. Knowlton hid in this theater, too.
Blackie, I was just thinking of something. I know where that money is.
Of course you do. What's the matter with you, Miss Wesley? Hanging around Blackie? You faking your mind?
No, Inspector, no, I don't think so. Unless you mean improving it.
You know better. Well, I gotta get back to headquarters. Question that guy Grimes.
Why must you? Just because Rawlin caught him running out of this theater? He was probably only looking for Knowlton's money, just as we were when he spotted us. We scared him off.
If both of you would just stop for a minute, I'll get you that money. It's right here in this seat.
Just like that, huh, Mary? Right here in this first seat in the last row.
That's right.
Oh, Blackie!
In just a minute.
Neither one of you believe me, do you? Well, all right then. Just watch what I find when I tear the seat cover off. There you are.
Hey, Blackie, look what's falling on the floor. Money. Lots of it.
I see it, but I don't believe it. Mary, how did you know it was there?
Well, it was Mrs. Knowlton's seat, for one thing. You see, we gave her and her husband a pair of complimentary seats for the first performance. And then while we were standing here, I happened to see that the cover on this seat had been ripped and very neatly sewed up again.
Of course. That's where Mrs. Knowlton would hide the money. Her own seat in the theater was the safest place. Only she would be sitting on it.
Now, Blackie, please, we simply can't wait any longer.
Okay, Meriwether, I'm coming. Nice work, Mary.
Thank you. See that you do as well with your song.
And look as good in those tights.
And keep out of trouble, Blackie.
I've been in trouble before, Mary, but this time I'm really going to be in a tights spot.
of my way.
Just a minute.
Let me through here, will you?
Hey, get in line with the rest of us. What's the big idea?
Never mind what the idea is. Just let me through. I got to get in there.
Wait a minute. Who do you think you're pushing?
I'm sorry. I just got to get into that office, and I've got to get in fast. Please excuse my breaking in like this, but it's just that I got to...
Hold it there, soldier. Take it easy.
It's ex-soldier, and I want to apologize because I couldn't wait online. I know that this was the wrong thing to do, but I got to have an apartment. I got to get back to my job right away.
Well, in the case of an ex-soldier, I don't think anybody minds too much. We have a few apartments left. Of course, our building isn't up yet, and we're just renting from plans. Tom, let's have that blueprint on your desk, will you?
Right, Mr. Davidson.
We'll try to help you if we can. What's your name, sir?
Palmer, Jim Palmer, and I've got to get back...
Here you are, Mr. Davidson. The house plan.
Hey, look, that's all Greek to me, that blueprint. Just tell me, can I get 4 rooms in it?
I think so. In fact, you can have the last 4-room apartment that's left. The deposit will be $300.
Wow, that's plenty steep, isn't it? But I guess maybe I can climb it. I'll have to go to the bank first, though.
All right, soldier. But take your time. We're glad to save an apartment for you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll be back in an hour. Thanks again, Mr. Davidson.
Bye, Mr. Palmer.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Bill?
We just made ourselves another $300. And there's a mob outside just waiting to make us rich.
Well, that's great, Bill, but don't you think we've made enough?
Uh-huh. We set a goal for ourselves. We said we'd sell 100 apartments in the forthcoming Bryant apartment house to 1,000 people and then skip.
Yeah, I know, but won't Mr. Bryant get wise to us before we hit the 1,000?
Not a chance. He'll never know what we're doing till after we skip town with about $100,000 in deposit money. And then we'll leave 1,000 tenants holding their breath and Henry Bryant holding the bag.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Mary, where do you want to go? I'm taking the afternoon off and you out.
Let's leave then, Blackie, before your mind gets... Oh, that phone is what I meant.
It might be nothing.
Don't you just wish it weren't so?
I'll answer that when I get through answering this phone. Hello.
Boston Blackie?
Yes, this is Blackie.
Blackie, this is Jim Palmer.
Who?
Well, you don't know me, but I need your help.
Yeah, what is it?
Look, I'm only out of the service a short while, Blackie, and I'm being swindled.
Well, tell me about it, Jim.
I paid $300 to a couple of guys over at the Bryant Realty Company this morning. They promised to save me an apartment in a new building they're putting up.
Go ahead.
Well, I found out they've been signing people and taking deposits for days. They couldn't possibly have that many apartments, so I went in and demanded my money back.
And they wouldn't give it to him?
No, Mr. Johnson said it was another man, Mr. Davidson, who was in charge of refunds, and he said Davidson was out of town. Look, maybe everything's okay down there, Blackie, and if it is, swell. But I just can't afford to lose $300.
I see, and even though you can't get it back, you think I can.
I'm sure you can, Blackie. And don't forget, if this guy Davidson is swindling me, he's swindling hundreds of others. If this deal is crooked, I'll kill the one guy in back of it. Believe me, I will.
Whoa, take it easy, soldier. I'll meet you for a few minutes, and then, if this is a racket, I'll go down to the real estate office and make a little noise myself.
Hi, Charlie.
Oh, hiya, Bill.
How the motorists behaving on your section of the highway?
Okay. Being a motorcycle cop ain't what it used to be. Only if I had to chase a car going as fast as one last week, I'll need a propeller on this cycle of mine. Things quiet down your way?
Yeah. Only place they like to cut loose is from the top of that hill down to the bottom here. I guess it's a roller coaster effect they get when they see... Hey, Charlie, look. Look at this crazy fool coming down the hill now.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat. He must be doing 90.
Yeah. Maybe you'll need that propeller on your cycle sooner than you think. Wow, here he comes.
You mean there he goes?
Yeah, here we go. Kick it, boy. Come on, I'm right with you.
He sure ain't slowing down any.
I'll say he isn't. He's got enough momentum going down that hill to coast from here to the state line.
He better slow down before he gets to that curve. Because if he doesn't,
He's doing it now, Charlie. Look at the sap going to that turn.
Go into it, nothing. He's trying to straighten it out. He's going to crack up.
Good night, Charlie. He'll certainly crack.
No, he won't, Bill. He already has. Slow down. We don't have to chase him now.
No, but one of us better chase to a call box and get him an ambulance.
Yeah. I guess we better have a look at him first.
Yeah. All right. Oh, look at that car.
What's there left to look at? Well, no fire yet. Guess the guy must have cut his engine off just before he crashed. Can you see him in there?
Yeah, I can. This door's smashed. We'll have to pry it open.
Maybe if we both pull on it.
All right, we'll try. Come on now, Tug. That's it.
Oh, sure jam.
Yeah, there. That got the door off. Now let's get this guy out.
Now, wait, Bill. There's no use moving him. He's dead.
Dead, huh? Well, it's no wonder. He cracked up going 90 easy.
The crack-up didn't kill him, Bill. He's been dead a long time. Look at those bullet holes in his head.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jones. I saw your ad in the paper the other day, and I'd like to rent an apartment in the building that you're going to put up.
So would a lot of other people, Mr. Jones. Only they were early people. Sorry, we're all filled up. Have been since the day the ad appeared.
Oh. By the way, is your name Davidson?
No, I'm Johnson, Tom Johnson. Mr. Davidson's assistant.
Well, tell your boss I'd like to see him, will you?
Well, you can tell him yourself as soon as he comes in. He went to lunch at 12. Ought to be back in a few minutes. It's after 1 now.
All right, I'll wait.
Well, sure, have a seat.
Thanks. Say, who's the guy in the picture on the desk?
Oh, that's Davidson. The guy likes himself so much, he's got to look at his own picture all day long.
Nice-looking guy. Looks as if he might have been an athlete.
Oh, he was once. Won the heavyweight boxing championship in the Navy a few years ago. So proud of it, he has crowns and anchors tattooed on each arm.
Is that so? Big fella, huh?
Yeah, plenty big.
What do you know about his background?
What's that to you?
Oh. Cute kid, huh? I asked you a question.
And I asked you one. What's that to you, remember?
Look, Buster, I said my name was Jones. It's not. I'm Boston Blackie.
I'm so scared. Look, I'm shaking.
Maybe you weren't when you heard my name, but you are now, and I'm seeing to it. Now, what do you know about Davidson?
Let go of my coat. Let me go or I'll plant this right on your chin.
I'll let go of something, but not your coat. There, it was just a sample. Now, get up and keep your hands where they belong, at your sides. That's better. I'm beginning to think that my friend Jim Palmer was right, that this is a racket. Now, get on the telephone and call whoever owns that building that's going up.
Call Mr. Bryant? I don't think I could do that.
No? Try thinking again about it. Come on. I've got a date with my girlfriend, and I can't wait here all day.
All right, I'll call him.
This could be a very cute setup you have here, pal. Maybe Mr. Bryant would like to know about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bryant. This is Tom Johnson.
Yes, Tom.
Mr. Bryant, there's a man named Boston Blackie here in my office to see Bill Davidson. He insisted I call you. Is Davidson at your place?
No, he isn't. I haven't seen him all day. What's this Blackie want to see him about?
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Bryant. This is Boston Blackie.
What is it, Blackie?
Listen, Mr. Bryant, I think your Mr. Davidson here has been using your apartment house project to make himself a barrel of dough.
What?
He's swindled my friend Jim Palmer and maybe 999 others.
Oh, this is awful. What will he do?
I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I know what you ought to do.
What, Blackie?
Go somewhere and hide. You'll want to be good and lost when 1,000 people start screaming for their money. So long. Look, Johnson. Are you sure Davidson went to lunch at 12 o'clock?
Well, Blackie, when I came...
Well, Blackie, here I am.
Oh, hello, Mary. I've been expecting you.
Hi,
Hey, what's that in the paper you're carrying there? Something in the headlines about a murder. I can see part of it. What's the rest of it say?
I don't know. I just bought the paper. Something about a man in an automobile crash who wasn't killed by the crash, but by a couple of bullets in the head. That's as far as I read.
You mean you stopped reading there? Here, let me see that.
Sure, here you are.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Mary, this is Tom Johnson.
How do you do?
Hi.
But don't get to know him too well. He thinks he's tough.
Oh, you had trouble, Blackie, did you?
No, he did. I'm sure hunch happy today. You know, maybe this unidentified body is the missing Bill Davidson.
Bill Davidson? Who's he?
The renting agent here, Mary. I think he built a beautiful racket for himself and then did a fade-out.
Yeah, it is funny that he hasn't come back from lunch.
Yeah, I think so, too. I'll ask you again, Johnson. You sure Davidson went to lunch at 12?
Well, I'm not positive. I went out, and when I got back at 12:30, there was a note from him saying he'd gone out at noon.
Well, then, Blackie, maybe it was Mr. Davidson's body that was found.
Maybe. Anyhow, we know what Davidson looks like, thanks to this photograph on the desk here. I'm pretty sure Davidson was killed, so I'm going to see Inspector Faraday. Only if Davidson is alive, he'll be playing an awfully dirty trick on me.
Come in.
Hello, Faraday, old pal.
Don't old pal me, Blackie. Now get out of here. This is police headquarters. Or didn't you know?
It's surprising to me that you know where you are. Faraday, old man, I have a confession to make to you. Up until now, I never thought you had the brains of a cricket.
Oh, you've changed your mind now, huh?
Yes, and I apologize for my former thoughts. I think you do have the brains of a cricket.
Well, at least you finally learned something. Now, tell me what you came down here. What did you say? I've got the brains of a cricket.
With apologies to the cricket, of course. Faraday, I wanted...
Or whatever it is, the answer is no. Now, you and your crickets, get out of here.
All right. But then, of course, if I leave, I won't be able to identify that body that was found this morning. So long as...
Wait a minute, Blackie. Talk, but talk fast.
Okay, get an interpreter in here so you can tell what I'm talking about.
Blackie, for the last time, start talking. I'm being calm. I'm not going to lose my temper. But you're going to talk, and I'm going to sit here nice and quiet while you do.
Well, that's what I don't like about you, Faraday. You whisper all the time. But, okay. Your unidentified body is a man named Bill Davidson.
Oh, it is it? Bill Davidson. You haven't even seen the body. You can tell me it was Bill Davidson. Who's he?
A real estate rental agent who worked for Henry Bryant. I think he pulled a rather tricky swindle and tried to beat it out of town.
Oh, you do, huh?
Sure. I got a brainstorm, and I can give you a perfect description of the body.
Well?
Tall fellow, blonde hair, and an anchor and crown tattooed on each arm.
Perfect, Blackie. Absolutely perfect. Perfect nonsense. The guy we found was short, bald, and wasn't tattooed. Now get out of here and don't bother me. And the next time, do me a favor. Don't get a brainstorm. Get a concussion.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Jim Palmer, ex-soldier, made a $300 deposit on an apartment in a building yet to be erected, and Boston Blackie smells a racket. But when Blackie gets to the real estate office, the agent is not there. Then he hears of the murder of an unidentified man and thinks it is perhaps the missing rental agent, but apparently it is not. As we return to our story, Blackie, deciding to pay a late visit to the office of the Bryant Realty Company, finds someone there before him.
Now, get in there if I have to.
Good evening, Palmer.
Huh? Oh, Blackie. Hiya.
Pretty late to try to do business at the Bryant Real Estate office, isn't it?
I gotta see those guys. I gotta have my dough back.
You obviously do, but look, this office is closed. Won't be open until tomorrow morning.
Well, I can't wait until then. I gotta have my dough as soon as I can get it.
Look, Palmer, when you first called me on the telephone to say you thought this apartment thing was a racket, you threatened to kill anyone who cheated you, remember?
Yeah, well, what about it?
I still have a hunch about that unidentified body that the police have. In fact, I came down here to do some checking myself. Now, if you had nothing to do with any killing, go on home and...
Get away from me, Blackie. I'm staying here.
Soldier, don't push.
Well, then let me handle this my own way. Don't make me go to work on you, too.
No, I wouldn't want you to do that, Palmer. You might get hurt. Now, be a good boy. As long as you're on the right side, you're on my side, and vice versa. We'll go into the real estate office and look around.
Go in? We can't. The joint's locked.
Yes, but it'll be unlocked in a minute.
Oh, yeah, Boston Blackie. That's right. I forgot. You're supposed to be pretty good with locks, aren't you?
Fairly, but I don't think I'll make the headlines for opening this one. There. Open already.
Hey, Blackie, how'd you do that?
I keep that particular art of mine such a secret I hardly know myself. Let's go in and look around. snooping would tell me what happened to Davidson or where he is. Wonder if there's anything interesting in this file.
Yeah, but how do you know where to look?
I don't. Uh-oh. Here's something already.
What is it?
A stack of deposit receipts for the apartments in Bryant's buildings.
Gee, that's a terrific wad of papers. Well, there must be 1,000 receipts in that stack.
Yes. There are only 100 apartments in Bryant's building. This particular one. Look here.
Huh?
Look right here, for instance. Here's apartment 9C, rented to 10 different people. Same apartment, but rented to 10 different people. This proves your theory, all right. That's a nice racket.
Why, the dirty... Here, give me those papers.
Hey, not so fast. What do you want with them?
The names and addresses of those people. I'm going to get the whole gang of them together, and we're going to tear Davidson apart.
It's a good idea if you can find him. But I'm afraid he's made his money and has skipped out of town. See that grin on his face in the picture there?
What picture?
There on the desk. Looks like he just...
Hey, are you kidding, Blackie? That's not Davidson.
It's not Davidson.
No. Davidson is a short, bald-headed guy with a funny...
Short and bald?
Yeah.
Thanks, Palmer. Thanks very much.
What for?
For telling me that Davidson's dead. Found murdered at 10 o'clock this morning.
Dead? How do you know?
Faraday described him. But I didn't know it was Davidson because his assistant, Tom Johnson, told me the man in this picture was Davidson.
He did? Well, why would he do that?
Why, because Johnson was in on the swindle with Davidson and killed Davidson for his half of the take. He told me this was Davidson's picture to delay me. Tom Johnson's the man we want, and the man I'm going to get.
Blackie, if you come in and out of my office much more, I'm going to have him put in a revolving door.
Don't do it, Faraday. You'll have to go through it, too. You're spending too much of the time as it is.
Well, maybe I like to spin.
You do? Well, suit yourself, old top. Faraday, I just got a correct description of Davidson, and it fits that unidentified body.
Correct description? What's wrong with the first one?
It was based on a picture.
On a picture? Look, Blackie, pictures don't...
I know, don't lie, but liars have pictures. And Tom Johnson lied to me when he said the picture on Davidson's desk was a picture of Davidson.
Why would Johnson lie? Sooner or later, we'd have identified that body as Davidson's.
Sure, but it would have been later. And where would Johnson be by then? Probably right where he is right now, hundreds of miles away with thousands of dollars. Can I use your phone?
No.
Thanks.
I said no.
I know. I asked you only to be polite. Too bad you couldn't be polite and say yes.
Yeah, well, I said no only because I knew you'd use the phone anyway.
My, aren't we clever with each other?
No.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Henry Bryant, please.
Speaking.
Oh, Bryant, this is Boston Blackie. Do you know where I can get in touch with Tom Johnson?
Tom? No, I don't. He called me last night and said he might be out of town for a day or two. The building's completely rented, you know, and there's not much for him to do.
No, I don't suppose there is. Well, thanks. Thanks just the same.
That's all, Blackie. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, did you find Johnson?
No, and Bryant doesn't know where he is.
But I suppose you do.
I have a hunch he's out of town, and if that's so, we're out of luck.
Quiet, everybody, quiet, and I'll explain why you're here. Yeah, Palmer, what's the idea of calling us out on a rainy night and getting us jammed into this dump of a warehouse? I'll tell you why. Just take it easy. All of us gave a deposit of $100 or more to the Bryant Real Estate Company to give us apartments when his new building was finished.
All of us?
That's right. 1,000 of us paid deposit money on just 100 apartments.
You mean to say...
I mean to say that Mr. Davidson and Tom Johnson swindled us out of our money. Davidson is dead and Johnson's run away with the dough.
Well, what can we do?
I'll tell you what we can do. Bryant himself is the one responsible for this. He hired Davidson and Johnson. And Bryant's rich, and we're going to make him give us our money back. Now, take it easy. He'll do it. Or he'll be an awful sorry guy. But first, I want to... Let me finish, will you? Take it easy now. Let's give him a chance to square himself. Let's go see him right now, right? Right. Well, come on, then. What are we waiting for? Let's go. He's better come out or we're going in after him. Hey, what was was that? Somebody tossed a rock through one of the front windows. That ought to bring him out.
Hey, look. The light on the porch of his house just went on.
Yeah, and the door's opening. Is that Bryant?
I don't know.
Well, we'll soon find out. He's got his hands raised. He wants to talk. Now, take it easy, everybody. Quiet. Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm Mr. Bryant. Now, what do you people want with me?
We paid deposits on apartments in your new building. 100 apartments were rented to 1,000 different people. We want our money back.
Wait, please, wait.
Quiet, everybody. Give him a chance to talk.
Thank you very much. I know just how you people feel. I just found out about this thing myself. Believe me, it came as a terrible shock to me.
We want our money.
Please let me finish.
Let him finish, everybody. Let's hear what he has to say. All right, Bryant, talk.
Listen, everybody. I'm insured against what happened to you. You'll get your money back, every cent of it.
Don't give a
The bank's open at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, be at my office, starting at 9:30, and I'll see that each one of you's refunded every cent that you gave Davidson and Johnson.
All right, Bryant. That's okay with me. Is it okay with the rest of you? Okay, Bryant, I'm coming up to shake hands on that. Let me get by here, will you? Come on, let me get through. Sorry, Bryant. Well, Bryant, thanks.
That's all right, son, and I won't let you down.
You hear that, everybody? Are you satisfied? Okay, Mr. Bryant, we'll see you at your office in the morning.
I'll be there, and I'll have your money, too.
Okay, let's go, everybody. Come on. Come on. All right.
Well, Tom, how did I handle that?
You were great, Bryant. The fools think we're going to give them their dough back, huh?
Yeah, they're going to be at my office tomorrow morning to get it. We'll be miles away by then.
We sure will. Say, that idea of yours, having a phony picture of Davidson on Davidson's desk, was great, Bryant.
Better than that. That, Tom, was you letting Davidson think that you and he were pulling a swindle behind my back when you and I were really just letting him collect the money for us.
And the cops will go on looking for Davidson for weeks on charge of swindling when they've already got his body in the morgue.
Uh-oh, someone at the door. Probably one of the mob coming back. You'd better get out of here.
All right, I'll go upstairs and get packed.
Good. Yes?
Mr. Bryant, I'm Boston Blackie.
What do you want?
Well, first, I'm wet and I want in.
All right. You're in. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, nothing much. You probably got rid of that crowd just leaving your house by giving them some smooth talk. But I don't want talk. I want money.
What money?
The money you swindled from your prospective tenants. Took me a little time to figure this out, but I'm sure I'm right. I'd like something else, too. An admission that you killed Davidson.
I killed Davidson?
That's right. Want to tell me about it?
Not right now. Oh, just a second. I can tell you I killed him. I killed him and put him in his car and sent him crashing down the hill. Now, what about it?
Nothing except for us to go to headquarters. Thanks for talking, Bryant. You've made this very easy.
Well, look behind you and you'll see someone who's going to make it very tough. That's the reason I didn't mind admitting the murder.
I'm not falling for that one, Bryant. Where's Tom Johnson, your assistant?
Right behind you.
Not exactly right behind you, Blackie. There's a gun between us.
Uh-oh.
So you wouldn't fall for someone behind you, huh? Genius, aren't you?
Tom, don't kill him here.
I won't. The longer he stays alive, the longer we wait till we're safe.
Well, what'll we do with him?
Well, those hands of his are tricky. Grab that cord off the drapes and tie him up. Work fast now.
All right, but keep a gun on him.
You let me worry about that. You watch his hands, they're fast.
I'm watching them. All right, Blackie, all right. Hey, you turn around and put your hand behind you.
Sure, Bryant, I'll turn around. But I'll put you in front of me.
Hey, let go of me, let go.
Sure, when I'm through using it's his shield. Now, Tom, I'm coming after you.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Go ahead. You'll hit Bryant, not me.
No, Tom. I'm in front of Blackie. You'll hit me.
I've got to.
Just in the arm, Bryant. Now I'll give you to him. Here you are, Tom.
Don't.
What, are you kidding? There. There, Bryant. That'll put Tom to sleep for a little while. When he wakes up, maybe Faraday will sing both of you a lullaby.
Mr. Bryant's safe open yet, Blackie?
It will be in a minute, Mary. There.
Gee, I hope the money's in here.
There she is, Palmer.
And there's all the money, too.
Wow, that was some haul, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, soldier. And look at it, all in cash, all ready to carry. Here, you take it, soldier. It's all yours.
With pleasure.
Why won't you feel rich for a little while?
Sure will, Miss Wesley, but I'll feel still better when I meet all those people at Mr. Bryant's office tomorrow and give them each their share.
How many people did Mr. Bryant swindle?
Some 900 odd.
Odd people, Blackie.
Yes, Mary. Bryant swindled 900 odd people. But this money and what the law promises to do to Bryant and his pal Johnson will make them even.
So the great Boston Blackie condescends to visit the lonely Henry Rice. Aren't you afraid your friends will look out and find out about this, Blackie?
I'll take my chances with my friends, Rice. But I'm not going to take a kicking around from you.
I'm kicking you around?
You know what you're doing. You're framing a murder on my friend Shorty.
Oh, terribly unfair of me, isn't it?
You know what it is. An out-and-out frame. The police are looking for evidence on the murder of that fellow Ashley. And you have phony evidence that makes it look as if Shorty killed him.
So I do. A cigarette lighter, I think, with Shorty's initials on it.
And Shorty's fingerprints on it, too. And it was found at the scene of Ashley's murder.
I know. I made sure it would be found there. I've got it, you know.
Yes, for now. But I'm getting it back. Shorty has a record. If the police connect him with Ashley's death, Shorty's as good as dead himself.
Yes, he will be, won't he? It looks as if your friend Shorty will go to the chair for murder, and you, the great Boston Blackie, won't be able to do anything about it.
I might.
I doubt it. Unpleasant position you're in, Blackie, but very pleasant for me.
Look, I'll give you $10,000 for that lighter.
Not interested. Making you miserable is worth 10 times 10,000.
Then what will you take for the lighter?
Nothing. You see, I have everything, Blackie. Everything. Even you in a jam.
Look, you're an art collector, aren't you?
Yes, of a sort.
Of the sort who'd like the Abbott painting in his collection?
Well, now you're getting interesting. But the Abbott is not for sale, Blackie. It's in the City Art Gallery and under heavy guard.
I know. But if you promise to give me Shorty's lighter, I'll get that Abbott for you.
You will? How?
I'll steal it.
That's absolutely impossible.
You let me worry about that.
You can't do it, Blackie. You can't do it.
Can't I? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. By 9 o'clock tonight, I'll have stolen that painting.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Look in the left-hand top drawer of my bureau, will you, Mary? I think you'll find a razor blade with a handle.
All right.
Should be right in the front of the drawer. See it?
Yeah, I have it. Here.
Thanks.
Blackie, why are you collecting all this stuff?
I can't tell you, Mary.
Why not?
Because in the first place, you wouldn't like it, and in the place to tie us for first, you wouldn't believe it. Now, let's see if I have everything in this bag.
Well, you have a razor blade with a handle. You have a knife, rubber gloves, and adhesive tape. That's everything you asked for so far.
Then I guess I have everything I need. Now, all I have to do is close the case. There. And be on my way. So long.
Blackie, what are you going to do? Is it something wrong?
Who, me? Do something wrong? Mary.
Yes, you do something wrong, Blackie.
Mary, you've hurt my feelings. All I'm going to do is get Shorty out of a jam.
With a knife, a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves?
Yes.
What have they got to do with getting Shorty out of a jam?
A lot. And you're asking a lot of questions.
I'm not getting any answers. Oh, Blackie, please tell me where you're going. I'll worry myself sick.
Oh, all right. I'm going to the city art galleries.
With a knife?
And a razor blade, adhesive tape, and a pair of rubber gloves. I'm going to steal the Abbott painting.
You are going to do what?
Steal the Abbott painting and give it to Henry Rice.
Oh, Blackie, you're not.
But I am. And don't worry. As soon as he gives me Shorty's cigarette lighter, I'm going to see that the painting goes right back to the galleries.
Well, I should think so, but that's not what worries me. It's how you're going to steal it. There are steel doors and steel shutters on the windows of that gallery, and there are men with guns everywhere. Oh, darling, I don't know how you can possibly steal the Abbott.
Don't you, Mary? Well, don't feel too badly about it. Ask a million people, and they'll tell you it can't be done. But ask me, and I'll say it can.
Come in.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
Pick up your telephone. There's a little surprise waiting for you on the other end of the line.
Now, who is it? Little Red Riding Hood?
No.
Rollins, you've been around Blackie too much.
No kidding, Inspector Faraday. Somebody very interesting wants to talk to you.
Yeah?
And it's funny that you mentioned Blackie because he wants to talk to you about Blackie.
Yeah? Who is it?
Pick up your phone and see.
All right, I'll pick it up. But, Rollins, if this is your idea of a joke, I'll give you an idea of what it's like to be pounding a beat. Hello?
Hello, Inspector Faraday. This is Henry Rice.
Henry Rice?
Yes, you remember me, of course.
Remember you? Rice, if it takes me 100 years, I'm going to...
I'm so glad to see you remember me and still hold me in such high esteem.
Hold you in high esteem. I'll high esteem you. I'm going to hold you for murder.
My, how you love me. But I didn't call you to have you boost my ego. I thought perhaps you'd like to know something about your friend Boston Blackie.
I know all I want to know about him.
Oh, but you don't, Inspector, you don't. You've always wanted to send Blackie to the same iron-covered cottage you have for me, but you've never been able to prove anything against him.
I will someday.
Really? Well, Inspector, this is that day.
Yeah? What are you talking about?
Blackie, and what he's going to do tonight. He's going to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery.
He's what?
You heard me, Faraday.
Yes, I heard you. But I don't believe you.
I'm not asking you to believe me. I just wanted you to know that the painting was to be stolen, and yet you couldn't keep Blackie from getting it. Have a pleasant night, Inspector.
Listen, Rice, I... hang up.
Now, wasn't that sort of a surprise, Inspector?
Oh, you still here, Rollins? Yeah, it was a big surprise. And guess what he wanted?
What?
To tell me Blackie is trying to steal the Abbott painting from the City Art Gallery tonight.
Trying to steal the Abbott?
Oh, no. Get that, Rollins. Rice thinks I'm dumb enough to fall for that.
Yeah, you'd have to be dumb to fall for it. Not even Blackie could break into the City Gallery, much less break out of it with the Abbott painting.
Oh, no. Yeah, not even Blackie. Why, that painting is so heavily guarded that... so heavily guarded that... Rollins, stop laughing and get me a squad car.
Yeah.
If Blackie's going to steal the Abbott, what are we laughing about?
No, Inspector Faraday, the gallery isn't closed. We're open till 9 tonight.
I see, Mr. Lawrence. Then you still have your regular number of guards on duty, huh?
Oh, yes, of course. Even though there are few people in the gallery this late, it's almost closing time.
And nothing's missing?
Well, believe me, this place wouldn't be so quiet if anything were missing. Much less the Abbott painting you thought was going to be stolen tonight.
I didn't think it was going to be stolen, Mr. Lawrence. I just heard a rumor that somebody was after it, and I came down here to check. Just routine.
Well, I certainly appreciate your interest in my gallery, Inspector. Oh, may I show you around?
No, thanks. I have to get back to headquarters. Sorry if I had you worried about your Abbott painting, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, I don't ever worry about it, Inspector. It's the most heavily guarded painting in my gallery. Not even... Well, what was that?
Sounds like someone broke a window on the front part of the gallery.
Yes, and there was a scream in that gallery there, too.
Come on. I think we better have a look over there.
Yes, I think we'd better. Here, what happened here? What happened?
I don't know, Mr. Lawrence. I was just standing here, and all of a sudden the window behind me broke.
Someone must have thrown a stone in from the outside.
No, sir. Nothing fell in here. I'd say someone in here threw something out the window.
Well, did you see anyone throw anything?
No, sir. None of these people here threw anything. Must have been thrown by someone standing where I couldn't see them, sir.
Mr. Lawrence! Mr. Lawrence!
Here comes another one of your guards, Mr. Lawrence.
Yes, and from the Abbott gallery, too.
Mr. Lawrence! All of a sudden the lights went out. When I turned them on, the Abbott painting was missing.
Well, turn in the alarm quickly.
Tom's gone to turn it on already.
Well, throw the switch that locks the doors and the window shutters.
All taken care of, Mr. Lawrence. Yeah, there goes the alarm.
Oh, dear, the Abbott's stolen. I can't believe it.
I can, Mr. Lawrence. Round up everybody in the place. Don't let anybody out. I want to question everybody. Even though I know the guy who stole your painting. All right, Blackie. I've questioned and searched everybody in the place, including you. And no one has the painting. Where is it?
You did the questioning and the searching. You tell me where it is.
That painting's been cut out of its frame. You cut it out and got rid of it. Now, how did you get it out of here?
The painting is missing?
You know very well it is. Because you stole it.
You can prove that, of course.
No, I can't prove it. But you're here. I got a tip you'd steal it, and the painting is missing. That's all I need to know.
Oh, no, Faraday. You also need to know where the painting is. And until you know that, you can't say I stole it.
All right. I can't say you stole it. But I can think it.
You can what? Think? You can think it. Faraday, you couldn't think your way out of a revolving door. Tell me something. There was a commotion in the other end of the gallery just before the painting was stolen. What was that?
Oh, somebody threw something out of a window.
The painting, maybe?
No, it was just a stone. I thought maybe it had the painting wrapped around it or something. But a cop on the street saw it fall. That was just a stone.
You're sure?
Yeah, that was part of the thief's scheme. To create a commotion in another part of the gallery so he could come in here, turn out the light, and grab the Abbott.
Oh, yes. Very clever idea.
It was your idea. And I know it.
But can you prove it?
No, I can't prove it.
Then, of course, I can go.
Yes, you can go. But when I find that painting, Blackie, your friends will find you in jail.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Come on in.
You better let me come in. Have you seen the morning paper?
No, what have I done now?
You've stolen the Abbott painting.
Oh, that's not news. That's old stuff. I did that last night.
Yes, but how did you do it, Blackie? The way it was guarded, with even Inspector Faraday there.
Oh, just genius, that's all. Just sort of an...
There's a phone call for you, genius.
Thanks. Hello.
Good morning, Blackie. This is Henry Rice.
Oh, Henry. Good morning.
Yes, isn't it, though? And I see the papers where you had a good night.
Oh, fair.
You got the Abbott, Blackie. How did you do it? How did you do the impossible?
It wasn't easy, Rice. I just made it look that way.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie's friend Shorty is being framed for the murder of a man named Ashley. Gang leader Henry Rice, who hates both Blackie and Shorty, has the phonied evidence against Shorty, and in order to get it, Blackie promises to steal the valuable and heavily guarded Abbott painting. The morning papers announce that the painting has been stolen. And as we return to our story, Blackie is asking Henry Rice to keep his part of the bargain.
All right, Rice. I stole the painting for you. Where's the cigarette lighter with Shorty's fingerprints on it?
Where's the painting, Blackie?
I'll deliver it.
I'll surrender the lighter on delivery of the painting.
Oh, no. I don't trust you. You crossed me. You tipped off Faraday that I was going to steal the Abbott. But I got the painting for you just the same. Give me the lighter and I'll deliver the painting.
Fair enough. Here it is.
Thanks.
Now, when do I get the painting?
In a little while. But tell me something. What did you call Faraday and tell him I was going to steal the Abbott if you wanted the painting so much?
To tell you the truth, Blackie, much as I wanted that Abbott, I didn't much care whether you got the painting or Faraday got you.
No?
No. You see, it's hard for me to decide which I do most. Like that painting or dislike you.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is your old pal, Blackie.
Listen, you. I don't want to talk to you until you're ready to tell me what you did with that painting. And then I'm going to talk to you through bars.
You mean they're putting you in a cage?
I'll cage you, Blackie. What do you want?
I want you to meet me at the City Art Gallery so I can give you the Abbott painting.
I wanted you in on this, too, Mr. Lawrence, in case Blackie's just pulling another fast one. I don't know too much about pictures.
Well, I'm glad you called me in, Inspector Faraday. The Abbott was stolen from this room. Oh, Blackie, how did you do it? And where is the Abbott now?
One thing at a time, Mr. Lawrence. You can see how I stole the painting. There's the frame for it, still there on the wall, empty.
Yes, you cut the picture out of its frame. That's obvious. But how did you do it without anyone seeing you?
Well, that was the easiest part of it. I waited until there was no one here, then caused that commotion outside.
And while everybody was in the front hall of the gallery, you had time enough to cut the Abbott out of its frame, roll it up, and take it away.
Yes, but not very far. Come on. The Abbott's in the next room. Taped to the back of another picture.
Oh, thank heavens, man. I thought we'd seen the last of the Abbott forever. Where? Which picture?
Right there, the painting of the two children. Oh. Hey, it's gone.
Huh?
Was hanging there last night.
Blackie, we sold that painting not a half hour ago.
What?
Yes, to a man named Smith. Smith from Kansas City.
Smith from Kansas City, huh? I know who that is, all right. An old friend of mine. See you fellas later.
Oh, no, Blackie, you're not going anywhere. This is another one of your tricks. You're coming to...
Not to jail, Faraday. At least not with this gun in my hand.
A gun? Oh, good heavens, why...
Good heavens, Mr. Lawrence? Goodbye.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Did you give the painting back to Inspector Faraday the way you promised?
I tried to, Mary, but I couldn't. It's gone.
Gone?
Sold to a man named Smith from Kansas City for $250.
Oh, Blackie, no.
No is right, Mary. I think I know who has it, and it's not John Smith, and he's not from Kansas City.
All right, who has it?
A man who seems to like to play tag. And, Mary, if you don't mind, I'd like you to get into the game.
I don't see any reason for this call of yours, Blackie. As you can see, I am Smith of Kansas City, and I have what I want.
You mean you're Henry Rice of New York, and you think you have what you want?
Oh? Then what is that painting hanging on the wall behind my desk? Two very lovely children. Recognize it?
Yes, that's the painting I taped the Abbott to.
Surprised?
Frankly, I am. I didn't think you were smart enough to figure out how I'd steal it.
But I was smart enough, wasn't I? I arrived at your method of stealing it by the simple process of elimination, my dear Blackie. You see, it couldn't be taken out of the gallery, and so when I heard it was missing, I knew it must still be in the gallery. And so I looked, and so I found it.
Oh, fine. Is the Abbott still taped to the back of that painting on your wall?
Not quite. You'll never find the Abbott, I can assure you.
Even if I did find it, Rice, I wouldn't be finding the Abbott.
No?
No. If you knew anything about art at all, you'd know the painting I stole for you was a phony.
I don't believe it.
Look at it closely and you'll see. Come on, we'll look at it together and I'll prove it to you.
No, Blackie. You can be more clever than that, really. I can look at the painting myself and tell whether or not it's authentic.
Then go ahead, look at it.
And have you follow me to it? Oh, no.
Then you're going to spend the rest of your days with a phony painting. But that's not my worry.
You know, Blackie, you've aroused my curiosity. I hate to think I've been cheated, but I think you'd better stay here while I go look at it, if you don't mind.
I do mind. What was the buzzer for?
You'll see. Ah, there. Turn around and look at the reason for the buzzer. Come in, Max.
Yeah, boss, sure.
Where did you find a guy this big? In the redwood forest?
Rather overgrown youngster, isn't he? Max, I have to run out a minute. Do you think you could persuade this fellow to remain here and quietly until I return?
Oh, sure, boss. I got a friend here in my pocket could convince him like this. Some convincer, huh, boss?
That's good work, Max. That should keep him asleep for a little while. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, you know something, boss?
What?
I like to hit guys on the head. It does something to me. Oh, you come to now, huh? Good. I'll let you get up, and then I'll hit you again with my blackjack. Oh, hi, boss. You're back, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Hello, Rice. You see the painting?
Yes, and it's authentic, all right.
Huh?
Never mind, you wouldn't understand, Max. Blackie, your trick, alas, didn't work.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying, can you?
No. You'll never find the abbot, Blackie. You know, I've outsmarted you at every turn. I feel rather good about that.
I'll get that painting back.
You'll never even see it again. Now, don't you envy me, Blackie. I have the abbot painting. I'm free and clear of any suspicion. But the police are looking for you, and you don't even know where I've hidden the painting. Well, now, I think you've done everything you can for me, Blackie. You may go now.
Well, thanks for something, anyway.
No hard feelings, Blackie. Here, I'll make amends by taking you to the top of the steps. Well, here we are, Blackie. Just one flight down, and you're in the street.
And I suppose you think out on my feet, too.
I trust not. You'll need to be rather nimble to sidestep the police. Don't forget they're looking for you.
Thanks for the warning.
Don't mention it.
Blackie.
Good girl, Mary. You're here right on time. Did everything work all right?
Perfectly. I did just what you told me on the phone. I waited outside Rice's office door, then I followed him down the steps, and from then on I didn't let him out of my sight till he went into another building. But, where's the abbot?
You show me the building Rice went into, and I'll show you the abbot. This is the door he went into when you followed him, Mary?
Yes, Blackie.
This is a warehouse. But warehouse or palace, this is where Rice hid the abbot.
Yeah, but it's such a big warehouse.
We'll find it. Come on, let's go in. Say, the door's unlocked.
That's good.
No, that's bad. Means there's probably a guard around here somewhere.
Shh. Well, this seems to be nothing but an anteroom. There's another door there. Shall we try that one?
Come on. But quietly.
Don't worry.
No. Shh.
I hear footsteps.
Yes, and I see the man who's making them.
Oh, I see something else, too. This is a gambling casino. It's empty now, but Rice must use this place every night.
And here comes Mr. Footsteps. We'll have to take care of him before we do anything else.
I hope he isn't as big as that Max you were telling me about.
No, he isn't, but he's got a gun. Be quiet, or we'll be telling the angels about him.
You're so right.
Shh, here he comes. Hey, you. Thanks for turning your chin.
Why, Blackie, you hit him only once. You selfish. Not even a second sock for me.
Mary, I would gladly trade that second sock for a second sight that would help me find the abbot.
Oh! Any luck in finding the painting over there, Blackie?
No, Mary. But I may find it under this tabletop.
Well, I have torn things apart till I'm exhausted. It's the last place I'm going to look.
Well, look over the old places again. We may have missed something.
Oh, dear. Well, it's not here. I'm going to rest a minute.
I'll rest in a minute. Not here. I'll try this. Over here, maybe under this table. Nothing here. I'll try over there.
Mind if I play a little roulette while you look?
No, go ahead.
I love roulette when it's for fun.
I love looking for things when I can find them.
Uh-oh. Red and even.
The situation here is black and odd. Oh, gosh, I guess Rice has us fooled completely.
Oh, no, Blackie, you'll find it. Want to quit for a while and, say a little roulette?
No, I
stranger?
gotta start thinking again. I'm sure if Rice came here, the painting is in here.
Red and even. Let's see where the little ball stops this time.
I wish it would stop on the painting. That's it.
What?
Stand back, Mary. That roulette wheel is turned for the last time.
What are you going to do?
Take that table leg here and smash the roulette wheel.
Oh, golly. In a million pieces. And I was just about to spin it and make a fortune.
Mary, we found a fortune. Look under what's left of the wheel.
Well, looks like a roll of canvas.
Here, look at it. When I take it out and unroll it, look.
The painting.
Yes, the painting, Mary, and suddenly the whole picture is changed.
Well, Blackie, so you went to all the trouble of stealing the Abbott just because of Shorty's lighter.
Yes. Now Shorty has his lighter, and the art gallery has its Abbott, and everybody is happy, I suppose.
Well, I'm not happy. Why didn't you tell me Rice was framing Shorty and let me get that lighter from him?
Because by the time you'd have cleared Shorty, he'd have been sent to the electric chair.
Shorty was innocent.
Of course he was. Well, if you're unhappy because I didn't let you help clear Shorty, I'm unhappy because Henry Rice was the cause of all this, and he's going free.
Oh, no, he isn't.
You've arrested him? Well, what for? Running a gambling joint?
No, we couldn't prove that. But the DA has a great case against him, Blackie. And all because Rice made you steal that painting.
But you can't say Rice stole the painting. I did.
Yes, you stole it, Blackie. But who got it after you stole it?
Well, Rice did. Oh-ho. I'm beginning to see a little flaw in Rice's master plan.
And what a flaw. You didn't actually steal the Abbott. Technically, all you did was move it from one room to another. So that clears you. I'm sorry to say. But the painting was taken out of the gallery, so Rice goes to jail for receiving stolen property.
Good work, Faraday. This all started with Shorty's cigarette lighter. But it looks like Rice met his match.
Found it, Larry. Found it.
You're not kidding, Bill. Are you sure?
Positive. Don't get so excited you stop pumping air to me down here.
Keep your helmet on. I'll keep pumping. You sure it's the sunken ship we're looking for?
We were looking for the Argus, weren't we?
Yeah, but make sure it has the gold in it before we get too excited.
Okay. Give me a little more line.
Yeah.
There's a big gap in her side I can look into and see right into the hold.
Okay, but be careful. Don't get caught in the current and lose your footing.
Just keep my lines tight, and I won't. Keep pumping air.
I'll pump you enough air for a month if you found that gold.
Just enough for now will do.
Well, Bill, what goes? You see anything yet?
See anything? I can see everything. Larry, there's more gold here than I thought was in the whole world.
You found it, huh?
I sure did, Larry. We're rich.
You mean I'm rich?
What are you talking about?
You'll know in a minute. Pull on your tow line.
Huh?
Pull on it, Bill.
Okay, but... Hey, Larry, it's loose.
Sure. I got it loose.
What's your idea? What...
And here goes your airline, too, Bill. I'm cutting that.
No, Larry, don't. No, you can't.
I can't, huh? I already have.
Oh, Larry, don't.
I'm pulling out of here, but fast. As soon as I cut this phone line.
Oh, Larry.
So long, Bill, old pal.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I know just how you feel, Sarah. Your brother was a swell guy. And believe me, there was nothing I could do to save him.
I'm sure there wasn't, Larry.
Honest, there wasn't. I was pumping air to Bill when all of a sudden the phone went dead. Then I saw bubbles on the water, and when I pulled on the tow line, it was limp.
Something underwater must have cut the lines.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's what it was. Sarah, I want you to remember that Bill and I were partners. And Bill's death doesn't dissolve that partnership. You're in if I ever find that gold.
No, I wouldn't want it. It'd remind me too much of Bill. I think you'd better go now, Larry. I think I'd rather be alone right now.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say. Well, so long, Sarah. And I'm sorry.
It's all right. Bye, Larry.
Hey, goodbye.
Bye, Larry. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, sure, kid. So long.
What are you bawling about, sis?
Bill.
Yeah, all right. Came in the back way so nobody would see me. Thanks for feeling so miserable when Larry told you I was dead. It's very complimentary.
Bill, it really is you. You're alive.
Yeah, sure am, sis. And that was some story Larry told you about how I died.
He thought you did die. What happened?
What happened? Larry tried to kill me, and I'm alive now only because I'm a smart diver. I'm going to be just as smart a killer.
Bill, don't talk like that.
Why not? As far as anybody knows, I'm dead. So I'm going to kill the guy who tried to kill me. I'm going to get away with it, too.
Yes?
Boston Blackie?
Yes, again.
May I come in?
Yes, with a capital, why not?
Thank you. Blackie, I...
Don't tell me. You're in trouble. Oh, you know someone who's in trouble, and you've come to me for help.
Yes, Blackie. It's my brother.
Well, what's he done? Swindled, embezzled, or murdered?
He hasn't done anything yet, but he's going to kill a man.
He is? When?
As soon as he finds him. And he's going to get away with it, too.
That's a popular misconception, Miss...
Bronson. Sarah Bronson. My brother's name is Bill.
Bill Bronson, the diver?
Yes.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Bronson. Your brother died this morning. I heard it over the radio not an hour ago.
My brother's very much alive, Blackie. And it's because everyone thinks he's dead that he thinks he can get away with murder.
Well, I have a hunch he's right, up to a point. Who was he going to kill?
Larry Matthews, his partner. That wasn't an accident under the water this morning. Larry tried to kill Bill by cutting his lines.
Uh-huh. So Bill wants to stay dead and get his revenge. I think you'd better go to the police, Miss Bronson.
No, I don't dare.
Why not?
Bill's gone almost crazy after that experience this morning. He said he'd kill me if I went to the police. But he didn't say anything about going to you.
I see. Well, I'll see what I can do for you.
Whatever it is, you'll have to do it fast. Bill is...
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello, Blackie, this is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, hello, Charlie. I'll call you back in
this
just a
is
minute.
nothing serious, Blackie. I'm just keeping a promise I made to you.
What promise?
You know about never jumping into a new business deal without telling you what I've done?
Well, tell me about this one some other time, Charlie, will you? I've got to keep a man named Larry Matthews from being killed.
Did you say Larry Matthews?
Yes.
He's going to be killed? Good heavens, no. I won't have anyone murdered in any of my offices.
What?
He's downtown in my manager's office right now, and they just closed a deal for $100,000.
What kind of a deal?
A salvage job. I bought half interest in $2 million worth of gold Matthews and Bronson that dead diver found. I saw the chart myself.
Look, Charlie, phone your manager and tell him to hold Matthews there. Bronson isn't dead. Matthews tried to kill him, and now the diver is out to kill Matthews.
What? Well, I don't understand.
Never mind what you don't understand. Phone your manager, tell him the whole story, and tell him to hold Matthews there. I'll get there myself as soon as I can.
So that's what the score is, Mr. Matthews. Oh, excuse me.
Sure, Mr. Walton.
Walton speaking.
Oh, Henry, this is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kingston.
Look, is Larry Matthews there?
Yes, he is.
Good. Keep him there. And don't let him leave your office under any circumstances.
What's the matter?
His life is in danger. Somebody's looking for him to kill him. Boston Blackie will be down there in a few minutes to take over. Now wait for him.
All right, but I don't understand.
Don't try. Wait till Blackie comes and then get that chart from Matthews. I want that chart.
Don't worry, Mr. Kingston. I'll get it for you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Anything wrong, Mr. Walton? You look a little pale.
Nothing much is wrong, I hope, Mr. Matthews. That was my boss, Mr. Kingston. He wants me to keep you here in my office until Boston Blackie gets here.
Why?
Why? Because your life is in danger.
Huh?
Mr. Matthews, do you know of anyone who's trying to kill you?
No. No one in particular. But I'm not surprised my life's in danger. Yours would be, too, if you owned something as valuable as that chart of mine.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, we'll own it soon. Mr. Kingston asked me to be sure to get it from you.
Well, you've given me your check. Come on down to my house at the waterfront, and I'll give you the chart.
Mr. Matthews, I can't let you leave this office. Mr. Kingston's orders.
Well, if you want that chart, you'll come and get it now. I want to close this deal and get rid of that chart.
Aren't you afraid to go out on the street?
I'll take my chances. I got a gun right here, see? Come on, I want to get this deal over with.
All right. I'm going with you. Just a minute.
Hey, what are you taking out of that drawer?
My gun, Mr. Matthews. If you're in danger, I'm in danger, too.
Here's my house. Wait till I unlock the door, Walton.
Sure. Well, so far, so good. We haven't seen anyone who even looked as if he wanted to kill you.
That doesn't make me a bit unhappy. Now, come on in. Oh, wait, I'll turn on the light. There. Now, come on in. I'll get you the chart.
Okay.
I never had enough money for a safe, so I always hid anything valuable under the floor.
I see.
This loose board here is my safety deposit vault. Here. Here's your chart right here. I'll see if I can get anything else now. Let's see, how do you turn out the light? You dirty double-crosser, Walton. You got me, but maybe one of my bullets got you, too.
Hi, Blackie.
Hello, Mary.
You know, I've been waiting in this office for you for 1 hour.
Well, I got here as quickly as I could, but I wasn't worried. I knew Matthews would be safe as long as you were here.
Well, I'm here, but Mr. Matthews isn't.
What?
I hope I won't have to tell you a dozen times. Mr. Matthews went out with Mr. Waltham.
But didn't Kingston phone here and tell...
Excuse me. Kingston Enterprises, good afternoon.
Well, this is Mr. Kingston. Let me speak to Mr. Waltham again, will you?
Mr. Waltham's out, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, I see. Oh, did he leave with Mr. Matthews and a Boston Blackie?
Boston Blackie? No, sir, I don't even know him.
I'm Boston Blackie. If that's Kingston, I'd like to talk to him.
Oh, Mr. Kingston, Blackie wants to talk to you.
Oh, by all means.
Here you are, Blackie.
Thanks. Hello, Charlie.
Blackie, what's the matter down there? Where's Waltham and Matthews?
Well, that's just what I want to ask you. Didn't you phone Waltham and tell him to keep Matthews here?
Yes, the minute I was through talking to you.
Well,
what is it?
he isn't here now.
What happened to you?
And I hate to think what's going to...
Wait a minute, Blackie. Here's Waltham now.
Good. Matthews with him?
No, good heavens, Blackie. Waltham's wounded.
Badly?
Just a minute. Waltham, what happened to you? Here, sit down here. I've been shot. I went with Matthews. I got shot. Well,
Charlie.
Look, sit down. Yes,
Charlie.
Blackie, yes.
If Waltham can talk, put him on the phone, will you?
All right. Just a minute. Can you talk, Waltham? Yes, I think so. Good. Here, I'll hold the phone for you. It's Boston Blackie. He wants to talk to you.
Waltham, can you hear me?
Yes, Blackie.
Where's Matthews?
dead, I guess. I don't know. It happened too fast.
Who shot you?
I don't know. I couldn't see. It was too dark down there.
Down where?
In Matthew's house. We went there to get the chart showing where the gold ship was located. We were in the house when the lights went out. There were shots from the darkness. Matthews fell. I was hit, but I got away.
Where's Matthew's house?
On Wharf Street.
Okay, I'll go down there and see what happened. Matthews still has the chart?
Yes, he has.
Well, maybe I can find it. Maybe I can find him. One thing, I promise you, I'll find something. Well, I can say one thing for Wharf Street, Mary. It's not pretty, but the sea air is wonderful.
Smells fishy to me.
So there's this little situation we're in.
Mm.
Well, the man at the fruit stand said this is Matthew's house, 219.
I don't see any signs of excitement. Maybe Mr. Waltham dreamed up his story about being shot.
If he did, he dreamed up a bullet hole, too, Mary. And that's awfully realistic dreaming. Let's go in and see if we can find anything.
All right.
The lights are on inside. Let's have a look around.
Okay. We've searched downstairs. There's nothing here. What's with you?
Hey, Mary, that's Faraday.
Hey, who was that? Keep looking, Rollins. I'll go out and see who it is. Blackie. You.
Yes, Inspector. Me.
And me, too.
Don't remind me. Blackie's bad enough.
Bad enough, Faraday. You mean good enough, don't you?
Good enough for what?
To tell you what happened here.
A guy named Larry Matthews was killed. That's what happened here. We found his body inside. I suppose you know who killed him.
Sorry to disappoint you, Faraday, but yes, I do know who killed Matthews. It was his ex-partner, Bill Bronson, the diver. Ho-hum. Want to hear more?
Keep talking. You don't know how stupid you sound. Listen, Bill Bronson's sister came to see you today, didn't she?
Yes.
And you told her to come to see me, didn't you?
Yes, but she wouldn't do it.
Well, she changed her mind. Women do that, you know.
So?
So, Blackie, you think Bill Bronson killed Matthews, huh?
I know he did. How do you like that?
Well, an hour before Matthews was killed down here, a cop arrested Bill Bronson uptown, and he's been in jail since. How do you like that?
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Bill Bronson, diver, found a sunken ship with its long-lost cargo of gold, his partner, Larry Matthews, cut his air hose and lines and left him for dead. But Bronson miraculously lived and swore vengeance on Matthews. The diver's sister, knowing of her brother's plan, came to Blackie for help. But before Blackie could get to Matthews, someone else got to him with a gun. And it wasn't Bronson, because Bronson was in jail. As we return to our story, Henry Waltham, who was with Matthews when he was shot, is having a bullet wound dressed by a doctor.
Still hurt, son?
Yes, it does, Doctor.
You're lucky you're still alive. That bullet just missed puncturing your lung.
Yeah?
Yep. You'll have to take it easy for a while. Yeah. That dressing will do for now.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Doctor.
Well, let's see how you respond to treatment before you thank me. Here we are. What's your name, son?
You have to know that?
Yep.
Okay. It's Waltham. Henry Waltham.
Henry Waltham. Mm-hmm. And how did you get that bullet in you?
I told you when I came in. It was an accident.
I know. Now suppose you tell me the truth.
Look, what's it to you how I got shot? You're a doctor, not a policeman.
I know, but I have to report this to the police.
You've got to report it. Oh, no.
But it's the law. I'd lose my right to practice if I didn't.
Well, you're going to lose a patient if you do.
Lie down, son. You're still too weak.
I'm not too weak to get out of here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. Here's something. Steady your feet.
Come back here, you. Come back.
Oh, no.
Operator, get me the police.
Wonder when that diver's going to signal us, Blackie. He's been down there long enough to have found $10 million in gold.
Well, I wish he'd find Waltham while he's at it, Charlie.
Blackie, do you think Mr. Waltham killed Mr. Matthews?
I don't know, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston.
Yes, Captain Arnold.
The diver's found something down there, Mr. Kingston. Wants to talk to you.
Well, thank you, Captain Arnold. A couple of extra earphones, Blackie. You and Mary might like to listen in.
Thanks, Charlie.
Oh, I'd love to. Just wait till I get mine on. Okay then.
This will be a great moment if he's found that gold. Hello down there. This is Charlie Kingston.
Sorry, Mr. Kingston. No luck here either.
But Captain Arnold said you'd found something.
Yes, but not a ship full of gold. Just the end of the sandbar. The drop-off so deep, my light won't hit the bottom of it.
Well, I guess we're in the wrong place again.
I'm afraid we are, Mr. Kingston. I wish you'd had a better look at that chart. I can't make many more dives today.
I realize that. Well, come up and try just once more, will you?
Sure. Once more.
Oh, Captain Arnold,
Yes, Mr. Kingston.
have your men bring the diver up. We still haven't found the right place.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Let's bring the diver topside. It's the only thing down there worth bringing up.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you get that chart to find your gold, Charlie.
But I may never get it, Blackie. Remember, I only had a quick look at the chart.
Oh, look, they're cranking the thing that brings the diver up. I'm going over there and watch him come out of the water.
Well, don't try to help anyone, Mary, or they may have to pull you out of the water, too.
Okay, I'll be careful.
I think we'll try looking for the gold over there a few hundred yards.
You're just wasting your time looking for it without that chart, Charlie. And I'm wasting my time out here, too. I ought to be looking for Waltham.
You think he killed Matthews, do you?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'd hate to think that Waltham killed Matthews. You know, he said a third person entered the room just as the shooting started.
I don't believe that story completely. That's why I want to find Waltham.
All right, men. The diver's brought to the surface. Pull him aboard. Come on, you better step aside, lady.
Oh, I'm sorry, all right.
Better come over here by us, Mary.
Oh, shucks. I wanted to watch him take the divers home.
He's going to go down again in another spot, Mary. Maybe you can watch then.
Well, you can see him from right here now, Mary.
Well, it isn't as good as being close, but... Oh, look. He's up on deck now. He looks like the man from Mars, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
All right, men. Stop the pump. They got his helmet off.
Well, Mary, you saw them take the helmet off.
Blackie, look. Look, there's an awfully big launch, and it's heading right toward us.
Good night. The fool doesn't see us.
Start our engines in time to get out of his way. Captain Arnold! Captain Arnold!
I see him, Mr. Kingston. Going to crash into us.
Hold on to me, Mary.
Back. Blow the whistle. Tom, grab that son and bring it to the train.
What do we do?
Yell, everybody. Until that train is swerved off.
Yes, he's not right here. Come here, Mary. Stay close to me.
All right, I will.
Is everybody all right?
Well, I'm all wet.
I think I'm all right. You all right, Blackie?
Yes. I'm okay, but look, we're 5 or 6 miles from shore. I don't like this. See if anybody can grab a plank or something from the boat.
Good idea. All your men all right, Arnold?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Kingston. And here comes a launch. It looks like a police boat, too.
Say, it is a boat.
Hello there. Hello.
Save your breath, Charlie. They see us.
Oh, thank goodness.
They're swinging around to pick us up. Here they are. Here come the lifelines. They're ready to grab them.
Okay.
That's it.
Here, Mary. You take this one.
Oh, thanks.
Well, look who's playing paupers. If it isn't Boston Blackie.
Faraday.
Haul him in, boys. All but that good-looking one there. He looks undersized to me.
Haul me up, Faraday, or I'll haul you in here with me.
What? When you know I can't swim?
That's why I'd like to have you in here.
Here, Blackie. I'm aboard now. Take this rope of mine.
Thanks, Charlie.
You ready?
Ready.
Come on. Up you go. Come on. There you are. There.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Charlie. You all right, Mary?
Oh, sure. Just dripping a little, that's all.
Well, there's some blankets in the cabin there, Miss Wesley. Better get into one right away.
All right, I guess I better, thanks.
I don't know what brought you out here, Faraday, but I'm glad something did.
Well, I came out here just in time to see that guy Waltham ram your boat.
Well, how did you know it was Waltham, Faraday?
Well, because the doctor reported treating his wound and told how Waltham slugged him and skipped out. Then the next report I got on Waltham was that he was seen getting into a power boat in the harbor.
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins, what is it?
Just got a radio message from shore, Inspector.
Yeah, so what?
So we don't have to look for Waltham anymore. He walked into the 18th Precinct station and gave himself up.
So you think Waltham rammed us, Inspector?
Okay. I was wrong.
I suppose you know who rammed you.
I have a rough idea, and I think if I see Bill Bronson, I can smooth it out.
Bill Bronson? What could he have to do with this? He's still in jail.
Good. Let's go down and see him before he's released.
What makes you think he's going to be released?
You're going to release him. He still doesn't know that his ex-partner Matthews is dead, and, Faraday, before you let him out of jail, I'm going to let you in. I have some bad news for you, Bronson.
I'm in jail, Blackie, and you say you have some bad news for me. That's funny.
Yeah, but this isn't, Bronson.
Hey, Faraday. You and Blackie got awful long faces. What's the matter?
Your sister's dead, Bronson.
Huh? Sarah's dead?
Yes. Killed by the man who tried to kill you.
Wait, that dirty Matthews out.
Wait a minute. That won't do any good, Bronson. All we want you to do is give us all the information you can. We found your sister's bodies in Matthew's house. Do you know any reason why she would be down there?
Yeah, I know a reason, Blackie. Guess I'm it.
What do you mean, you're it?
Well, what am I in jail for? Because I said I was going out to kill Matthews for trying to kill me. Well, I guess this went down there to kill him just to keep me from doing it.
Only Matthews shot first.
Yeah, the low-down...
And that's enough of that, Bronson. Now, look, your sister's dead just because you wanted to take the law into your own hands. Now, if you've learned your lesson, I'll let you go free.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson, Inspector.
All right. Go home and be a good boy, because I don't want to have to teach it to you again.
Who is it?
Who's that?
It's me, Sarah. What's the idea? Bill, they let you out.
Sarah. They told me you were dead.
What?
Yeah. Said Matthews killed you. I told him you went down there to kill him for me.
You idiot, you stupid...
Now, look, you don't have to get sore. I had no way of knowing that.
I didn't have to get sore. I ought to kill you for what you've done to me.
What have I done?
What have you done? Because of you stupid fool, the police are going to be after me for murder. And why did I kill Matthews? For you.
You did not. It was your idea to kill him for the money and the charge.
All right, it was my idea. And it was also my idea not to get caught.
But you aren't caught yet, and I was tricked into saying that...
Sane enough to send me to the electric chair. And everything was perfect, absolutely perfect, till you had opened your stupid mouth.
Now, look, don't blame me all for this. Your plan wasn't perfect.
Oh, wasn't it? Who'd ever guess I killed Matthews? Didn't I go to Blackie and warn him that you were going to kill Matthews? Didn't I go to the police and have them arrest you to keep Matthews alive?
I know all that.
You know all that. Well, I know a lot more. After I took Matthews' shot, I risked my neck to keep Charlie Kingston from finding that gold. I rented a launch and rammed his boat. I did all that for us. And what did you do for me? Fall for a stupid
Now,
trick.
look, I'll go back to the police and tell them I was lying about you wanting to kill Matthews.
Why don't you tell us now, Bronson? We're right here. Come on in, Blackie.
Police.
Stand where you are, Bronson. Rollins, go revive Miss Bronson. She's fainted. Yes, sir.
Well, Faraday, happy now?
Yeah, I'm happy, Blackie. I've got my killers.
Sure you have. I made sure you would. Well, Inspector, you might as well take Bill Bronson downtown. He's so used to being underwater. Let's see if he's getting used to being under arrest.
Hello down there. Any luck, diver?
I'm coming to the hull of a ship now, Mr. Kingston. I'll let you know in a minute.
Good, good. Well, we'll know in a minute, Blackie, if Inspector Faraday got the right shot from Miss Bronson.
Right. Walton feeling okay, Charlie?
Yes, fine. But he feels like a fool for losing his head and running out on that doctor. He doesn't know what made him do it.
Oh, I suppose he was afraid the police wouldn't believe his story about how Matthews was shot.
Hello there, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, it's the diver. Yes, diver?
I found it, Mr. Kingston. There's plenty of it.
Oh, you found the gold?
You bet I have. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Blackie, Mary, he found the gold.
Wonderful.
That's fine, Charlie.
Well, aren't you excited? It's $2 million in gold. I'm a rich man.
You've been a rich man for years, Charlie. Just how rich can you get? After all, what difference does $2 million make to a man who already has 20 or 30?
Do you know something, Blackie?
What is it, Charlie?
I never thought of that.